Sword God Chapter 1696 to Chapter 1747. Second update, fight on, regardless of the outcome, he was fearless. After a series of continuous battles, Chenzong's information in the virtual realm had changed a lot. The number of battles had increased to 32 wins and 5 losses. The highest winning streak had increased to 7 consecutive victories. His battle record had increased to more than 500. These were visible gains and invisible gains. However, the application of the 9 heavenly strikes had reached a higher level. After all, among the opponents he had encountered, there were also people who had cultivated the 9 heavenly strikes. Some of them were very powerful and shocking. Engaging in a fierce battle with a suitable opponent would allow one to better unearth one's potential. After leaving the virtual realm and returning to the pavilion, Chenzong began to practice on the first floor of the pavilion. 9 heavenly strikes, comprehending martial arts on his own was one way, exchanging pointers with others was the second way, and the third way was to watch others fight. The fourth way was to use the battle record to buy some videos of martial arts practice. However, Chenzong felt that the 9 heavenly strikes was not at that level yet. He needed to use his battle record to buy videos. On the other hand, after he had fully comprehended the 9 heavenly strikes, he could make videos and put them in the martial shadow hall for others to buy and earn battle records. However, that would have to wait until he had cultivated the 9 heavenly strikes to perfection. Even perfection was not enough. After all, in the Eternal Battle Fort, there were many people who had cultivated the 9 heavenly strikes to perfection. Some of them were very famous. If ordinary people wanted to buy videos, they would definitely choose the videos of famous people to observe and comprehend. He did not want to think about anything else. It was better to concentrate on comprehending and practicing. He performed one sword move after another and split them up one by one. After dozens of continuous battles in the virtual realm, he had a deeper understanding of the 9 heavenly strikes. He had gained some insights. He had completely grasped the great achievement realm. Above that was perfection. This time, he was going to reach perfection. Once he had cultivated the 9 heavenly strikes to perfection, his combat strength would be further stimulated. By then, he would be able to obtain more battle records in the virtual realm. In the virtual realm, winning streaks were very important to obtain high battle records. 1 win was 10, 2 wins were 20, and 3 wins were 30. The higher the winning streak, the more amazing the battle record. If he could obtain 10 consecutive victories, then he would be able to obtain 100 battle records. Moreover, if one did not continue to fight during the winning streak, then the next time they entered, they would continue to fight and maintain the winning streak. The record would not be counted from the beginning. Only by losing would one's battle record be restarted. With a slash of the sword light was like water. As the water light flashed past, there seemed to be layers of ripples sweeping out. Strands of chi power swept out, and each strand of chi power represented a change. 9 strikes, 81 moves, 729 transformations. All of a sudden, the sword light paused. Chenzong remained in the posture of wielding his sword, as if he had turned into a statue. Countless inspirations surged in his mind, and inspiration gushed out from his mind. Collision, convergence. I seem to have been too formal. Chenzong suddenly realized. 729 transformations. Every 9 transformations make up 1 move. 81 moves, and every 9 moves make up 1 attack. Previously, I always thought that 9 transformations make up 1 move, and 9 moves make up 1 attack. Actually, that's not the case. Change. The purpose of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. And its core mystery lie in change. 729 transformations. 81 moves. 9 attacks. All of them are changing. They are not fixed. Any 9 transformations can be turned into 1 move, and any 9 moves can be turned into 1 attack. Everything can be changed according to one's will. As soon as this idea appeared, it suddenly became clear. However, even though he was enlightened, he still needed to practice. In theory, any 9 of the 729 transformations could be turned into any one of the 81 moves. In reality, it was not so simple. There was always a difference between suitable and unsuitable ones. Zong needed to find the most suitable one to display the power of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes to the extreme. Only then could it be perfected. In this way, different cultivators' heavenly spirit 9 strikes would have different aspects. After all, 729 transformations, 81 moves, and 9 attacks represented many combinations and possibilities. Zong could not help but think of Xianxia, who had defeated him before. With one move, 9 streaks of sword light came to him like a cage and broke his yin and yang sword realm. That should be the 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the perfected realm that Xianxia had comprehended. Then, what should his 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the perfected realm be like? Sheathing his long sword, Zong returned to the second floor of the pavilion to meditate. He removed all distracting thoughts and meditated quietly. He simulated in his mind with his mind to find the best combination. The more he meditated, the more Zong felt that the 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes was profound and unfathomable. When he thought he had seen its face, he found that it was not the real face. It was still hidden. It seemed to be contained in the endless mountains and rivers. Zong constantly deduced and overturned, just to find the best combination. The so-called best combination was not necessarily the most powerful, but it must be the combination that was most suitable for oneself. In this way, one's strength and advantages could be displayed to the extreme. However, 729 transformations, 81 moves, and 9 attacks could be combined in many ways. The least one could be hundreds, and the most one could be thousands. It was not easy to deduce the most suitable combination. Some people did not deduce completely, but made a choice when they were almost done. However, Zong had always been a person who did not do anything. If he did do something, he must do it perfectly. In this way, he would not have any regrets. Sometimes, a slight and insignificant difference could affect one's progress in the future. In terms of cultivation, Zong was never careless or casual. He always strived for perfection. There was no doubt that the time and energy he had to put in was astonishing. Every day, Zong spent his days with his mind almost exhausted. Deduction, exhaustion, recovery, deduction again, it formed a cycle. Unknowingly, 1 month had passed. Zong's face was slightly pale, which was caused by the continuous consumption of his mind. However, after the deduction was completed, Xianxia understood more than 1,000 combinations. Next, he would find the most suitable combination for himself and improve the 9 heavenly spirit strikes to the perfected realm. After resting and recovering his energy, Zong closed his eyes and began to meditate. Meditation was stillness, and drawing the sword was movement. The combination of movement and stillness was the most suitable. A few days passed. Suddenly, Zong put away his sword and laughed. Why do I have to be restricted to one combination? The Tao of Heart sword originates from the heart, moves by the mind, manifests in the body, and appears in the sword. No matter how many combinations there are in the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, they are all controlled by my mind and heart. I can do whatever I want with the sword. Zong's eyes became brighter. His Tao of the sword was originally closely related to his mind. If his mind was there, the sword would be there. If his mind was moved, the sword would move. If his mind was restrained, the sword would stop. The mind came first, and then the sword. In this way, he could control it with his mind. There was nothing he could not do. Enlightenment suddenly spread, like a bolt of divine thunder across the dark void, splitting the sky and earth, and suddenly becoming clear. Others might only master one or a few combinations, but he did not need to do so. He could completely master and apply any combination that he had deduced. As for how to use it, it all depended on the situation of the battle. Different combinations would have different benefits. It's a new month. I can challenge the heavenly battle tower again. Zong put away his sword, and his astonishing aura was restrained. He left the pavilion. Yang Wan's pavilion was tightly shut. He did not know if he had left or what. Unable to find him, Zong went to the heavenly battle tower by himself. He entered the first level of the heavenly battle tower again. This time, it was still the ferocious beast wasteland. If Zong did not pass the first level and entered again, it might be another battle environment. However, since he had passed it, it was equivalent to being fixed. Roar, as a black and white door appeared, a powerful ferocious beast also stepped out. However, it was not a giant bear that appeared this time. Instead, it was an astonishingly powerful giant black lion. It was majestic and mighty, and its aura was astonishing. During the last challenge, this giant lion was among the 9 ferocious beasts. Now, it appeared as the vanguard. The giant lion's ferocious eyes stared at Xianxia, and it immediately rushed toward him. Its terrifying aura was like that of a beast king. Its roar seemed to want to shatter Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes focused slightly. He took a step forward smoothly like moving clouds and flowing water. His long sword was unsheathed, bringing along a white sword light. It was as light and agile as smoke, but it condensed an astonishing sharpness and attacked. What the perfection stage of the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes brought was not only a change and improvement in swordsmanship. On a deeper level, it was actually a brilliant application of one's own strength. Not only could it be used in swordsmanship, but it could also be used in footwork. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia and the giant black lion brushed past each other. The long sword returned to its scabbard. After the giant black lion rushed forward for a few hundred meters, it seemed to be unable to stop its momentum. Its limbs went soft, and it seemed to have lost its strength. It kept sliding forward, drawing a long gully, and fell limp on the ground, motionless. Its eyes were penetrated, and even its brain was completely destroyed. One sword, it was only one sword. Compared with the last challenge, the difference was obvious. Then, 9 black and white double doors appeared, and 9 ferocious beasts appeared. Giant ape, black wolf, goshawk, giant bear, giant tiger, giant python, giant crocodile. Last time, facing 9 ferocious beasts, Xianxia felt heavy pressure. This time, however, he was 100 times more confident. Take the initiative to attack, his body flashed, and his footsteps turned into a white shadow. Like a white steed flashing across a gap, he unsheathed his long sword and merged with it. The sword silently pierced the void and directly attacked the giant ape. 1 against 9, but he was not afraid. With the sword in hand, he knew all the 729 changes of the 81 styles of the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Spirit. He could control them with his heart. The sword moved when he thought about it. Xianxia used the 9 ferocious beasts as practice targets. Under the siege of 9 ferocious beasts, he seemed to be at ease. It seemed to be very dangerous, but only Xianxia knew the secret behind it. This was a kind of enjoyment. When fighting became a kind of enjoyment, there was nothing to fear. When the sword was drawn, the beasts were killed. The 9 ferocious beasts could not hold on for long under Xianxia's sword. They were quickly killed one by one. Xianxia was not in a hurry to enter the second floor. Instead, he stood where he was and reflected on the battle just now. He had a deeper understanding of the perfection stage of the 9 strikes of the Heavenly Spirit. Third update, on the second floor of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower. Heaven and earth opened up like a curtain, presenting itself in front of Xianxia's eyes. This was a very peculiar place. The 4 walls seemed to be made of black, cold metal. He didn't know how thick or how high they were, because he couldn't see the end of it when he looked up. On each of the 4 cold walls, there was a huge beast head that looked like a dragon or a tiger protruding out. A huge black chain extended from its slightly open mouth. The 4 walls, the 4 beast heads, and the 4 chains were all filled with a terrifying, cold aura like hell. Just this aura alone was enough to make it difficult for ordinary cultivators to move. The end of the 4 chains was connected to a square arena that was suspended in the center. The arena was also black, and it also exuded a shocking chill. Xianxia was standing on the arena. Xianxia tried to walk to the edge of the arena and looked down. It was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. He felt a chill invade him for no reason, and his hair stood on end. It was as if he would die if he fell down. This was a very dangerous battle environment, even more dangerous than the ferocious beast wasteland. You are the challenger. A cold and stiff voice suddenly sounded. Xianxia looked in the direction of the voice. His eyes were like lightning, and he saw a black figure appear on one of the beast heads. His body was straight, and his long saber was slanted. His eyes were sharp and cold, and his whole body was filled with an extremely cold aura. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. He felt a trace of threat from the other party. A strong opponent, this was a strong opponent. The black-cloaked man's cold gaze seemed to pierce through Qianzong. Immediately, his body leaped and landed on the huge black chain like a black eagle pouncing on its prey. His legs turned into a phantom, and he rushed on the huge black chain at an astonishing speed. The 4 chains, each about 1,000 meters long, were like huge black pythons that ran horizontally. Using heaven and earth execution, Qianzong's eyes turned from sharp to calm. He stared at his opponent, capturing his every move. His figure was like an illusion as he rushed over like a ghost. Soon after, the tip of his foot suddenly pushed off the ground, causing the entire chain to sway slightly and emit a soft ear-piercing sound. His figure abruptly leaped high into the air. His outstretched arms were like the wings of a goshawk as he swept through the sky. His gaze became even sharper. His aura also rose to the peak in that instant, and his killing intent filled the air. Kill, a saber slashed down from the sky, breaking through the air like a falling black meteor, arriving at an astonishing speed. What the other party used was earth elemental energy. In terms of direct destructive power, earth elemental energy was superior to sky elemental energy. Qianzong felt the terrifying sword pressure pressing down on him from the sky, suffocating him. If it was before he obtained the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes, he might feel pressured and find it difficult to deal with this attack. However, it was different now. His figure turned nimbly like a fish in the water or a bird in the sky. When he unsheathed his sword, the white sword light was like smoke, like a wisp of smoke from a kitchen chimney. An intense battle began, a duel between sword and saber. This black-clothed swordsman was much stronger than the ferocious beasts from before. If Qianzong had not grasped the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes, he would not have been a match for him. This indirectly meant that if the other challengers did not grasp a martial technique and cultivate it to a certain level, it would be difficult for them to pass the second level. This showed how difficult it was to pass the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes. However, the second level was not a problem for him. After exchanging blows, Qianzong gradually grasped his opponent's ability. He was indeed strong and not easy to deal with. However, under the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes, it was difficult to resist. Qianzong divided the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes into 81 strikes and used them as he pleased. 1 strike for 1 strike, there was no need to be precise with the 729 changes. With a sword in hand, the 81 strikes were like a violent storm or a landslide. He completely had the upper hand, controlled the rhythm, and suppressed his opponent. With a stab, the white sword light jumped 3 times in the void. It was difficult to guard against. It swept past his opponent's neck and tore half of it. Their bodies passed by each other, and he turned around and slashed horizontally. Victory, Qianzong exhaled slightly. He did not know what reward he would get this time, other than the 2,000 points. The reward soon appeared. A white light shot down from the sky and condensed into a ball in front of Qianzong. Qianzong did not get a martial technique, but an elixir. There were 2 round elixirs the size of a pinky finger, half black and half white. They emitted an indescribable fragrance. As the fragrance entered Qianzong's nose, the qi of heaven and earth in his body trembled slightly, as if it was yearning. Heavenly Pilfering Earth Pill, low grade. He did not expect to get 2 low-grade Heavenly Pilfering Earth Pills, which were equivalent to 2,000 points. Let's go to the 3rd floor first. Qianzong immediately put away the 2 low-grade Heavenly Pilfering Earth Pills. Although he wanted to take them now, if he missed the time to refine them after taking them, he would be sent out of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. At that time, he would have to wait until next month to go to the 3rd floor. He would keep them for now and focus on the 3rd floor. If he could pass the 3rd floor, he would get more rewards and be able to enter the 4th floor. At that time, his genius rank would be increased. Mid-grade geniuses could choose a basic martial technique to cultivate for free. Therefore, as long as those mid-grade geniuses were willing to settle down for a while, they could usually pass the 1st, 2nd, and even the 3rd floor. According to the rules of the Eternal Battle Fort, a mid-grade genius must pass the 4th floor within a year. Otherwise, they would be expelled and lose the right to enter the Eternal Battle Fort forever. However, under normal circumstances, geniuses who were able to obtain the intermediate grade would be able to cultivate a fundamental martial art to the great accomplishment realm within a year. In addition to their other abilities, it would not be difficult for them to pass the third level. However, the fourth level would be somewhat difficult. Of course, if one did not cultivate any martial techniques, the first floor would be difficult. The third floor opened up, and in front of him were pieces of stones. The smallest stone was 1/2 meter in radius, while the largest was 1 meter in radius. They were irregular and floated in the air, forming a staircase that went up level by level. These were the floating stairs. At the bottom of the stairs was a bottomless abyss. Looking at it gave one a creepy feeling, as if there was a terrifying demon hidden in the depths. Chenzong looked around. There was nothing but a stone staircase in front of him that kept going upwards. There was no end to it, only a white fog. After observing for a while, Chenzong stepped forward and landed on the first step. Suddenly, the stone staircase swayed like duckweed in the water. It looked like a stone, but when stepped on, it was like a lotus leaf. If one was not careful, they would fall. The appearance was very confusing. Fortunately, Chenzong reacted quickly and his control of his body had reached an amazing level. He stabilized himself in time and immediately stepped on the second step. Interestingly, Chenzong was ready, but the staircase was steady and did not move at all. The third step swayed slightly and turned over in an instant. Chenzong was surprised. Up, 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 up. Every step was different and completely random. Chenzong could not predict and guard against it. If it were not for Chenzong's extraordinary ability, he would have fallen down and died in the bottomless abyss. Even so, Chenzong had to concentrate and raise his perception to the extreme. Finally, Chenzong saw dozens of irregular stone slabs floating in the air. Some were long, some were short, and some were long, and there was no pattern to them. A figure in a white robe stood on one of the stone slabs with his back to Chenzong. When the wind blew, his robe fluttered as if he was flying with the wind. "You're here. I've waited here for a long time in vain." A voice sounded. It was neither cold nor harsh, but as light as the wind. The words made Chenzong feel that he was not trying to break through, but facing a real opponent. It seemed that the opponent did not expect Chenzong to answer. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly turned around, which made Chenzong feel that his figure overlapped and blurred. Before he could see the opponent's face clearly, he saw a blurry white sword light rushing like clouds and mist. It was like white liquid dripping into water. Endless sword chi suddenly came from all directions like silk and mist. Chenzong was horrified. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. What the opponent used was the basic martial art 9 heavenly spirit strikes, which had reached the mastery realm. It was really amazing. Chenzong was not worried at all. Instead, he was excited. He unsheathed his long sword and attacked with 9 heavenly spirit strikes. A duel between swordsmen, a duel between 9 heavenly spirit strikes in the mastery realm. Not only that, dozens of stone slabs were suspended in the air. When they fell, some of them were as steady as mountains, but some of them would shake like boats in the wind and waves. Some of them would turn over in an instant like rolling stones. It was difficult to stand still. The unique environment made this battle even more difficult and full of variables. However, the opponent seemed to be very adapted to such a battle environment. It seemed that he had completely mastered it. For a moment, Chenzong had to be distracted and gradually fell into a disadvantage. However, this disadvantage was only temporary. While fighting, Chenzong adapted to such a battle environment and observed the mystery of the opponent's swordsmanship. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes in the mastery realm had different usages. His opponent's perfect state seemed to have transformed the sword light into a mist that permeated the surroundings. It was formed by the condensation of sword chi and enveloped the surroundings. Every strand of sword chi was astonishingly sharp and agile. This combination was also in Chenzong's deduction. However, Chenzong deduced many combinations and controlled them with his mind. In fact, he was not skillful enough. But the opponent chose this combination and studied it deeply. In the short term, the opponent's method was undoubtedly better. But in the long term, Chenzong's method had more potential. He absorbed the mystery of the opponent's swordsmanship and integrated it into himself to improve his own swordsmanship. The fierce battle continued. The sword light was like mist and rippling like water. Chen Zong had almost mastered the mystery of the opponent's swordsmanship. He seized the moment and attacked with his sword. This sword was like a gust of wind integrated into the void. It was as violent as a raging fire and as destructive as a thunderbolt. It was like a mountain flood bursting through a dam or a mountain collapsing. When the two swords collided, an amazing power was released and destroyed the opponent's sword light. Fourth update, the eternal battle fort stood in the vast void of the universe and slowly rotated. The stars in the distance were burning fiercely, releasing shocking light and heat that lit up half of the eternal battle fort. The change of night and day explained the endless cycle of time. A ball of white light floated in front of Chen Zong. It was so mesmerizing. 3 low-grade sky-stealing and earth-changing pills. Now, Chen Zong had 5 low-grade sky-stealing and earth-changing pills. But he didn't know if 5 low-grade sky-stealing and earth-changing pills could raise his mortal body from low-grade to mid-grade. All of this could wait until he left the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower. Now, it was time to go to the 4th floor. I passed the 3rd floor and can enter the 4th floor. I can raise my genius rank to mid-grade, Chen Zong said to himself and chose to enter the 4th floor. The scene before him changed. In a hall, there was a figure. Even a low-grade mortal body can reach the 4th floor. A deep and powerful voice sounded from the figure's mouth. It seemed to have a trace of surprise and spread in all directions, adding a bit of pressure. Chen Zong felt a heavy pressure from the other party. He was much stronger than the opponents on the 3rd floor. Chen Zong remembered that Yang Guan said that the opponents on the 1st to 3rd floors of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower were categorized according to their physique. They were between low-grade mortal body and mid-grade mortal body. The 4th to 6th floors were from mid-grade mortal body to high-grade mortal body. The 7th to 9th floors were from high-grade mortal body to top-grade mortal body. Of course, the mid-grade mortal body on the 4th floor was better than the mid-grade mortal body on the 3rd floor. The 10th floor was a qualitative leap. The lowest physique was a spiritual physique that surpassed the top-grade mortal body. The difference between low-grade mortal body, mid-grade mortal body, and king-level mortal body was huge. The battle began. His opponent was tall and burly, and his aura was shocking. He held a pitch-black halberd in his right hand. There were white patterns on it that looked like dragons and snakes intersecting. It emitted a shocking aura. It was a low-grade weapon. A low-grade weapon could increase one's strength by 10%. It didn't change one's strength, which was very shocking. If it was a mid-grade or high-grade weapon, it would be even more shocking. Other than his own strength, the fact that he was able to pass the 3rd floor was also inseparable from the amplification of the low-grade combat weapon. Now that his opponent also had a low-grade combat weapon, his advantage in terms of weapons was gone. In that case, let's use strength to determine who is stronger. Step by step, the burly figure closed in like a mountain. A black armor covered his entire body, revealing only a rough face and a pair of eyes that were like a ferocious tiger. The closer he got, the stronger his aura became, and the stronger the pressure became. The surrounding air became oppressive and heavy, as if it was about to condense into a solid state, pressing in from all directions. Like fine steel. Wisps of black energy seeped out from his body, passing through his arm and into the halberd. The halberd trembled slightly, as if an evil dragon was about to break out of the sea. Boom! When this person was 10 meters away from Chen Zong, he suddenly appeared with his halberd in the air. The muscles all over his body vibrated, and an extremely tyrannical force burst out, pushing the halberd. It was like a black meteorite that traversed the void, tearing and shattering the vacuum as it blasted towards Chen Zong. Under this merciless blow, heaven and earth were shattered. Before the halberd arrived, the astonishing pressure had already reached Chen Zong, suffocating him in an instant. He felt as if his whole body was being crazily squeezed by an endless and terrifying pressure. It was difficult for him to move. He could only take this blow head-on, and it shattered him. This opponent's cultivation was at the same level as his, but he had a medium mortal body. Chen Zong felt that the flow of his power seemed to be smoother, and the power that burst out seemed to be more tyrannical. Chen Zong activated the heaven and earth spell, and a heavenly spiritual energy swept through his body. He only felt that his body became very light, as if he was about to fly in the air. White light seeped out, and Chen Zong's body seemed to become erratic, like duckweed rippling in the water. He unsheathed his long sword and drew a white sword light. The sword light collided with the terrifying aura of the halberd, making a series of dull sounds. Countless ripples surged in all directions, like wild waves overflowing. Chen Zong's figure floated into the air, and the 9 heavenly spirit strikes slashed out. Various changes were contained within it, and it dissolved the power brought about by the opponent's ferocious halberd strike, and countered with a counterattack. This opponent was indeed very powerful. From the beginning, he had to show his real strength to deal with it. Chen Zong activated the 9 heavenly spirit strikes to the fullest, and he did not hold back at all. Kill, the white sword light was like a rippling water, spreading a trace of misty illusion, like a picture scroll that was both real and unreal. The moment the sword and halberd collided, Chen Zong felt a tyrannical and violent force rushing towards him, almost crushing him. The realm of freedom. In an instant, Chen Zong did not hesitate to enter a special state. He was in control of himself, his surroundings, and his perception. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes. The sword light was like a mist, light, agile, changeable, and elusive. The mist was not real mist, but was condensed from countless fine sword qi. The sword qi fluctuated endlessly, and the mist became thicker and thicker. It turned into steam, and in the end, it became a turbulent tide, surging in all directions and sweeping out. In the void, there was a crashing sound, like the waves of the sea. In an instant, a few traces of silver flashed in the opponent's pitch-black eyes, and he also entered the realm of freedom. Then, the earth elemental energy surged, like an earth dragon turning around, and all of it poured into the halberd. Boom, the halberd broke through the air, as if it could completely shatter a mountain, and as if the earth was collapsing. The earth elemental strike, like the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, it was a basic martial art of the heaven and earth. However, the 9 heavenly spirit strikes was the application of spiritual energy, while the earth elemental strike was the application of earth elemental energy. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes was light and changeable, while the earth elemental strike was different. There were no obvious changes, and there were not many styles or moves, only one strike. It was a very pure strike, condensing and compressing all of the earth elemental energy, and then releasing it. Its power was extremely terrifying, and in an instant, it shattered everything. In terms of destructive power, the earth elemental strike was at least twice as powerful as the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Of course, the 9 heavenly spirit strikes was not a direct destructive power, but a type of transformation. They each had their own strengths, however, in a direct collision, all of Chen Zong's sword light and sword qi, which had condensed into a fog tide, were shattered, and turned into water droplets that splashed in all directions. His opponent's earth elemental strike had also reached perfection. Boom, in an instant, Chen Zong's body was also penetrated by the terrifying black light. Like a meteorite exploding, Chen Zong's body was directly blasted into pieces. At the same time, a white sword light pierced down from the sky from another direction. This sword seemed to strike down from the clouds. It had a kind of nimbleness and also a kind of majesty. It looked like one sword, but in fact, it was the 9 swords of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. The swords connected and condensed into a majestic ray of light that struck down. Even if in terms of direct destructive power, the 9 heavenly spirit strikes were not as powerful as the earth elemental strike, but the combined power of the 9 swords was still very shocking. If it hit, it was enough to kill the opponent. However, the opponent's physique was more advanced, and he was able to circulate his power more smoothly. His reaction was also faster, and in addition, he was also in the state of freedom. In an instant, he struck out with his halberd, and it was as if a mountain was smashing down. Earth elemental strike, this opponent was very strong. In the battle with Chen Zong, he did not dodge at all. Relying on his own strength and astonishing earth elemental energy, he once again used the earth elemental strike to attack, and met force with force. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes collided with the earth elemental strike again, and in an instant, an extremely shocking power exploded. However, the sword radiance of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes only lasted for a moment before it was defeated. It exploded like a bubble, and turned into an illusion. Chen Zong's body was also shattered in an instant, as if it was completely shattered. However, a ray of sword radiance was very incredible. It pierced out from another angle, and it was extremely ingenious. It seemed to contain all the changes between heaven and earth, and it was endless. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes contained 729 changes. It was as if there was no limit to the number of changes that could be performed and combined. The ray of sword radiance seemed simple, but it was constantly fluctuating. It was dark and dim, and it was impossible to grasp. This was because within the ray of sword radiance, there were many changes. Every change would cause the ray of sword radiance to fluctuate. Kill, the ray of sword radiance stabbed out diagonally, and it was like a flowing light in the sky. It felt as if there was no beginning and no end, and it was difficult to judge. The opponent did not completely dodge this attack. One of his arms was directly torn off, but the other hand held the halberd tightly. In an instant, he counterattacked. The attack broke through the air, and its power was extremely terrifying, as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Qianzong only felt that half of his body was numb, and he seemed to have lost consciousness. In an instant, Qianzong knew that he was injured, and his injury was very serious. He was even more injured than his opponent. This was his last chance. If he could not kill his opponent with this attack, he would die, and he would fail to pass the test. The next time he would have to wait until the next month, and it would undoubtedly take more time. Resolute, kill, even if he had to risk his life, he would explode with the last attack and kill his opponent. In an instant, under the boundary between life and death, the deeper potential of his body was stimulated. Vaguely, Qianzong felt that the 9 heavenly spirit strikes seemed to be surpassing the limit and breaking through the realm of consummation. This was a strike that incorporated all of his beliefs. It was the last sword strike. It was resolute, unparalleled, lifeless, and indomitable. Kill. At the same time, a ray of extremely domineering black light also blasted out, as if it was shattering the vacuum. Qianzong only felt that his body seemed to have lost all consciousness. But before he completely lost consciousness, Qianzong saw his opponent's body disintegrate and disappear. A ray of black light fell and appeared in front of him. In the next moment, his consciousness quickly became blurred, as if he was sinking into a bottomless abyss, as if he would never wake up. It was as if he had fallen into a dream, and he could not wake up no matter how hard he tried. But he could hear the sounds of the outside world. It was like a dream, so far away, but also seemed to be whispering in his ears. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and instantly woke up. All the dreamlike feelings completely disappeared. I want to cry. I can't believe I made such a big mistake. I mistook the 5th chapter as the 6th chapter, but the 6th chapter was not updated. Instead, I skipped to the 7th chapter. Did no one notice? Now, the dominator of the 6 realms has put the 6th chapter up as well. The wilderness was boundless, and the ferocious beasts were raging. The pitch-black giant eagle spread its wings in the sky and tore through space like a blade, leaving behind 2 faint scars. It was like a sword striking the moon and a falling star. Its eyes flickered with an extremely scarlet light. It was incomparably sharp and pierced through the sun and moon. Qianzong couldn't help but tremble. He was terrified and felt like he was about to be torn apart. The giant eagle suddenly opened its claws. The black light was dazzling. At the same time, the huge black wolf launched a surprise attack from behind. Its vigorous body leaped like a bolt of black lightning. The wolf stretched out its claws and tore through the void. Traces of black chi flowed like water, spreading out and finally condensing on the sharp claws. In front of them, the 5-meter-tall giant black ape raised its fist. Black chi filled the air, and its fist smashed down like a meteor falling from the sky. The air rippled like water, and countless ripples swept out, going against the flow. The other 3 ferocious beasts had already been killed by Qianzong's sword. However, Qianzong didn't feel good after killing the 3 ferocious beasts. In an instant, Qianzong was besieged by 3 powerful ferocious beasts. Each of the ferocious beasts had their own characteristics. They covered the sky and the ground. Qianzong's eyes flashed silver. Under the ego state, he had complete control of his body. At the same time, his perception of everything around him was raised to the extreme. Everyone's ego state was similar, but there could also be subtle differences. Qianzong's difference was that he had improved his perception of the outside world. With a perception that surpassed the limit, he could perceive everything around him earlier and more accurately and make the most accurate response. Even without looking, he could clearly sense the attacks coming from above, behind, and from the front. The power of each attack was terrible. If he was hit, he would most likely die. Even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. There was a wound on his back that was dripping with blood. If it weren't for the fact that he was in the realm of freedom, it would have long ruptured. He would have lost most of his blood and lost his ability to fight. Above him, in front of him, and behind him, 3 fierce and tyrannical attacks came at him. They seemed to come at the same time, but Xianxia was able to sense them one after the other with his perception that surpassed the limit. Although the giant eagle was the furthest away from him, its speed was the fastest. Its attack should be the first to reach him, followed by the giant ape in front of him, and then the giant wolf behind him. Although the difference was very small, it was still possible to seize the opportunity. It was not impossible to establish the foundation of the universe through the counterattack. The giant eagle swooped down in the air and clenched its extremely sharp claws as if it could tear everything apart. The sharp aura made Xianxia's scalp tingle. He felt as if his whole body was going to be pierced through by the sharp claws, then grabbed up in the air and tore into pieces. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia, who was in control of himself and his surroundings, swayed his body and avoided the giant eagle's attack. Under the stimulation of the heavenly spiritual power, he stabbed out with his sword and directly pierced the soft part of the giant eagle's abdomen. This sword had both Xianxia's own strength and the giant eagle's high-speed inertia. Blood immediately spilled. The giant wolf's claws behind him also reached him in an instant. Xianxia used the force to shift his body and avoid the wolf's claws. The giant wolf opened its mouth and emitted a strong stench. Deep in its throat, there was a rumble of thunder. Its sharp fangs suddenly shone with a cold white light as it bit down. A single bite was enough to crush fine steel. At the same time, the giant ape's meteorite-like punch also arrived. The air pressure brought by the punch was as hard as an iron wall. It directly collided and crushed Xianxia, as if it was going to crush him. He waved his long sword and cut through the air, following the weak point of the air pressure. His body flashed and turned into a gust of wind, passing through the gap. At the same time, he turned around and pierced the giant ape's right eye with his sword. The various martial arts mastered by the original body could be used and applied, but because of the cultivation method, it could not be used to the extreme. For masters, it was important to be able to use a martial art to its fullest extent. Whether it was powerful or not was another matter, whether there were no obvious flaws was another matter. It was like walking. One path was flat and the other was bumpy. Of course, the first path was easier to walk. But Xianxia was now using the power of heaven and earth determination to use the body martial arts. It was like walking on a bumpy road. Although he could still move forward, it was not as smooth. He had to use all his strength. Kill the eagle, kill the ape, and kill the wolf. The 3 ferocious beasts died one after another. Xianxia exited the self-freedom state. He felt that his strength was almost exhausted, and his whole body was sore. The wound on his back was burning and blood was oozing out. First, there was 1 ferocious beast, then there were 9 ferocious beasts. This battle was very difficult. Xianxia did not relax at all, because he was not sure if he could pass the first floor. But if there were 2 more ferocious beasts, he would definitely lose. It's so difficult. How many people can pass it? Xianxia could not help but think. Although he was limited by his body and consciousness, and could not use his combat strength to the extreme, he was not weak. At least, he was not at the bottom among the newcomers. Even so, it was so difficult. If he was a little weaker, he would have no hope at all. According to the rules of the Eternal Battle Fort, I have to pass at least the corresponding floor within a year. I am a lower grade. I have to pass at least the first floor to keep the eternal token of heaven and earth. Xianxia thought. If it was an intermediate grade, then he had to pass the 4th floor within a year. If it was a superior grade, then he had to pass the 7th floor within a year. If it was a king grade, then he had to pass the 10th floor within a year. In fact, the battle tower was not easy to challenge. Even a newcomer who got an intermediate grade at the beginning could lose on the 1st floor. After all, the grade represented the level of the genius, not the strength. Every newcomer had the same starting point. In a short period of time, there would not be a big difference in strength. Only after a long period of cultivation would there be a clear difference in strength. However, 1 year here was equivalent to 10 years in some worlds. With this amount of time, more than half of the geniuses could reach the standard, while a few could not. The result of not reaching the standard was naturally to be deprived of the qualification to enter the eternal battle fort. On the other hand, it could be seen that innate talent was very important here. It determined the height of one's cultivation in the future. Although one's innate talent could be improved through other methods, it would undoubtedly take more time and effort. It was like walking on horseback and walking on foot. At the beginning, the difference would be small, but as time passed, the difference would become bigger and bigger. Although they were both walking along the path, the speed and the price paid would be completely different. As he was thinking, no ferocious beast appeared again. Instead, a ray of light shot down and fell in front of Chenzong. It was a white ray of light. It condensed into a white ball of light and floated in front of Chenzong. There seemed to be something inside. Chenzong reached out and grabbed it. The light dissipated and turned into a white dot, which instantly disappeared between his eyebrows. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Chenzong could not help but be happy. It seemed that he had passed the first floor and received an extra reward. His luck was not bad. It was a martial art of the heaven and earth, which was exactly what he needed at the moment. Chenzong was not in a hurry to enter the second floor. Instead, he stood on the wasteland of the first floor and first operated his martial art to recover his strength. At the same time, he divided his attention to comprehend the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes was one of the martial arts of the heaven and earth. If he wanted to exchange for it, he would need 1,000 battle achievements. To some extent, it was the most common martial arts of the heaven and earth. Even so, it was still very mysterious, and the profoundness contained within it made Chenzong very surprised. In terms of its mystery, it was not inferior to his own line of heaven and earth and the yin and yang sword realm. To some extent, it was even better. However, Chenzong was not too surprised. After all, it was a martial art of the heaven and earth. The heaven and earth belonged to the Lord of heaven and earth. It was one of the 3 dominators of the eternal battle fort. What kind of existence was the eternal battle fort? The entire Tianyuan sacred region was less than 1% of it. In such a powerful force, their foundation was incomparably deep. Even the foundational martial arts were incomparably profound. Xiao Zheng, who had defeated him, had used the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. However, he practiced the sword, so it could also be called the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. This was also the profound part of the basic martial arts of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Many martial arts had already been finalized when they were created. For example, Chenzong's line of heaven and earth was a sword move. It could only be used with a sword to display its power. It also had to be combined with sword essence. If it was used with saber essence and saber, it would have to be modified. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes were different. It could be used with bare hands and any weapon, and it could also be utilized with any Dao insight. It was like a frame that could be filled with anything he wanted. The only restriction was its strength, and it had to be a cultivation technique and energy of the heavens and the earth in order to truly utilize its might. Chenzong's comprehension was very high. He could create a unique move like line of heaven and earth. Therefore, there was no bottleneck in comprehending the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. After spending some time, he had already comprehended part of the mystery and started to understand it. He drew his sword and began to practice on the first floor. Comprehension was for stillness, and practice was for movement. The combination of movement and stillness was the most suitable. Chenzong did not purposefully use it. Instead, he went with the flow. His sword did not move quickly. He swung it one after another, neither too slow nor too fast. Every time he swung his sword, he would carefully comprehend the mysteries and the various changes it contained. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes was a sword technique called the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. It was said to be 9 swords, but when broken down, it was 9 times 9 and 81 moves. Every 9 moves were combined into one sword. Chenzong was immersed in the mystery of this practice. He could not extricate himself and forgot everything. In the end, perhaps because of the time limit, he did not choose to enter the second floor and was sent out of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower. Yang Guan did not enter the tower. Instead, he stood outside and waited for Chen Zong. When he saw Chen Zong come out, he immediately went up to him. "Brother Chen, how do you feel?" Yang Guan did not ask if Chen Zong passed the first floor. He just looked at Chen Zong's expression and did not seem to be happy at all. What he did not know was that Chen Zong was still immersed in the mystery of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Of course, he did not see any joy. Yang Guan thought that Chen Zong did not pass the first floor. Please note the 6th chapter. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes was an oversight by the dominator of Samsara. He forgot to update it yesterday. Now, I'm updating it to connect the 5th chapter and the 7th chapter. Please forgive me for the inconvenience. If it still doesn't work, please send me the blade. As for this chapter, it's the 5th update. On the 2nd floor of the 2-story pavilion, Chen Zong looked at the 5 black and white pills floating in front of him and pondered. The 5 pills were the extra rewards for passing the 2nd and 3rd floors of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower. The extra reward for passing the 4th floor was a basic martial arts technique, Earth Elemental Strike. In addition, the battle achievements were 2, 3,000 and 10,000 respectively. The total was 15,000. Adding the 500 points from the virtual realm, the total was 15,500 battle achievements. Chen Zong was thinking about how to use these battle achievements to improve himself. Middle-grade weapons could increase one's power by 20% and required 10,000 battle achievements to exchange for one. However, Chen Zong was more inclined to exchange for the 4th level of Heaven-Earth Execution. Cultivation techniques were the foundation of one's body. Continuous improvement would be more helpful to one's cultivation. That kind of improvement was comprehensive. The improvement of weapons was only a part of it. Therefore, the exchange for the 4th level of Heaven-Earth Execution was imperative. If one wanted to gain a foothold in the eternal battle fort and climb higher, one's own fundamental strength was crucial. Otherwise, one would be like a rootless duckweed. In addition, if he passed the 4th floor, he would be able to increase his talent level from low grade to middle grade. He would also be able to choose a basic martial arts technique for free. What he had to consider now was whether or not to consume these 5 low-grade heaven-pilfering earth-changing pills. 5 pills might not be enough to increase his constitution from low grade to middle grade, but it could increase his chi of heaven and earth, which was also beneficial. However, the other method was to sell the 5 low-grade heaven-stealing and earth-changing elixirs and exchange them for battle achievements. Then, he would make up 10,000 points and directly exchange them for a middle-grade heaven-stealing and earth-changing elixir. This way, he would be able to directly upgrade his physique to middle-grade mortal constitution. In this way, all the battle achievements would be used up. You have to give up something to gain something, Chen Zong said to himself with a smile. What was the use of battle achievements? Exchange them to improve oneself. In that case, the purpose of obtaining battle records was to improve himself. How could he just leave them aside and not use them? While Chen Zong was deep in thought, he did not know that some of the upper echelons of the heaven and earth lineage had convened a small group discussion because of him. The result of the test shows that he is inferior. It seems that he is at the bottom of the inferior ranks. General Ming, is this what you want to show us? An incomparably tall, mountain-like figure said in a low voice with some dissatisfaction. Let's talk after you finish reading. On the other side, a person with a similarly huge body and a voice that was as gentle as a spring breeze spoke unhurriedly. This kind of assessment is indeed the lowest grade, but this person's performance is extraordinary. In just a short few months, he was actually able to obtain such results. Even the majority of the intermediate grade geniuses are unable to achieve this. The third voice was suffused with coldness, and it was like a gust of icy wind had blown past, and it carried a little surprise. So you're saying that there's a possibility that something went wrong during the test? The first deep voice sounded again. If there were no mistakes in the test, then the cultivation progress after being tested and evaluated was basically in line with the progress of that level. Unless there was some deviation in the test. After all, the test was not 100% certain. It was only mostly certain, and there was a very small chance that there would be a deviation. This had happened in the past. Let's look at the test footage from that day. The second voice suggested, but this requires the joint agreement of at least 3 managers. This is why you came to us, right? Yes. General Ming smiled. He happened to be managing the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower during this period of time, so he knew about Chen Zong's situation. He was a little surprised, so he did not want to miss out on this talent. I agree. The cold voice sounded. If that's the case, I agree too, the deep voice said helplessly. Soon, a video was projected on the screen. What is this boy doing? In the video, Chen Zong did not cultivate at first. Instead, he remained motionless for a long time before starting to cultivate. Could he be comprehending the first 3 levels of the Heaven and Earth Divine Art? This was entirely possible. There were indeed people who did this, but that was a long, long time ago. After it happened a few times, people would be informed. How could this boy still make such a mistake, if he was not comprehending? What was he doing? The video continued, and Chen Zong's performance was seen by the 3 people. Gradually, they came to a conclusion. Perhaps he was comprehending the first 3 levels of the Heaven and Earth Divine Art and missed the time to cultivate. In terms of cultivation speed, he is indeed not bad. However, his age cannot be faked, and his physique is also very ordinary. His age is slightly older, his physique is ordinary, but his performance is not bad. He has potential. General Ming, are you saying that we should retest him? Yes, I feel that this boy is not ordinary. General Ming pointed at the figure in the video and smiled. Retest? It's not that simple. It will affect a lot. I don't agree with retesting now. I don't agree with retesting either. This boy's performance is not bad, but it can only be considered good. If he can reach the 7th level in the next year, I will agree to retest him. The deep voice sounded, and his tone was firm and unquestionable. No, I will apply for a deeper test in the name of the Earth Palace Lord. Ming Jiang shook his head slightly. With a swipe of his hand, the image immediately disappeared like an illusion. A person who was rated low and was at the bottom of the low level could pass the 1st level of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower on his 1st try, and on his 2nd try, he could pass the 4th level and reach the 5th level. This was very shocking. Even many intermediate geniuses would find it difficult to do so. Only the upper-level geniuses had hope. King-level geniuses were not included. After all, they were directly above the upper, middle, and lower levels. There was a fundamental difference. Any king-level genius could easily pass the first 6 levels of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. From the 7th level onwards, it would be a bit difficult, but only a bit difficult. There was a huge difference between passing the 4th level and the 6th level for any lower or middle-level genius. Many mid-level geniuses might spend 10 to 100 years and still not be able to reach the 6th level, let alone pass the 6th level. This boy needed to pass the 6th level within a year to be retested. Without a doubt, the chances were very slim. It was almost impossible. Even if he was given 10 years, it would still be difficult. However, if the time was relaxed to 100 years, there would be some hope. Well, there were many geniuses in the Eternal Battle Fort. One more wouldn't matter. Unless the boy had the potential to reach the king level, there was no need for General Ming to put in too much effort. A small discussion also came to a conclusion, and this was the conclusion. Although it was said that Chen Zong would be qualified to be tested again if he passed the 6th level of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower within a year, that was almost impossible. It was as good as not saying anything. However, it was a fact that Chen Zong had reached the 5th floor. As the manager of the Heaven and Earth Battle Pagoda, Ming Jiang needed to raise Chen Zong's talent level and treatment. Soon, this matter was arranged. In the pavilion, Chen Zong had finished his business. There was a pill in his hand. On the pill, there were 2 black stripes and 2 white stripes. They were intertwined with each other and emitted a faint fragrance. The chi of heaven and earth in Chen Zong's body rippled as if he had seen a delicacy. Middle-grade heaven pilfering earth pill, he only needed 1 pill to raise his constitution to a medium mortal body. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Zong began to consume the mid-grade heaven pilfering earth change pill. As soon as the pill entered his body, it turned into 2 black and 2 white chi. It quickly spread and seeped into his body. The heaven-pilfering earth pill contained heaven and earth chi. It was purified and had a miraculous effect on the constitution of the heaven and earth bloodline. Refine, the heaven and earth chi kept pouring into his body. The black earth chi merged into his bones, muscles, skin, and organs, while the white chi merged into his bones, blood, and meridians. Then, they intertwined and connected. Qianzong felt as if his body was constantly being torn apart, and new energy was constantly being poured into his body. There was a strange feeling of swelling, as if he was about to explode, but he wouldn't really explode. This was the power of the heaven-pilfering earth pill. It was improving and strengthening his constitution. The level of the mortal body was closely related to the amount of heaven and earth chi in the body. The more heaven and earth chi there was, the higher the level of the mortal body. However, when it reached the spirit body level, it was a kind of transformation. However, the spirit body was too far away from Qianzong's current constitution. Time passed slowly. Qianzong felt that the swelling in his body gradually lessened. In the end, when the power of the heaven-pilfering earth pill was exhausted, it was replaced by a comfortable feeling. Qianzong felt that his body was much heavier than before, but also much lighter. It was a wonderful feeling. Then, Qianzong tried to run the third level of the heaven and earth bloodline. He was shocked. 30%, the speed of the third level of the heaven and earth bloodline was 30% faster than before. Then, he tried to mobilize the power of the heaven and earth bloodline. Once he did so, the speed of the condensing and running of the power also increased significantly. 30%, it also increased by 30%. The 30% increase in speed made Qianzong inwardly surprised. This meant that his cultivation speed would increase by 30% in the future. His recovery speed would also increase by 30%. He would be able to seize the initiative in battle. The 30% increase was an overall increase. It had a very obvious effect on one's cultivation and battle. Then, I will start to comprehend and cultivate the fourth level of the heaven and earth bloodline. Qianzong said to himself with a smile on his face. The first to third levels of the heaven and earth bloodline were only the foundation. The fourth level was the true embodiment of the essence and power of the heaven and earth bloodline. The fourth level of the heaven and earth bloodline was very different from the first three levels. Thank you to all the brothers who subscribed and tipped their monthly votes. Today is still an explosive day. The black earth elemental energy emitted a vigorous and heavy aura, transforming into a black halo that enveloped Qianzong's body. The white sky spiritual energy emitted a light and vast aura, transforming into a white stream of light that circled around the black halo like a sky dragon. The first level of heaven and earth elemental energy was to cultivate sky spiritual energy and earth elemental energy. The second level was to cultivate earth elemental energy primarily and sky spiritual energy secondarily. The third level was to cultivate sky spiritual energy primarily and earth elemental energy secondarily. The fourth level was not only to cultivate sky spiritual energy and earth elemental energy at the same time, but also to merge them into an even more powerful force. It was named Heaven and Earth Elemental Energy and possessed the advantages of sky spiritual energy and earth elemental energy at the same time. After spending some time, Qianzong fully grasped the mysteries of the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy with his extraordinary perception and solid foundation. Next, it was time to cultivate. Sky spiritual energy and earth elemental energy were mobilized at the same time. There was no longer any distinction between primary and secondary. Sky spiritual energy and earth elemental energy circulated in a distinct manner. Sky spiritual energy resided within the body, while earth elemental energy resided within the flesh. They did not interfere with each other. This was the state of the first three levels of heaven and earth elemental energy. The fourth stage was to fuse heavenly spiritual energy and earth elemental energy. Of course, after fusing, they could also be separated. It was all up to one's own will. Of course, after fusing, no one would separate them unless there was a special need. Sky spiritual energy was agile like a clear air rising, while earth elemental energy was steady like a turbid air descending. Between the two, one was light and the other heavy, clear and turbid. They were like fire and water, difficult to merge. The more Qianzong cultivated to the fourth level, the more profound and transformative Qianzong felt. Intermediate mortal physique had a better effect on the cultivation of the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy. A message was transmitted into the eternal heaven and earth token, but Chenzong did not notice it. At this moment, he was fully focused on eliminating all distracting thoughts and cultivating diligently. The black earth elemental energy transformed into a black earth dragon, while the white sky spiritual energy transformed into a white sky dragon. The two dragons quickly circled around Chenzong, sticking close to Chenzong's body. In the fourth stage, in the process of fusing heavenly spiritual energy and earth elemental energy, it would first raise the level and power of the two types of energy. Only after reaching the peak would it begin to fuse them. And the sign of reaching the peak was to transform into a dragon. The twin dragons of heaven and earth, black and white, wound around him and kept sweeping. The moment they came into contact with each other, it was as if they had turned into natural enemies. An amazing power burst out, causing Chenzong's body to tremble and his qi and blood to surge. It was difficult to fuse, they were like natural enemies, like water and fire clashing against each other. The higher one's physique was, the easier it would be to cultivate the fourth level of the heaven and earth art. If one had an inferior mortal physique, it would be very difficult to cultivate it. Who knew how much time it would take? If it was an intermediate mortal physique, it would be easier than a low mortal physique, but it would still be difficult. Only when one had an advanced mortal physique would it be relatively easier, but only relatively. Of course, if one had a spirit physique, even an inferior spirit physique, one could easily cultivate the fourth level of the heaven and earth art. Chenzong could not help but think of the painting of the 24 dragons and snakes. The mysteries contained in it might not be as profound as the fourth level of the heaven and earth art, but it was more basic and easier to comprehend. Dragons and snakes intertwined, and yin and yang merged. Using the painting of the 24 dragons and snakes to deduce the Tao of yin and yang merged, and then extended to the qi of heaven and earth. Vaguely, Chenzong saw through the deepest mysteries of the fourth level of the heaven and earth art and grasped its essence. The twin dragons of heaven and earth, black and white, suddenly flew up and down, and then changed directions one after another, clashing against each other. With Chenzong's dantian as the center, the black dragon's head went up, as if it was going to break through the sky, while the white dragon's head went down, as if it was going to pierce through the earth. Collision, it was an earth-shattering collision, and an extremely terrifying shock wave spread out in all directions, turning into intertwined halos of black and white, one after another, like raging waves, destroying everything. Chenzong seemed to have been blasted into pieces by the collision of these forces. However, the explosion was not the end, but the beginning. At the very center of the explosion, a spot of light suddenly appeared. It looked like both black and white, and seemed to be constantly alternating between black and white. Finally, it settled into a kind of light that was neither black nor white, as if it had been dyed white, and also as if it had been diluted black. The halo that it emitted was full of flawless. It looked as if it was a diamond star, magnificent and enchanting, and magnificent. However, one could not be fooled by its appearance. The power contained in this new power was astonishing, and was obviously several times more terrifying than pure heavenly spiritual energy or earth elemental energy. Heaven and earth elemental energy, this was the brand new power that could only be cultivated at the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy. The appearance of this bit of heaven and earth elemental energy meant that Chenzong's cultivation of the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy was on the right track. Next, he would slowly polish and merge them until his heavenly spiritual energy and earth elemental energy were completely merged and turned into heaven and earth elemental energy. Then, it would mean that his cultivation of the fourth level had reached perfection. Heaven and earth elemental energy was indeed an extremely shocking cultivation method. For example, although his Genesis Sword energy technique had different levels of proficiency, it did not have an obvious impact on one's strength. The first 3 levels of heaven and earth elemental energy were the foundation, and the fourth level was like a separate cultivation method, with obvious levels. As for the 5th level, it was even more unfathomable. Chenzong had not come into contact with it, so he was not clear. However, for now, the 4th level was enough for him to cultivate for a long time. Moreover, the higher the level of the heaven and earth elemental energy, the better the effect of cultivation, and the faster the speed. If he was a king-level genius with a spiritual body, he would be able to cultivate the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy in less than a year. Circulating and condensing, that bit of heaven and earth elemental energy grew continuously, but the speed was very slow. After cultivating for half a day, Xianxia felt a little tired. After all, merging two types of energy was very taxing on one's mind and consciousness. It's only half. Xianxia could not help but frown slightly. After spending half a day, he had only managed to merge half of the energy. There was still 95% that had not yet been condensed. Moreover, this kind of condensation would become more and more difficult as he progressed. Therefore, it was still unknown how much time he would need to fully condense all the energy in his body. Circulating, that half of heaven and earth elemental energy was instantly stimulated and condensed on his finger. Xianxia could feel the terrifying power contained within. It was at least 3 times more than the earth elemental energy of the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy. Xianxia did not know that most people who cultivated the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy for the first time would only cultivate their heavenly spiritual energy and earth elemental energy and strive to improve them to the extreme. Only a small number of people could truly merge the two types of energy, and those who could achieve half of it on their first try were also very few. Although Xianxia did not have an advantage in terms of physique, in terms of perception, he was unique. He had completely comprehended the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental energy, which was far superior to his peers. Superb perception also brought about a kind of enhancement, which was not inferior to the enhancement of physique. After cultivating for the first time, Xianxia had consumed a lot of his consciousness and needed to recover. After recovering, he did not rush to cultivate. Instead, he checked the information in the eternal heaven and earth writ. This information was a notice, informing him that his genius rank had increased to the intermediate level, and that he could move to the intermediate level genius warriors area to live. The intermediate level area was better than the lower level area. However, the residence was not a 2-story pavilion, but the area was larger. Moreover, the surrounding heaven and earth elemental energy was about 50% richer, which was more conducive to the cultivation of heaven and earth elemental energy. In addition, every intermediate level genius had the opportunity to choose a basic martial art for free. Xianxia immediately chose. The addition of an intermediate level genius had little impact on the eternal battle fort. After all, there had been too many of them over the years. Even the upper level geniuses would not attract much attention. Only the king level geniuses would really attract a lot of attention. Therefore, Xianxia entered the intermediate level area and lived there, and no one cared. Unfortunately, Yangguan seemed to still be in seclusion, or perhaps he had returned to his own world. The formation of the pavilion was still open, but there was no response. There were not many basic martial arts of the heaven and earth elemental energy. They were only divided into offensive martial arts and movement martial arts. There were 2 types of offensive martial arts, one was the heavenly spirit 9 strikes, and the other was the earth elemental strike. Although they were only 2 types of offensive martial arts, they had unfathomable profoundness. They were astonishing and could be comprehended again and again. In a world like the spiritual martial sacred world, they were definitely the top martial arts in the world. In addition to the 2 offensive basic martial arts, there were 2 basic movement martial arts, heavenly spirit illusion and earth elemental strike. It was compatible with heavenly spirit energy. Heavenly spirit illusion was agile and flexible. It was compatible with earth elemental energy. Earth elemental strike was powerful and vigorous. Xianxia had obtained the heavenly spirit 9 strikes and earth elemental strike after challenging the heaven and earth elemental strike. Now, there were only heavenly spirit illusion and earth elemental strike left, and he could choose one for free. Without much hesitation, Xianxia chose heavenly spirit illusion. As for earth elemental strike, he would wait until he had enough battle records to exchange for it. That's right, Xianxia's thoughts were very direct, and that was to grasp all 4 foundational martial arts and cultivate them to perfection. His intuition told him that there would only be benefits, and there would not be any disadvantages. Anyway, a basic martial art only required 1,000 battle records, which was not a lot. Xianxia believed that as long as he fought a few more times in the ethereal world, he would be able to gather 1,000 battle records and exchange for earth elemental strike. Now, he had to comprehend and cultivate Earth Elemental Strike and Heavenly Spirit Illusion. As for the Shura sect of the Tianyuan sacred region in the Taishan world, there was still his Shura avatar, as well as a group of 6, 5, and 4-star experts. Unless it was a 7-star expert or above, they would be safe and sound. As far as he knew, the strongest person in the world around Tai Luo City was only 5-star. Although he could travel back and forth between his own world and the Eternal Battle Fort, unless it was necessary, Chenzong planned to stay here and cultivate until he reached a certain level before returning to his own world to raise the level of his body. Opportunity. Second update, within the mirage, Chenzong once again joined the battle. This was a small valley. The ground was black, and so were the stones. Everything was black as far as the eye could see. The sky above was filled with white clouds, and the black and white were very distinct. Chenzong stood in the middle of the valley. In front of him was a young man with a pair of cudgel in his hands. His expression was grave and stern. This was his first opponent, a level 1 warrior. Kill, a low roar suddenly sounded like a sudden clap of thunder. The young man's figure was vigorous, and he rushed out like a black cheetah. In the blink of an eye, he crossed 100 meters. He swung his cudgel and struck down ferociously. The air was shattered, as if he wanted to completely shatter Chenzong's body. Chenzong did not move, as if he was scared stiff. He allowed his opponent to close in and strike down with his cudgel. A rumbling sound swept out. The sound became sharp and elongated. It pierced into one's eardrums, as if it wanted to pierce through them. In the next breath, Chenzong's body would be shattered. From the young man's cold and handsome face, his eyes were suffused with a cold murderous intent. Battles within the mirage were always fought to the death. There was no mercy. This was because the battles here were between the heavens' prides from thousands of worlds. It was the most direct and the cruelest. It was like an army of thousands of men and horses charging across a single plank bridge. There was no room for hesitation. In this place, there was no such thing as taking a step back would mean missing the opportunity. Strive for the top, go against the current, give everything you have. Chenzong did not move. It was not because he was scared stiff, but because the young man's strength was nothing to him now. There was no need for him to react. At that moment, the pair of cudgels struck down with the vigorous force of earth elemental energy. A white sword light and agile to the extreme, flashed past like a white steed flashing across a gap. He drew his sword and sheathed it. The white sword light continued to move forward and intertwined with that person. It swept across the sky, leaving behind a faint trace before it dissipated. The young man with the pair of cudgel had a dark and gloomy expression in his eyes. Why was the sword so fast? It was only an instant. He could not react at all and was immediately killed. The dozen or so spectators were astonished. Chenzong had barely used up any of his strength with that one strike. He had easily killed his opponent. Compared to his first battle in the virtual realm, this was many times better. The second battle began. His opponent was also a first-stage warrior. Some of them were newbies while some were from the previous batch. However, as long as they were still at the level of a first-stage warrior, they would at most have mastered a basic martial art. It could be an offensive martial art or a footwork martial art. This was nothing to Chenzong, who had mastered 3 basic martial arts to the perfection realm and cultivated heaven and earth divine art to the 4th level. Compared to these people, Chenzong's progress was undoubtedly more advanced. Second battle, victory. Third battle, victory. Fourth battle, victory. Fifth battle, victory. By the time Chenzong won 5 matches in a row, the number of spectators had already exceeded 100, and the number was still increasing. When these people checked Chenzong's information, they were all astonished. This was because Chenzong's information was very ordinary at the beginning. He was simply at the bottom of the low level. However, the information also showed that Chenzong had changed from low level to middle level. This meant that he had already passed the first 3 levels of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower and entered the 4th level. From the information, there was no doubt that he was a newbie. He had only been here for a few months, but he had already achieved such a result. This was naturally shocking. 6th battle, victory. 7th battle, victory. Just like that, Xianxia won 7 matches in a row again and obtained 280 battle points. Together with his original 500 battle points, his battle points exceeded 800 and were close to 1,000. Currently, the highest winning streak in the virtual realm for the warriors of heaven and earth was 98 consecutive victories, which was very shocking. There were also many people who had achieved 90 consecutive victories. However, that was the result of countless years of accumulation in the Eternal Battle Fort. Even on a small scale, it was quite shocking to achieve 7 consecutive victories. In the 8th battle, the opponent was a second-stage warrior. He was skilled in martial arts, but he was still killed by Xianxia in 3 moves. 8 consecutive victories broke his own record. He instantly obtained 80 battle points and was close to 900. 2 more battles. As long as he maintained his winning streak and won 2 more battles, Xianxia could obtain more than 1,000 battle points and raise his warrior to 2nd stage. If he were to reach the 2nd stage of the warrior realm, then his battle achievements would increase. Therefore, the higher the rank of the warrior, the easier it was to obtain battle points. However, raising one's rank was not difficult on the surface as long as one had enough battle points. In reality, it was very difficult because the rules of the virtual realm would not allow one to raise their rank so easily. 9th battle, Xianxia won again. He had accumulated more than 900 battle points and was close to 1,000. 10th battle, he only needed to win 1 more battle in a row to break through 1,000 battle points. Even if he lost this battle, he could still break through 1,000 battle points after 1 or 2 more battles and raise his warrior's rank. To a certain extent, this was a battle to raise one's rank, so it was even more difficult. Under normal circumstances, the rules of the virtual realm would not arrange opponents who were higher than one's rank. For example, Xianxia was a first-stage warrior, and his opponents were usually a first-stage warrior. In rare cases, a second-stage warrior would appear. As for Xiaoxing, who was a 6th-stage warrior, it was completely out of luck. The probability was very small. However, in a battle to raise one's rank, one would meet an opponent who was at least 2 ranks higher than oneself. For example, Xianxia was a first-stage warrior. In this battle, his opponent would be at least a 3rd-stage warrior. It could also be a 4th-stage warrior or even higher. If he was lucky, his opponent would be a 3rd-stage warrior. If he was unlucky, his opponent would be higher than a 3rd-stage warrior. After all, the higher one's rank was, the more battles one had experienced, the more experience one had, and the more martial arts one had learned. Without a doubt, one's strength would be greater. The surroundings changed and turned into a black arena. Xianxia suddenly felt that the arena was filled with a hazy black halo. In an instant, an invisible force appeared. It was as if it was pulling him down, causing his entire body to become heavy. Xianxia was secretly shocked. This arena looked ordinary, but there was actually something special about it. The gravity was extraordinary. Xianxia could feel that his body had become much heavier, about twice as heavy. A door appeared. Dong, a thick leg that was like an elephant's leg stepped out, causing the arena to tremble slightly. Under Xianxia's gaze, a huge body stepped out of the door and appeared on the arena. Its height was over 2 meters, and its width was also close to 2 meters. It was like a mountain of flesh, extremely frightening. Just by standing in front of him, Xianxia could feel an astonishing pressure spreading out from his opponent's body, as if it was suppressing the surroundings. The right arm of this mountain of flesh held an octagonal hammer that was over 1 meter long. It was pitch black with faint traces of white patterns revolving around it. It was emitting an astonishing aura. Combat weapon, low-grade combat weapon. Level 4 warrior. What bad luck. There were already close to 200 spectators. When they saw the information of this mountain of flesh, they all exclaimed in surprise. A level 4 warrior was actually nothing in the mirage. However, Xianxia was only a level 1 warrior. His opponent in the ranking battle was 3 levels higher than him. His luck was not good. Moreover, this mountain of flesh looked very difficult to deal with. You're so small. Can you block one of my hammers? The mountain of flesh opened his mouth. His voice was like the ringing of a large bell, shaking the surroundings. The air seemed to explode as countless waves rushed out. The meter-long octagonal hammer was swung up. The heavy hammer in the hands of the mountain of flesh looked very light, as if it was going to roll up a storm. The whistling sound it made was extremely frightening. Chen Zong's expression was solemn. His intuition told him that this person was a strong opponent and would not be easy to deal with. This battle would not be easy. Dong, the mountain of flesh took a step forward. When his thick legs landed, the entire arena shook slightly. It was as if the gravity did not affect him at all. Take my hammer. His small eyes narrowed, emitting a cold light. He grinned, revealing his white teeth, which emitted a cold light. As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain of flesh suddenly rushed forward. Then, he suddenly jumped up. His huge body jumped high into the air like a meteor. The shocking pressure in the air made Chen Zong feel suffocated. Boom! The giant hammer suddenly fell. It was as if the sky was collapsing. Chen Zong felt that he could not resist and would be smashed into pieces in an instant. His opponent used earth elemental energy. Moreover, it was earth elemental energy that had reached the 4th level of heaven and earth elemental art. It was even more powerful and domineering. This attack was the earth elemental strike, a basic martial art of perfection. The earth elemental strike was executed with earth elemental energy of the 4th level of heaven and earth elemental art. Coupled with the amazing strength of the mountain of flesh and the enhancement of the weapon, its power was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could shatter mountains and collapse the earth. The shocking pressure shrouded the entire arena. While Chen Zong was suffocating, he felt that the gravity in the arena seemed to have increased. It was crazily pulling on his body, making it difficult for him to move. The spectators were all astonished. The power of this attack was truly terrifying. They could all clearly feel it. Even those who were also at stage 4 of the war soldiers might not be able to withstand it. Chen Zong's expression was solemn, but he did not show any fear. On the contrary, his eyes were calm, like the water in an ancient well, without any ripples. With his sharp senses, Chen Zong could feel the terrifying power contained in his opponent's attack. If he were to face it head-on, he would not be able to withstand it unless he used the heaven and earth elemental gang. However, for now, Chen Zong did not want to expose the heaven and earth elemental gang and let others know. The heavenly spiritual energy and earth elemental energy of the 4th level of heaven and earth elemental gang were enough. Chen Zong still had not changed his mindset. He still maintained the mindset of the Tianyuan sacred region. He hid some of his abilities and did not want others to see through him. At least, he did not want to expose them in advance. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy of the 4th level of heaven was activated. The basic movement technique, Heavenly Spirit Illusion, was also executed. After a period of cultivation, Chen Zong had already cultivated the Heavenly Spirit Illusion to the perfection realm. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong seemed to have broken free from all gravity and suppression. His body became extremely light, bringing with it layers of white clouds. It was full of mysterious changes. In the blink of an eye, he broke free from all restraints and escaped from his opponent's terrifying hammer. Boom. Third update, the arena under double gravity seemed to have lost its effect on Chen Zong. His Heavenly Spirit Illusion, which was at the perfection stage, was used to the extreme. His body became extremely light, erratic, and unpredictable. His body seemed to have turned into a cloud of mist, constantly changing and drifting. Rosin's small eyes squinted slightly, emitting a cold light. He raised his big hammer, and his entire body seemed to have turned into a black destructive storm, sweeping in all directions and roaring crazily. In the blink of an eye, the entire arena was filled with a shocking black storm, spreading in all directions. There was nowhere to hide. Under such circumstances, Chen Zong's Heavenly Spirit Illusion was also affected, and the cloud of mist was about to dissipate. However, Chen Zong's attainment in body movement was superb, and the 4th level of heaven and earth divine art was also amazing. His application of his own strength was also superb. Together with the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes, he instantly tore apart the black storm and approached his opponent. A sword shot down from the sky. The sword light was pitch black, powerful, and domineering. It seemed to have condensed a mountain in it, crushing and cutting through everything. Earth Elemental Strike. The Earth Elemental Strike, which was at the perfection stage, was performed with the earth elemental energy of the fourth level of heaven and earth elemental strike. Its power was extremely strong, and it had the sharpness of a sword. The earth elemental strike performed by Rozin's octagonal hammer had the violent and domineering power of a hammer. Rozin's body seemed to be huge, but his reaction was very fast. In an instant, he swung his octagonal hammer towards Xianxia. Earth elemental strike. Because of his body size, his strength was extremely strong, and he attacked without hesitation. He was full of confidence that he could suppress his opponent and even defeat him with one attack. Unexpectedly, when the two earth elemental strikes were about to collide, the attack in the sky suddenly became illusory. White replaced black, and the earth elemental strike became the heavenly spirit 9 strikes. In an instant, 9 sword strikes, 81 strikes, and hundreds of changes. Every sword light was like silk circling around. It was not a head-on collision, but a soft one. The sword chi was like silk, and in an instant, it entangled the opponent's fierce and violent attack. It was as if the opponent was trapped in a swamp. Even if he had extremely strong strength, he could not really exert it. It was very unpleasant. Open! Roshan let out a thunderous roar. His voice was so loud that it sounded like a landslide. He lifted up his thick and solid thigh. Countless rays of black light surged out. Earth elemental energy flowed into his thigh. Finally, the elemental energy condensed on his broad and thick sole. Bang! He stomped his foot heavily on the arena. In an instant, it was as if a celestial being had stomped on the ground. A terrifying rumble that shook the heavens and earth was heard. The entire arena trembled violently in an instant. Circles of black ripples surged out from Roshan's foot like a raging tide. The ripples were like raging waves that swept out crazily from Roshan's foot. Earth origin stomp, boundless energy swept out endlessly, covering the entire arena and shaking the surroundings. The earth elemental stomp was one of the 4 great fundamental martial arts of the heaven and earth lineage. It was a movement technique, while the heavenly spirit illusion was actually a movement technique. The heavenly spirit illusion was light and nimble, changing constantly like clouds and mist. On the other hand, the earthly origin stomp was the opposite. It didn't have any changes, not even the slightest bit. It only had an extremely pure power. It was not completely accurate to say that the earthly origin stomp was a footwork technique. Other than being a footwork technique, it also had the effect of affecting the surroundings. When his foot landed, the power swept out like crazy waves, affecting everything in the surroundings. If there were any sand or stones, they would be crushed into powder in an instant. At the same time, a strong force surged up, causing Roshan's arm to be infused with even more strength. He suddenly swung his arm upwards, breaking free from the entanglement of the sword chi. He fiercely attacked Xianxia. It was earth-shattering. Shattered, in just an instant, Xianxia's figure was shattered. However, it was only an afterimage. Under the heavenly spirit illusion, the clouds and mist drifted and spread out. Xianxia appeared behind Roshan and attacked with his sword. The sword light was pitch black, like a black meteor shooting down from the sky, bursting out with an extremely shocking power. It was completely unexpected. Roshan's reaction speed was also very fast, but he still could not catch up. After all, he had used all his strength to attack just now, and he did not have time to recover. This sword attack was unstoppable. The sharpness of the low-grade weapon long sword and Xianxia's full strength was used in this attack. The power of the earthly origin stomp was completely unleashed. Different people who practiced the same martial arts would often have different effects. This sword attack seemed to be able to penetrate the earth, piercing directly into Roshan's huge body. Xianxia could feel heavy resistance when the long sword attacked. Not only was Roshan's body huge, but it was also very shocking. However, under this attack, he still could not resist. The tip of the sword went straight into Roshan's body, and the heavy and vigorous sword chi exploded in his body, wreaking havoc. Killed with one sword attack, Roshan's small eyes widened, and he stared at Xianxia, full of unwillingness. 100 battle records instantly became Xianxia's. Xianxia's battle record broke through 1,000 in an instant, approaching 1,100. Warrior Xianxia's rank has increased. A voice rang out in the arena. Then, a second voice rang out, with a kind of grandeur, as if it was going to spread throughout the entire virtual realm. Warrior Chenzong has obtained 10 consecutive victories. 10 consecutive victories. Another person has obtained 10 consecutive victories. Chenzong, who is this? Many warriors in the virtual realm received the news, and they were all surprised. If one obtained 10 consecutive victories, 20 consecutive victories, 30 consecutive victories, and so on in the virtual realm, they would be notified. Although they would not receive any substantial benefits, it would promote their reputation, and indirectly attract the attention of the high-level experts. If they were noticed by some experts, they might be able to receive some benefits, such as being guided or taken in as a disciple, and so on. All in all, reputation was very important in the Eternal Battle Fort. I've finally advanced to the second stage of the warrior realm. Chenzong smiled, but he did not care about the announcement. This was also because he had been in the Linggu Holy World for a long time. Next, if I were to win another match, the battle record I would obtain wouldn't be 110 points, but 120. After all, the starting point of the second stage was better than the first stage. However, Chenzong did not plan to continue fighting. He wanted to maintain his 10 consecutive victories, and then improve himself. The 10 consecutive battles not only brought him more than 500 battle records, but also increased the rank of his warrior realm, and enriched his battle experience. Chenzong did not know that because of him, many warriors in the virtual realm had noticed and remembered the name Chenzong. Because of this, some people curiously looked up Chenzong's information, and the results were quite shocking. After Chenzong exited the virtual realm, he exchanged for the Earth Origin Step, a foundational martial technique. In this way, he had obtained all 4 foundational martial techniques of the Heaven and Earth Origin sect. Currently, the 9 Heavenly Spirit Strikes, Earth Origin Strike, and Heavenly Spirit Illusion had all been cultivated to perfection. He had just obtained the Earth Origin Step, so he needed to cultivate it. In addition, he was cultivating the 4th stage of the Heaven and Earth Origin sect, which allowed him to merge more Heavenly Spirit Force and Earth Origin sect into the Heaven and Earth Origin sect. In the previous battle, his opponent was indeed very strong, but Chenzong did not use his full strength. At least, he did not use the Heaven and Earth Origin sect. Now, he would cultivate the Earth Origin Step and strive to cultivate it to perfection in a short time. After that, he would be able to enter the virtual realm again by cultivating the 4th stage of the Heaven and Earth Origin sect. Or, he could wait for the opportunity next month to continue challenging the Heaven and Earth Origin sect and see if he could pass the 5th level. If he could pass the 5th level, he would first be rewarded with 20,000 battle records, and then there would be additional rewards. Presumably, the reward for passing the 5th level would not be a foundational reward, but something of a higher level. At the very least, it would be at the level of a mid-grade Heaven and Earth stealing pill. The feeling of constantly improving oneself was wonderful, and Chenzong was immersed in it. In the pavilion, Chenzong began cultivating the Earth Origin Step. The Earth Origin Step was very straightforward. There was only one step, or rather, all the essence of the Earth Origin Step was condensed in one step. The Heavenly Spirit Illusion was flexible and changeable, like clouds and mist that were unpredictable. The essence of the Earth Origin Step was in one step. Once the step was taken, the Earth Origin sect would vibrate and impact. Not only would it make the ground shake, but it would also make it difficult for one to stand and affect one's balance. It would also make one's body explode in an instant and unleash an even more violent attack. On the first floor of the pavilion, Chenzong took a step forward. Black Earth Origin sect filled the air, and when he stepped on the ground, a low rumble could be heard. However, the ripples that spread out were not uniform at all. This meant that Chenzong did not use the essence of the Earth Origin Step. He continued cultivating. Again and again, over and over again, never stopping. The feeling of constantly improving was wonderful, and Chenzong was immersed in it, unable to extricate himself. You actually achieved 10 consecutive victories. Not bad. A cold voice sounded. This person was one of the 3 people who had gathered with the Bright General's team. She was the Palace Master of the Heaven Execution Palace, the manager of the Void Dimension. Because of the Bright Generals, she had also noticed Chenzong. Of course, she had only noticed him, and it was just a small matter, an insignificant person. She did not expect that not long after, she would hear the news of his 10 consecutive victories. She was somewhat distracted and paid attention to him. Soon after, she ordered her subordinates to follow up. I wonder if you can bring me some unexpected surprises. The cold voice seemed to be talking to herself, and then fell silent. Unless he was a king-level genius, he was not worth paying attention to. Of course, if he could achieve 30 consecutive victories, he would be worth paying more attention to. However, the difficulty of 30 consecutive victories was far greater than 10 consecutive victories. If he was unlucky and met an extremely powerful opponent, he would be defeated immediately and his winning streak would be terminated. Xiao Jing, who had defeated Chen Zong before, was not weak, but the highest he had achieved was 13 consecutive victories. Earth Elemental Stomp, Chen Zong raised his foot, an endless black light flowed into the sole of his foot, bursting out with an astonishing power. It was forceful and heavy, as if a mountain was falling from the sky. Bang! This foot directly trampled on the floor of the pavilion, and in an instant, countless black ripples turned into violent waves that swept out continuously. The entire pavilion shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. On the ground, with Chen Zong's foot as the center, fine cracks seemed to have appeared and quickly spread out in all directions. As Chen Zong raised his foot, the cracks disappeared in an instant. The ground returned to normal, and the pavilion stopped shaking. The pavilion and the ground were built with special materials. Even if Chen Zong's strength was 10 times stronger, he would not be able to truly destroy it. Fourth update, Chen Zong entered the ethereal realm again, not to challenge, but to fight. The 4 fundamental techniques of the heaven and earth lineage had all been cultivated to perfection, and the fusion of the heaven and earth lineage had reached 10%. The fusion of the heaven and earth lineage became more and more difficult as one progressed. Chen Zong's fusion speed was relatively fast. Although his body constitution was only at the intermediate mortal physique, his high comprehension ability and strong will were enough to make up for it. It was necessary for both cultivation and battle. There was still some time before the next challenge of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower, so Chen Zong naturally wanted to fight in the ethereal realm. He wanted to train himself and accumulate battle records. In the Eternal Battle Fort, battle records were the best currency. The more, the better. Chen Zong still had 10 consecutive victories. This was the 11th battle. A second-stage warrior. His opponent was also a second-stage warrior. Fight. After dodging a few times, Chen Zong figured out his opponent's attack pattern. He unsheathed his sword and killed his opponent. His own problem was that his consciousness was stronger than his body, which caused his consciousness to be restricted and uncoordinated. However, when Chen Zong's physique was upgraded to the intermediate mortal physique, part of this restriction was lifted. And when Chen Zong continued to cultivate in the heaven and earth lineage's basic martial arts room, the restriction was lifted further. Although it was not completely lifted, the advantage of his consciousness could be further displayed. Every time a restriction was removed, the effect on his body was very obvious. Victory, 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 Chen Zong continued to win, reaching 15 consecutive victories. When Chen Zong joined the battle, there were dozens of spectators. Now, there were close to 200 spectators. He's Chen Zong, the one who won 10 consecutive victories not long ago. Why is his evaluation so low? Maybe he's a late bloomer. After another 5 consecutive victories, Chen Zong's battle record was more than 700 points. He was even closer to 1,000 points. 6 consecutive victories, Chen Zong's battle record was close to 900 points. The next battle should be the rank advancement battle, Chen Zong thought. He was looking forward to it. In the battles in the virtual realm, one would often encounter strong opponents during the rank advancement battles. Similarly, one would also encounter strong opponents during the round number winning streak battles. Last time, Chen Zong's 10 consecutive victories coincided with his rank advancement battle, which was why he had a 4th-stage warrior soldier as his opponent. Otherwise, his opponent would have been a 3rd-stage warrior soldier. This time, his opponent should be a 4th-stage warrior. Of course, if he was unlucky, he might encounter a 5th-stage or 6th-stage warrior. However, no matter what level his opponent was at, Chen Zong was not afraid. On the contrary, he was looking forward to it. The appearance of his opponent was very normal. It was a woman who used a long whip, a 4th-stage warrior. The long whip danced like a dragon or a snake dancing. Black and white intertwined. It was agile, light, and changeable. It also contained a terrifying power that seemed to be able to tear everything apart. Chen Zong recognized that what his opponent had used was the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Of course, the 9 heavenly spirit strikes cultivated by different people would have different characteristics after reaching perfection. This was a pretty good opponent. Chen Zong did not use his full strength to defeat her. Instead, he observed her 9 heavenly spirit strikes. His sword Dao had always been the same. Other people's martial arts had their own uniqueness. It was worth observing and learning from, absorbing the essence and turning it into his own. He continuously used the heavenly spirit illusion, which made his movements extremely nimble. However, his opponent also used the heavenly spirit illusion at the same time. So that's how it is. After more than 10 moves, Chen Zong relied on his sharp eyesight and high comprehension ability to see through the profoundness of his opponent's 9 heavenly spirit strikes and heavenly spirit illusion. He immediately counterattacked. This sword strike contained a myriad of changes. His opponent's expression suddenly changed. She felt that everything about her had been controlled by his opponent and had fallen into the ever-changing sword light. Even all the changes of her 9 heavenly spirit strikes were also included and affected by it. She could neither block nor dodge it. In an instant, the ever-changing sword light seemed to condense into one and swept through the air. Kill, 17 consecutive victories. Third stage warrior soldier. When one's rank increased, there would be a small-scale announcement, which was limited to the current battle environment. Only when one's winning streak increased would there be a large-scale announcement and be known by more people. When one reached the 3rd stage of the warrior soldier realm, the battle record obtained in each battle would increase by 10 points. Chen Zong did not hesitate at all and immediately entered the next battle. Goal: 20 consecutive victories. This was a challenge to himself. Chen Zong was looking forward to it. How strong would the opponent for his 20th consecutive victory be? According to the rules of the Mirage, if he obtained 19 consecutive victories, his next opponent would be at least a 5th stage warrior soldier. Then, he would first obtain 18 and 19 consecutive victories. Fight: his opponent was a 3rd stage warrior soldier. His strength was not bad, but he was not Chen Zong's opponent. 18 consecutive victories, then, it was 19 consecutive victories. His opponent was also a 3rd stage warrior soldier. He was also defeated by Chen Zong. Everyone was looking forward to the next battle. It's already 19 consecutive victories. I wonder if he can obtain 20 consecutive victories, one of the several hundred spectators said in a low voice. Although the record said that the highest winning streak was 98, and there were many people who obtained 99 consecutive victories, that was the accumulation of countless years. In fact, as long as he obtained 10 consecutive victories, it would be quite shocking. Otherwise, the Mirage would not have made such a large-scale announcement. I wonder who his opponent will be. Everyone was curious and looking forward to it. Chen Zong was also looking forward to it. Who would his opponent be, a 5th stage warrior soldier, or even higher? Then, the black and white door opened. After 3 breaths, a figure stepped out. The moment he saw the other person, Chen Zong was slightly startled. Then, a smile appeared on his face. Xiao Zheng, the opponent he would be facing this time to obtain 20 consecutive victories, was actually the person who defeated him last time. Xiao Zheng, last time, he was defeated by his opponent's sword. This time, he would defeat his opponent. Xiao Zheng's warrior soldier rank was still at 6th stage. It would not be easy for him to break through to 7th stage. However, his winning streak had increased from 13 to 15, which was quite an improvement. Xiao Zheng stepped out of the door and looked at Chen Zong. He felt that his opponent was a little familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he could not remember where. After all, he had experienced many battles in the Mirage and seen many faces. It was normal for him to have some impression of them. No matter who his opponent was, he would face them head-on. Chen Zong did not speak. Xiao Zheng did not speak either. Their gazes met in midair, and an astonishing sharpness burst forth. It was as if the edges of swords were clashing. Chen Zong practiced swordsmanship, and so did Xiao Zheng. In an instant, the two of them moved at the same time. They both performed the heavenly spirit illusion and approached each other. Their long swords were unsheathed, and sword light tore through the air. It was the heavenly spirit 9 strikes. Chen Zong's heavenly spirit 9 strikes was ever-changing and contained endless mysteries. It also had the sharpness of a sword. On the other hand, Xiao Zhang's heavenly spirit 9 strikes was like a prison that sealed off the surroundings and penetrated everything. Even if it was the heavenly spirit illusion movement technique, both of them had their own unique characteristics. In just a few seconds, the two of them had exchanged countless blows. This made Xiao Zhang feel very surprised. His opponent was only a third-stage warrior. Although one's rank did not represent one's absolute strength, there was still a strong relationship between one's rank and one's strength. His sword came out, one strike after another. The swords were linked together, and they continuously attacked his opponent. Each strike contained some variation. When the trajectories of each strike were combined, they just happened to cover the surroundings. It was as if they had sealed off the space around his opponent, and constantly reduced the area that his opponent could dodge. In the end, when his opponent had nowhere to dodge, Chen Zong attacked and decided the outcome of the battle. At this moment, his opponent was slowly being trapped in his sword-light cage, and his area of movement was constantly being reduced. As Chen Zong attacked with his sword, he carefully experienced the mysteries of Xiao Zhang's heavenly spirit 9 strikes. This was the most powerful person he had encountered in the virtual realm. Moreover, this person was a swordsman. The swordsmanship evolved from the heavenly spirit 9 strikes was extremely superb and astonishing. The sword light seemed to be weaving a net, trapping the target like a fly. Chen Zong did not resist. Instead, he followed the momentum of his opponent's sword and was constantly being compressed. In an instant, Chen Zong felt that the sword light from all directions was oppressing him. It exploded with an astonishing power, as if it had sealed off the void, and made it difficult for him to move. Xiao Zhang's eyes emitted an endless cold light. It was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through everything. His heavenly spirit force was pushed to the extreme, and he suddenly stabbed out with his sword. In an instant, the white sword light turned from thin to majestic and mighty. Boom! It was as if the sealed and frozen void was violently shattered. The sword light released an earth-shattering and terrifying power, as if it wanted to destroy everything. Kill! Chen Zong's hair stood on end. He only felt that under this sword, he would be completely crushed and turned into powder. The heavenly spirit 9 strikes could explode with such terrifying power. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong thought of 2 ways to break the spell. One was to use the heaven and earth's true gang to break it with brute force. The other was to incorporate techniques. Chen Zong chose the second method. Earth elemental stomp, he lifted his foot and stomped it down. Earth elemental energy surged, bombarding and trampling the ground of the arena. The roar was like the beating of a drum. An astonishing force spread out in all directions, turning into black waves that swept across the entire arena. The arena shook, and Xiao Zhang's body was also slightly affected. At the same time, a powerful force exploded. Chen Zong swung his sword. The sealing force was broken in an instant. Chen Zong was like a fish breaking through ice. He executed the heavenly spirit illusion to the extreme, narrowly avoiding Xiao Zhang's fatal sword. He quickly approached and broke through the air with his sword. It was ever-changing and impossible to guard against. Xiao Zhang's expression suddenly changed. He never thought that a third-phase fighter would be able to break through his fatal sword move. Moreover, he was able to execute such a brilliant and exquisite heavenly spirit 9 strikes. To Xiao Zhang's horror, he discovered that the incoming sword light contained countless variations. It seemed to include all of his dodging reactions within it, leaving him with nowhere to hide. Moreover, he had just executed a fatal sword move, and his strength had not yet recovered. Was he going to be killed by his opponent's sword? The spectators' hearts were all in their mouths. They all held their breaths and stared. This battle was related to whether Chen Zong could achieve 20 consecutive victories. If he won, it would be 20 consecutive victories. If he lost, no one knew when he would be able to achieve 20 consecutive victories again. In the blink of an eye, all of the surprise on Xiao Zhang's face disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. 5th update. Thank you for subscribing and voting. Please pay attention to the public account, 6 Paths of Oblivion. Heaven and Earth True Shield. Xiaozhang's sword slashed out as if it could wipe out 1,000 armies. As a 6th-stage fighter, he could be considered an experienced fighter. Xiaozhang had many battle achievements. At the same time, he had already passed the 4th floor of the battle tower and exchanged for the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Execution. Moreover, he had also fused a portion of Heaven and Earth True Shield. Normally, he wouldn't use it. After all, once Heaven and Earth True Shield was used up, it was harder to recover than spiritual energy and earth elemental energy. But now, he had no choice but to use it. The power of Heaven and Earth True Shield was astonishing. Even though Qianzong's sword was ever-changing and infinitely profound, it couldn't block it. Strength conquers all techniques. The astonishing sword pressure came from all directions, making Qianzong's hair stand on end. When the spectators felt that the outcome of the battle was about to be decided, an extremely powerful aura erupted from Qianzong's body. It was heavy and light. Heaven and Earth True Shield. Xiaozhang's expression was aghast. A 3rd-stage fighter, and from the looks of it, a 3rd-stage fighter not only cultivated the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Execution, but also fused Heaven and Earth True Shield. Earth Elemental Stomp. Using Heaven and Earth True Shield to activate the Earth Elemental Stomp, an almost transparent black light trampled on the arena in an instant, turning into an astonishing wave that swept out. If the Earth Elemental Stomp executed with Earth Elemental energy was like a torrent, then the Earth Elemental Stomp executed with Heaven and Earth True Shield was like a flood that broke through a dam. It was several times more ferocious and terrifying. Under the ferocious impact of the torrential wave, the entire arena seemed to be on the verge of collapse. With Qianzong's foot as the center, countless cracks spread out like lightning, as if the arena was collapsing. But the arena was very tough. This kind of collapse was only a kind of visual and perceptual deception. Xiaozhang only felt that the ground under his feet was shaking violently. An astonishing power crazily and wantonly attacked his feet, affecting his body and making it difficult for him to maintain his balance. At the same time, Qianzong struck out with his sword. Earth Elemental Strike. He abandoned the 9 heavenly spirit strikes that focused on transformation and replaced it with Earth Elemental energy that focused on pure destructive power. Moreover, it was activated with Heaven and Earth True Shield. Like a hot knife through butter, in the blink of an eye, Xiaozhang's sword light was shattered. Although Xiaozhang had unleashed the Heaven and Earth aura, he did not use it to activate his martial arts. On the other hand, Qianzong used the Heaven and Earth aura to activate the primordial Earth Strike. Its power was completely different. After being shaken by the Earth Essence Stomp and the Earth Essence Strike, Xiaozhang was unable to dodge or defend himself. The sword slashed out, erupting with an extremely terrifying power. It instantly pierced through Xiaozhang's chest, blasting open a fist-sized hole. Phase 3 warrior Qianzong has obtained 20 consecutive victories. A low and deep voice immediately sounded and entered the ears of many people, causing a new wave of shock and discussion. 20 consecutive victories. This Qianzong seems to have won 10 consecutive matches not long ago. He actually managed to obtain 20 consecutive victories in such a short period of time. How extraordinary. The palace master told me to pay attention to this person. He seems to have some ability. However, it's only 20 consecutive victories, which is not enough to alarm the palace master. Let's wait until he obtains 30 consecutive victories. The warrior who was told by the palace master to pay attention to Qianzong muttered to himself. After obtaining 20 consecutive victories, Qianzong did not participate in any more battles. Instead, he left the Mirage. Currently, he had 1,200 battle points, which was not much. He had already exchanged for the basic martial arts. He could not exchange for any more advanced martial arts. After all, a more powerful martial art would require at least 10,000 battle points to exchange for. As for a battle weapon, a mid-ranked battle weapon would require 10,000 battle points. 1,000 battle points would not be enough. As for a medicinal pellet, it would at least be a mid-ranked sky-pilfering earth-changing pellet. After thinking for a while, Qianzong decided to watch the basic martial arts explained by the powerful warriors. 1,000 battle points allowed him to watch one of the 4 basic martial arts, the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, performed by a powerful warrior named Aofa Ming. There were many people who practiced the basic martial arts, and the battle points required to exchange were different. 1,000 battle points were the most common, and some even had 100 battle points. The reason why Qianzong chose the most expensive one was because the 9 heavenly spirit strikes performed by this person ranked the highest and was the most valuable. Since he was going to buy, he would try to choose the best one. Aofa Ming. Qianzong felt that this name was very strange. At least in the Lingwu holy world, he had never heard of such a name. However, the name did not matter. The most important thing was the content. It was as if he had entered a dark void and suddenly lit up. A figure condensed in front of him out of thin air. It was a tall middle-aged man with unusually broad shoulders. His skin was dark, and his face was solemn. His earlobes were thicker than ordinary people's. His eyes were extremely deep, as if they contained the profound mysteries of the universe. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Watch carefully. The middle-aged man spoke. His voice was unusually deep and forceful. Once he spoke, it seemed to be able to shake the void. Immediately, his fingers shot out like a sword. Qianzong only felt that everything in front of him became blurry. Even time and space seemed to be affected. He could not see anything at all. The middle-aged man had already stopped and stood there. Qianzong was at a loss. Was this the 9 heavenly spirit strikes? If it was just like this, he would not be able to see the difference in realm and cultivation at all. Wouldn't it be a waste of 1,000 battle points? In the next breath, he saw the man slowly raise his hand, put his fingers together, and hit forward. His movements became slow, and every movement and every trajectory was clearly presented. 81 moves of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. It was presented to the audience with a very clear trajectory and angle. In an instant, Qianzong was addicted and could not extricate himself. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the perfect realm was somewhat different from his own. Gradually, Qianzong felt that the 9 heavenly spirit strikes performed by the man had broken away from its original framework and become a whole of its own. Qianzong could not help but think of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes of his previous opponent, Xiaojing. Xiaojing used the sword light to create a cage, constantly sealing the surroundings and making people unable to move. In the end, the sword was able to settle the situation. He thought of his own 9 heavenly spirit strikes, which were ever-changing and difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. But when the sword qi intertwined with each other, it could also be extremely sharp. Vaguely, Qianzong felt something. It was an indescribable feeling, and it turned into a spiritual light imprinted in his heart. He watched it over and over again until the image disappeared. Qianzong still stood there motionless, as if he had become a statue. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, Qianzong's eyelids trembled slightly, and he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes seemed to be white, like a sea of clouds. If one looked carefully, one could see that the sea of clouds was actually made up of countless white sword light and sword qi. Suddenly, Qianzong moved. He unsheathed his long sword, and the sword light shot out. It was like a cloud of mist, and it filled the surroundings. It contained 729 kinds of changes, and it kept changing and becoming endless. The surroundings were filled with white sword light. It was a vast expanse of white, as if it had turned into a cloud of sword light, covering the sky and the earth. As he waved his long sword, the sword light continued to spread, and eventually filled the entire first floor of the pavilion. Qianzong had displayed the 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the perfect realm to the extreme. The next step was to surpass it. Only by surpassing it could it become a martial art that one could truly master. Xiaojing had embarked on this path and was about to surpass it. This kind of surpassing could also be called the martial arts transformation realm. If Xiaojing's 9 heavenly spirit strikes had reached the transformation realm, he might have lost that battle. The transcendent state martial arts would not only bring out the full potential of a martial art, but it would also infuse the cultivator's will into the martial art, making it the most suitable move for the cultivator. Swing the sword, swing the sword, swing the sword, more and more sword light appeared and became denser. Gradually, the sword light turned from a cloud of mist to a sea of clouds, suppressing all directions. Qianzong's figure seemed to be submerged and disappeared into the sea of clouds. Kill, kill, kill. In an instant, an extremely sharp sword light shone in the sea of clouds, like a shooting star chasing the moon, like a white steed flashing through a crack. There was no trace of change, only extreme speed and sharpness turned into the most terrifying killing intent. It was as if nothing in the world could block the sharpness of this sword light. The sword light pierced through the sea of clouds, as if it had torn them apart, and then disappeared into the sea of clouds. Chen Zong stopped waving his sword, and the sea of sword light faded into nothingness. Chen Zong stood in the pavilion, looking at the long straight sword mark on the ground slowly dissipating, and smiled. The transformation realm. After watching the arcane art Mingu's transformation realm of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, he was inspired and took the step to cultivate the 9 heavenly spirit strikes to the transformation realm, and its power increased greatly. He believed that with the transformation realm of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, he would be able to fight more battles in the Mirage and obtain more battle records. He should continue to improve his combat soldier rank. If he could reach the 9th stage of the combat soldier rank, even if it was just a single win, he would be able to obtain 90 battle records. If he could continue to win, then the battle records would be even more shocking. And when he reached the 9th stage of the combat soldier rank, he would have a chance to become a titled combat soldier. A titled combat soldier was an honor, and at the same time, a titled combat soldier would be able to obtain 100 battle records even if it was just a single win. Then, his next goal was to advance to the 9th stage of the combat soldier rank, and then obtain a title. In addition, he had to pass the 5th and 6th floor of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. As long as he could pass the 6th floor, he would be promoted to a superior genius and receive better treatment. Here, he had to do his best to improve himself and increase his foundation. After returning to his original body, he might not be able to bring back his strength, but the accumulation and foundation would still be there, which would allow his original body to break through. Moreover, coming to the Eternal Battle Fort was definitely not that simple. It was just accumulation, and there must be other benefits. It was just that his current level was too low to know. But it didn't matter. As long as he maintained a courageous attitude and continued to improve, there would definitely be a time when he would know. After breaking through to the transformation realm of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, Chen Zong first cultivated for a while to consolidate his foundation. Then, he began to cultivate the heavenly spirit illusion body art. He wanted to see if he could find an opportunity to break through to the transformation realm of the heavenly spirit illusion body art as well. However, the transformation realm of the martial arts wasn't that easy to reach. After cultivating for a while, Chen Zong didn't find any opportunity. Chen Zong didn't feel disappointed. The transformation realm of the martial arts wasn't that easy to reach. So, next, he would first leave behind a cultivation video of his transformation realm of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes and guide others on how to comprehend and cultivate it. Of course, he wouldn't leave behind the most essential parts. After all, it was just a guide, just like the ancient profound art. When the time came, perhaps someone would buy it, and he would be able to obtain battle records. Author's note: if I can't take it anymore, I'll go back to normal tomorrow. The sea of clouds was turbulent, and the waves were strange. 2 figures were crisscrossing and tearing at each other. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Stage of transformation. Countless sword lights were displayed, tearing everything in all directions. They turned into waves of sword energy that surged violently and merged into the sea of clouds, engulfing the 2 figures completely. One of them was Chen Zong, and the other was Chen Zong's opponent, a strong opponent who was at the 7th stage of the martial soldier level. This battle was Chen Zong's attempt at 30 consecutive victories. It was extremely difficult. Any martial soldier who had reached the 7th stage had extremely terrifying strength. They were unfathomable and extremely frightening. After all, in order to reach the 7th stage of the martial soldier level, one had to go through many life and death battles and experience countless victories and defeats. One had to continuously obtain victories and exchange them to improve oneself. Therefore, the weapons used by the 7th stage of the martial soldier level were at least of the middle grade. They even practiced martial arts that were more advanced than basic martial arts. Chen Zong didn't achieve 29 consecutive victories in one go. After 20 consecutive victories, he tried to reach an even higher winning streak. However, he was defeated, so he had to accumulate from 1 consecutive victory. The current battle environment was filled with clouds and mist. While it was suitable for the opponent, it was also suitable for Chen Zong. When the 9 heavenly spirit strikes of the stage of transformation was performed, the sword light immediately turned the surroundings into a sea of clouds. Within the sea of clouds, everything was sensed by Xianxia. It was as if it had become his domain. Kill, he gathered all the strength in his body and infused the heaven and earth true Kong into his long sword. He attacked with the sword. This sword was a killing move. It was merciless and unstoppable. It turned into the sharpest sword light in the world, tearing the heaven and earth apart as it shot out in a straight line. It was like a divine thunder of light that tore through the dark void. It was indestructible. The sea of clouds formed by the sword light was the first half of Xianxia's 9 heavenly spirit strikes at the stage of transformation. This killing move was the second half of the move. The first half of the move was a move to confuse the enemy and blind their 5 senses. The second half of the move was a killing move. When the sword attacked, it would press forward and never look back. It would only lead to death. This was an extreme sword. The opponent's hair stood on end. Even though the fog was beneficial to him, it had become a restriction at this very moment. In the face of Xianxia's extremely terrifying sword light, there was no way for him to dodge at all. He only felt that all the sword light around him seemed to be oppressing him, making it difficult for him to move. The sword light shot out, instantly piercing through everything. Kill, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief when he saw his opponent fall to the ground. This sword strike had exhausted all of his heaven and earth astral energy. If he was unable to kill the other party, his strength would drop drastically and he would be killed by the other party instead. It was very dangerous. Fortunately, he had finally won. Phase 5 fighter Xianxia has obtained 30 consecutive victories. The low and deep voice sounded again. It was astonishingly forceful as it spread out in a large area. Even more people heard it and were incredibly shocked. Who is this Xianxia? He actually achieved 30 consecutive victories in such a short time. Unbelievable. He has already achieved 30 consecutive victories? It's time to report it to the palace master. After the experts who were secretly observing Xianxia received the news, they recalled the time when he had achieved 20 consecutive victories and were stunned. They immediately reacted and reported the news to the Heaven Execution Palace Master. 30 consecutive victories. A cold voice sounded. The Heaven Execution Palace Master was secretly surprised. To her, 30 consecutive victories was indeed nothing. After all, she had achieved more than 90 consecutive victories in the past. But then again, in the entire Eternal Battle Fort, those who could achieve 30 consecutive victories could already be considered as true elites. It should be known that anyone from the Eternal Battle Fort could be considered as a top genius in any world. If they were elites, they would be even more shocking and unimaginable. Therefore, only 30 consecutive victories were qualified to attract her attention. Of course, it was also because Xianxia's background was not high and his evaluation was very low. However, he was able to achieve 30 consecutive victories in such a short time. This was something that many intermediate or even high-level geniuses could not achieve. Such a huge contrast made her pay more attention to him. Perhaps, he is somewhat qualified to receive an in-depth evaluation. The Heaven Execution Palace Master thought to himself. In the end, he decided to wait and see. He wanted to see if Xianxia could maintain such a state of improvement or slow down. If he could continue to improve, it meant that his potential was not limited to this. However, if he slowed down, it also meant that his potential was limited. After 30 consecutive victories, Xianxia ended the battle and left the ethereal world. This battle was very difficult. He almost lost and had to start all over again. However, this battle also allowed Xianxia to see a martial art that was more advanced than the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. Xianxia was very tempted. Unfortunately, a martial art that was more advanced than the 9 heavenly spirit strikes could only be exchanged for at least 10,000 victories. He did not have that many victories now. Next, it was time to comprehend the battle and cultivate the 4th level of the Heaven and Earth Divine Art. After cultivating for so long, Xianxia had successfully integrated 30% of the Heaven and Earth Divine Art. His strength had become stronger. Time flew. From time to time, Xianxia would enter the ethereal world to fight and obtain victories. Unfortunately, the highest winning streak was only 39. When he wanted to reach 40 victories, the opponent he encountered was an 8th-stage martial soldier. He was very powerful and could not be matched. Chen Zong's martial soldier rank rose to the 6th stage. He continued to fight. When he integrated 40% of the heaven and earth divine art, he could challenge the heavenly battle tower again. Without hesitation, Chen Zong began to challenge the tower. From the 1st level to the 4th level, Chen Zong easily passed through them. Now, he began to challenge the 5th floor. The difficulty of the 5th floor was naturally higher than the 4th floor. There were 2 opponents. Their individual strength was stronger than that of the 4th floor. When the 2 of them worked together, their strength was multiplied. Of the 2 opponents, one was wearing a white robe and had a slender figure. It was as if there were clouds and mist around him. When he moved, his figure became more agile and unpredictable, making it harder for others to catch him. He held a long sword in his hand. The moves he used were the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes and the Heavenly Spirit illusion. The other opponent was wearing a black robe. He was tall and sturdy. Lines spread out on his robe, giving off a vigorous and heavy aura. With a long saber in his hand, he was very domineering. Every step he took felt like a hill was moving. The moves he used were the Earth Elemental Strike and the Earth Elemental Stomp. One was light and the other was heavy. One was firm and fierce and the other was gentle. The 2 of them worked together to bring about a greater threat. For a moment, Chen Zong was trapped in a bitter battle. If he had just passed the 4th floor and tried to challenge the 5th floor, he would have no chance of winning. He might not even be able to withstand 3 moves before being killed. However, it was different now. His strength had improved a lot during this period. Even if he faced 2 strong opponents together, he was not afraid at all. After a fierce battle, Chen Zong got used to the 2's attacks and slowly took control of the rhythm. Suddenly, he took a step forward. Under the Earth Elemental Stomp, the 2's bodies shook slightly. Seizing the moment, Chen Zong used the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes. The sword light spread out and blew. Earth Elemental Stomp. The Earth Elemental Stomp was included in the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes. This was the experience he gained from fighting with these 2. It was unexpected and caught them off guard. One of them was killed in an instant. After one was killed, the remaining one was less of a threat to Chen Zong. However, he was killed again in 2 moves. The 5th floor passed. After passing the 5th floor, Chen Zong immediately received 20,000 battle points and an extra reward. This time, the extra reward was the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Elemental Stomp. Chen Zong could not help but be stunned. He had already mastered the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Elemental Stomp. As if detecting that Chen Zong had mastered the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Elemental Stomp, a voice asked Chen Zong if he wanted to exchange the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Elemental Stomp for battle points. Chen Zong naturally agreed without hesitation. 10,000 battle points. In this way, Chen Zong's battle points were as much as 30,000. The 6th floor. Chen Zong's eyes lit up. If he passed the 6th floor, he could be promoted to a high-level genius and enjoy better treatment. Chen Zong did not know that the temple master of the initial temple had announced that if Chen Zong passed the 6th floor and entered the 7th floor within a year, he would apply for an in-depth examination. This would be another opportunity. After recovering his strength, Chen Zong stepped into the 6th floor. Like the afterglow of the setting sun, Chen Zong looked from afar and saw smoke everywhere, as if the city was burning. This was a dilapidated city, which seemed to have been conquered not long ago. Standing on the city wall, Chen Zong could clearly feel the smell of blood and killing in the air. It seemed that a massacre had happened here not long ago. Looking into the distance, he could see the burning fire and smoke, the broken walls, and the bodies with their stomachs pierced and hanging on the corners of the eaves. It was a ghastly sight. Chen Zong's heart sank. What was this place? The 6th floor of the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower. Who was his enemy? With a light leap, Chen Zong landed on the city wall. His footsteps were light and silent. Then, as if he had turned into a cloud of smoke, he floated forward silently. Several bodies were lying on the ground. Chen Zong glanced at them and saw the wounds. His pupils shrank. Those wounds did not seem to be caused by weapons, but by claws. It was as if the claws of a monster had torn them apart. The internal organs and blood flowed all over the ground, filling the air with the pungent smell of blood. On the city wall not far away, there were also terrifying claw marks several meters long, which had torn the city wall apart and almost penetrated it. The aura that emanated from the claw marks was extremely ferocious and vaguely familiar. Chen Zong's eyes suddenly focused. He thought of the many powerful monsters he had killed in the past. The Void Demon, was it really the Void Demon, or was it just a similar existence? Chen Zong was not sure. After all, his knowledge of the Void Demon only existed at the level of the Tianyuan sacred region. If he could see the Void Demon in the Eternal Battle Fort, it could only mean one thing: the Void Demon was not that simple. Collecting his thoughts, Chen Zong became more vigilant. Regardless of whether it was a void fiend or not, the 6th floor was not simple. If he was not careful enough, he might be injured or even killed. It would be very difficult to pass the 6th floor. Chen Zong slowed down his footsteps. He was very light and did not make any sound. As he moved forward, he kept seeing torn bodies. A city full of corpses that had been massacred, a city full of danger with unknown enemies. Chen Zong walked alone, looking for the so-called enemies and killing them. The Eternal Battle Fort, as the name suggested, was a battle. So the test in the battle tower was naturally a battle. Chen Zong raised his perception to the extreme. Even his perception was raised to the extreme. He paid attention to all the movements around him, but he didn't know if that feeling was an illusion. It was not an illusion. Chen Zong was 100% sure that unless he was trapped in some kind of illusion, he was absolutely sure that it was not an illusion. Since it was not an illusion, it meant that the enemy was approaching, or had already targeted him, but had not directly appeared. Perhaps the enemy had regarded him as prey. Prey? Who was the prey? A cold light flashed in Chen Zong's eyes, but he immediately restrained himself and continued to move forward as if he didn't notice anything unusual. Not long after, Chen Zong seemed to feel that something seemed to fly past him at an amazing speed. It was a black shadow, and in an instant, it disappeared. Chen Zong continued to move forward as if he didn't notice anything. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, traces of vague killing intent instantly filled the air and swept over. It was so terrifying that it made Chen Zong's hair stand on end. The black cold light instantly filled the air, condensed behind Chen Zong, and fell down as if it was tearing the sky and the earth. The sound was extremely ear-piercing. Chen Zong didn't seem to have time to react and was torn apart in an instant. But in fact, the moment the sharp claws fell, Chen Zong had already dodged. Because he was so fast, he left a lifelike afterimage where he stood. After its attack missed, the Lord of the Claw also moved sideways in an instant, turning into a black light. It exploded with incredible speed and flew far away. However, a white sword light instantly pierced through the sky, as if it had been waiting for a long time. The sword light entered the body and cut through, directly cutting it in half. Looking at the corpse that was cut in half by his sword, Chen Zong looked dignified. Void Demon, he definitely didn't see wrongly. This was a Void Demon, and a demigod Void Demon at that. He was slightly stunned. In the past, when he was still in the Void battlefield in the Xianyuan world, he could only escape when facing a demigod Void Demon. If he was not careful, he would die. But now, he could kill a demigod Void Demon at that level. Just as Chen Zong was in a daze, a black shadow seemed to emerge from the void and appeared behind Chen Zong. Without a sound, a cold light shot out and instantly pierced towards Chen Zong, about to pierce through him. However, Chen Zong, who was in a daze, seemed to have sensed it long ago. He instantly turned around and swung his sword horizontally. Using his earth elemental energy, he blocked the attack. His sword trembled slightly. Heavenly spiritual energy intertwined with his sword, making it light and flexible. 9 heavenly of the 9, instantly, Chen Zong of the heavens of the Void Demon. After killing 2 demigod Void Demons in a row, Chen Zong was not happy at all. Instead, he became more cautious. How many more Void Demons were there in this city that had just been massacred? He had no idea. He could only slowly search for them, or force them out. Perhaps, the evil Void Devils here had already noticed him. Next, he would continue to be attacked. Chen Zong changed his posture of concealing his aura. He wantonly released his aura to attract the attention of more Void Demons. They would appear on their own accord, saving him the trouble of searching for them one by one. When Xianxia released his aura, he immediately felt waves of ferocious aura erupting in the distance and rapidly approaching. As expected, not all of the void demons had noticed him before. Only a small minority had. Now, they should have all noticed him. Since that was the case, he would choose a relatively spacious place as the battlefield. He would slaughter all the void demons here. Xianxia used his movement technique and sprinted quickly like a wisp of smoke. Not long after, he found a relatively spacious place. He stopped and stood with his sword held horizontally, waiting for the arrival of the void demons. In just a short moment, a void demon flew over from afar. Its ferocious aura swept over like a raging wave. The void demon brazenly attacked, wanting to tear Xianxia apart. Xianxia struck out with his sword. The white sword light changed endlessly, piercing through the sky. Kill, more and more void demons appeared. Kill. Kill. Kill, this was a battle of life and death. Dong. Dong. Shocking sounds continued to ring out, like the beating of a drum. Extremely terrifying rumbling sounds were emitted, and the ground trembled incessantly. The city walls that were already broken collapsed once again. A huge figure quickly walked over from afar. It was more than 10 meters tall and incomparably strong. Its whole body was filled with devilish muscles. Its muscles bulged and its veins were twisted like steel bars. Terrifying, the aura emitted by this void demon was incomparably terrifying. It was more tyrannical than any of the previous opponents. Could it be that this was the strongest void demon on the 6th floor? If he killed it, he could pass the 6th floor and enter the 7th floor. At that time, he would be able to obtain the status of a superior genius and receive better treatment. Although he was faintly excited, Xianxia did not act rashly. This void demon was a great threat to him. A strong enemy. If he guessed correctly, it would not be easy to pass the 6th floor. However, it did not mean that it was impossible. His eyes were like swords as he stared at his opponent, taking in every move of his opponent. As it approached, its ferocious aura surged like a raging tide. It was incomparably terrifying. The aura emitted from this void demon was almost tangible. A burst of black smoke rushed out like a raging storm, sweeping and destroying everything. Boom, the 10-meter-tall void demon seemed to have walked out of a battlefield, bringing with it thick smoke. It clenched its huge fist and suddenly punched out. The terrifying dark fist force was like a dark evil dragon as it blasted out, shattering everything in its path and destroying everything in its path. Xianxia's expression was extremely solemn. The threat of this fist was extremely terrifying. It was as if it was going to smash him into pieces. Sky Spirit Illusion. In an instant, Xianxia quickly dodged, using his movement technique to the extreme. The ground behind him was directly shattered by the punch, creating a long gully. It was as if an earth dragon had turned over and destroyed a city wall in the distance. Xianxia was extremely fast. He appeared behind the void demon in an instant and slashed out with his sword. The sword light broke through the air and slashed at the back of the void demon. However, the result surprised Xianxia. He could not break through the opponent's defense. When the sword edge slashed at the void demon, a layer of black light spread out from its back and blocked the sword edge. The void demon turned around and swept its arms, creating a terrifying storm. It was going to kill Xianxia directly. Sky Spirit Illusion. Its body seemed to have lost all its weight and became extremely light. It danced with the wind and activated the Heaven and Earth True Kong. The transformative state. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. The long sword was swung and soared. Light spread out. It turned into a sea of clouds and covered all directions. It covered Xianxia and his opponent's huge body. Fatal blow. The Heaven and Earth True Kong gathered and poured into the sword. It turned into the sharpest sword light in the world. It tore through the air and slashed at the void demon's body. The black light automatically spread and gathered to block the attack. However, it was torn apart by the terrifying sword light. After tearing apart the black light, the remaining power of the sword light slashed at the void demon's body and tore it apart. However, the sword light did not kill the void demon. It only injured it. After all, the void demon was not only powerful, but also huge. He activated the remaining Heaven and Earth True Kong and gathered it into the sword light. It turned into a second terrifying sword light that could tear everything apart. Kill. The sword light went through the torn wound with great precision and went straight into the void demon's body. It didn't resist at all. Instead, it pierced straight into the body of the void fiend and began to wreak havoc. However, the sword light still did not kill the void demon. Chenzong immediately retreated. He had used up 40% of the Heaven and Earth True Kong. All that was left was the Heaven Spiritual Energy and Earth True Kong. It was obvious that he could not cause enough damage to the void demon. However, the 2 consecutive slashes had caused the spatial demon to be heavily injured. It went berserk and unleashed the last of its strength to destroy everything around it without holding back. Kill, destroy. Chenzong retreated far away. He used his body movement technique and also used the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Divine Skill to recover the Heaven and Earth True Kong. However, before the Heaven and Earth True Kong was fully integrated, it would be slow to recover once it was consumed. Chenzong tried to integrate the new Heaven and Earth True Kong while moving at a high speed. The situation was urgent. The longer he delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Perhaps it was a stroke of good luck, or perhaps it was enough pressure to turn it into motivation. The Heaven Spiritual Energy and Earth True Kong continued to integrate and become new Heaven and Earth True Kong. The Heaven and Earth True Kong that had been consumed was also accelerated. It was as if he was jumping on the tip of a knife. He would be pierced and torn apart if he was not careful. This feeling stimulated Chenzong's potential. With enough pressure, there would be more motivation. It did not take long for the Heaven and Earth True Kong to reach 10%. Seizing the opportunity, Chenzong executed the 9 heavenly spirit strikes again. Following the torn wound, the sword light caused more damage. Chenzong took the opportunity to perform the 9 heavenly spirit strikes again. Although it was not as powerful as the Heaven and Earth True Kong, it was still powerful. The wound continued to worsen. In the end, Chenzong turned his body into a sword and pierced into the wound on the back of the Evil of Void. He went in and swung his sword. This was an extreme method. He put himself in danger in exchange for more damage. Then, thousands of sword light condensed into a point and pierced through the chest of the Evil of Void. He turned around and used the Earth True Kong. The sword light tore the Evil of Void like a dark crescent moon and pierced into the wound again. At the same time, the Evil Void Devil's attack arrived. Although it didn't hit Chenzong head-on, the gust of wind that brushed past him caused Chenzong's hair to stand on end. He felt as if he was being blown away, as if he was about to be torn apart. His body shook in the air and landed on the ground. Earth True Stamp. 3rd update, he actually passed the 6th floor. Ming Jiang, who looked like a scholar, was stunned as he muttered to himself. His voice was filled with shock and disbelief. To go from the 1st floor to the 7th floor in just 1 year was simply unbelievable. Even many high-level geniuses wouldn't be able to do it. Looks like Credo is going to pay a big price this time. A strange smile appeared on Ming Jiang's elegant face. Deep examination, that wasn't something that could be done easily. Every time it was activated, it would consume a lot of energy. Ming Jiang immediately sent the news to Credo and Qingsu Mingyue. Credo was the leader of Initial Earth Hall, while Qingsu Mingyue was the leader of Heaven Execution Hall. Ming Jiang, are you messing with me? Credo's deep voice sounded as if it came from the endless void. See for yourself. Ming Jiang was the manager of the battle tower and could be considered the master of the battle tower. He could cut out any battle in the battle tower for others to watch. Thus, Ming Jiang played the video of Chenzong challenging the 5th and 6th floors for Credo and Qingsu Mingyue to watch. Soon, the two finished watching and fell silent. They were clearly in shock. After a while, Qingsu Mingyue spoke first. This kid has already won 30 matches in the ethereal dimension, 30 matches in a row. Ming Jiang and Credo were both stunned. Winning 30 matches in the ethereal dimension wasn't easy. Without enough strength and luck, it was impossible to do it. However, 30 matches in the ethereal dimension and passing the 6th floor of the battle tower seemed to be a good match. Guladu, do you still mean what you said? Ming Jiang asked with a smile. He didn't think it was possible before. Who would have thought that this kid would be so capable? It was truly surprising. Kratos froze for a moment before replying in a deep voice, yes. Even though they had to submit an application and consume their own resources in order to conduct an in-depth examination, they had no reason to go back on their word when they had reached their current position. Of course, he could say that he was joking, but he wouldn't do that. Soon, Kratos applied for an in-depth examination, which would take some time. There was no doubt that Xianxia had leveled up from intermediate to superior. His residence had also changed. It was a large hall. The cultivation environment here was much better than in the middle region. Moreover, there was an independent virtual cabin. If one wanted to enter the virtual realm, they did not need to go to the Heaven Execution Hall. Apart from that, the higher-level geniuses also received better treatment than the middle-level geniuses. Mid-grade geniuses could choose any one foundational martial art. High-grade geniuses could choose any two foundational martial arts and the fourth level of Heaven and Earth Execution, as well as obtain a high-grade sky-stealing earth-changing pill. This treatment was many times better than that of an intermediate genius. Of course, for any genius who was assessed as a superior from the start, their physique would at least reach the level of a superior mortal physique. They might even reach the level of a superior mortal physique. Therefore, a superior grade sky-stealing earth-changing pill was actually nothing much. At most, it would allow their mortal physique to improve slightly from its original foundation. Xianxia, on the other hand, was only a medium mortal physique. Previously, he had been a low mortal physique. As for the two foundational martial arts and the fourth level of Heaven and Earth Execution, they were also of great use to the higher-level geniuses. Unfortunately, the foundational martial arts and the fourth level of Heaven and Earth Execution were useless to Xianxia. They could only be exchanged for battle records. 12,000 battle records. Together with Xianxia's battle records from the 5th and 6th levels of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower, he had obtained a total of 72,000 battle records. After passing the 6th floor, in addition to the 30,000 battle points, Xianxia also obtained a middle-grade long sword that could increase one's power by 20%. No matter what, he had gained a lot this time. More than 70,000 battle records. Xianxia began to think. How should he use these 70,000 battle records? An upper-grade weapon would require 100,000 battle records. As for an upper-grade sky-stealing earth-changing pill, it would also require 100,000 battle records. He could not exchange for it, but he already had one and did not need it for the time being. What he needed was a more powerful martial art from the Heaven and Earth inheritance. A martial art that was more powerful than the foundational martial arts would require at least 10,000 battle records. More than 70,000 battle records could be exchanged. But before that, he had to take this upper-grade sky-stealing earth-changing pill to upgrade his body constitution to a superior mortal body. He took the pill and began to refine it. When the pill's power was completely consumed, Xianxia's body constitution was successfully upgraded to a superior mortal body. The chi of Heaven and Earth in his body became denser and denser. It complemented the surrounding chi of Heaven and Earth, exuding a vigorous spirit. Immediately, Xianxia began to cultivate the fourth level of Heaven and Earth Execution. On the 6th level of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower, Xianxia had broken through his limit and integrated 50% of the Heaven and Earth gang. Now, he still had 50% to integrate. Now, as he cultivated the integration, he immediately felt that the speed of integration had increased significantly. It was several times faster than a medium mortal body. Sure enough, the better the body constitution, the more beneficial it was for cultivation. After cultivating, the integration had not reached 60%. Xianxia stood up, drew his sword, and began to practice. As soon as he practiced, Xianxia could clearly feel the improvement of his strength. This improvement was not only limited to the improvement of his body constitution, which allowed him to better integrate his martial arts with his strength and release more powerful power. It also allowed him to better integrate his strong consciousness with his body, which allowed him to further exert his strength. It could be said that if it were someone else, the improvement of their body constitution would only bring about a 1-level increase in strength. But for him, it was equivalent to a 2-level increase in strength, which was even more amazing. Xianxia, I am the owner of the battle tower. Come to the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower to see me. Just as Chenzong was secretly surprised by the significant improvement in his strength, a gentle voice rang in his ears. Suddenly, Chenzong was stunned. The owner of the battle tower, the owner of the heaven and earth battle tower, why did such a big shot want to see him? Even with Chenzong's temperament, he could not help but feel a little uneasy for a moment. But this uneasiness quickly disappeared and he regained his calmness. However, he could not help but feel a little confused. However, since the other party had said so, he might as well make a trip there and see what the other party wanted from him. Soon, Chenzong arrived in front of the heaven and earth battle tower, but he did not know how to find the owner of the battle tower. In an instant, it was as if time and space had changed. When Chenzong reacted, he had already appeared in an elegant room. As Chenzong looked around, a figure stepped out from behind a simple and elegant screen. It was as if he had become the center of everything. I have to say, you are a lucky little guy. The middle-aged man who stepped out was dressed in a scholar's robe. He looked like an elegant scholar who had read a lot and had profound knowledge. When he spoke, his tone was like a spring breeze that made people feel comfortable. Chenzong did not understand the meaning of his words, so he did not interrupt and just stood there quietly. Chenzong could not feel any strong aura from the other party, but he did not dare to underestimate him. The other party was the owner of the heaven and earth battle tower. How magical was the battle tower? It was like a real world. As the owner of the battle tower, how could he not be powerful? This time, I summoned you here to tell you that you will be undergoing an in-depth examination soon. Bring out your abilities. If you can obtain satisfactory results in the in-depth examination, it will only be beneficial to you. If you can't obtain satisfactory results, then you will be stripped of your eternal heaven and earth token. The general's words were light, but there was a hint of ruthlessness in them. Of course, you can also choose not to undergo the in-depth test. Ming Jiang changed the topic. I want to undergo the in-depth test. Although Chenzong did not know what the in-depth test was, his instincts told him that it was an opportunity, an incredible opportunity. He could not miss it. It was a gamble. If he won, he would get a greater opportunity. If he lost, he would lose all the opportunities he had now and would never be able to enter the eternal battle fort again. It was up to him to choose. If he did not undergo the in-depth test, then he could continue to stay in the eternal battle fort and slowly improve himself. Benefits were often accompanied by risks. Chenzong had known this for a long time. Even if a pie fell from the sky, he had to consider whether he would be smashed to death. Although he did not know why there was an in-depth test and why he was chosen, since it was an opportunity, he had to seize it. If he missed it, he might regret it. Then, he would take the risk. Seeing Chenzong agree without hesitation, Ming Jiang was slightly surprised, but at the same time, he nodded secretly. She was bold and decisive. One had to know that the eternal heaven and earth token was an incredible opportunity. Especially for those who came from the ordinary world, it was a heaven-defying opportunity. If he did not have enough courage to take the risk, he would not be able to do it at all. Moreover, Ming Jiang could see from Chenzong's eyes that he was not taking the risk recklessly. Instead, he was taking the risk with confidence in his bones. It was a gamble, but the meaning was different. If you can get a satisfactory result in the in-depth test, you will know more. Ming Jiang smiled and said something that seemed to come out of nowhere. However, Chenzong understood. After all, since he came to the Eternal Battle Fort, the areas he could move around in were very limited. He could only go between his residence, the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower, and the Heaven Execution Palace. One had to know that the Eternal Battle Fort was made from a huge star. It was definitely not limited to this small area. In addition, he had many questions in his heart. However, no one could answer them. Even Yang Guan could not answer them all. Perhaps, he would only be able to know when he had enough status. Go back and wait for the notice. When the time comes, you will naturally be summoned. Ming Jiang said and waved his hand. Instantly, the scene before him changed and Chenzong appeared outside the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. Staring at the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower, Chenzong could not help but be dazed. Fourth update, Chenzong didn't know when the test would begin. Therefore, Chenzong didn't enter the ethereal realm during this time. He focused on cultivating the fourth level of Heaven and Earth Divine Art in the palace. The fusion of the Heaven and Earth constellation had reached 60% and was approaching 70%. The higher the fusion of the Heaven and Earth constellation, the greater the increase in Qianzong's strength. The high-grade mortal body also allowed Qianzong to use and exert his strength more thoroughly. Qianzong estimated that if he went to the ethereal realm now, it wouldn't be a problem for him to win 40 times in a row, unless he was very unlucky. However, it wasn't the time to fight in the ethereal realm yet. He should cultivate first and try to complete the 4th level of Heaven and Earth Divine Art as soon as possible. Then, he would merge all his strength into the Heaven and Earth constellation. His strength would increase greatly. Qianzong had already discovered that his main body's strength couldn't be effectively used or improved here. His cultivation method couldn't be cultivated. Of course, it couldn't be compared to Heaven and Earth Divine Art. In addition, sword techniques and other martial arts couldn't be used to their full potential either. Then there was the Tao intent. His main body's Tao intent couldn't be improved here. In other words, the only useful thing was his main body's accumulation. He still didn't know how the opportunities in the Eternal Battle Fort were useful to his main body. However, since it was a great opportunity, it must have its secrets. He would know when his status was higher. Or maybe he would know when he returned to his main body. However, after returning to his main body, he would have to wait for a while before coming to the Eternal Battle Fort again. After all, the Eternal Token of Heaven and Earth needed time to recover its strength. He was waiting for the so-called deep test to begin. Cultivating. When Qianzong's fusion of the Heaven and Earth constellation reached 70%, he finally received a notification. The deep test was about to begin. There were 3 figures in front of him. One was the Battle Tower Master from before. The second was a tall figure in heavy armor who emitted a shocking aura that seemed to suppress the earth. The third was a figure in a pure white robe who seemed to emit faint moonlight. He stood in front of Qianzong, but he seemed to be far away in the sky, as mysterious as the bright moon hanging in the sky. Only then did Qianzong know their identities, and he was secretly shocked. The Battle Tower Master, Earth Beginning Hall Master, and Heaven Execution Hall Master. In addition, Qianzong also noticed that there was no one else other than the 4 of them. Could it be that he was the only one participating in the in-depth examination? In that case, what exactly was the so-called deep examination? Kid, if your performance doesn't satisfy me, you'll have to bear the consequences. The initial palace master stared at Qianzong and spoke in a low voice. His voice was as powerful and domineering as a mountain, causing Qianzong to feel suffocated. His heart felt heavy, as if it was about to be suppressed. Just a single sentence and a single glance was already so terrifying. It was hard to imagine what level this person's strength had reached. Alright, Guladu, don't scare him. It'll affect his performance. Mingjiang laughed. The heavy pressure instantly disappeared. Qianzong didn't know why Palace Master Dichu would act like this. In fact, it was just a casual remark back then. He didn't expect it to come true. It was fine if it came true, but it was also good to find a moldable talent. The main thing was that the resources spent to apply for the in-depth examination were counted on him. Fortunately, Mingjiang and Qingsu Mingyue shared the burden. Otherwise, he would have really lost a lot. In any case, if the other party's performance wasn't satisfactory, he would definitely teach him a lesson first. He wouldn't go so far as to kill him, but he would have to punish him and take away his eternal Heaven and Earth token. As for how to punish him, Guladu had already thought about it. He would definitely make the other party suffer and never forget it. Sensing Galado's gaze, Qianzong couldn't help but tremble. A chill ran down his spine. Go. Mingjiang said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, a black and white door appeared as if space was torn open. Under the gazes of the 3 people, Qianzong took a step forward and stepped into the black and white door. Mingjiang smiled, Guladu snorted, and Qingsu Mingyue's expression was cold. A black and white stream of light flashed before Qianzong's eyes. He kept moving forward. He finally stepped out. This seemed to be a room. There was a black stele erected. There were more than a dozen white lines on it. These lines were as short as a finger and more than half a meter long. They were either straight or meandering in different postures. They looked messy, but they contained profound mysteries. If you can comprehend the battle runes of heaven and earth within the time limit, you can proceed to the next level. A deep and vigorous voice sounded. It was as if it was floating far away. Qianzong immediately understood what was going on. Battle runes of heaven and earth, the dozen or so white lines on the black steel were the so-called battle runes of heaven and earth. So, how should he comprehend them? Dispelling distracting thoughts, Qianzong focused all his attention on the black steel in front of him and began to comprehend. Qianzong's strong comprehension and solid foundation began to play an unimaginable role. He soon entered the state of comprehension. He felt that the dozen or so white lines in front of him seemed to come alive in an instant. They seemed to have turned into a dozen or so white eels of different sizes. They jumped into the water one after another, shook their bodies, and swam freely in the water. They were agile, light, and as fast as lightning. Every white eel, no matter how long or short they were, no matter how thick or thin they were all extremely agile and mysterious. They swam in the water as fast as lightning. Gradually, Qianzong's understanding grew and condensed in his mind. Spiritual light flickered, and the eels trembled one after another. Light shone from the inside out, and divine splendor was born. They turned into white dragons that soared out of the sea and soared into the sky. They chased after the bright light and danced with the white clouds. Comprehension, Qianzong felt a burst of comprehension. The moment the comprehension emerged, the dozen or so white lines on the steel intertwined and condensed into a straight line. They drew from top to bottom and turned into a door. According to the voice from before, this should be the door to the next level. Without hesitation, Qianzong stepped forward. Outside, Mingjiang, Krachuo, and Qing Su Mingyue were waiting. A bit of time was nothing to them with their long lives. What they cared more about was how many levels this child could pass. That was the main point. This brat, if he can't pass the 10th level, I won't let him off, Krachuo suddenly said in a low and murderous voice. According to the level, the mysteries of the 10th level belong to a king genius. Mingjiang smiled but didn't say anything else. In his mind, he also thought the same. They had spent a lot of resources to make an exception and open this in-depth examination. If he couldn't pass the 9th level and enter the 10th, it would be too disappointing. In their minds, one had to pass at least the 10th level to pass, so they were satisfied. However, whether or not this child could pass the 10th level was still unknown. It wouldn't be easy. There weren't many king geniuses in the Eternal Battle Fort, and each one was highly valued. If one could surpass king geniuses, it would be even more shocking. They would be treated like treasures and heavily nurtured. The 2nd level also required one to comprehend white battle runes, but there were twice as many. However, it wasn't a problem for Qianzong. It didn't take long for him to comprehend and enter the 3rd level. The 3rd level had twice as many white battle runes as the 2nd level. So it was naturally more difficult to comprehend. However, with Qianzong's shocking comprehension ability, he also comprehended and entered the 4th level. The 4th level steel wasn't black, but white. The battle runes on it were black instead. The black battle runes were steady and heavy, with a kind of momentum that belonged to the earth. It wasn't easy to comprehend them, but Qianzong's comprehension ability was extraordinary. He also found that worldly execution had a supplementary effect on the battle runes. The 4th level, passed, the 5th level, passed, the 6th level, passed, at the 7th level, the steel changed again. It wasn't white or black, but black and white. The battle runes on it also changed. It wasn't just one color, but also black and white. There were more than 100 black and white battle runes, crisscrossing and looking very mysterious. If it was someone who didn't have a high enough comprehension ability, it would be like looking at flowers in a fog. They wouldn't be able to see anything, let alone comprehend it. They might even feel dizzy. However, Qianzong didn't feel that way. He gazed and soon entered a state of comprehension. The black and white battle runes seemed to have come alive, turning into black and white pythons that slithered about in the forest. They were as fast as lightning and sometimes rushed into the sky, as if they had turned into heavenly dragons that controlled the 4 seas and the 9 heavens. Qianzong also seemed to blend in. He was free on the earth and wandered in the sky. It was a wonderful feeling. The 7th level, passed. At the 8th level, the black and white worldly battle runes doubled in number, but they looked more complicated. When he comprehended the mystery of the worldly battle runes, Qianzong suddenly felt that his comprehension of worldly execution had deepened. The 4th level of worldly execution in his body began to operate involuntarily, beyond his imagination. The remaining 30% of heavenly spiritual energy and earth essence energy merged into heaven and earth essence energy at an even faster speed. 80%, the fusion of heaven and earth essence energy increased to 80%. He was even closer to the completion of the 4th level of worldly execution. The 9th level, the number of battle runes of heaven and earth increased to more than 400, almost 500. At a glance, countless black and white battle runes crisscrossed as if they were alive, like more than 400 pythons winding around each other. There was an indescribable sense of horror. Those who didn't have enough comprehension ability would feel dizzy or even pass out at a glance. However, Qianzong quickly entered a state of comprehension. The 4th level of worldly execution continued to operate at an amazing speed, exceeding the limit. The remaining heavenly spiritual energy and earth essence energy also merged into heaven and earth essence energy at an amazing speed, forming heaven and earth essence energy. 5th update, tired. This outbreak is over. Tomorrow it will resume. Rest well and train your body. The next outbreak will be notified in advance. The battle runes of heaven and earth contained endless mysteries of heaven and earth. People could not help but be immersed in them and could not extricate themselves. They constantly comprehended, as if they were swimming between heaven and earth and enjoying countless sceneries. In the 9th level, the mysteries of the battle runes of heaven and earth appeared in Qianzong's mind little by little. The battle runes of heaven and earth in the 1st level were the simplest and easiest to comprehend. The 2nd level was more complex and difficult, and so was the 3rd level. The further one progressed, the more profound the mysteries were. The 4th level of heaven and earth divine skill automatically exceeded its limit. The last 10% of heaven's spiritual energy and earth elemental force were successfully integrated in an instant. Boom, a roar suddenly sounded in Qianzong's body. The integration of the heaven and earth divine skill reached 100%. 100% heaven and earth divine skill meant that the 4th level of heaven and earth divine skill had reached the consummate realm. If he obtained the 5th level of heaven and earth divine skill, he could immediately comprehend and cultivate it. In addition, 100% heaven and earth divine skill permeated his body. Once it was consumed, it could be recovered quickly, just like the heaven spiritual energy and earth elemental force. However, at this moment, Qianzong was not in the mood to feel the changes in his body. He was wholeheartedly immersed in comprehending the battle runes of heaven and earth. The 9th level, on a certain level, corresponded to the top geniuses. After comprehending the 9th level, one could enter the 10th level, which was equivalent to the level of a king-level genius. It was also the passing line that the 3 experts were satisfied with. Of course, Qianzong did not know that. However, he knew that he could not hold back in this test. He had to do his best to comprehend and break through the levels to achieve a better result. This was also a challenge for himself. Moreover, Qianzong had a feeling that comprehending the battle runes of heaven and earth was not only a test, but also a great benefit to himself. Qianzong comprehended the last trace of mystery of the battle runes of heaven and earth in the 9th level. Suddenly, the black and white light shone brightly and a door appeared. Without hesitation, Qianzong stepped into the door and entered the 10th level. It was still a black and white stone tablet, but there were more than 1,000 battle runes of heaven and earth on the tablet. There were more than 1,000 battle runes, which was more than double the number of battle runes in the 9th level. Furthermore, each battle rune was thicker and longer, and the mysteries they contained were more profound and mysterious. At first glance, Qianzong was dazzled. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind. When he opened his eyes again, his eyes had become clear like the clear water of a stream. He focused his gaze and began to comprehend once more. The heaven and earth battle runes in the 10th level were at least twice as profound as those in the 9th level. Furthermore, there were more of them, and the difficulty of comprehending them was at least twice as high. Even so, Qianzong continued to comprehend it. Like spinning silk from a cocoon, the mysteries gradually emerged, spreading and condensing in his mind. The 4th level of heaven and earth execution continued to circulate. However, the speed of its circulation gradually decreased from its extremely fast speed to its slow speed. However, with every full cycle, the heaven and earth's true gang would condense a little bit, and its strength would increase slightly. Time passed slowly. Chenzong continued to comprehend the mysteries of the heaven and earth battle runes in the 10th level. At first, it was slow, but then it gradually became faster and faster. Once it was out of control, it flooded Chenzong's mind like a torrent. It was like a group of dragons dancing in the sky, like a flood dragon controlling the 4 seas. Thousands of mysteries suddenly burst out. The door appeared. The 10th level passed, he stepped into the 11th level. There were more than 2,000 battle runes of heaven and earth in the 11th level, which became more and more complicated. Closing his eyes and calming his mind, he cleared his mind and calmed his mind. The battle runes of heaven and earth in the 11th level became more and more profound and difficult to comprehend. Chenzong could no longer make progress as fiercely as before. After 3 breaths, he opened his eyes and focused again. Soon, he entered the state of comprehension and rapidly comprehended. Although it was more difficult, Chenzong still comprehended the mysteries and went deeper and deeper under his superb comprehension. The 11th level was still not Chenzong's limit. Comprehension, the 12th level, there were more than 4,000 battle runes of heaven and earth, almost 5,000 of them. At a glance, Chenzong felt as if his vision was filled with countless battle runes. They were densely packed and endless. He felt as if he had sunk into them. His eyes were dazzled and he felt as if he was about to lose himself. Not losing his mind, Chenzong began to comprehend. As soon as he comprehended, he felt as if he had merged with heaven and earth. Countless black and white battle runes turned into giant snakes that wandered around, shuttling back and forth on the ground, between the rocks, and in the grass. The sizzling sound was endless and dense, which made one's scalp tingle. Then, the giant snakes grew a horn and shed their skin, turning into flood dragons. They soared into the sky and soared freely, as if they were free from the shackles of the earth. Dark clouds appeared out of thin air and swept over from afar. They covered the sky and the earth, covering the sun and the sky. Rumble, a dull sound rang out, shaking the whole area. The dark clouds were as dark as ink and extremely dense. They filled the sky and suddenly turned into darkness. White lightning suddenly surged out from the ink-like dark clouds, exploding in an instant, illuminating the heavens and the earth. In an instant, white thunderbolts appeared one after another, striking down from the dark clouds and bombarding the black and white Jiao dragons. As if they were suffering great pain, the Jiao dragons' bodies shook violently and their roars shook the world. The dark clouds covered the sky and the white thunderbolts destroyed heaven and earth. Under the horrible white thunderbolts, the flood dragons seemed to be smashed and turned into black and white auras that escaped into the dark clouds. Rumble, the dark clouds rolled like boiling water. The white thunderbolts no longer struck down from the sky but raged in the dark clouds. The dragon roars, which seemed to be filled with pain and joy, were extremely loud and resounding, filling the world. It seemed to be transforming and being reborn. A black and white dragon suddenly rushed out of the thick dark clouds. Sky dragon, it was no longer a flood dragon. The snake turned into a flood dragon, and the flood dragon turned into a real dragon. It was truly free and unfettered. Free and unfettered, a burst of indescribable enlightenment suddenly rose in Chenzong's mind. Chenzong only felt that each of the black and white real dragons in front of him was filled with a free and unfettered aura. It was extremely mysterious, as if they were free and unrestrained in the void of the universe. Each real dragon condensed the truth and mystery between heaven and earth. Enlightenment, Chenzong was like a sponge, constantly absorbing seawater to enrich himself. Countless mysteries of heaven and earth poured into his heart at this moment, as if they were transforming into dragons. Dragons had always been the most powerful beast in the world. They were called holy beasts, which symbolized power and nobility. Among people, there was a saying that people hoped their children would become dragons, which indicated a kind of yearning in their hearts. Transforming into a dragon meant transcendence. In an instant, enlightenment broke out. All the mysteries of the 12th level of the battle pattern of heaven and earth burst out and were absorbed and mastered by Chenzong. Immediately, a portal appeared, waking Chenzong up. It turned out that unknowingly, he had comprehended the battle pattern of heaven and earth of the 12th level and mastered all its mysteries. If the 12th level is like this, what about the 13th level? Chenzong said secretly, very excited. From the first level until now, the further he comprehended, the more difficult it was, the more mysteries there were, and the greater the benefits he could feel. Especially after comprehending the mysteries of the 12th level, he felt that he seemed to have transformed. It was unclear, but very real. If the 12th level was like this, what about the 13th level? If he comprehended it completely, how much would he gain? However, when he stepped out of the portal, he did not see a stone tablet, but 3 figures. Chenzong could not help but be stunned. At the same time, 3 eyes with indescribable pressure seemed to be able to see through everything, as if to see through all the mysteries of Chenzong. "You're out," Mingjiang said with a smile. Immediately, his pupils shrank. The Earth Temple Lord and the Heaven Execution Temple Lord stared at Chenzong, and their pupils shrank instantly as if they had seen something. Then, an extremely terrifying force enveloped Chenzong, as if to shatter him. A powerful and domineering voice boomed like thunder, penetrating his eardrums and going straight to his brain. "Boy, how many levels did you pass?" Krachuo asked impatiently. "The 12th level." Chenzong answered without thinking. Suddenly, the 3 people's eyes shone with intense light, as if 6 blazing suns were shining in the sky. "Did you pass the 12th level or the 12th level?" Mingjiang asked quickly, his tone somewhat urgent. There was a fundamental difference between passing the 12th level and the 12th level. "The 12th level," Chenzong said with a jolt in his heart. He remembered clearly that Mingjiang had told him to do his best, so it might be better for him not to hide. Moreover, the so-called satisfactory naturally meant that all 3 of them were satisfied. As for what level, it was hard to say. It all depended on the other party. "The 12th level," Mingjiang repeated. Immediately, he exchanged glances with the Earth Temple Lord and the Heaven Execution Temple Lord. At first, they were shocked, but at their level of cultivation and experience, they quickly calmed down. "Not bad, your performance is just passable, but I'm satisfied," the Earth Temple Lord said. Hearing that, Chenzong heaved a sigh of relief. If the Earth Temple Lord was satisfied, the other 2 should be satisfied as well. This meant that he could continue to stay in the Eternal Battle Fort and grasp this opportunity. "Alright, I'll leave the rest to you, Mingjiang," the Earth Temple Lord said, and his figure quickly became blurry. "I'll give you an opportunity," the Heaven Execution Temple Lord Qingsu Mingyue said, "obtain at least 50 consecutive victories in a month." After that, Qingsu Mingyue's figure also became blurry. After a few breaths, she disappeared under Chenzong's gaze. The Earth Temple Lord and the Heaven Execution Temple Lord left one after another, leaving only the Battle Tower Lord Mingjiang and Chenzong. Chenzong had many questions in his heart, but he didn't know how to ask. Mingjiang smiled. With a wave of his hand, it was as if the world had changed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a room that looked like a study. It was the place where Mingjiang had summoned him. "Sit." Mingjiang smiled and sat down. With a wave of his hand, a cup of tea flew out and landed on the table in front of Chenzong. Steam rose from the cup and the fragrance of the tea slowly spread out. There was an indescribable smell that seemed to come from beyond the heavens and was full of illusions. Updated normally. I took a nap for too long. It's late. This is the Heaven Clear Divine Tea. It can awaken the mind of the gods. Mingjiang picked up the tea and said simply. Chenzong picked up the teacup and sniffed the aroma of the tea. He felt his mind become clear in an instant, without any distracting thoughts. He took a sip. In an instant, an indescribable feeling attacked him. He felt his mind and consciousness explode at that moment. All of his thoughts were shattered and disappeared. It was chaotic and hazy. Chenzong sat upright on the chair. His eyes were wide open and his face was frozen. He seemed to have lost his consciousness. Mingjiang wasn't nervous at all. Instead, he drank the tea leisurely. The Heaven Green Divine Tea could also be considered a treasure at the spirit realm level. Of course, to the experts at the level of bright generals, it had become a good drink. However, for Chenzong, who was only at the demigod realm, the Heaven Clear Divine Tea was no small matter. This cup of tea was a treasure. Chenzong only took a small sip, which was not even 1/10 of the tea in the cup, but he felt as if his mind and consciousness were about to explode. After an unknown period of time, Qianzong gradually felt his own existence. His consciousness gathered and his mind returned to his body. He felt comfortable all over, as if he had been cleansed from the depth of his consciousness. His whole body became extremely light, as if he could fly with the wind and soar into the sky. Vaguely, Qianzong felt some changes in his body. However, it wasn't convenient for him to check it out here. "Thank you, Senior." Qianzong stood up and bowed to Mingjiang to express his gratitude. "Have a seat." Mingjiang didn't mind. Then, he said, "The Eternal Battle Fort tests geniuses based on 3 criteria. First, physique. Second, fighting strength. Third, comprehension. It's relatively easy to improve both physique and fighting strength. Only comprehension is the most difficult. The in-depth test you went through is also called comprehension test. It's a test that every King Realm genius has to go through." As Qianzong listened to Mingjiang's words, he quickly organized his thoughts. Once they entered the Eternal Battle Fort, they had to take part in the assessment. The assessment of the genius level was based on their physique and fighting strength. As for age, it was also one of the criteria, but it was relatively secondary. The only thing that was not touched upon was comprehension. What Mingjiang said was true. His physique and combat strength could be improved better. For example, he had a low-level mortal physique at the beginning, but now he had a high-level mortal physique. He had used the heaven-stealing earth-changing pill to improve his physique. In terms of combat power, of course, it was the cultivation method and martial arts. On the other hand, comprehension ability was related to the level of the soul, so the difficulty of improving it would undoubtedly be much greater. The test of comprehension is to comprehend the battle runes of heaven and earth. Once you comprehend the battle runes of heaven and earth, you will be able to understand the mysteries within. The mysteries of the battle runes of heaven and earth will be absorbed to increase your accumulation. You will experience this in the future, Mingjiang continued. Qianzong vaguely understood that comprehending the battle runes of heaven and earth would consume a lot of energy for the Eternal Battle Fortress. It was also because of this that it was not easily opened. Only those who were rated as king-level geniuses had the right to enter. He was an exception. Was this a kind of honor? You were able to pass the test of comprehension because your performance was extraordinary. Mingjiang smiled. Since you were able to pass the 12th level, you are equivalent to a top king-level genius. From now on, you will be promoted to a king-level genius. Qianzong was secretly excited. A king-level genius, he had just been promoted to a high-class genius, and now he was directly promoted to a king-level genius. The 6th level of the Battle Tower of Heaven and Earth was very difficult. He had used all his strength to pass it. If it was the 7th level, he was not confident, let alone the 8th and 9th levels. Only by passing the 9th level and entering the 10th level would he be considered a king-level genius. However, according to the previous situation, he would still need to spend a lot of time. Now that he had passed the test of comprehension, he was directly promoted to a king-level genius. He would be treated better and have a higher status. Naturally, he would be able to obtain and know more. And these were all things that Qianzong needed. Taking this opportunity, Qianzong also asked some questions in his heart. For example, why was it that he could not comprehend his Tao will here and could not make any progress? For example, what would happen when his consciousness came here to condense a body and return to his body? Also, there was the void demon. Almost all of Qianzong's questions were answered by Mingjiang. Tao will was a kind of mystery that belonged to the heaven and earth. It was comprehended in the real world and was closely related to the real world. However, the Eternal Battle Tower was a world that was far away from the real world. It was completely different. Therefore, here, he was like a rootless duckweed. Naturally, he could not comprehend and improve his Tao will. However, as long as he returned to his body, with the accumulation in the Eternal Battle Tower, his body's comprehension of the mysteries of heaven and earth would increase by leaps and bounds. At that time, his Tao will and so on would have an obvious improvement, and his strength would increase greatly. As for the body condensed by his consciousness in the Eternal Battle Tower, once he reached the imminent God realm in the future, his body would travel the universe and his real body would arrive. This body would either be converted into pure energy to be absorbed or refined into a doppelganger. Most people would refine their bodies into doppelganger. This surprised Xianxia. In this way, it was equivalent to obtaining a doppelganger. It was very impressive. He had the sure doppelganger, but Xianxia was clear that it was not easy to obtain. As for the void demon, it was beyond Xianxia's imagination. It was an extremely powerful existence in the universe. It rampaged through the universe, slaughtering, destroying, and invading everywhere. It was a strong enemy of many forces and races in the universe. The Eternal Battle Tower had also fought with the void demon countless times. It was unknown how many people were injured or killed. There were also some other questions that were answered, and they were suddenly enlightened. Do you have any other questions? Mingjiang asked with a smile. Xianxia put down the teacup. There was still less than half of the tea left in the cup, but Xianxia felt that he could not drink any more. This meant that he could not absorb the tea. If he continued to drink, it would only create an unnecessary burden on him. It might even affect his body. No, thank you, Senior. Xianxia stood up and expressed his gratitude. In that case, I will bring you to the Thousand King Mountain where the king-level geniuses reside. Mingjiang said with a smile. With a wave of his hand, everything changed again. This kind of method was unfathomable and unimaginable. The king-level geniuses were the true geniuses who were highly valued. The place where they lived was very different from the upper, middle, and lower-grade geniuses. At a glance, there were mountains surrounding the place. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of miles it was. It was extremely majestic and shocking. Mountains that were thousands of meters tall stood tall, pointing straight to the sky. The Eternal Battle Tower was transformed from a huge star. Naturally, it retained many landforms that belonged to the star. This mountain range was one of them. In the mountain range, the chi of heaven and earth was extremely dense. It was more than twice as dense as the upper-grade genius regions. If one stayed in such a place for a long time, a low-grade mortal body could be upgraded to a middle-grade mortal body, and a middle-grade mortal body could be upgraded to a high-grade mortal body without needing to take any pills. Even a high-grade mortal body could be upgraded to a peak-grade mortal body. As for upgrading from a peak-grade mortal body to a spiritual body, it was a kind of transformation in nature. It was not that easy, but it was not impossible. It was just that it would take a long time. Of course, those who could become king-level geniuses were mostly spiritual bodies. They were at least low-grade spiritual bodies. With the talent of a spiritual body, staying in such a place for a long time would also be beneficial. Xianxia only felt that his whole body was at ease. It was as if he had been injected with vitality and was on the verge of exploding. Currently, in the Thousand King Mountain, there are 1,000 cave mansions and 719 king-level geniuses. You are the 720th. Mingjiang said with a smile. Either one's body had reached the spiritual body level or one's comprehension had reached the king level. Only then could one be qualified to become a king-level genius. Generally, spirit body cultivators had very high perceptivity and could reach the 10th level. Such geniuses, if placed in the Lingwu holy world, were at the level of peerless monsters. It was unknown how many generations there would be one. However, there were hundreds of them here. Xianxia was sure that hundreds were not all of them. After all, there would be people coming and going, and people would be promoted. If one generation after another accumulated, who knew how many king-level geniuses there would be? Amazing! Immediately, Xianxia chose one of the remaining 200 or so cave mansions as his cave mansion. This cave mansion was located on a mountain peak that was more than 6,000 meters high. Xianxia could name it himself. It was the right of a king-level genius. Xianxia didn't think too much about it and immediately came up with a name. Tianyuan Residence. He came from the Lingwu Holy World's Tianyuan sacred region. It was very simple and direct to name it. Then, naturally, he would receive the benefits of a newly promoted king-level genius. He could choose any upper-grade weapon, Heaven and Earth Divine Art Level 5, he could choose any 2 Heaven and Earth martial arts. They were not basic martial arts, but advanced martial arts that were stronger than basic martial arts. He could choose a basic secret skill. In addition, he could also obtain a supreme-grade sky-pilfering earth pill. A low-grade sky-pilfering earth pill was worth 1,000 battle achievements. A mid-grade one was worth 10,000 battle achievements. A supreme-grade one was worth 1,000,000 battle achievements. It was extremely shocking. 1,000,000 battle achievements, this was enough to make one's emotions extremely excited. Under normal circumstances, king-level geniuses would exchange the supreme-grade sky-pilfering earth pill for battle achievements. Therefore, for a period of time, they did not have to worry about not having any battle achievements to use. They were not like other geniuses who had to work hard to obtain battle achievements. For Xianxia, this supreme-grade sky-pilfering earth pill could improve his physique from a high-grade mortal physique to a top-grade mortal physique. It was very significant. Among the three benefits, the most valuable one was undoubtedly the supreme-grade sky-pilfering earth pill. However, if he wanted to exchange for the 5th level of heaven and earth divine art, he would need at least 10,000 battle achievements. As for the advanced martial arts, he would need at least 10,000 battle achievements. The treatment of a king-level genius was indeed extraordinary. Since you have become a king-level genius, you must pass the 10th level of the heaven and earth battle tower within a year. Ming Jiang said to Xianxia, if you can't do it, you will be demoted. If you want to improve, it will be more difficult. In addition, the Heaven Execution Hall Master has given you an opportunity. You must seize it. Ming Jiang said seriously, but did not say what the opportunity was. Cultivation method, martial arts, or something else? On the Thousand King Mountain, many king-level geniuses were cultivating in silence, trying their best to improve themselves. On the Tianyuan Peak, which was more than 6,000 meters high, Xianxia stood in front of his cave and gazed outside the peak. Wisps of clouds were rising, and the mountain wind was blowing slowly. The dense mist lingered, making it look like a fairyland. He looked down from above, overlooking the common people. His heroic spirit was flourishing, and his lofty sentiments were boundless. In less than a year, he had improved by leaps and bounds from the bottom to the king level. When he first arrived, everything that Yang Guan said made Xianxia realize how difficult and cruel it was to be here. But now, he felt like he was in a trance, as if he was in a dream. However, although he had improved by leaps and bounds, Xianxia knew that he had put in a lot of effort. Moreover, it was because of his amazing comprehension. Otherwise, no matter how much effort he put in, he might still be at the bottom level. Where could he stand and enjoy the different scenery? Feeling refreshed, Xianxia turned around and stepped into the Tianyuan residence. This would be his cave in the Eternal Battle Fort in the future. The cave was just a general name. In fact, it was a simple palace. Xianxia began to consume the supreme-grade heaven-pilfering earth-changing pill. On the supreme-grade heaven-pilfering earth-changing pill, there were a total of 4 black lines and 4 white lines. They crisscrossed like dragons and snakes. Xianxia didn't know before, but now he could tell that the 8 lines were the 8 battle runes of heaven and earth. After taking the pill, he began to refine and absorb it, increasing the chi of heaven and earth in his body and improving his physique. He felt numb all over his body, as if thousands of ants were moving around inside him. It was more intense than before. When the pill was completely refined, Xianxia felt that his physique had improved, as if it had transcended. Top-level mortal physique, this was the top-level mortal physique. In an instant, Xianxia felt that the chi of heaven and earth around him had become more intimate, as if he could absorb and control it better. The improvement of the physique of the heaven and earth meridian would increase the compatibility of the chi of heaven and earth. After familiarizing himself with the top-level mortal physique, the compatibility between his consciousness and his body had improved. However, Xianxia felt that it was not enough. It was not the limit. Could it be that he had to continue improving? Could it be that he had to have a spiritual body to be able to completely match the strength of his consciousness? It wasn't hard to increase one's physique in the Eternal Battle Fort, but it was still difficult. After all, to increase one's physique from top-tier mortal physique to low-tier spirit physique, one would need at least 1 peerless-grade sky-stealing earth-changing pill. A peerless-grade heaven-stealing earth-changing pill required 10 million battle points to exchange for 10 million battle achievements. That was enough to make people feel despair. At the very least, from the looks of it, it was simply impossible to obtain one. Even 1 million battle achievements were hard to come by. Therefore, there was no need to think about the supreme-grade heaven-pilfering earth-changing pill for now. Peak mortal physique was his current limit. As for the rest, he would cultivate the Heaven and Earth Art Tier 5 first. Heaven and Earth Execution was a cultivation method. It was the foundation of cultivation. The power that was cultivated was the fundamental power. Using this power to perform martial arts would be even more powerful. The higher the level of Heaven and Earth Execution, the stronger the fundamental power. Now that he had cultivated the fourth stage to perfection, his heavenly spiritual energy and earth elemental energy had all merged into the Heaven and Earth elemental energy. He could begin the cultivation of the fifth stage of Heaven and Earth elemental energy. It just so happened that king-level geniuses could obtain the fifth level of the art of Heaven and Earth for free. Enlightenment. Upon enlightenment, Xianxia immediately realized that the fifth stage seemed to be easier than the fourth stage. Soon, he had completely comprehended it and grasped the essence. Of course, this was not because the fifth stage was easier than the fourth stage. In fact, the fifth stage of Heaven and Earth Execution was more than twice as profound as the fourth stage. The reason why he could comprehend it more easily than the fourth stage was that, in addition to his own comprehension, he had benefited from the comprehension of the Heaven and Earth battle runes. At this point, Xianxia began to experience the benefits of the Heaven and Earth battle runes that he had comprehended during the in-depth examination. After comprehending the fifth stage, Xianxia began to cultivate. As soon as he started, he immediately felt the changes. Peak mortal physique, Heaven and Earth battle runes, Thousand King Mountain region, with 3 stages of enhancement, the cultivation speed was more than twice as fast as before. A large amount of chi of Heaven and Earth was constantly being absorbed and refined into his body. The Heaven and Earth elemental energy began to increase at a noticeable speed. As it circulated, it was refined bit by bit and became purer. As expected, the cultivation method and environment were very important and had a great impact. During the cultivation process, Xianxia felt that his body was constantly being nourished. It seemed to be improving bit by bit and transforming into a spiritual physique. However, the improvement was very subtle and difficult to detect. In other words, even if he did not take the peerless Heaven and Earth elixir, as long as he cultivated here for enough time, he could transform his mortal physique into a spiritual physique. It was just that he did not know how long it would take. Moreover, the higher the level of Heaven and Earth execution, the more obvious the effect of the reverse nourishment on the body. After cultivating for a while, Xianxia stopped cultivating Heaven and Earth execution and began to choose advanced martial arts techniques. A king-stage genius could directly enter the ethereal realm from the cave abode. They could also directly open the exchange interface and exchange for the cultivation methods and martial arts techniques they needed. A king-stage genius could choose 2 advanced martial arts techniques and a basic secret skill for free in addition to the 5th stage of Heaven and Earth elixir and a peerless Heaven and Earth elixir. In terms of level, secret skills were higher than martial arts techniques. Therefore, the value of basic secret skills was equivalent to advanced martial arts techniques. Advanced martial arts techniques were not much different from basic martial arts techniques. Xianxia looked at them one by one and slowly pondered. In the end, Xianxia chose an offensive martial arts technique called Heavenly Spirit Phantom Slash and a footwork martial arts technique called Earth Essence Crumbling Mountain. As for basic secret skills, there were only 2. One was called Heaven Gang Chi and the other was called Earth Evil Chi. Xianxia chose Heaven Gang Chi. After making his choice, he quickly obtained them and began to comprehend and cultivate. Xianxia's method was to comprehend the essence of the 2 martial arts techniques and the basic secret skill completely. After comprehending, Xianxia immediately realized that the Heaven and Earth battle runes were also significantly beneficial to martial arts techniques and secret skills. At least, it had more than doubled his comprehension efficiency. His super high comprehension ability could more than double his comprehension efficiency, which was no doubt even more amazing. After comprehending the essence, the next step was naturally to cultivate. The Heavenly Spirit Phantom Slash was based on the Heavenly Spirit 9 Swords and Heavenly Spirit Phantom Slash. It was further expanded to a higher level. It could be said that the Heavenly Spirit Phantom Slash was both an offensive martial arts technique and a footwork martial arts technique. The Heavenly Spirit Phantom Slash was divided into 9 levels. The exchange for the first level alone required 10,000 battle records. Chen Zong could only get the first 3 levels for free. The mystery of the heaven and earth battle runes that he comprehended after passing the 12th level not only helped Chen Zong to comprehend the martial arts techniques of the heaven and earth bloodline, but also greatly benefited his cultivation. Heavenly Spirit Phantom slash, Chen Zong's eyes flashed. He unsheathed the upper-grade long sword at his waist in an instant and slashed through the air. He and the sword merged into one. An almost transparent color spread out and traversed the sky, as if tearing the world apart. Immediately, a figure appeared at the other end of the sword light. Holding the sword, he turned around and killed with one slash. It was as if there were 2 Chen Zongs attacking the same place one after another. The power was unparalleled. One was the real body, and the other was the phantom. Even the phantom had great power and could reach 100% of the real body's power. One level of the Heavenly Spirit Phantom slash would condense one phantom. 9 levels meant 9 phantoms. Each phantom had 100% of the real body's power. It was terrifying. The Earthly Collapse Mountain footwork technique was an improved version of the Earthly Stomp. It incorporated some of the mysteries of the Earthly Strike. It was a footwork technique, but it could also be used as an attack. The Earthly Collapse Mountain footwork was also divided into 9 steps. Each step had a level. The first step required 10,000 battle records. As for the second level or the second step, it required 50,000 battle records. The third level or the third step required 100,000 battle records. The Celestial Gang Qi was a secret technique to increase speed. Qing Su Mingyue, the master of the Heaven Execution Palace, gave him 1 month. In total, Chen Zong spent 20 days to cultivate his cultivation technique and advanced martial arts techniques. On the 21st day, he entered the virtual cabin and stepped into the virtual realm. It was more than a month before Chen Zong entered the virtual realm again. His reputation of having 30 consecutive victories had long been forgotten. However, from now on, his name would be remembered by more people. Battle, soon, Chen Zong obtained 10 consecutive victories. However, he didn't announce it. This was because this was only one of the results that Chen Zong had achieved before. 20 consecutive victories, 30 consecutive victories, the level of the war soldier continued to increase and reached the 9th stage. During this period, although he encountered several powerful opponents, they were all defeated by Chen Zong. Peak Mortal Physique, Heaven-Earth Execution 5th level, Chen Zong didn't even need to use the Heavenly Spirit Phantom slash, the Earthly Collapse Mountain footwork, or the Celestial Gang Qi. He used the 4 fundamental martial arts to defeat one strong opponent after another. This caused the spectators to be extremely shocked. The 31st battle began. The opponent was a 9th stage war soldier. The 9th stage war soldier was the upper limit. Only titled war soldiers could surpass it. To become a titled war soldier, 2 conditions had to be met. First, the war soldier had to reach the 9th stage. Second, the war soldier had to obtain at least 50 consecutive victories. Chen Zong won consecutive battles and obtained 39 consecutive victories. The 40th battle began. The opponent wasn't a titled war soldier, but he was also a strong opponent who had obtained 43 consecutive victories. A king stage genius only has a peak mortal physique. Against me, you can only stop here. Shen Mingho, who was dressed in a black robe, had an evil smile on his face. His eyes emitted an intense cold light as he stared at Chen Zong. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, piercing through the air and penetrating everything. However, Chen Zong only smiled and didn't reply. This reaction immediately caused Shen Mingho to raise his eyebrows. A hint of anger flashed through his eyes. He activated the 5th stage of Heaven and Earth Execution. The tyrannical Heaven and Earth Execution instantly erupted and swept out in all directions like a storm. A 9th stage war soldier, a veteran 9th stage war soldier. Although Shen Mingho wasn't a king stage genius, he was still one of the top geniuses. He had already exchanged for the 5th stage of Heaven and Earth Execution and cultivated it for a long time. He was very powerful. In an instant, Shen Mingho took a step forward. The first step of the Earth Collapse Mountain, the entire arena trembled in an instant. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were swaying. Layers of ripples crazily spread out and rushed in all directions. It was as if everything in the surroundings was going to collapse. This step was even more astonishing than the perfect Earth origin stomp. It caused Qianzong's body to sway slightly, as if he was about to lose his balance. With a boom, Shen Mingho's foot exploded with an incomparably astonishing power. It was as if the arena was about to collapse. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a black demonic lightning that traversed the void. He unsheathed his long saber and instantly closed in on Qianzong. He tore through the air and brazenly chopped down with his saber. It was extremely domineering and had astonishing power. After a nap, I had a dream. I dreamt that I kept picking up money, and they were all pennies. Is this the person that the palace lord wants me to keep an eye on? I wonder if he can win this battle. An expert in the dark stared at the battle between Qianzong and Shen Mingho. Shen Mingho's Heaven and Earth True Gang was vigorous and powerful. His fundamental martial arts had all reached the perfect realm. Every move he made was shockingly powerful. If it was before, Qianzong would be no match for him. He would probably be defeated in less than 10 moves. But now, it was different. With a sword in hand, they fought fiercely. He stepped out with the earthly collapsing mountain steps again. His aura surged and became more and more powerful. The saber slashed down from the sky as if it could split heaven and earth into two. The second step of the 9 steps of earthly collapsing mountain was more powerful than the first. The power of the third step was also more powerful than the second. Shen Mingho had obviously reached the second step. Then, Qianzong took the second step. Incomparably shocking energy ripples collided with each other, as if the arena was about to collapse. Countless cracks appeared, and fine fragments spread out. It looked as if the arena had been shattered into sand, and would crumble into dust at any time. Their auras collided with each other, creating a series of earth-shattering roars that shook all directions. Then, Qianzong took the third step. The power of the third step was more powerful than before. It directly repelled Shen Mingho's aura and advanced rapidly. Earthly strike, Qianzong slashed out with his sword. The third step of the earthly collapsing mountain was more powerful than before. Defeated, drove straight in, 9 heavenly spirit strikes. The 9 heavenly spirit strikes unleashed by the 5th layer of the art of heaven and earth became even more terrifying in an instant. Moreover, it was like a white fog that surged like the sea and swept over in a mighty manner. Shen Mingho was swallowed by the sword radiance in an instant. The heavenly Lingwu art was light and agile, while the earthly martial arts were steady and powerful. They were completely different, like light and heavy. Qianzong, on the other hand, grasped all of them in an instant, switching between them with ease. Fast and slow, endless changes. Transformative stage. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. The sword light transformed into a sea of clouds that engulfed the surroundings and enveloped everything. Then, a sword light that seemed to be the most dazzling in the world shot out. It was like the primordial divine light that split the heavens and the earth, like the eternal divine lightning that tore apart the void of the universe. Kill, this sword broke through all of Shen Mingho's defenses and pierced through his body. Shen Mingho's eyes were filled with shock. He had actually been killed. Was this the ability of a king stage genius? However, how could a peak mortal physique become a king stage genius? 9th phase warrior Qianzong has obtained 40 consecutive victories. Qianzong's deep voice was full of vigor. Suddenly, many people were startled and recalled that last month, Qianzong had already won 30 consecutive matches. There were even more curious people. When they checked the information, they were all shocked. If I remember correctly, Qianzong was only an intermediate genius. No, you're wrong. Qianzong is a lower genius. I've seen his first match. At that time, he was evaluated as a lower genius, the lowest of the low geniuses. Someone said with certainty. He was a lower genius before, but now he's a king stage genius. What happened in between? Many people were curious. After all, there weren't many king stage geniuses in the heavenly bloodline. All of them were either still cultivating and hadn't appeared yet, or had already become famous. Almost all of these king stage geniuses were evaluated in the first test. They were innate king stage geniuses. Of course, there were also some king stage geniuses who became king stage geniuses later on, but they were usually the top geniuses. For example, Zong, who was only a lower genius at the beginning, became a king stage genius in just a year. It was simply unbelievable. Many people even secretly guessed that Zong might be the illegitimate son of some almighty from the heavenly bloodline in the Eternal Battle Fort. After obtaining 40 consecutive victories, Zong didn't stop. Instead, he rested for a while to recover his strength and continued to fight. He didn't know that many people had already paid more attention to him. However, Zong's information wasn't top secret and he didn't deliberately hide it. It wasn't difficult to find out. After checking, it was even more shocking. He had passed the 6th level of the Heavenly Bloodline Battle Tower and entered the 7th level. He had obtained 40 consecutive victories in the Void Realm. Even so, it was impossible for him to become a king stage genius. There was also information that most people couldn't find out. It was the information from Zong's in-depth test. He became a king stage genius from a lower genius in a year. Many king stage geniuses were stunned when they heard the news. We should get to know this person. In the Thousand King Mountain, some king stage geniuses said secretly. This person must have a big secret. Some king stage geniuses' eyes flashed. King stage geniuses only represented talent, not temperament. Peerless geniuses weren't necessarily righteous. The level of one's talent and strength had nothing to do with one's temperament. Many absolute formidable martial artists were both righteous and evil. Some were even evil. In the Mirage, Zong obtained 41 consecutive victories. 42 consecutive victories, 43 consecutive victories, 44 consecutive victories, 45 consecutive victories. Zong continuously defeated his opponents and obtained consecutive victories. He was getting closer to 50 consecutive victories. In a normal winning streak, his opponents weren't very strong. They were all stage 9 martial soldiers. 49 consecutive victories. The next battle was to achieve 50 consecutive victories. Zong had a premonition that this opponent would be very strong. He would be stronger than Shen Mingho, who had obtained 40 consecutive victories. The thousands of spectators were also looking forward to it. They were looking forward to Zong's opponent. I'm guessing that it must be a titled warrior. It must be a titled warrior, but I'm not sure who it is. I wonder if it's a marquis or king-ranked warrior. Every titled warrior was very powerful. However, the titles of titled warriors were also divided into different levels. The lowest rank was the marquis rank. Normally, only geniuses below the king stage or ordinary king stage geniuses could obtain such a title. As for the king stage title, only powerful king stage geniuses could obtain it. In the past, most of the opponents who obtained 50 consecutive victories were marquis rank. This time, it should be marquis rank as well. Maybe it's king ranked, someone joked. A titled warrior could obtain a title after a stage 9 martial soldier obtained 50 consecutive victories. King-ranked warriors were much stronger than marquis rank warriors. Simply put, a marquis rank warrior's potential was at most 60 consecutive victories. He would stop at 69 consecutive victories and would not be able to obtain 70 consecutive victories. Of course, there were exceptions. However, as long as one could obtain 70 consecutive victories, he would be promoted to king-ranked. A king-ranked warrior's potential was to obtain 70 consecutive victories. However, it was hard to say if he could obtain 80 consecutive victories. Once he obtained 90 consecutive victories, he would be promoted to king-ranked. Obtaining a title wasn't just an honor, it was also a substantial reward. The black and white door opened, but nothing happened. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, a foot wearing a pair of black battle shoes stepped out. Her legs were long and slender, and her body was as strong as a cheetah's. She was wrapped tightly in a martial robe, revealing her soul-stirring curves. Such a body was pleasing to the eyes and aroused the desires of others. However, when one looked at her face, one would be stunned. It was as if one had been doused with ice water. All the flames in one's body were extinguished. A large bruise covered half of her face, ruining what should have been a beautiful face. It's her. Hunting Knight Marquis. Hunting Knight Marquis has already obtained 69 consecutive victories. If he wins this battle, he will obtain 70 consecutive victories. When that happens, he will be promoted to king ranked. 49 consecutive victories, 69 consecutive victories. Both parties had reached the critical point of having 100 consecutive victories. If they won this battle, it would be completely different. Hunting Knight Marquis's eyes were as sharp as a knife. They pierced through the sky and stared at Chen Zong's face. Instantly, Chen Zong felt as if he was being torn apart. His skin felt as if it was being cut by a knife. Stand there and don't move. Just let me cut you once. Hunting Knight Marquis's voice was a little sharp, which destroyed the temptation of her body. As soon as he finished speaking, Hunting Knight Marquis dashed out like a black cheetah in the dark. He turned into a black bolt of lightning and tore through the void. His speed was shocking, but he made no sound. In an instant, he crossed hundreds of meters and approached Chen Zong. Too fast, compared to Shen Mingho, he was much faster. Being as fast as lightning wasn't just a metaphor. In an instant, a cold black blade light flashed through the void. Without a sound, it cut towards Chen Zong's neck. Chen Zong's eyes flashed. He didn't move, but his long sword was unsheathed. The sword seemed slow, but it arrived first, blocking the black blade light. The black blade light touched the sword and immediately cut down. It turned into a black crescent moon, as if it wanted to tear Chen Zong's body apart. Chen Zong's expression was solemn. With a sword in hand, he immediately blocked the second attack. In an instant, the black crescent moon collapsed. The black dagger turned into a stream of light and pierced through the sky, stabbing towards Chen Zong's heart. At the same time, another black stream of light also pierced through the void, stabbing towards Chen Zong's forehead. The second attack was so sudden that it was hard to defend against. But all of this was within Chen Zong's expectations. With a single sword, he blocked 2 attacks. With a twist of his wrist, he twisted his sword. The sword light spun and immediately counterattacked. The sword slashed horizontally, and the body of the sword was steady. It was like a moving mountain, and it contained a steady, powerful, and domineering aura. Although it was just an ordinary sword attack, it incorporated the mystery of the earthly strike. Its power was tyrannical. Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of a moving mountain. It was like a huge wave surging, powerful and heavy, suppressing the sky. But in an instant, the Hunting Knight Marquis turned into a stream of black light and escaped from Chen Zong's counterattack. When he reappeared, he was behind Chen Zong, shooting down from the sky. The black dagger in her hand broke through the air and instantly rolled up a terrible black blade storm, crushing everything. However, she didn't crush Chen Zong's real body. It was just a shadow left behind by the heavenly spirit illusion. The sword and saber collided. In an instant, the two had exchanged hundreds of blows. Sparks sputtered in all directions. Whether it was the Hunting Knight Marquis dual sabers or Chen Zong's long sword, it was as if they had merged into one. It was extremely exquisite. What a brilliant saber and sword technique. The Hunting Knight Marquis saber technique is strange and changeable. It's as fast as lightning and its angles are tricky. When you fight with her, you have to be vigilant and be on guard at all times. Otherwise, you won't know when you'll be injured. Please pay attention to the public account, 6 Paths of Depravity. Tomorrow, the 6 Paths will release the second chapter of the main character's story on Earth. This was the arena that Chen Zong had chosen for the battle. On the square arena, Hunting Knight Marquis shuttled back and forth like a bolt of black lightning. The 2 blades in his hands were extremely sharp. They were top-grade weapons that could increase one's attack power by 40%. It was very terrifying. In comparison, Chen Zong's long sword could only increase one's attack power by 30%. The difference of 10% did not sound like much, but it was very obvious. If 2 people were of the same strength, but there was a 10% difference in attack power because of their weapons, the difference would be very obvious. For experts with superb martial arts and rich combat experience, any slight difference in strength would be grasped and expanded, turning into an advantage. Hunting Knight Marquis was like a hunter who was born to blend into the darkness. He was agile and vigorous. His blade techniques were exquisite and tricky. Every strike contained a shocking amount of killing intent and power, cutting through everything. The 2 blades were extremely sharp and seemed to have a terrifying power that could tear through everything. After many exchanges, Chenzong could feel that it was not a power that was specially cultivated, but a technique that the night-hunting marquis used to use his blade to control his strength. This technique was very strange and seemed to require unique skill. Even if Chenzong had outstanding perception, he could not understand it and grasp its mysteries. But one thing was for sure. If one was hit by this blade, it would definitely cause a greater injury, or even be directly torn apart. Hunting Night Marquis kept attacking. It was like black lightning crisscrossing at an extremely fast speed. It was as if he had turned into countless phantoms that surrounded Chenzong. The two blades seemed to have disappeared completely, as if they had turned into wisps of black smoke that blended into the void. They kept rushing at Chenzong from all directions. The heaven and earth true star was a color with a little bit of black. It was almost transparent, but the short blades were black. Therefore, the attacks also looked black. Chenzong was in the middle of it, standing firm. With a sword in hand, he blocked all of Hunting Night Marquis attacks. No matter how fast, strange, or tricky the attacks were, they could not break through Chenzong's sword circle. This scene shocked the thousands of people who saw it. The Hunting Night Marquis attacked while secretly feeling shocked. This time, he had obtained 69 consecutive victories. His goal was to obtain 70 consecutive victories. Under normal circumstances, his opponent should be a king-ranked martial artist who had a higher winning streak than him. How could it be a newbie who had 49 consecutive victories and was about to achieve 50 consecutive victories? He didn't know why, but he knew that as long as he could defeat his opponent, he would be able to win 70 matches in a row. His titled Battle Pet Warrior rank would be upgraded and he would be rewarded with more rewards. But now, he realized that although this person's cultivation was not as strong as his, and his weapon was not as good as his swordsmanship was incomparably superb, and his use of strength was even more astonishing. For a moment, he was actually unable to break through his opponent's defense and kill him. In fact, he was unable to suppress the other party. Indeed, in terms of cultivation, the night-hunting marquis had already reached the completion of the 5th layer of heaven and earth execution, while Chenzong had just reached the 5th layer not long ago. He had only reached the minor completion level, and there was still a major completion level between them. Therefore, there was a difference in the quantity and power of the heaven and earth execution. The difference in cultivation base and weapons was very obvious when added together. However, Chenzong also had his own advantages. His swordsmanship was extremely superb, and even the hunting night-hunting marquis saber skills could not compare. With his superb swordsmanship, Chenzong directly blocked all of the hunting night-hunting marquis attacks. Since that is the case, have a taste of this move of mine. The hunting night-hunting marquis' sharp voice suddenly rang out. In an instant, his eyes were filled with traces of silver white as he entered the freedom state. In an instant, a black aura permeated the air like a dense fog, and the surroundings were completely dyed in darkness. Darkness Hunt. Almost every titled martial artist would combine the Heaven and Earth's martial arts foundation with their own body's martial arts attainments to create a powerful ultimate killing move. Perhaps its power might not be as strong as the Heaven and Earth's advanced martial arts, but it was created by oneself and had unlimited possibilities and potential to be improved. Freedom State. In the darkness, the hunting night-hunting marquis seemed to have turned into a hunter of darkness, hunting everything. The creation of this move was closely related to the environment of the world she was born in. In the blink of an eye, Chenzong felt as if he had become a prey and was being targeted. The other party melted into the darkness and disappeared. It was as if the other party could appear anywhere at any time to launch a fatal attack on him. High alert, his hair stood on end. This kind of pressure and threat, as expected, a titled martial artist was very powerful and shocking. Even if she was only a titled martial artist, she was still extremely shocking. Freedom State. Chenzong also entered the state and took a step further to control his body. Under the Freedom State, his senses were also raised to the extreme, as if he had surpassed his own limits and was able to control everything around him. 9 Heavenly Spirit Strikes. Transformation State. Chenzong had only cultivated here for a short time, so he did not have enough foundation to combine his own accumulation with the Heaven and Earth's martial arts and create his own ultimate move. However, the transformation state of 9 Heavenly Spirit Strikes was not to be underestimated. The sword light turned into a surging sea of clouds, spreading in all directions, as if it wanted to break through the shroud of darkness. However, this darkness was very powerful and shocking, as if it could swallow everything. It completely dissolved Xianxia's sword light into nothingness. That peerless sword light pierced through the air, as if it was tearing the darkness apart. It was like a divine light that streaked across the void of the universe, but it only bloomed for a moment before it was swallowed by the darkness. Xianxia's move was indeed strong, but the hunting night hunting marquee darkness hunt was even stronger. The darkness shrouded and the hunting night hunting marquee seemed to have disappeared, completely blending into the darkness. He was only waiting for the best opportunity to launch a fatal attack on Xianxia, deciding the outcome in one move. This kind of power was not inferior to low-level advanced martial arts, such as the first 3 levels of the Heavenly Spirit Illusion or the first 3 steps of the Earth-Collapsing Mountain. Xianxia's sharp senses allowed him to feel that there was a pair of sharp and ruthless eyes staring at him, but he could not tell where it came from. The feeling of having his hair stand on end spread throughout his body. Stand still and do not move. Xianxia waited for the other side to make a move. What the other side needed was an opening. Then, he would give it to the other side. However, this opening could not appear too suddenly, otherwise the other side would see through it with a single glance. Invisibly, it turned into an invisible battle of wills. Xianxia held his sword horizontally in front of him, his eyes focused, as if he wanted to see through the darkness. From the outside, the thousands of spectators could only see darkness. They could not see the person in the darkness, nor could they hear anything. In this darkness, there was a certain degree of deprivation of the 5 senses. It would create a great disturbance, causing people to lose their precise judgment and be killed. However, Xianxia's consciousness was shockingly strong. Although he had not completely merged with this body, he could resist this kind of blurring of the 5 senses. Taking a step forward, Xianxia slowly walked. Walking in the darkness, he looked very vigilant. Immediately, seemingly inadvertently, Xianxia revealed a flaw. However, in an instant, Xianxia immediately reacted and the flaw disappeared. The darkness seemed to be endless. No matter how he walked, he could not walk out of it. Xianxia revealed a flaw again, but he also reacted quickly and eliminated the flaw. The 3rd time. The moment Xianxia revealed a flaw for the 3rd time, hunting night marquee moved. Seizing this flaw that appeared in an instant, he attacked with his 2 blades. It turned into a dark thunder that pierced through the void of the universe and tore through time. It carried a supreme killing intent and instantly attacked. This attack condensed all the strength of hunting night marquee. He even activated a basic secret technique, celestial gang energy, which increased his speed by several times and made him even faster. After all, based on his previous observation, the other side immediately noticed and eliminated the flaw as soon as it appeared. Therefore, this was a rare opportunity that could not be missed. However, he did not know that this was Xianxia's purpose. It was an invisible battle, a battle against the opponent's mentality to win. In this battle of mentality, Xianxia had the upper hand. Next, it was up to Xianxia to deal with this killing blow and how to counterattack. In an instant, the extremely terrifying fatal blow arrived, piercing through the vacuum of the sun and moon. It was also at this moment that Xianxia turned around and slashed out with his sword. However, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it shattered Xianxia's sword light and continued to advance like a hot knife through butter. It shattered inch by inch and pierced through Xianxia's body. The extremely terrifying power also exploded in an instant, sweeping in all directions and destroying Xianxia's body. Hunting Night Marquis was not happy at all. Instead, his face was solemn and a cold light flashed in his eyes. She realized that something was wrong. In that instant, she did not feel like she had defeated the opponent, but the opponent's sword had an astonishing power. In an instant, Hunting Night Marquis realized that she had been tricked. At the same time, Xianxia appeared beside her and slashed out with his sword. The sword light was like a crescent moon that tore through the sky, bringing with it an extreme killing intent and terrifying power. Hunting Night Marquis' body turned, as if he had turned into a tornado. His two blades slashed out, blocking Xianxia's sword and counterattacking. The two blades crisscrossed, like the fierce fangs of the dark, bloody, and fierce to the extreme. Kill! In an instant, Xianxia's body was torn apart again. The third beam of sword light abruptly lit up, instantly slashing out. This was a peerless beam of sword light that contained the entirety of Qianzong's strength. Under the heavenly dipper chi, the speed of this sword was raised to the extreme. Kill, the second half of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes. When the killing blow appeared, the killing intent was earth-shattering. Hunting Knight Marquis could not dodge this attack. He could not even react. He could only barely move his body. The moment he barely dodged, his body was pierced through. The terrifying power exploded and rushed into his body. Another figure appeared and slashed down with his sword. The heavily injured Hunting Knight Marquis could not dodge at all and was directly cut in half. Death. Hunting Knight Marquis finally realized how he had died. Phase 9 fighter Qianzong has obtained 50 consecutive victories. The voice rang out. It was broadcasted in a large area, letting more people know. At the same time, a low voice rang in Qianzong's ears, asking what title Qianzong wanted. The second chapter of the story of the lone god of sword Dao, Big Boss Chu on Earth, has been published on the public account, 6 Dao Fall. Please read it. Stage 9 Warrior Qianzong, nicknamed Tian Yuan. Outstanding potential. Specially bestowed with the title of Tian Yuan Sword King. Stage 9 Warrior Qianzong, nicknamed Tian Yuan. Outstanding potential. Specially bestowed with the title of Tian Yuan Sword King. Stage 9 Warrior Qianzong, nicknamed Tian Yuan. Outstanding potential. Specially bestowed with the title of Tian Yuan Sword King. 3 times in a row, the deep and vigorous voice reverberated throughout the 10,000 realms. Everyone in the Mirage could hear it clearly. Titled Sword King. He actually obtained a king-level title in one go. The 2 words Tian Yuan didn't attract much attention. This was because the title was usually given by oneself or by others. Only the titles after the title were important. Nicknamed Saber meant that one had astonishing and unfathomable attainments in Saber Dao. Nicknamed Sword meant that one had astonishing and unfathomable attainments in Sword Dao. Of course, there were some titles that didn't include saber or sword, such as Marquis Hunting the Knight. In most cases, a Stage 9 warrior with a 50 win streak would obtain a title of Marquis. Only a few could directly obtain a king-level title. Directly obtaining a king-level title also meant that one could obtain at least 70 consecutive wins in the Mirage. It was extremely shocking. Qianzong obtained a king-level title directly. This indirectly proved that he had outstanding potential. King level. Marquis Hunting the Knight was in her own Mirage. When she heard the news, she was first stunned. Then, a cold light flashed in her eyes. Her body emitted traces of fierceness. Even though she was defeated by Qianzong, she wasn't afraid at all. As the most outstanding prodigy in this world, Marquis Hunting the Knight wasn't very outstanding at first. On the contrary, she was more ordinary. However, it was because of her unyielding will and belief that the more she battled, the stronger she became. Finally, she surpassed all the other prodigies in this world and obtained the eternal heaven and earth token. Here, she also experienced many failures. However, she wasn't discouraged at all. Instead, they became her motivation to move forward. It was like that in the past, and it is like that now. I will definitely surpass you, the Night Hunting Marquis said in a solemn voice. His sharp voice contained unparalleled fighting spirit and determination. Shortly after, the Marquis of the Night Hunting Marquis began to immerse himself in recalling the battle between him and his opponent. The more she thought about it, the more she realized how terrifying her opponent was. Although his cultivation was inferior to hers, his swordsmanship was superior to her saber technique. Moreover, when she used her ultimate move, Dark Hunt, her opponent had unknowingly set up a trap and pretended to inadvertently reveal a flaw. On the contrary, he was eager to win. In the end, he was attracted by his opponent's weakness and fell into his trap. This was the first step. The second step was to cultivate his opponent's heavenly spirit illusory body to the third layer. Furthermore, the usage of this technique was extremely brilliant, using an illusory body to replace the real body for him to kill. This would exhaust his strength and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack. It had to be said that this was a very terrifying opponent. He was not inferior to the top hunters in the world he came from. The more he analyzed, the more interested the night-hunting Marquis was in Chenzong, and the more determined he was to defeat him. Chenzong did not know that he had become the prey in the eyes of the night-hunting Marquis. Obtaining 50 consecutive victories and a king-rank title would not only increase his battle record, but he would also receive additional rewards. Simply put, as long as he could obtain a king-rank title, he would receive rewards from the Mirage. Marquis-ranked rewards could not compare to king-ranked rewards. Chenzong was now a king-ranked martial artist. Naturally, his rewards were better. The first reward, 100,000 battle records. The second reward, Heaven and Earth Divine Art Level 6. The third reward, a custom-made supreme-grade combat weapon. Only 1/10 of the battle records were required. Very quickly, 100,000 battle records entered Chenzong's Heaven and Earth Divine Art Level 6. The contents of Chenzong's Heaven and Earth Divine Art Level 6 also entered his mind for Chenzong to comprehend. 100,000 battle records was the most direct reward, but it was also the least valuable. The fourth layer of Heaven and Earth Divine Art required 10,000 battle records, the fifth layer required 100,000 battle records, and the sixth layer required 1,000,000 battle records. If he sold it, Chenzong would immediately receive 1,000,000 battle records. However, he had not cultivated the sixth layer yet. Naturally, he could not sell it. Of course, it was directly transmitted to his mind. He could not sell it either. The third reward, a custom-made supreme-grade combat weapon. A low-grade weapon was worth 1,000 battle points, a middle-grade weapon was worth 10,000, a high-grade weapon was worth 100,000, a supreme-grade weapon was worth 1,000,000, and a supreme-grade weapon was worth 10,000,000 battle points. 10,000,000 battle records, just thinking about it was shocking. It was hard to take it out. Thus, it was undoubtedly very difficult to obtain a supreme-grade combat weapon. Even supreme-grade combat weapons required 1,000,000 battle records, let alone supreme-grade combat weapons. Based on this situation, it was even more difficult. The good thing was that as a king-rank title, one only had to pay 1/10 of the battle records, which was 1,000,000 battle records. Then, one would be able to obtain a supreme-grade combat weapon. What's more, it would be a custom-made one. Custom-made meant that one had to design the weapon according to one's preferences. However, it was a pity that Chenzong did not have 1,000,000 battle records now. He could only keep this reward for now. Of course, Chenzong could also sell it. However, he did not have any supreme-grade combat weapons to use. Naturally, he would not sell them. After doing some calculations, he realized that his battle records in the Eternal Heaven and Earth Divine Art token were close to 200,000. Compared to when he had just entered the Eternal Battle Fort, he had increased many times. The Heaven Execution Hall Master wants me to obtain at least 50 consecutive victories in a month. He will give me an opportunity. Chenzong pondered. His eyes glowed. Does this mean that 50 consecutive victories is the basic requirement? The more consecutive victories I have, the greater the opportunity one will get in the end? According to the literal meaning, that should be the case. Then, after recovering his strength, he would continue to challenge. The 51st battle began. The Heaven Execution Hall Master meant that he would continue to win until he was defeated. Chenzong was unstoppable. 51 consecutive victories, 52 consecutive victories, 53 consecutive victories, one battle after another, his opponents seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Basically, all of them were Marquis realm. However, these people were not as strong as Marquis hunting the night. Even though they were all Marquis realm, there were differences in strength. 59 consecutive victories. At this moment, the number of spectators had exceeded 10,000. The continuous battles also gave Chenzong a chance to temper himself. Vaguely, he was able to improve even more. The next battle would be 60 consecutive victories. His opponent would be even stronger. Chenzong's breathing was steady. He stared at the opened black and white door, waiting for his opponent to appear. Would it be a top-notch Marquis realm martial artist, or a king-ranked martial artist? Chenzong was hoping for the latter. A saber tip pierced through the black and white door. It emanated a terrifying murderous aura. It was as if a saber aura storm had swept out. Every wisp of saber aura emanated a terrifying and cold murderous aura. It cut in all directions, causing chills to run down one's spine. Such an entrance, it's him, the Extinction Saber King. Exclamations rang out continuously. It was as if the Extinction Saber King was a terrifying existence. After the black saber tip with a hint of blood, the complete saber body appeared. Following that, 5 pale and slender fingers gripped the saber hilt tightly. A slender figure in a black robe covered with blood-red patterns stepped out of the black and white door. His pale face seemed to be devoid of blood, but his eyes were incomparably dark and deep. Vaguely, there seemed to be a trace of blood radiance bursting out from them. When this pair of eyes stared at him, Chenzong's body tensed up subconsciously. He felt as if the gaze had turned into a saber and cut through his skin. It was hair-raising. The blade drooped down and pointed diagonally to the ground. A smile appeared on the Extinction Saber King's pale face. It looked like a faint smile, a very ordinary look, but for some reason, it gave people a horrifying feeling. So that's how it is. I'm your opponent for 60 consecutive victories. The corners of the Extinction Saber King's mouth curled into a smile as he spoke unhurriedly. His voice had a feminine charm, like gusts of wind blowing, blending into the void and entering one's ears from all directions. Chenzong did not answer. His intuition told him that this person was terrifying. This was a formidable opponent. A formidable opponent who was much stronger than the Marquis of the Night Hunt. Traces of faintly discernible aura fluctuations emanated from the opponent's body. It was as sharp as a saber and seemed to want to cut and tear Chenzong apart. Compared to Chenzong, this Extinction Saber King had been in the Eternal Battle Fort for a long time. The Extinction Saber King was a peerless demon-like talent in a great world. He was an unparalleled existence. He had been in the Eternal Battle Fort for a few years. He was a few times more powerful than Chenzong. Moreover, he was a king-grade genius from the start. He had received a huge amount of resources and benefits. With his own abilities, resources, and benefits, the Extinction Saber King's strength increased very quickly. Now, among the king-ranked battle soldiers, the Extinction Saber King's strength was not at the bottom. He was in the middle level and was very terrifying. This time, he's going to lose. The Extinction Saber King's strength is too terrifying. Besides a few top-notch king-ranked martial artists, who can be his opponent? Unfortunate, what a great misfortune. None of them thought highly of Chenzong. After all, compared to the Extinction Saber King, Chenzong was just a new talent. He was a rising star and had just shown his talent. However, the Extinction Saber King's power had been around for a few years. With the saber in his hand, he proved his strength. Everyone who had seen the Extinction Saber King's saber skills were shocked. Even those top-notch king-ranked martial artists had to admit the Extinction Saber King's strength and threat. The Extinction Saber King was a terrifying expert who had achieved 80 consecutive victories. His highest record was 89 consecutive victories. When he was trying to achieve 90 consecutive victories, he met a top-notch king-ranked martial artist. After an intense battle, he was defeated. Although he was defeated, everyone saw the Extinction Saber King's strength. Draw your sword. I hope you can let me strike a few more times. On the Extinction Saber King's pale face, there was still a slight smile. His gentle voice blended with the wind and blew into Chenzong's eardrums. It brought a chill to him for no reason. The Extinction Saber King pointed his saber, and a shocking saber intent emanated from the saber. It cut through the void and forced its way forward. Wherever the blade pointed, traces of saber will filled the air. The saber will contained an indescribable aura that seemed to attack one's mind and will, making one feel lost and depressed. Chenzong was slightly surprised. He felt the influence of the opponent's saber will aura and became more vigilant. If he guessed correctly, the opponent should have mastered a kind of Tao will related to emotions. The 7 emotions and 6 desires could all become Tao. However, it was very difficult to comprehend and master Tao will through emotions. Chenzong had never encountered this in the Tianyuan sanctuary, so he was even more vigilant. Difficulties often represented strength. The long sword was unsheathed and placed horizontally in front of him. Traces of sword will condensed, and invisible sword chi filled the air, making Chenzong look like he was about to condense a sword domain. Under the pressure of the opponent, his own sword will and sword chi became more and more condensed. Not bad, maybe you can block a few more of my attacks. The invincible Saber King spoke again. His feminine voice was tinged with a cold sharpness. Even the spectators felt a chill and could not help but shiver. As his voice fell, the invincible Saber King took a step forward. This step was very light, as if he was taking a stroll. However, the moment his foot landed, it was as if a trace of aura had turned into a ripple, with the sole of his foot as the center, quickly spreading out. It was like a ripple of flowing water. In just an instant, it filled the entire arena. Chen Zong only felt that the arena under his feet seemed to have turned into a ripple of water. His eyes were also in a trance for a moment. The invincible Saber King's figure was slightly distorted. In the next moment, it dispersed like a cloud and disappeared. Danger! In an instant, an extremely strong sense of danger exploded from between his eyebrows. It was like a storm that swept through his entire body. An indescribable tremor hit him, as if thunder and lightning had penetrated his body. His hair stood on end, and a chill ran down his spine and went straight to his brain. His subconscious that had been tempered thousands of times burst out. Chen Zong struck out with his sword, as if to tear the void. In an instant, there was an extremely sharp sound of sword and saber clashing that seemed to tear everything apart. This sword narrowly blocked the invincible Saber King's attack. At the same time, the invincible Saber King's blurry figure appeared. Flicker, it rippled like water and smoke before disappearing in an instant. Chen Zong couldn't see it with his eyes. He could only rely on his super-strong perception to sense it. It was very vague. If he had not managed to block that attack, he would have been killed instantly. However, blocking a blade did not mean that he was safe. That slash was perhaps just a probing slash from the Extinction Saber King, and he did not use his full strength. That was the truth. He had only used 70% of his strength in that slash. In the next slash, he had used all of his strength. The difference between 100% strength and 70% strength was very obvious. The sense of crisis grew stronger and stronger, almost suffocating Chen Zong. Even his heart almost stopped beating. Unfortunately, the heart domain of his main body was unable to be used here. When he wanted to use it, he felt as if he was restricted by some invisible shackles. It seemed to be because his consciousness and body were not coordinated enough. Only by solving this problem could some of the methods of the main body be used here. For example, the heart domain had great benefits in battle. If the heart domain was present, it could spread out. Perhaps he could clearly sense the location of the Extinction Saber King, and it would not be as vague as it was now. Suddenly, a murderous intent filled the void. Behind Chen Zong, a blade seemed to pierce through the void. It pierced through his back, wanting to pierce through Chen Zong's heart. As expected, Chen Zong's body was pierced through in an instant. The terrifying saber essence swept across and tore Chen Zong's body apart in an instant. However, it was only an illusory body. The sword light crossed the sky and attacked directly. The sword moved in all directions, boundless. Kill, this sword condensed all of Chen Zong's strength. He seized the opportunity when the opponent pierced through his illusory body to attack. The timing was perfect. Facing this sword, the Extinction Saber King's face seemed to flash with a trace of astonishment. He was astonished that the other party could actually avoid the fatal blow of his full power and even seize the opportunity to counterattack. As expected, his combat talent was outstanding and his swordsmanship was superb. However, strength was strength, and the gap was the gap. Without any reluctance or intention to dodge, the Extinction Saber King attacked with his saber. At the moment when the saber and sword collided, Chen Zong suddenly felt an extremely terrifying force from his opponent's saber. It directly shook the long sword away. The force was extremely sharp through the sword, as if it wanted to cut and tear his arm apart. Along with the terrifying force, there was a terrifying will that directly attacked his mind. It was filled with endless despair, as if it wanted to drag him into the abyss of despair and sink into it forever. Saber essence of despair, this was a top Dao essence that had reached the extreme realm. With just one strike, he was defeated and fell into a disadvantage. This made Chen Zong realize how terrifying his opponent was. Illusory body, under the impact of the terrifying force of despair, his own strong consciousness played a role and resisted it. However, his body could not withstand the terrifying force, as if it was about to be torn apart. Without hesitation, Qianzong used the celestial spirit illusory body slash. This was not only an offensive martial art, but also a movement technique. Successive battles allowed Qianzong to have a deeper understanding of the mystery of the celestial spirit illusory body slash. He used it more flexibly. Not only could he use the illusory body to attack, but he could also use it to block attacks and even die for him. It was like a cicada shedding its shell. In an instant, his body was torn apart by the terrifying saber qi. However, it was only an illusory body. The real body appeared and attacked with a sword. The sword light turned into a sea of clouds in an instant, spreading all around and filling the entire arena. It swallowed Qianzong's body and the Extinction Saber King's body at the same time. Celestial Gang Qi, kill, the peerless sword light cut through the sea of clouds, condensing Qianzong's strength. It was like the sword light of the beginning that split heaven and earth. It was stunning and earth-shattering. This sword condensed Qianzong's unparalleled faith. All for the sake of killing his opponent. In the face of the Extinction Saber King's powerful strength and the terrifying pressure it brought, Qianzong's heart sword Dao will erupted with unprecedented power, causing the power of this sword to increase greatly. Under this sword, there was no chance of survival. Vaguely, the Extinction Saber King felt his mind tremble slightly. A trace of indescribable horror grew from the deepest part of his heart and quietly spread. It was as if the opponent's sword was enough to kill him. However, he felt that the power contained in the opponent's sword was actually not very strong, at least to him. To be able to bring about this kind of mental crisis, it should be related to the Dao will that the opponent had mastered. It was a Dao will that directly pressured the mind. Compared to the Despair Saber Dao that he had mastered, it was not inferior at all. Unfortunately, you are still too inexperienced, the Extinction Saber King's feminine voice blew into Qianzong's ears like a gust of cold wind. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from the Extinction Saber King's body. It was terrifying to the extreme. It was a power that far surpassed his cultivation base. The 6th level of Heaven and Earth Divine Art, the Extinction Saber King had already cultivated the 6th level of Heaven and Earth Divine Art. Moreover, he had reached the complete realm of the 6th level. The power of his cultivation base was extremely terrifying. The power of his Heaven and Earth constellation was even more shocking and tyrannical. The difference between each level of Heaven and Earth Divine Art was very obvious. It also had a great impact on one's strength. Previously, the Extinction Saber King did not use the power of the 6th level of Heaven and Earth Divine Art. Instead, he used the power of the 5th level of Heaven and Earth Divine Art to fight with Qianzong. However, in the face of this sword, he realized that it had already brought about a threat to him. He could no longer hide it, so he could only erupt. The power of the 6th level of Heaven and Earth Divine Art erupted. In an instant, it poured into the absolute grade weapon, the Absolute Heaven Saber. All the power of the Absolute Heaven Saber was completely stimulated in an instant. Just now, he had only used part of the power of the Absolute Heaven Saber, increasing its power by 40%. He lowered his body and withdrew his saber. The Extinction Saber King made a posture of drawing his saber and slashing. His eyes emitted an extremely intense radiance that pierced through the sea of sword light clouds. He stared at the sword light with shocking killing intent. The sea of sword light clouds did not obstruct him in the slightest. The Extinction Saber. Blood edge, in an instant, a smear of blood red filled the air. It was as if a blood-red lightning bolt tore through the sky. In an instant, it tore apart the sea of sword light clouds. It also shattered the sword light of Qianzong's sword. Like a hot knife through butter, it violently attacked. The extremely shocking killing intent was so dense that it could not be dispersed. It made Qianzong unable to breathe. All the pores on his body opened up, and his hair stood on end. He was terrified. Danger, the intense danger of death was approaching. His tyrannical sword was actually unable to resist at all and was shattered. The difference in power made one feel despair. Earthly essence collapsing mountain. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His aura instantly rose to the peak. Heavenly Spirit illusory body slash. 3 illusory bodies appeared, holding swords and attacking at the same time. He went all out, however, the Extinction Saber King's strike was extremely terrifying. It was like a hot knife through butter. It shattered the illusory bodies one after another and directly attacked the real body. Slash, the sword light and the saber light clashed, and both were shattered. Chen Zong felt as if he was being attacked by a primordial beast. His sword body trembled non-stop. The extremely terrifying power attacked him as if it was going to completely shatter his body. The desperate saber intent directly attacked him, wanting to plunge him into the abyss of despair. Blocked. In the end, Chen Zong still managed to block it. He retreated to the edge of the arena. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he still managed to block it. He actually blocked it. The Extinction Saber King's face was full of surprise. He knew very well how powerful his saber was. Even a king-ranked martial artist who had achieved 80 consecutive victories like him would find it difficult to block it head-on. Indeed, he was an opponent with great potential. However, it was a pity that this battle ended here. Extinction Saber. Earth Splitter, the absolute heaven saber was raised, and a shocking power spread. In an instant, it slashed down, turning into a black crescent moon. The edges of the crescent moon glowed with traces of blood. It was extremely sharp and seemed to be able to sink people into hell. This saber directly split the arena apart, bringing with it an unparalleled killing intent. The shocking saber pressure suppressed the void. Chen Zong felt that his body could not move. He could only wait for the saber to arrive. He used the last of his strength and swung his sword. This was his last strike. Even if he could not win, he would not retreat. Slash. One slash, cut through the air. When he regained consciousness, Chen Zong had already appeared in his own space. Defeated, the 60th consecutive victory, failed. Invincible Saber King. Chen Zong said in a low voice. His eyes were as sharp as a sword, and his body emitted a terrifying sword aura. So strong, the Invincible Saber King's strength was so strong, Chen Zong couldn't help but clench his fists and tremble slightly. He wasn't afraid, but excited. It was obviously the same level of Dao intent, but it was so powerful. Even though there was an obvious gap between their cultivation and strength, and there was a great gap between their weapons, Chen Zong was able to sense that Chen Shi's grasp and application of Dao insights had obviously surpassed his own. Another point was that the martial arts that his opponent used had already broken away from the shadow of the heaven and earth lineage martial arts and had become one of its own. First, it was the Marquis of the Night Hunt, then the Invincible Saber King. They allowed Chen Zong to see the difference between the heaven and earth lineage martial arts and realize the deeper level of mystery. However, compared to the Invincible Saber King, the shadow of the heaven and earth lineage martial arts was still very clear in the Marquis of the Night Hunt's ultimate move. What's really strong is oneself. The heaven and earth lineage martial arts only provide a foundation, a primer. Chen Zong couldn't help but think. After cultivating the heaven and earth lineage martial arts to the extreme, one could use it as a medium and guide to integrate the profound martial arts of the original body. From there, one could create a powerful martial arts that was more suitable for this body and completely unleash one's strength. Vaguely, Chen Zong saw through a layer of mystery. A sudden change occurred. Heaven and earth changed. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong left his own space and appeared in a cold palace. Chen Zong couldn't help but feel a trace of coldness pervading the air. The coldness seemed to seep into his bones and directly into the depths of his soul. Then, a figure appeared not far away like a ripple of moonlight, but like the moon in the sky, distant, deep, and unfathomable. Heaven Execution Hall Master Qing Su Mingyue, her gaze made Chen Zong feel as if he was bathed in the faint white moonlight. It was quiet and deep, making people feel as if they were about to be immersed in it. Greetings, Hall Master. Chen Zong bowed. You've achieved your goal. You've obtained 59 consecutive victories. Qing Su Mingyue's voice sounded. It was as clear as water and as faint as moonlight. It seemed to come from the distant void. According to our agreement, I will give you an opportunity. Chen Zong was secretly excited, but he stood still and waited for the other party to continue. The Sky Execution Hall Master was a Spirit Ascension Realm expert. In the Spirit Ascension Realm, no one knew what level he was at. In short, he was an expert. At the very least, he should be stronger than the great saint experts in the Lingwu holy world. What kind of fortuitous encounter would be for such a powerhouse? Qingsu Mingyue did not speak immediately. She seemed to be thinking about what kind of opportunity she should give Qinzong. At Qingsu Mingyue's level, a 50 win streak and a 60 win streak were two different levels. A 60 win streak and a 70 win streak were two different levels. Obtaining 50 consecutive victories was only the most basic goal. However, Qinzong's opponent was the invincible Saber King, who had an 80 win streak. He was very strong. It was reasonable that he was defeated. If it was a weaker opponent, he might have won. Qinzong's battle with the invincible Saber King was remarkable. He had talent and potential, and his will was very tenacious. You're still a top mortal physique, but every king-level genius is a spirit physique. Qingsu Mingyue spoke again. Hearing her words, Qinzong's heart raced. Could it be that the opportunity was, you've achieved your goal and passed my test? I will give you a peerless sky-stealing earth-changing elixir. I hope you can use it to transform and become a spirit physique of heaven and earth. Qingsu Mingyue said. Her voice was as cold as the wind and water. Hall Master, I can't repay you. Qinzong was ecstatic, but he did not let it go to his head. It should be known that a peerless sky-stealing earth-changing elixir required tens of millions of victories. Its value was shocking. Maybe I'll need your help in the future. Qingsu Mingyue was very direct. If it's within your power. Okay. Qinzong thought for a while and agreed. In the future, if Qingsu Mingyue really needed his help, he would look at the specific situation. If it was within his power, he would do it. If it was beyond his power, he would tell her. In the next moment, Qinzong felt the scene before him change again. He was back in the void space. This type of heaven and earth changing method, yet the Battle Tower Lord was also like this. It really was shocking. He wondered what level the Battle Tower Master had reached. Now that he had achieved the goal set by Qingsu Mingyue and received the promised reward, Qinzong left the void space and walked out of the void cabin. Not long after, a peerless sky-stealing earth-changing elixir was sent to the Tianyuan residence on Tianyuan Peak and handed to Qinzong. Now, his physique was a top mortal physique. If he went one step further, he would become a spirit physique, a low spirit physique. His physique could be said to have started from a low mortal physique and improved step by step until now. After becoming a king-level genius, he knew more secrets. It seemed that the amount of chi of heaven and earth that the body condensed when he first entered the eternal battle fort was closely related to the strength of the world his body was in. If the world his body was in was very strong, it would affect the absorption and infusion of chi of heaven and earth to a certain extent, making his physique stronger. Because the Lingwu sacred world had been invaded by the void demons, a great battle had almost destroyed the world. Tianyuan sacred realm had been separated because of this, and countless experts had died. The overall level of the Lingwu sacred world was much weaker than before. Therefore, the Lingwu sacred world could only be considered a weak world among the many worlds in the void space. Qinzong was also affected because of this. Those who could achieve a top mortal physique or even a top mortal physique from the beginning were from very strong worlds. As for those who could achieve a spirit physique, other than the fact that their worlds were very strong, there were also other factors. Of course, not all of them came from other worlds in the void space. A small number of them were the descendants of some experts in the Eternal Battle Fort. They were born extraordinary. In the mortal physique level, the heaven-pilfering earth pill could directly improve from a low mortal physique to a top mortal physique. However, it was a huge leap from a top mortal physique to a low mortal physique. Therefore, even a top mortal physique could not guarantee that it could instantly transform. If one was lucky, one would only need one. If one was unlucky, one might even need 3. A top mortal physique pill was worth 10 million battle points. 3 would be 30 million battle points. It was undoubtedly terrifying. However, thinking about it, with the status of the Heaven Execution Palace Master, 10 million battle points was not a lot. The higher the level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master, the more beneficial it is to my physique. If I can completely master the 5th level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master, perhaps a top mortal physique pill can really transform my physique into a low mortal physique. His current goal was to first cultivate the fifth layer of the art of heaven and earth to perfection. It would be best if he could comprehend and cultivate the sixth layer. Otherwise, if he failed, it would be impossible for him to raise his constitution to the spirit-body level for a long time. In the following time, Chenzong did not leave the Tianyuan peak or enter the ethereal realm. He even closed the Tianyuan residence and declined all possible visits. He focused on cultivating the fifth level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master. The mysteries of the Heaven and Earth battle runes were also of great help to the cultivation of the fifth level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master. Greater mastery, perfection. When the fifth level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master reached perfection, Chenzong's Heaven and Earth True Gang also reached a shocking level. He began to comprehend the sixth level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master. Thanks to the help of the Heaven and Earth battle runes, he did not encounter any difficulties in comprehending the sixth level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master. After comprehending the sixth level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master, he began to cultivate. It was not difficult. His Heaven and Earth True Gang was strengthened once again. The fourth level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master was to merge Heaven Spiritual Force and Earth Elemental Force into Heaven and Earth True Gang. The fifth and sixth levels were to strengthen. Time flew. The next challenge of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower was getting closer and closer. A strong aura spread out and rushed in all directions. With a roar, the terrifying Heaven and Earth True Gang condensed on Chenzong's body. The sixth level of the Heaven Execution Palace Master had reached minor mastery. The more condensed the Heaven and Earth True Gang was, the more terrifying its power would be. Now, I can take the Peerless Grade Sky-Pilfering Earth Pill. Chenzong's eyes flashed. Finally, the time had come. A strong premonition spread out. This Peerless Grade Sky-Pilfering Earth Pill would definitely make his body break through to spiritual body. Without hesitation, Chenzong swallowed the Peerless Grade Sky-Pilfering Earth Pill. Suddenly, an extremely strong chi of heaven and earth exploded in his body. It turned into a black and white torrent that rushed into Chenzong's body. It shuttled back and forth, rushing into the depths of his body. It constantly strengthened Chenzong's body and changed his body constitution. His mortal body was undergoing a rapid metamorphosis towards a higher level. It was as if he had been reborn. Black and white halos spread out from his body, like two black and white dragons entwining each other. His internal organs, bones, tendons, and skin were all vibrating, making a sound like metal clashing. An astonishing aura also swept out from his body like a void storm, destroying everything. This was a transformation that came from the deepest part of his body. Gradually, the transformation from the inside to the outside was equivalent to a transformation and improvement of the essence of life. Chenzong's strong consciousness could clearly feel the changes in his body. Involuntarily, Chenzong was looking forward to the spiritual body after the transformation. As for the failure of the transformation, it did not exist. This was a kind of confidence that came from the deepest part of his heart. Unparalleled confidence, the belief of success. In an instant, the black and white dragons raised their heads and let out a series of sonorous dragon roars that seemed to pierce through the clouds. If it were not for the formation of Tianyuan residents blocking it, it would have caused a lot of alarm. The halo of light spread out like a raging wave. It swept out endlessly and spread to every corner of the hall. Then, countless black and white halos flowed back and poured into Chenzong's body, causing his body to shake continuously. The final transformation had begun. A deep transformation, a transformation of the essence of life. Power. Chenzong was mesmerized by the power that was full of tenacity and stamina that surged in his body. This power was not a direct power, but a potential. Spiritual body. His body constitution had successfully transformed into a low-level spiritual body. Compared to his previous top-level mortal body, it was a huge leap. A mortal body was like a mortal's body, while a spiritual body was like a body that had been reborn after cultivation. It was completely different. It was not only a change in power, but also a change in potential. It was an upgrade of the essence. The surrounding chi of heaven and earth became more intimate. It was at least twice as comfortable, like a fish in water. It was as if a heavy burden had been removed. It became light and relaxed, as if it was about to fly with the wind. He took a deep breath. His breath seemed to be fresher, and his body felt more transparent. Zhenzong was overjoyed by this wonderful feeling. Spiritual body, it was indeed extraordinary. Zhenzong began to cultivate the sixth stage of heaven and earth execution. As soon as he did, the speed of the heaven and earth true Kong in his body suddenly increased. It was like a flood, but he did not feel the slightest burden. A large amount of qi of heaven and earth was absorbed into his body and quickly transformed into heaven and earth true Kong, increasing his cultivation and increasing the power of true Kong. In an instant, Zhenzong was surrounded by a thick qi of heaven and earth. It was as if his whole body was immersed in it. A spiritual body was, to a certain extent, one that was favored by heaven and earth. The qi of heaven and earth would naturally be close to, and gather. Once the cultivation method was activated, the efficiency would naturally be higher. The sixth stage of heaven and earth execution's efficiency in refining the qi of heaven and earth was also much higher than the fifth stage. He could feel his cultivation increasing at a rapid speed. Immediately, it was as if he had broken the limit. Heaven and earth execution's sixth stage had broken through to the realm of heaven and earth execution's sixth stage. It had not been long since he broke through to the realm of heaven and earth execution, but Zhenzong understood that it was due to the transformation of his body constitution. From a top-level mortal body to a low-level spiritual body, the transformation of the essence brought about an effect and improvement. It would not be easy to cultivate to the realm of heaven and earth execution. It would either be a slow accumulation of cultivation and a natural breakthrough, or it would be possible for his body constitution to be upgraded from a low-level spiritual body to a mid-level spiritual body. The latter would undoubtedly be more difficult than the former. When one's physique reached the spirit body level, it would be even more difficult to raise it. As long as there were enough peerless grade heaven pilfering earth-changing pills, it would be possible to raise one's spirit physique from low-grade spirit physique to middle-grade spirit physique. However, if one wanted to raise one's spirit physique from middle-grade spirit physique to high-grade spirit physique, it would be useless no matter how many peerless grade heaven pilfering earth-changing pills he had, let alone peak-grade spirit physique. However, for the time being, Zhenzong was satisfied with being able to upgrade to a low-level spiritual body. As for a higher-level spiritual body, he would think about it when he had the right opportunity. Mastery of the sixth level of heaven and earth execution had increased his cultivation and strength. Zhenzong tried to perform the basic martial art, 9 heavenly spirit strikes. The sword slashed out, instantly piercing through the sky. Whether it was the sword's speed or power, it had increased by more than 50%. This was the enhancement brought about by the spirit body. With my current strength, even if I can't defeat the invincible Saber King, I won't lose easily, Zhenzong said to himself. After consolidating his strength, Zhenzong headed to the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower. This time, he had to pass the 10th level. At least, he would not be disqualified as a King Realm genius. In addition, Zhenzong wanted to go back to his original body. After all, it had been a long time since he came to the Eternal Battle Fort. According to the time ratio, it was estimated that many years had passed in the Tianyuan Sacred Realm. He wondered how the Shura sect was doing. Had the Rakshasa King appeared? No, what he had to do in the highest mystery realm was to find the Rakshasa King and kill him to avenge the ancient Shura King. He would fulfill his last wish and his promise. Only by fulfilling this promise could he truly cultivate with a clear conscience and focus on improving himself. He would strive to break through to the imminent God realm as soon as possible and enter the void of the universe with his real body. After seeing a wider world and a more powerful realm, he was no longer satisfied with being a half-step great saint in the Tianyuan Sacred Realm. He would devote his life to pursue the peak of Swordway. The Heaven-Earth Battle Tower stood tall and straight into the clouds, with no end in sight. When Zhenzong came to the Heaven-Earth Battle Tower, he unexpectedly met Yongguan. Chen. Seeing Zhenzong, Yongguan was happy at first. He was about to greet him when he thought of something. He stopped talking and stopped. As soon as he returned to the Eternal Battle Fort, he immediately inquired about the various things and information that had happened before he left. He found out that Zhenzong had improved by leaps and bounds in less than a year. First, he had won 10 consecutive victories, then 20 consecutive victories, and now 50 consecutive victories. He was almost 60 consecutive victories. From a low-level genius to a high-level genius, he was now a King Realm genius and had the title of Tianyuan Sword King. Yang Guan wondered if he had come to the wrong place, or if he had fallen into an illusion. However, the truth was the truth. Therefore, when he saw Chenzong again, although Yang Guan was happy, he was also a little restrained. After all, Chenzong was no longer a low-level genius like him. He was a King Realm genius with a King Realm title. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. Brother Yang. Chenzong walked over with a smile on his face. Back then, Yang Guan had told him all sorts of information so that he could understand more about the Eternal Battle Fort. However, he was not the kind of person who would abandon his friends just because he had become rich. Chenzong's attitude had not changed at all. Yang Guan heaved a sigh of relief. After chatting for a while, the two entered the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower and began to challenge the tower. Yang Guan wanted to challenge the third level. If he could pass the third level, he would be promoted to a mid-level genius. To him, this was no less than an improvement. As for Chenzong, he wanted to challenge the 7th level. However, this time, Chenzong's goal was to pass the 10th level. Previously, Chenzong did not have much confidence in passing the 7th level. However, this time, his strength had increased a lot. The 7th level was nothing to him. After easily passing the 7th level, he immediately received 100,000 battle achievements as well as 3 mid-grade sky-stealing earth-changing elixirs. Following that, he began to challenge the 8th level. Although the 8th level was more difficult than the 7th level, given his current strength, it was still nothing. Pass. 200,000 battle achievements and an upper-grade weapon as an extra reward. The 9th level, the difficulty of the 9th level was much higher than the 8th level. 9 heavenly strikes. Transformation, the sword light surged and spread in all directions. Under the 6th level of greater mastery of heaven and earth, its power became even more powerful and terrifying. Kill, the peerless sword light shot out. It gathered all of Chenzong's strength and belief, killing everything. After the battle with the invincible Saber King, Chenzong had a deeper understanding of the 9 heavenly strikes. As he attacked with his sword, an indomitable aura filled the air. He received 300,000 battle achievements and an upper-grade sky-stealing earth-changing elixir as an extra reward. In addition to the battle achievements he obtained in the Void Realm, he had nearly 900,000 battle achievements. If he converted the extra reward into battle achievements, he would have more than 1,000,000 battle achievements. 1,000,000 battle achievements could be customized for a peerless weapon. Thinking about it, Chenzong could not help but feel a little excited. The 10th level of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. The 10th level belonged to the King-level geniuses. Chenzong was not afraid, but he was a little dignified. A newcomer. A voice that sounded like metal clashing sounded with a little surprise. Come on, defeat me, and you can pass the 10th level. As the voice fell, a figure in black metal armor stepped out of the darkness, holding a long saber. The blade was narrow, thin, and extremely sharp. A strong aura rushed out as if it came from the abyss. Kill, the long saber broke through the air and attacked in an instant. In just an instant, hundreds of black saber lights shattered the sky and attacked wildly. In an instant, Chenzong was covered by hundreds of black saber lights. They covered the sky and covered the earth, sealing everything around him. Every saber light was extremely terrifying. It was as cold as the abyss, as if it was going to cut him into countless pieces. Heavenly spirit illusion, in an instant, he turned into a shadow. Earthly essence collapsing mountain, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, with 3 steps, Chenzong's aura and power were condensed to the extreme, exceeding the limit. Kill, a sword broke through the air, carrying the 6th level of the Heaven and Earth divine skill. The sword chi was violent, tearing the sky apart, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was splitting. He had to admit that the opponent on the 10th level was indeed very strong. If it was only the 5th level of the Heaven and Earth divine skill, he might not be a match for him. But now, he had transformed into a low-level spiritual body and cultivated to the 6th level of the Heaven and Earth divine skill. He had reached the profound realm. Fierce battle, suppress, gradually, Chenzong gained the upper hand. Heavenly Spirit Illusion slash, the illusion slashed out with the sword, and the real body slashed out with the sword. They attacked from the front and back, immediately penetrating the opponent's body. Kill, the 10th level was passed. This was the goal of a king-level genius. He would not be demoted. In addition, if he passed the 10th level, he would get 1,000,000 battle points and an additional reward. This time, the additional reward was 5 upper-grade heaven-stealing earth-changing pills. The 11th level, although he was not confident, Chenzong relaxed and raised his fighting spirit. He did not hesitate to fight. Even if he was defeated, it did not matter. He would treat it as a training for himself. The opponent on the 11th level was dressed in a white robe, but he held a black and white spiral spear. He was tall and slender, and with the spear in his hand, he had an indescribable elegance. Seeing Chenzong appear, there was a smile on the man's face, but he did not say anything. He took a step forward, like a white horse riding the waves. His speed was shocking. In an instant, he swept past, and his spear pierced forward. The spear broke through the air, like a black and white lightning tearing the void, carrying a terrible power. Chenzong felt like he had been penetrated. Heavenly Spirit Illusion slash, the illusion slashed with the sword in an instant, but it was defeated by the opponent's spear. Chenzong's real body appeared beside him, and his sword slashed through the air. The spear trembled slightly. The tip of the spear was like thousands of pear blossoms, blooming in an instant and spreading around. In the blink of an eye, it was like thousands of blooming pear blossoms on a pear tree. However, each pear blossom spat out a little cold light. The cold light was like broken starlight, spreading in amazing coldness and sharpness. It broke through everything and covered Chenzong from head to toe. This spear not only blocked Chenzong's sword, but also counterattacked. There was no way to dodge. Heart Realm. Maybe my body is more fun. Fierce battle, endless fierce battle, a battle of life and death. The opponent on the 11th floor was extremely powerful and terrifying. His heaven and earth art had reached the 6th level. His spear technique was exquisite, his martial arts were superb, his combat talent was outstanding, and his consciousness was terrifying. Chenzong unleashed all his strength and fought fiercely. With the help of the heart domain, the battle was more advantageous for him. Transformative stage. Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes and Heavenly Spirit Illusory Body slash worked together to kill the strong opponent. 2,000,000 battle points and additional rewards were the 4th, 5th, and 6th levels of the Heavenly Spirit Illusory Body slash. The 4th level required 200,000 battle points, the 5th 400,000, and the 6th 800,000. In total, it was 1.4 million battle points. In one go, Chenzong entered the 12th floor, which was the last floor of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. Not long after, Chenzong left the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower. He lost. On the 12th floor, the opponent was too strong. It was not an ordinary person, but an illusory body left behind by the geniuses who had passed the 12th floor. If he had passed the 12th floor, then what would have been left behind would have been his illusory body. Brother Chen, you're out. Yang Guan had already come out. He had failed to pass the 3rd floor and was waiting here for Chenzong. Brother Yang, this is for you. Chenzong took out a mid-grade heaven pilfering earth-changing pill and handed it to Yang Guan. A mid-grade heaven pilfering earth-changing pill was worth 10,000 battle points. It was undoubtedly a lot for him in the past, but it was nothing for him now. After passing the 11th floor of the Heaven and Earth Battle Tower, he had earned 3 to 4 million battle points. 10,000 battle points were nothing, but to Yang Guan, it was undoubtedly precious. Yang Guan was stunned and then excited. He did not dare to accept it, but in the end, he accepted it. This mid-grade heaven pilfering earth-changing pill was enough to raise his body constitution to a mid-grade mortal body. Once his body constitution was improved, his other aspects would also improve. Thank you, thank you. Yang Guan was extremely grateful. He didn't expect that he would receive such a generous gift just because he was used to being enthusiastic. In fact, Chenzong still had a high-grade heaven pilfering and earth-changing pill worth 100,000 battle points. 100,000 battle points were not much to him now, but a mid-grade heaven pilfering and earth-changing pill was enough. Chen Zong kept the middle three moves of the Phantom Slash of Heavenly Spirit and changed everything else into battle records. In this way, his battle records had exceeded 4 million. Before this was simply unimaginable. 4 million battle record, if he could pass the 12th level, he would be able to obtain 3 million battle points. After returning to the Thousand King Mountains Tianyuan residence on the Tianyuan Peak, Chen Zong began to customize the peerless rank combat weapon. First was the sword. Secondly, the appearance of the sword had to be in line with his taste and fit his habit of using the sword. Finally, there was the naming. The naming was very simple, just use the words Tianyuan. Next, it was time to submit and wait for the peerless weapon to be completed. For the Eternal Battle Fort, a peerless weapon was nothing as it was easy to forge. Therefore, the Tianyuan sword was delivered to Chen Zong in just a day. The sword was 2 fingers wide, the blade was snow white, and the spine was pitch black. It looked very distinct. Holding the sword hilt, he felt extremely comfortable to the touch. He felt that the sword fit perfectly with his palm, as if it had grown together with his palm. As he waved the sword, the blade sliced through the air smoothly. This sword was very suitable for him. In his hands, it could reach the level of a peerless weapon. However, if it fell into the hands of others, it would only be an ordinary peerless weapon. After all, this sword was suitable for him. After leaving for so long, it's time to return to my main body, Chen Zong thought to himself. He activated all the formations in the Tianyuan residence to prevent others from interfering and affecting him. Sitting in the main hall of the Tianyuan residence, Chen Zong took out the Eternal Heaven and Earth token and sent all his consciousness into it. The Eternal Heaven and Earth token was a treasure that connected his main body and the Eternal Battle Fort. It was very precious and couldn't be lost. If he lost the Eternal Heaven and Earth token, he wouldn't be able to send his consciousness into the Eternal Battle Fort and lose the opportunity here. As his consciousness kept pouring into the Eternal Heaven and Earth token, Chen Zong's body seemed to have lost its spirituality. In the end, he became like a wooden man, sitting quietly and motionlessly. However, this wasn't a real body of flesh and blood. Therefore, he wouldn't be hungry or sleepy. However, after losing consciousness, he lost control and couldn't move. He could only stay there. If he was attacked, he would be destroyed. However, the formations in the Tianyuan Peak were very powerful. Even an ordinary ascending God Realm warrior couldn't break through it. Moreover, this was the Thousand King Mountain, which was extremely important. There were experts guarding it. Whoever dared to be presumptuous here was courting death. His consciousness shuttled through the black and white void tunnel. Gradually, Chen Zong's consciousness felt the existence of his main body. It went from faint and fuzzy to strong and clear. In the supreme profound world, there was a huge crack, like a chasm that went straight to the abyss. It was dark and gloomy, and a terrifying aura filled the air. It was like a ghostly realm. A black-robed figure with bloody claws on the back of his black robe quickly flew into the abyss. He disappeared as if he was swallowed. Going deeper and deeper, there was a pitch-black hole that breathed in and out cold air. The cold air blew like a chilly wind, freezing everything around it. However, the black-robed figure stepped into it, as if he wasn't affected at all. Going deeper and deeper into the dark tunnel, the aura became deeper and more terrifying. In the deepest part of the tunnel, the black-robed figure stopped and knelt down on one knee in front of a mass of darkness that looked like a ghostly realm. "My king, I heard news about the Shura sect when I was outside." The black-robed figure's voice was cold but respectful. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths passed. After a while, an extremely vicious and evil voice came from the deepest part of the darkness. "Speak." The Shura sect had already declined and was on the verge of being exterminated. However, a young man named Xianxia came and said that he was a disciple of the Shura sect. The black-robed man immediately revealed all the information he knew in detail. "How many half-step great saints are there in the Shura sect now?" The evil voice came from the deepest part of the darkness again. "According to my investigation, there are currently 5 6-star warriors, 13 5-star warriors, and 24 4-star warriors in the Azura's Gate," the black-robed man reported. After his investigation, he too was shocked. This kind of strength was indeed terrifying. Rising from the ashes. After a while, the evil voice came again. The Shura sect, which was about to be destroyed, suddenly had a magnificent change. Not only did it start to rise, but it also had so many experts. If there were no accidents, it would rise again and continue to prosper. The main reason for all these changes was the person named Xianxia. He was the biggest change. I still need some time to come out of seclusion. Take action first. Mobilize all forces and use all means to suppress the Shura sect and capture Xianxia alive. If necessary, ask the right emissary to cooperate with you. The evil voice came from the darkness again and penetrated into the black-robed figure's ears. It was like the roar of a ghost king from hell. Yes, my king. The black-robed figure immediately replied. The black-robed figure immediately stood up and left quickly. In the deepest part of the darkness, a tall and mighty figure sat cross-legged. Endless darkness spread out from his body and filled the surroundings, forming a ball. An extremely terrifying power and aura was constantly emitted from the dark ball. It was very shocking. Shura sect, ancient Azura king, could this Xianxia be your successor? It's best if he is your successor. I can then obtain the 1,000 Shura divine ability from him. The evil voice was low and deep as it talked to itself. However, it was filled with extremely terrifying malice. When I break through to the 6th level of the Purgatory Ghost Scripture, I will properly deal with your successor and completely wipe out the Shura sect. Immediately, a wild and evil laughter rang out from the endless darkness and filled the entire cave. If someone heard it, they would think that they had fallen into a ghost realm and would be scared to death. His consciousness traveled through the void and continued to move forward through the black and white tunnel. Chenzong carefully sensed it. When he first went to the Eternal Battle Fort, he was not used to it. Therefore, he did not carefully experience it. But this time, he could properly experience it. It was very mysterious. Chenzong could already clearly sense the location of his original body. The aura was getting stronger and stronger. He saw his original body. His original body was at the core of the bewildering light island. He sat cross-legged and did not move. He was surrounded by a weak and almost imperceptible life force. Even his heartbeat became incomparably slow. It would only beat once after a while. His entire body seemed to have completely entered a state of hibernation. Fortunately, Chenzong's cultivation was very high. Although he was made of flesh and blood, it did not affect him even if he did not eat or drink. Otherwise, he would probably starve to death. In an instant, his consciousness rushed out of the black and white tunnel and penetrated through the top of his head. Returning to his original body's spirit sea, his consciousness and soul merged. In an instant, an incomparably familiar feeling arose from the deepest part of his soul. This feeling was indescribably comfortable. After all, this was his original body, a body that belonged to him. At the same time, a tyrannical force converged and entered the eternal heaven and earth token. It was a protective force. The moment his consciousness returned to his original body, a series of roars suddenly sounded. In the sky above bewildering light island, there seemed to be thunder rumbling. It was as if the mysteries of heaven and earth were gathering and turning into the shadow of a giant dragon. It soared into the sky and then fell straight down from the sky. The mysteries of heaven and earth also became clearer at this moment. It was as if he could touch it. Countless auras of heaven and earth, carrying endless mysteries, poured into Chenzong's original body and wrapped it up. Chenzong's body was completely immersed in the mysteries of heaven and earth. Chenzong was very surprised. Is this the benefit of returning to my original body from the Eternal Battle Fort? Seizing this opportunity, Chenzong did not hesitate to get rid of all distracting thoughts and began to comprehend. Get excited, get excited, get excited. The mysteries of heaven and earth turned into countless auras that filled the air. The auras condensed like dragons. Dragons were noble, powerful, and mysterious. There was a saying that the head of a dragon could be seen but the tail of a dragon could not be seen. Anything that was related to dragons was extraordinary. The mysteries of heaven and earth turned into dragon tattoos. The dragon tattoos coiled around Chenzong like a huge dragon, firmly entangling him. Clear, intuitive, at this moment, the mysteries of heaven and earth seemed to have opened up to Chenzong for him to comprehend. This benefit was the benefit of entering the eternal battle fort and becoming a weapon of heaven and earth. He could comprehend the mysteries of heaven and earth more intuitively and clearly. Even Yang Guan, who was at a low level, could gain a lot of benefits when he returned to his original body, not to mention Chen Zong. As long as he could gain more benefits in the eternal battle fort, he would naturally gain more benefits when he returned to his original body. Chen Zong kept improving from the lowest level of the mortal body to the lowest level of the spiritual body, which had a great impact on the mysteries of heaven and earth. Secondly, he cultivated the sixth level of the heaven and earth scripture and comprehended various martial arts of heaven and earth. Lastly, it was the comprehension of the heaven and earth battle tattoos. The three aspects and the three benefits were simply unimaginable. This state would last for a while. As for how long it would last, he didn't know. But no matter what, as long as there was time, he had to seize it. He couldn't miss it because the more he comprehended, the more he could improve and accumulate. The mysteries of heaven and earth were so clear that they turned into dragons that coiled around him. He could feel it more intuitively and his mind was extremely clear. It was as if he had entered an inexplicable state. An inscription of heaven and earth suddenly appeared in front of him. This was the first inscription of heaven and earth. It contained the sharpness of the divine light of absolute beginning that could tear the void and universe apart. As soon as he saw this inscription of heaven and earth, before he could enter the state of comprehension, a divine light suddenly appeared on the inscription of heaven and earth. It was as if a peerless sword saint was in the inscription of heaven and earth, wielding the essence of the sword in his life. It broke the void and penetrated the inscription of heaven and earth. It pressed forward with indomitable will, splitting the heaven and earth, creating a vacuum in the universe. Chen Zong only saw the divine light but couldn't dodge it. He didn't even have time to react. The divine light pierced between his eyebrows. Vaguely, a sharp pain swept through Chen Zong, making him feel as if he had been penetrated. His thoughts froze in an instant. After an unknown period of time, Xiaochen regained consciousness. There seemed to be a wisp of divine radiance streaking across his spirit sea. It was endless and boundless, and it emanated an incomparably clear profundity. Chen Zong immediately began to comprehend. A mysterious power that seemed to be able to create the universe emerged and was absorbed by his mind and soul. It was as if a dry land had encountered a heavy downpour of rain and was gradually filled with vitality. Thousands of mysteries, and its meaning was self-evident. As Chen Zong continued to comprehend, the divine halo continued to shrink as if it was being absorbed by him. Then, another stone inscription of heaven and earth appeared. It contained the mysteries of yin and yang. The black and white light transformed into the divine wheel of yin and yang. In an instant, it seemed to shoot out from the stone inscription of heaven and earth. It penetrated between his eyebrows and penetrated into Chen Zong's spirit sea. It kept rotating in his spirit sea, emanating endless mysteries of yin and yang. These mysteries didn't seem to be the same as before, where Chen Zong had to fully focus on comprehending them. Instead, they all flowed into his spirit sea and evolved on their own. He only needed to comprehend them a little before he could quickly grasp them. Mysteries of thunder and fire, mysteries of wind and fire, all the mysteries emerged from the stone inscription of heaven and earth and penetrated into Chen Zong's mind as if they were entrenched there. The mysteries evolved on their own. The absolute beginning, yin and yang, wind and fire, thunder and fire. All kinds of mysteries appeared in Chen Zong's spirit sea, allowing his soul to observe and comprehend them more directly. As he comprehended them, they were constantly consumed and merged into Chen Zong's spirit sea and various Tao wills. The first to break through were the Tao wills of wind, fire, and thunder. These three Tao wills had already reached the peak of the ninth revolution and were only a step away from the extreme realm. However, at this moment, they immediately broke through and reached the extreme realm. Once they reached the extreme realm, they immediately felt different. Their power and potential directly increased by a lot. However, the mysteries of wind, fire, and thunder and fire had not been completely consumed. They continued to evolve and color the spirit sea. The wind blew wantonly, the fire burned and spread wantonly, and the thunder struck down wantonly. Gradually, the wind, fire, and thunder, which were originally unrelated, gradually approached each other. As the fire spread, they came into contact with each other. Since they were both fire and fire, they came from the same source. Once they came into contact with each other, they didn't clash but slowly merged together. Once they merged together, they couldn't be stopped. Gradually, the wind and thunder also approached each other as the fire spread. Rumble. At the moment when the wind and thunder came into contact, the two different forces collided with each other and burst out with an extremely terrifying power. It surged in all directions and raged in all directions. The extremely terrifying power seemed to want to shatter Xianxia's spirit sea. But the spirit sea was vast, and it was extremely stable. No matter how the wind and thunder collided and burst out with extremely shocking might, it didn't move in the slightest. The wisp of divine light moved about like a dragon, and the yin-yang divine wheel revolved without end and wasn't affected in the slightest. They collided and became entangled over and over again. Fire and fire spread towards each other, and they were inseparable. On the other hand, the wind and thunder collided, causing fragments to explode out over and over again, yet they unknowingly slowly merged together bit by bit. Within the tempest, there were strands of shattered arcs of lightning spreading out, and within the vast expanse of thunder, there were strands of shattered wind drifting about. Wind and thunder, even though wind and thunder didn't come from the same source, they had a sense of closeness, so their fusion was naturally not more difficult than fire and water that were opposites. Wind and thunder originally had the possibility of containing thunder within wind and thunder giving birth to wind. Wind and thunder converged. At this moment, the wind, fire, and thunder Tao insights ceaselessly came into contact and collided with each other and fused within Qianzong's spirit sea. In the past, Qianzong was only able to fuse wind, fire, and thunder, yet it was extremely difficult to fuse all three Tao insights. After all, Tao insights were Tao insights, and they weren't so easily fused. Especially under the circumstances of fusing two Tao insights, the difficulty of fusing a third Tao insight was like ascending the heavens. In the past, it wasn't that Qianzong hadn't tried and worked hard, but it all ended in failure and he was unable to find any clues. Never had he imagined that they would actually start to fuse this time. Once they fused successfully, the might of the three Tao insights after they were fused would become even more terrifying. The wind, fire, and thunder Tao insights first broke through to the first level of the Supreme Realm before fusing with each other, whereas, the Heart Sword Tao insights and Yin-Yang Tao insights were ceaselessly improving and gradually approaching the second level of the Supreme Realm. The Supreme Realm of Tao insights was divided into 3 levels, and the advancement of every single level was extremely difficult. Many people found it difficult to advance from the 9th level to the 1st level of the Supreme Realm, whereas, advancing from the 1st level to the 2nd level was undoubtedly more than 10 times more difficult, and advancing from the 2nd level to the 3rd level was at least 10 times more difficult. Originally, according to his comprehension ability, if he continued to cultivate, it would be impossible for him to advance from the 1st level of the Supreme Realm to the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm without a few years' time. He wasn't even sure if he could do it in a few years' time. For example, a powerhouse like the King of Mountains and Seas who had lived for thousands of years had only comprehended his Tao insight to the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm. It was unlikely that he would be able to comprehend the 3rd level in his lifetime. One of the prerequisites for becoming an ultimate powerhouse at the eminent saint stage was to comprehend his Tao insight to the extreme. The extreme of the Supreme Realm, the extreme of the 3rd level. Comprehend, 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 comprehend like a madman, constantly comprehending, constantly improving. Breakthrough. In an instant, in the deity ocean, illusory sword chi seemed to be born from nothingness. They spread out from all directions and shot toward the center. In an instant, it was as though 10,000 swords had returned to their origin. At the center of the deity ocean, the illusory outline of a sword light began to condense and take form. As the countless illusory sword chi shot toward it, it slowly solidified and the outline became clearer. When the illusory sword light had completely condensed, and when the countless illusory sword chi had completely entered it, there was a sudden burst of light. The divine radiance illuminated the deity ocean, and an extremely shocking sharpness spread out. The Heart Sword Tao insight had broken through to the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm, Tao insight solidification. Yes, when one's Tao insight broke through to the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm, it was a sign that it had solidified into its basic form. As the Heart Sword Tao insight broke through to the 2nd level of the Supreme Realm, the divine radiance exhausted its last bit of energy and turned into a bright light. It swept through the air and entered the illusory sword light formed by the Tao insight solidification. The spiritual light became more stable. Then, the yin-yang Tao insight transformed. Black and white continued to spread out from the deity ocean. The black and white were filled with the mysteries of yin, while the white was filled with the mysteries of yang. Yin and yang appeared, colliding and entangling with each other. They turned into illusory yin-yang wheels that spun from all directions and converged toward the center. At the center of the deity ocean, an illusory yin-yang divine wheel started to condense. When thousands of yin-yang divine wheels converged from all directions and merged into the yin-yang divine wheel at the center, it became more and more solid. In the end, an extremely mysterious aura spread out. It was the mysteries of the yin-yang Tao insight. The yin-yang divine wheel condensed. The second level of the supreme realm of the yin-yang Tao insight solidification, the three Tao insights of wind, fire, and thunder had all broken through to the first level of the supreme realm and successfully merged with each other. The Heart Sword Tao insight and the yin-yang Tao insight had also broken through to the second level of the supreme realm. Such an improvement directly saved Xianxia at least 10 years of bitter cultivation, and it caused his combat strength to improve by leaps and bounds in a short period of time. Before breaking through, Xianxia's full combat strength could reach the level of a 5-star elite and fight against an ordinary 6-star elite. Now, he could definitely reach the level of a 6-star elite and even fight against an ordinary 7-star elite. However, the circulation of the mysteries of heaven and earth had not ended. Xianxia could still continue to comprehend and improve. However, Xianxia already felt that his comprehension of Tao insight was close to the limit. Since it was like this, then he would start to improve his cultivation technique. The cultivation technique that he wanted to improve was naturally the origin sword technique. This was a cultivation technique that his main body had created, and it possessed shocking potential. However, compared to the worldly art, it was much cruder. This time, not only did Xianxia want to improve the origin sword technique, he also wanted to modify it and perfect it a step further. After all, after cultivating to the 6th level of the worldly art, Xianxia had a deeper understanding and comprehension of the Tao of cultivation techniques. These comprehensions could naturally be used to improve his own cultivation technique, perfect it, and further increase its potential and might to improve his own strength. In the territory of Tai Luo City, azure peak of Tai Luo Mountain in the Tai Luo City of the profound universe, wisps of heaven and earth yuan qi gathered from all directions and poured into the peak of Azure Peak. From afar, the peak of Azure Peak was shrouded in clouds. The clouds were white, light, and dense. It was like a fairyland. In Azure sect, there was a great yuan gathering array and a pure yuan array. With the passage of time, these arrays would gather more and more yuan qi. Over time, the cultivation environment here would become better and better. Since the last batch of disciples, Azure sect had been developing with all its might. Now, with the superior environment and resources, the 20 or so disciples of Azure sect had made breakthroughs. Half of them had already broken through to the Saint Realm. Those who were originally at the first Heaven Saint Realm had now stepped into the third Heaven Saint Realm. At this rate, Azure sect would become stronger and become the overlord of Tai Luo City. After 100 years, most of the half-step great saint experts would leave. Only a few would remain. At that time, Azure sect would have to rely on itself. However, as long as there were no accidents, Azure sect would definitely be more than 10 times stronger than it was now. At this moment, the atmosphere in Azure sect's main hall was solemn. Everyone, please share your thoughts. The sect master spoke, breaking the solemn atmosphere. In the main hall, other than the sect master and the original 2 elders, there were 3 more elders. All of them were at the advanced saint realm. The 5 of them looked solemn. The reason for this was because of a post. It was a post with a black background and blood-red patterns that formed a bloody claw. It was a mixture of black and blood-red. The claw was as sharp as a crescent moon, dripping with blood. It gave off an ominous feeling and carried an evil aura. This post was very famous in Taishan world. It was the symbol of a powerful expert on the Taishan Great Saint Board. The Bloody Claw post, this was the symbol of the Bloody Claw King, who was ranked 7th on the Taishan Great Saint Board. Usually, whoever received the Bloody Claw post would be in trouble. The Blood Claw King was extremely powerful and terrifying. He shouldn't have anything to do with the Shura sect, but for some reason, he sent someone to deliver a bloody claw scroll. This meant that the Blood Claw King had his eyes on the Shura sect. Moreover, the content of the post was very direct. It demanded that the Azura Gate hand over Xianxia and disband on their own accord. Otherwise, they would be exterminated. Even though there were a few 6-star warriors in the Shura Gate, as well as many 5-star and 4-star warriors, there was still a huge gap between them and the 7-star Blood Claw King. Moreover, the Blood Claw King's subordinates also had 6-star, 5-star, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star experts. This was because the Blood Claw Lord was the house master of the Dripping Blood Tower, a powerful force in the ultimate mystery world. The Blood Dripping Tower was a powerful force that was many times stronger than the previous Tian Luo sect. It was also famous in the entire Profound Realm. Except for the fact that it did not have a Supreme Saint expert, it was not much different from those top forces. It was very terrifying. It was as if he was facing a great enemy. It hadn't been long since the Shura sect got on the right track, and now they were faced with such a disaster. It was really unfortunate. However, since the Shura sect was on the right track, they had to overcome this crisis. If they could overcome it, the Shura sect would become even more powerful. In my opinion, we should let Grand Elder Xianxia know about this. A newly promoted elder said, after all, this matter is closely related to Grand Elder Xianxia. Although Grand Elder Xianxia is very powerful and has a lot of potential, compared to the Blood Claw King, there is still a huge gap. The Great Elder said, no matter what, we can't lose Grand Elder Xianxia. As long as he is around, the Shura sect will never be destroyed. We will definitely rise again. Inform Grand Elder Xianxia about this and let him leave as soon as possible. The sect master finally decided. The Blood Dripping Tower and the Blood Claw King were too powerful. They were completely incomparable to the previous enemies. Even the strongest 6-star warriors in the Shura sect were no match for them. Grand Elder Xianxia was very young and had a lot of potential. However, his current strength couldn't be compared to the Blood Claw King. Hence, they could only let Grand Elder Xianxia leave as soon as possible with the Shura sect's inheritance. One day, they would rebuild the Shura sect and pass it on. I wonder why the house master wants to deal with such a sect. On a mountain peak not far from the Shura sect, there were a few people monitoring the Shura sect's every move. One of them was a middle-aged man with sparse eyebrows, prominent cheekbones, and a vicious expression. The house master's actions are unpredictable. We don't need to know so much. We just need to do the job well. Another short and fat, dark-skinned old man squinted his small beady eyes, flashing with a vicious and sharp light. His voice was sharp. The house master takes this matter very seriously. There can't be any mistakes. Otherwise, you know the consequences. A middle-aged man in a loose black robe with a wooden expression said in a deep voice, warning the two of them not to be so casual. This person's words obviously had an effect. The two of them retracted their casual attitude and became serious. They all thought of the house master Blood Claw King's methods. Their expressions changed slightly, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. These 3 people were all strong warriors under the Blood Claw King. One of them was a 6-star and 2 were 5-star. In the Dripping Blood Tower, they held high positions and wouldn't be easily dispatched. However, this time, they were personally dispatched to deal with the Shura sect. Obviously, the Blood Claw King was serious. At the same time, some of the strong warriors who had negotiated with Chen Zong and swore to serve the Shura sect for 100 years had solemn expressions. Dripping Blood Tower, Blood Claw King, although they had stayed on Bewildering Light Island for a long time, after leaving, they were not ignorant of the news. Naturally, they knew all the information about the powerful forces and strong warriors that were worth paying attention to in the profound world. The Blood Claw King and his Dripping Blood Tower were existences worth paying attention to. They couldn't be offended or made an enemy unless they had 7-star battle strength. However, the difference between 6-star and 7-star was much greater than the difference between 5-star and 6-star. It was very difficult to advance from 6-star to 7-star. To a certain extent, it was like a natural chasm. However, anyone who could raise their battle strength to 7-star must be very talented. They must be at the level of the top geniuses and must have had good opportunities. Such a strong warrior could be ranked at the top of the Great Saint ranking. Such a strong warrior would be highly valued even if he entered a top force with a Great Saint realm master. He would be given an extremely high status. The Blood Claw King gave the Shura sect 3 days. He meant that the Shura sect must hand over Xianxia within 3 days. Otherwise, he would lead a group of strong warriors from the Dripping Blood Tower to flatten the Shura sect and completely remove the Shura sect. Xianxia, who was training in the Shura secret realm, also heard the news. 3 days. No, there were less than 3 days left. There were only slightly more than 2 days left. However, Xianxia didn't say anything. He also didn't plan to leave. Instead, he secretly observed. Among these 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star experts, only a few of them had truly joined the Shura sect and become the Supreme Elders. Most of them wanted to leave Bewildering Light Island but couldn't afford enough fog crystals and beast crystals. In the end, they chose to guard the Shura sect for 100 years. However, they didn't truly join the Shura sect and weren't considered members of the Shura sect. At this moment, facing the threat of the Dripping Blood Tower and the Blood Claw King, what would they do, even if they had sworn an oath? In the face of a life-and-death crisis, an oath wasn't that useful sometimes. After all, the oath only involved their cultivation. The price of breaking the oath was that they couldn't improve anymore. It was better than being killed. In fact, there were indeed people who had such thoughts. Some people bravely advanced on the path of cultivation without fear. However, there were also people who became more cautious and more afraid of death the longer they cultivated and the more they experienced. After experiencing Bewildering Light Island, these people's temperament was no longer the same as before. Xianxia noticed that some people had secretly sneaked out of the Shura sect and left. They were at least 4-star experts and had extraordinary means. If they wanted to leave secretly, it wouldn't be that easy to be discovered. Black Spear King, did you forget your oath? Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong stopped a middle-aged man in a black robe and questioned sternly. Silver Blade King, you better move away. Otherwise, don't blame my Black Spear for being impolite. Black Spear King threatened in a cold voice. Then you can try. Silver Blade King's right hand held the hilt of his blade. A tyrannical aura suddenly exploded, as if a cold blade was unsheathed. An extremely shocking blade aura swept across the void. Silver Blade King and Black Spear King were both elite 6-star experts. However, in comparison, Black Spear King had been at the elite 6-star level for a longer time. Don't stop me. Otherwise, don't blame my Black Spear for being merciless. Black Spear King actually didn't have the intention to fight with Silver Blade King. He threatened again. Because once they fought, even if he could win, it wouldn't be easy. Immediately, Silver Blade King released the hilt of his blade. He looked coldly at Black Spear King and turned to leave. Seeing Silver Blade King suddenly leave, Black Spear King was slightly stunned. Then, he quickly left. Although he had the combat strength of an elite 6-star expert, compared to a 7-star expert, there was a huge gap. This could be seen from Thunder Fire King and Ancient Wind King on Bewildering Light Island. Moreover, Blood Claw King was an elite 7-star expert. He was even more terrifying than Thunder Fire King and Ancient Wind King. He was on the same level as Mountain Sea King. He might even be stronger than Mountain Sea King. How could Black Spear King provoke such a strong enemy? What about the oath of guarding for 100 years? So what if he violated it? Anyway, it would be difficult for him to improve in this lifetime. Living was better than dying. In the Shura sect, there were 5 6-star experts. Silver Blade King was one of them. He had truly joined the Shura sect. As for the other 4, although Heaven Battering King didn't join, he had a good relationship with Silver Blade King. The other 3 had other thoughts. Now that Black Spear King had left, the other 2 left one after another. Silver Blade King and Heaven Battering King were naturally furious. However, they didn't stop them and let them leave. The bewildering light ocean was covered in dense fog. It was vast and endless. A blood-red figure flew past at an astonishing speed. It was like a blood-red light, emitting a cold and violent aura. His killing intent was astonishing. His blood-red eyes gazed in all directions, clearly seeing everything within 1,000 meters. In an instant, the blood-red figure entered a small island, landed, and stepped into the cave in an instant. With this speed, I hope to raise my combat strength to the elite 7-star level in another 3 years. The Blood-Kill King's face was pale as if there was no blood in it. However, his eyes were incomparably bright, flickering with blood-red light. His killing intent was overflowing. One could vaguely see a river of blood flowing and corpses bobbing up and down. King of the mountains and seas, Zhao Mingkong, and that junior named Qinzong. When the time comes, all of you will die. The Blood-Kill King's hatred was monstrous. His blood-red light surged like a tide, surging in all directions, filling the cave. His killing intent was violent and vast like the waves of the ocean. That day on the bewildering light island, he wanted to kill Qinzong, but he was stopped by the King of the mountains and seas. He was even injured by the King of the mountains and seas, and had to use a secret technique to escape. Now, he had recovered from his injuries. Moreover, he had also cultivated a forbidden technique that he did not intend to cultivate. This forbidden technique was originally not cultivated because it would reduce his lifespan by a large amount. Who would not want to live longer? However, cultivating this forbidden technique would reduce his lifespan by half. Of course, the Blood-Kill King was unwilling to do so. However, in order to obtain more power, in order to take revenge, he chose such a crazy method. Everything was just to obtain more power, just to take revenge. When the time comes, he would torture all his enemies to death. He closed his eyes and restrained his shocking murderous intent. Soon after, he circulated his forbidden technique. Traces of blood-colored fog spread out from his body. As it fluctuated, it seemed like seaweed was swaying. It seemed like there were layers upon layers of ghosts. Terrifying cries of ghosts and howls of wolves faintly resounded unceasingly. Chilly winds howled and bloody ghosts roared. After cultivating for a period of time, all the ghost-like snow mist gradually converged into the body. The Blood-Kill King also opened his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a bloody light like hell. His face seemed to be a little paler. Suddenly, the Blood-Kill Lord felt that he was shrouded by a powerful and irresistible force. In an instant, he seemed to have traveled through time and space. With just a flash, he disappeared into the cave. This place is... The Blood-Killer King was aghast. Immediately, his sharp eyes swept across the surroundings with a cold bloody light. He was slightly startled. The scene here looked somewhat familiar. This open space and the forest not far away looked increasingly familiar. Within the bewildering light ocean, there should only be one place with such scenery, Bewildering Light Island. Except, he should be very far away from Bewildering Light Island. How did he appear on Bewildering Light Island in an instant? The Blood-Kill King couldn't understand. Blood-Killer King, today is the day you die. A voice suddenly sounded. There was a trace of sharpness in the coldness, startling the Blood-Killer King. He immediately looked in the direction of the voice, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. From the forest, he saw a white-robed figure slowly walking out. A slender figure, seemingly ordinary but unique temperament, eyebrows like swords, eyes clear and deep, pupils like a sword. He didn't know how many times he had recalled this face. He wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. Killing it 100 times wasn't enough to vent his hatred. Immediately, the Blood-Kill King's mouth opened and let out a crazy laugh. He laughed so hard that his body leaned back like a madman. At this moment, it didn't matter how he came to Bewildering Light Island. Because one of the people he wanted to kill had appeared in front of him. Although it was strange that the other party took the initiative to appear in front of him, the Blood-Kill King, whose eyes were red and filled with killing intent, didn't think much about it. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the other party. He wanted to kill him, madly torture him, and use all the cruel means on the other party. Boom! A terrifying blood-colored chi instantly exploded from the Blood-Kill King's body like a volcanic eruption. It spread in all directions, as if it was breaking the void. It quickly spread out, covering the world. Battle strength, 7-star. In just a few years, the Blood-Kill King's battle strength had once again risen to the 7-star level, which surprised Qinzong. This speed of improvement was too amazing. Fortunately, his battle strength had risen faster. Otherwise, he would have really shot himself in the foot this time. After all, the reason the Blood Kill King appeared here was because of his manipulation. He directly transferred him to Bewildering Light Island and killed him to settle the grudge of that day. Previously, Chenzong didn't ask the Mountain and Sea King to kill the Blood Kill King because he wanted to kill the Blood Kill King himself. And now, he was about to get what he wanted. In the face of the Blood Kill King's terrifying aura of 7-star battle strength, Chenzong didn't have the slightest fear. Instead, he was eager to give it a try. Previously, his battle strength could reach the elite 5-star level. When he used the Freedom State, he could contend with an ordinary 6-star level. This time, his consciousness returned from the eternal battle fort and comprehended the deeper mysteries of heaven and earth. In one fell swoop, he pushed his comprehension of Tao will, cultivation techniques, and so on to a higher level, and his strength skyrocketed. The Blood Kill King with an ordinary 7-star battle strength was just right to verify his strength at this moment. Confidence, this was the confidence that came from the deepest part of his heart. It came from the confidence of his own strength. He took a step forward. The moment his foot landed, there seemed to be circles of ripples sweeping out like raging waves. The sunken night sword was also unsheathed. The incomparably sharp sword chi surged out, spreading in all directions. In an instant, it condensed on the sword body. The sword light was dark and deep. Kill, the sword cut open the vacuum, and the air rippled like water. In just an instant, the sword edge was amazing. It directly tore the blood light that spread out and filled all directions. It mercilessly attacked the Blood Kill King with irresistible force. The Blood Kill King was shocked. One sword, how could it be possible to break through his aura with just one sword? Even if this kid's strength has greatly improved in the past few years, he can only step into the half-step Great Sage level at most. He can only have a 2-star battle strength at most. Even if I estimate it a few times higher, he can only reach 3-star at most. Even if he's an elite 3-star, it's impossible for him to withstand my sudden burst of aura impact. Not to mention the sword cut open. The sword light carried an amazing and terrifying sharpness that seemed to tear everything apart. He felt that the other party's battle strength seemed to have reached the 7-star level. This was simply incredible. The Blood Kill King thought he was dreaming. Otherwise, how could such a thing happen? But whether it was a dream or not, since the other party's sword was coming, he had to fight back. He pulled his hands apart. The blood light condensed into a blade that tore the void and instantly attacked Chenzong. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, 10 swords, in an instant, 10 crescent-like blood-colored blades tore the void and shot at Chenzong from all directions. Each blood-colored blade was filled with a nauseating smell of blood, and each blade was condensed with an extremely terrifying power. Chenzong could feel the fluctuation of his qi and blood, as if it was being pulled and was about to become chaotic. Once the blood was chaotic, it would affect the state of the body and the exertion of strength. However, it only affected him, but it did not really affect him. The sword light pierced through the air, moving forward with an indomitable will. Its sharpness was unparalleled, but it changed in an instant. It became nimble and light, effortlessly flicking away the 10 blood-colored blades. They shot out from the side into the forest, cutting down countless trees. The sound of the trees collapsing reverberated in all directions. The Blood Kill King was surprised again. This sword technique was so exquisite. In this case, he could no longer hold back. He had to do his best to kill the other party. Otherwise, if the movement here was too big and attracted the attention of the Mountain and Sea King, it would be very unfavorable for him. After all, his battle strength was not yet at the elite 7-star level. He was still not a match for the Mountain and Sea King. The Blood Kill King did not know what had happened on Bewildering Light Island over the years. There were not many people left on Bewildering Light Island now. Moreover, they were all 4-star and 5-star level. They did not want to serve the Shura sect for 100 years. Therefore, they were slowly collecting fog crystals and other things, preparing to exchange it for a chance to leave Bewildering Light Island. Boom, the blood-colored light exploded like a volcanic eruption. It directly formed a domain that covered all directions, including Chenzong. From afar, it looked like a blood-colored light, with blood-colored waves sweeping over. It was about 100 meters in diameter, as if it was an inverted bowl that was isolated from the outside world. Qianzong immediately felt that he could not feel the aura of the world's origin energy. He was directly isolated. Moreover, an extremely tyrannical and terrifying aura with astonishing malice rushed over, as if to suppress him. It was cold and sinister. He seemed to see a river of blood flowing in front of him, and bones bobbing up and down. "You forced me to do this. Now, you will die. After you die, Zhao Mingkong and the Mountain and Sea King will go to hell to accompany you." The Blood-Kill King screamed crazily, his face distorted like a devil's roar. In the blood-colored light domain, the crazy Blood-Kill King's blood boiled and turned into an extremely strong blood qi. It was like a bloody flame that constantly boiled and rushed up from his body, condensing into a half-blood-colored phantom of the Ghost King. That pair of ghostly eyes instantly emitted an extremely shocking killing intent, as if to make people sink into a ghostly hell forever. Die, vaguely, there was a terrifying roar that impacted Qianzong's spirit sea, causing it to tremble slightly. At the same time, the blood-colored Ghost King suddenly flew out, bending and refracting like lightning. Its speed increased rapidly, and its ghostly claws swept across the sky, tearing everything apart. Qianzong stood on the ground, unmoving. His back was as straight as a sword, and his hands held the sword hilt, raising the blade slightly. The heart sword will of the second level of the Supreme Realm permeated in an instant and condensed on the sword. The power of the Taichu sword origin technique also condensed in it. Strands of extremely terrifying aura surged like the tide. Endless sword chi, sword light, and sword light phantoms appeared and entered the sunken night sword. The sunken night sword became more and more profound, and it gave off a unique aura. It was as if there was an indescribable power that was guiding the heartbeat. Slash, the sword slashed down diagonally. It seemed to be understated, as if it did not contain much power, but in an instant, it turned into a strand of hair-like sword light that tore through the sky. The blood light retreated and dissipated in an instant. The Blood-Kill King's face was as pale as a ghost. His eyes were filled with disbelief, despair, and unwillingness as he stared at Qianzong. He only felt that the figure seemed to be shrouded in a layer of sword light, as if he was possessed by the sword god and could not be offended. His vision became more and more blurry, and his consciousness kept sinking into darkness. Finally, the Blood-Kill King covered his chest with one hand and fell down softly like a snake that had its spine pulled out. Dead, the Blood-Kill King, who had a 7-star battle strength, was truly dead. Qianzong subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how he looked at it, the Blood-Kill King was considered a strong enemy. Moreover, the other party's methods were terrifying. If he did not advance by leaps and bounds, the result of this battle would be his death. Of course, if his battle strength did not increase, Qianzong would definitely not seek revenge from the Blood-Kill King. He would wait until his strength was sufficient. Fortunately, his consciousness had descended into the Eternal Battle Fort, which was indeed a great opportunity. After the accumulation in the Eternal Battle Fort, when his consciousness returned to his body, the mysteries of heaven and earth surrounded him. He rapidly comprehended and advanced by leaps and bounds. It was as if he was possessed by a god, which shocked Qianzong. The Heart Sword Dao intent and the Yin-Yang Dao intent broke through to the second level of the Extreme Realm and stabilized. The Heavenly Wind, Heavenly Fire, and Heavenly Thunder Dao intent also broke through to the first level of the Extreme Realm and successfully merged. Next, there were changes in the Genesis Sword technique. Referring to the mysteries of heaven and earth execution, Qianzong reorganized the Genesis Sword technique, and the original 33 levels began to change. The name did not change, but the first level was equivalent to the original 10 levels. The second level was equivalent to the original 11th to 20th levels, and the third level was equivalent to the original 21st to 30th levels. Although the theory was the same, in terms of the mysteries, it surpassed the original by a lot. Even its power had increased by a lot. The first 3 levels, like heaven and earth execution, belonged to the basic level. It was the basic cultivation and condensation of the sword origin. From the 4th level onwards, it was the true manifestation of its power. The 4th level was equivalent to the original 31st and 32nd levels. The 5th level was equivalent to the original 33rd and 34th levels. Now, Qianzong had created the 5th level and cultivated it to perfection, which was equivalent to the peak of the 34th level. But in terms of power, it surpassed the 34th level. Of course, previously, Qianzong had only been able to create the 33rd level, but according to inference, it should be so. If he used self, he would definitely be stronger than an elite 6-star elite. If he used the ego state of freedom, he would definitely be stronger than an elite 6-star elite. Now that the heart sword Dao intent had broken through to the second level of the extreme realm, his battle prowess had increased once more, and he had completely stepped into the 7-star level. Finally, it was the sword Dao ultimate move. Originally, there was a line between heaven and earth. However, after cultivating and meditating in the eternal battle fort, and because of the changes and improvements in the primordial sword origin technique, as well as the breakthrough in the heart sword Dao intent, Qianzong had further comprehended and perfected it. He had even extended it on the basis of heaven and earth line, and finally created a brand new sword technique. This move was even more compatible with the Dao intent of the heart sword. In a situation that even Qianzong himself wasn't very clear about, it had formed its own style. Qianzong also gave it a new name, Heartbeat. It wasn't about heartbeat, but when the heart moved, the sword would attack. There was also an inexplicable power that could affect the opponent's heart the moment the sword was drawn. Heartbeat was simple but appropriate. Qianzong's vast knowledge and comprehension also allowed him to vaguely grasp the later ultimate moves of the sword Dao. Therefore, he made the heart move the first move, the first ultimate move. Although he didn't know how many moves there would be after that and didn't have any clues, Qianzong still made a general outline and gave it a name. Sword intent. This meant that this incomplete sword technique was created based on the Dao insight of the heart sword. The sword will stream might have been Qianzong's sudden inspiration, but who could predict what would happen in the future? Not only did the embryonic form of the sword intent appear, but Qianzong also improved the yin-yang Dao intent and the wind, fire, and lightning Dao intent. He felt like he was on the right track of cultivation. Now that the Blood Killer King had been killed, it was time for him to return to the Shura sect. The Shura sect was in danger again, and it was a very dangerous one. The original body wasn't too far away from the clone, so he could know what the clone knew. This time, with the increase in his combat strength, he had nothing to fear. Even if the Rakshasa King appeared, it would still be the same. Moreover, during the time his consciousness was in the eternal battle fort, the Shura clone had made great progress in the Shura secret realm. Outside the Azura gate, in the air above, numerous figures stood in the air, each of them exuding an incomparably shocking aura. It was extremely terrifying. At a glance, these figures were dressed in black robes and had the blood-dripping claw imprint on their backs. They were lifelike and emitted traces of evil killing intent. The blood-dripping tower. These people were all from the blood-dripping tower. The blood-dripping tower was a force that had risen in the past few hundred years. It was a very strange force. It did not have a supreme great saint realm master, nor did it have a foundation establishment realm, transcendent realm, or saint realm master. It only had a half-step great saint. Only those who were half-step great saints could enter the blood-dripping tower and become a member. The blood-dripping tower also accepted all kinds of killing and revenge business as long as they could afford it. However, the blood-dripping tower was also very perceptive. They wouldn't target the people from the top forces. Those who were targeted were usually not as strong as the blood-dripping tower. It could be said that the blood-dripping tower bullied the weak and feared the strong. In short, the blood-dripping tower had grown stronger over the past few hundred years. They were infamous. The Blood Claw King could even stop children from crying at night. This time, the Shura sect was targeted by the blood-dripping tower. They were targeted by the cruel and ruthless Blood Claw King. Today was the third day, which was also the last day that the blood-dripping tower gave the Shura sect. Hand over Xianxia, disband the Shura sect. It seems that the Shura sect is going to resist to the end. A 6-star expert from the blood-dripping tower had a cold glint in his eyes as he bared his teeth. He seemed to be a little excited. It seemed that the Shura sect's resistance was what he hoped for the most. Resist. I haven't killed to my heart's content in a long time. Another 6-star expert exuded a terrifying murderous aura. There are less than 1,000 people in the Shura sect. It's not enough to kill. However, it said that they have some half-step great saints. It'll feel better to kill them. The Shura sect, which was surrounded by the experts from the blood-dripping tower, had already activated the Great Encirclement Formation. The Great Encirclement Formation, which was fully activated, could withstand the attacks of the elite 6-star experts. Most of the experts who had sworn to guard the Shura sect for 100 years either left secretly or directly. Only a few stayed. There were 2 elite 6-star experts, the Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King. There were 6 5-star experts and 3 4-star experts left. Compared to the previous 5 6-star experts, 13 5-star experts and 24 4-star experts, the difference was too great. If those people hadn't left, they could have fought with the blood-dripping tower and even won. After all, there were 4 6-star experts in the blood-dripping tower. 2 of them were elites and 2 of them were ordinary. There were 10 5-star experts and 18 4-star experts. Other than that, there were 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star experts. Although there were many of them, they were nothing compared to the difference in combat strength. The one who made them flee in fear wasn't the people from the blood-dripping tower, but the Blood Claw King. The Blood Claw King was too fierce. He was an elite 7-star expert and had once killed an elite 7-star expert. He was at the top of the 7-star level. Even if 5 or 6 elite 6-star experts joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat such an expert. Some experts' names alone could make people tremble in fear. The Blood Claw King was obviously such an expert. In the main hall of the Shura sect, there were many experts present, including the Shura sect master and elders. Xianxia was also here. Xianxia's combat strength was extraordinary. His body was special and he had been honed in the Shura secret realm. He had long surpassed his previous level and reached a higher level of combat strength. The rise of Azura's Gate was single-handedly driven by Xianxia. Now that they were facing a crisis that was directly related to Xianxia, Qianzong had become the one in charge. It was all up to Xianxia to decide what to do. Of course, the others didn't know that the Xianxia in front of them was not the Xianxia from before. However, at this level of cultivation, no one could tell that Xianxia wasn't made of flesh and blood unless they were supreme experts of the Supreme Saint realm. As for the supreme powerhouses of the Great Saint stage, they were usually in closed-door cultivation. If there was nothing particularly important, they would not show themselves at all. Although Qianzong already knew that most of the Supreme Saint realm experts in the Lingwu Holy World were probably the most ordinary imminent God realm experts, they were still supreme and invincible in the Lingwu Holy World. "Brother, tell me, do you want to go out and fight or what?" the Heaven Battering King asked in a vigorous voice. "Of course I want to go out." Qianxia's lips curled into a smile, filled with killing intent. The enemy had already blocked the door. There was no reason not to fight. Of course, they had to fight, but the Great Encirclement Formation had to be activated and the Shura sect would suffer. Moreover, once the battle started, the aftermath would be shocking. Without the protection of the formation, the Shura sect would be affected and be in danger. Hearing Qianzong's words, the Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King both smiled. Since the 2 of them had chosen to stay, they must have been prepared. It was nothing more than a life-and-death battle. They had experienced this many times on Bewildering Light Island. They were different from those who had fled. They were more courageous and fearless as the battle went on. "Senior Tiangong, this time, you stay here to preside over the formation," Qianzong said. The Tiangong elder was relatively weak in a head-on battle. His expertise was in refining weapons and formations. He should make full use of them. The Tiangong elder didn't object. He nodded and agreed. Since the decision had been made, there was no need to hesitate. Fight. In the sky above Azura Peak, many figures exuded an extremely powerful aura. Their killing intent were strong. "You have guts. How dare you come out on your own? When I kill you later, I'll be faster." The experts of the Dripping Blood Tower all sneered. Their terrifying auras all locked onto Qianxia, Zhao Mingkong, and the Heaven Battering King. There was a great disparity in the number of experts, but they couldn't make them retreat. It's not certain who will live and who will die. Zhao Mingkong pressed his right hand on the hilt of his saber. His eyes were cold, and his killing intent surged. The Heaven Battering King clenched his fists, and there was a shocking explosion in the air. An extremely powerful energy wave exploded from his body and shook the surroundings. A body-refining king. The experts of the Dripping Blood Tower were a little surprised. A body-refining cultivator was undoubtedly more difficult to deal with among those of the same level because he had stronger life-saving abilities. Sometimes, your attack might not be able to kill your opponent, but your opponent's attack might kill you, so you had to be more careful. Although he looked ferocious and murderous on the surface, he was very vigilant in his heart. It seemed that the other party didn't intend to compromise, but wanted to fight. Although there was a gap between them, if they weren't careful, there would still be a lot of casualties on their side. Kill. Xianxia only said one word, and the Nirvana Evil Sword was unsheathed. The power of the Incineration Shura skill poured into the Nirvana Evil Sword in an instant, and it turned into a grey lightning, tearing the void and directly attacking an ordinary 6-star expert of the Dripping Blood Tower. The moment Xianxia's voice fell, the silver saber was unsheathed, and it turned into a silver thunderbolt that smashed the void. The heaven-battering Heavenly King gathered tremendous power and charged forward like a volcanic eruption. His punch was so violent that it seemed to be able to shatter mountains and crack the earth. The fist pressure suppressed the void and made it extremely solid like a steel wall that kept pushing forward. The other 4 5-star combatants and 3 4-star combatants also attacked without any mercy. The moment the crowd attacked, the group of experts from the Dripping Blood Tower also attacked one after another. Every half-step Supreme Saint had gone through many life-and-death battles. They had rich combat experience, and they had excellent mastery of their own martial arts. Once such a battle broke out, the 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star martial artists of the Dripping Blood Tower had no room to interfere. There was nothing he could do about it. The difference between 3-star and 4-star was at least double. Under such a difference, the moment he got close to Xianxia, he would be struck by the shockwaves, and it would be extremely uncomfortable. They could only attack from afar. However, the battle changed quickly, and it was not easy to hit them. Moreover, only the strength of a 3-star warrior could provide some assistance. As for a 2-star warrior and a 1-star warrior, the difference in combat strength was too great. With a difference of several times, their attacks were completely ineffective. However, the Shura Gate's side had too few 4-star battle prowess, only 3 of them. Soon, they were suppressed and trapped in the encirclement of the blood-dripping tower. They were completely at a disadvantage and could barely hold on. It seemed like they wouldn't be able to hold on for long before they were killed. The situation of a 5-star was not much better. The Silver Blade King was fighting an elite 6-star expert from the Dripping Blood Tower. The Heaven Battering King was fighting another elite 6-star expert. As for Qinzong, he was fighting 2 ordinary 6-star experts. Both the Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King were very strong. For a moment, they were not at a disadvantage at all. However, they had to end the battle quickly and kill their opponents as soon as possible to avoid too many casualties. Full strength, in an instant, Xianxia's killing intent reached its peak. The Burning Evil Shura art was activated to the extreme, and the innate killing force field was also activated. Although the innate killing force field was only a sub-theurgy, under the cooperation of the Shura Doppelganger and the Burning Evil Shura art, it exploded with power that surpassed sub-theurgies. It was infinitely close to a lesser theurgy. The 2 ordinary 6-star experts were instantly enveloped. Their minds were in a trance, as if there were corpses and skeletons floating in front of their eyes. Traces of manic killing intent also grew in their hearts. This killing intent was not targeted at Xianxia, but a chaotic killing intent that wanted to vent and destroy everywhere. It completely disrupted the calmness that they should have. Cultivators, no matter if they were angry or filled with killing intent, would maintain the calmness that they should have. From there, they would control all their strength and moves to control the situation of the battle. If they lost the calmness that they should have, they would become frenzied. They would also lose the precise control of the battle situation and the precise control of their own strength. It was very dangerous. Now, the 2 experts from the Dripping Blood Tower were in such a situation. They had lost the calmness that they should have in an instant. What awaited them was naturally danger and even death. Xianxia slashed out with his sword. The sword light was condensed like a bolt of grey lightning. It was extremely fast and directly pierced through the void, mercilessly attacking. This was the burning evil Shura sword technique that had reached a higher level. Naturally, it was an ultimate move that Xianxia had created in the Shura secret realm. The sword pierced through the void mercilessly and without hesitation, it pierced through the forehead of one of the ordinary 6-star experts from the dripping blood tower. The terrifying sword chi also instantly minced everything in the expert's mind into pieces. Without anything to rely on, the expert's soul was also minced into pieces. The killing intent was extremely dense. The innate killing intent's power was also unparalleled. Once the ultimate move was unleashed, all life was extinguished. In just an instant, an ordinary 6-star expert died. The moment the other expert reacted, the sword light had already turned into a bolt of gray lightning and attacked. The gray lightning seemed to have turned into a world in front of the expert's eyes. The terrifying sword pressure directly enveloped the expert, causing his mind to go numb. Even his limbs seemed to be paralyzed. This was the difference in strength. It was also caused by the envelopment of the innate killing force field and the direct impact of the innate killing intent. The killing intent could destroy one's vitality, directly attack one's spirit and will, and even harm one's soul. It was extremely terrifying. The killing intent that Xianxia had mastered was also not to be underestimated. In just a short time, the two ordinary 6-star experts from the dripping blood tower were killed one after another. This scene was beyond everyone's expectations. According to the news, the Shura sect should only have 2 6-star experts, 5 5-star experts, and 3 4-star experts left. Then, Xianxia's combat strength would be in the 5-star level. But now, it seemed that everyone was wrong. They had all been deceived. How was this a 5-star combat strength? It was at least the combat strength of an elite 6-star expert. Not only were they wrong, but even the Blood Claw Lord was wrong. Xianxia was too terrifying. He hid his strength too well. Little did they know that Xianxia was indeed only a 5-star battle prowess, but unfortunately, he wasn't made of flesh and blood. Instead, his body was condensed from a sea of baleful chi and divine ability. Moreover, he cultivated a baleful chi cultivation technique like the infernal Azura technique, comprehended the heavenly baleful Tao insight, and even entered the Azura secret realm to temper himself. He had improved by leaps and bounds. If the Blood Claw Lord had noticed the changes in the Shura sect a few years ago and taken action, the Shura sect would have been helpless. However, those few years were coincidentally the time when the Blood Claw Lord was cultivating in seclusion. They missed those few years and only took action now. The news was already outdated. After all, Xianxia usually stayed in the Shura secret realm to cultivate. For the past few years, he had not shown any of his strength. Moreover, according to common sense, no matter how fast he improved, the improvement in a few years would be limited. Once he made a mistake, it would affect the whole situation. After killing 2 ordinary 6-star experts, Xianxia did not hesitate. He immediately turned into a gray lightning with his sword and charged toward the 5-star experts of the dripping blood tower. As for the 2 elite 6-star experts, the Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King could deal with them. The 4 5-star experts and 3 4-star experts had stayed behind to fight with the Shura sect. No matter what, they could not die. Xianxia was extremely fast. He arrived in a flash and his sword pierced through the sky. Its power was terrifying. Even the 6-star experts were killed, not to mention the 5-star experts who were weaker. No one could block Xianxia's sword. Seeing Xianxia approaching, the 4 5-star warriors who were trying their best to defend themselves were all heavily injured. It seemed like they would die soon. However, all of a sudden, they unleashed their full power and attacked back without any fear of death. They cooperated with Xianxia and suppressed their opponents. Kill. One by one, the 5-star experts of the dripping blood tower were killed by Xianxia's sword. The difference in combat strength was really terrifying. It was a one-sided situation. No wonder those people broke their oath and left the Shura sect after hearing the name of the Blood Claw King. With the obvious difference in combat strength, especially the mastery of their own martial arts, killing people weaker than them was like killing chickens. Seeing the people on their side dying, the 2 elite 6-star experts were terrified. However, they could not afford to lose in the fierce battle. They did not dare to be distracted. Soon, all the 5-star experts of the Dripping Blood Tower were killed by Xianxia. Without hesitation, Zhong charged toward the 4-star experts. The 4-star experts had already scattered. After all, even the 6-star and 5-star experts were killed, not to mention the 4-star experts. Good, good, good. Suddenly, a slightly hoarse and obscure voice sounded from afar. A bloody light appeared, and then half the sky was dyed red. Even the white clouds in the sky were dyed red. It seemed to have covered half the sky, and it transformed into an endless bloody wave that surged and swept over. Ruthless, ruthless, bloody, that smell made people feel nauseous and uncomfortable as it rushed straight into their nostrils and into their lungs. Under the wave of blood, a figure appeared. He was wearing a long black robe. It was very clear in the blood light. Countless wisps of blood were spreading around his body like smoke. The terrifying murderous intent was like a violent wave. It rushed toward them like the sea. The Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King were shocked. Their skin felt numb as if it was being stimulated by countless electric currents. The 2 elite 6-star experts of the Dripping Blood Tower immediately took the opportunity to retreat. They quickly went toward the attacker. The other half-step great saints of the Dripping Blood Tower did the same. Greetings, Tower Master. These people bowed in the air as if they were welcoming the arrival of a king. This person was the master of the Dripping Blood Tower, the Blood Claw King. Tomorrow, the 3rd chapter will be released on the public account. Please pay attention to the public account, 6 Paths of Oblivion. On the top of Azura Peak, bloody light filled the air. Bloody clouds surged and dyed half the sky. Xiao's sword made the people of the Dripping Blood Tower tremble with fear. They were so frightened that they almost collapsed. However, the arrival of the Blood Claw King was like a stabilizing needle that eliminated the fear in their hearts and calmed them down. As a powerful warrior at the peak of the 7-star battle force, he was ranked 7th on the Taishan Supreme Saint ranking. He had once killed an elite 7-star battle force warrior, so he was undoubtedly a super existence. Although there were more powerful 8-star and 9-star experts in the half-step Great Saint realm, there were very few 8-star experts in the entire Profound Universe realm. As for 9-star experts, so far, there was only one known 9-star expert. Facing Blood Claw Lord, everyone, including Xianxia, looked solemn. The Blood Claw King was shrouded in a black robe, and even his head was covered. His face couldn't be seen clearly, and only his blood-red eyes flickered with cold light. It was as if he could tear apart the void, causing people's hearts to palpitate. An incomparably terrifying aura surged forth like a torrential flood, mercilessly attacking. Instantly, other than Xianxia, everyone was stunned. Silver Blade King and Heaven Battering King were fine. After all, they were strong enough and could resist the aura. But the others couldn't. They couldn't move at all. Terrifying, this Blood Claw Lord alone was like the arrival of a powerful sect, oppressing everyone with his might. Such power made Xianxia even more excited. Blood Claw Lord's eyes were blazing. He glanced over and stared at Xianxia's face with a terrifying pressure. It was as if he wanted to see through Xianxia. "You're Xianxia?" Blood Claw Lord's voice was hoarse and obscure. It seemed to be asking, but also seemed to be very certain. "Surrender and come with me. Sure, a sect will be safe. Surrender and ask the sword in my hand." Xianxia's long sword flew across the sky. His voice was cold. There was a trace of strange cold light in his eyes. Shocking killing intent circled around him. "Since that's the case, I'll cripple you first." The Blood Claw Lord's voice was filled with viciousness. The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly waved his sleeve. Immediately, a black storm swept out. It rapidly compressed in the blink of an eye, condensing into a black streak of light. There was a smear of scarlet on the edge of the blade, giving off a nauseating stench. In just an instant, the black blade light tore through the void and arrived. However, Xianxia had no intention of dodging. He swung his sword horizontally, and the gray sword light was like thunder breaking through the air, condensing an unparalleled murderous intent. The saber light and the sword light collided in an instant. The sword light dissipated in an instant, and as the sword vibrated, the saber light also shattered. The Blood Claw monarch was shocked. Even though it was just a casual attack, it was impossible to block it without the power of a 7-star warrior. In other words, Xianxia's combat power was at least at the 7-star level. Thinking of this, the Blood Claw King felt a chill run down his spine. When he received the news, it was Xianxia's combat strength from a few years ago. He should be an elite 5-star. However, in just a few years, he was able to possess the combat strength of an ordinary 7-star warrior. It was simply unimaginable. Big secret, this person definitely had a big secret. It was no wonder that the Rakshasa monarch wanted him to act at all costs, and even asked the right emissary to cooperate to capture this person alive. This is really beyond my expectations. The Blood Claw monarch sneered. In an instant, without any movement, the black robe suddenly shook in the wind, as if it was fluttering in the air. Xianxia's sharp eyes had already caught a glimpse of a shadow. It seemed to have escaped into the void at an astonishing speed and disappeared in an instant. Only Xianxia could see this scene. What the others saw was the black robe suddenly fluttering, and the figure under the black robe directly disappeared without a trace. It was as if there was no one under the black robe, and now it was just rippling in the wind. A strong sense of danger suddenly swept over, as if an invisible tide was about to drown him. However, Xianxia stood quietly in the void without moving, and the Nirvana evil sword fell naturally. Xianxia's senses were raised to the extreme. Other than the differences between cultivation techniques and sword techniques, as well as Tao will, some of the abilities that the original body had mastered were also mastered by the clone. The Blood Claw monarch's speed was extremely fast, like lightning. Moreover, not only was it fast, but it also seemed to have merged into the void, making it even more difficult to detect. A terrifying murderous intent was hidden in the void, and when it exploded, it would release an extremely terrifying power. This attack was fatal. Of course, the Blood Claw monarch would not kill Chen Zong, but he wanted to directly cripple Chen Zong, or even cripple him, and then capture him alive and hand him to the Rakshasa monarch. Time passed slowly. Xianxia closed his eyes, and his divine consciousness spread out, raising his senses to the extreme. Heart domain, Xianxia also released his heart domain. The heart domain enveloped the surroundings, and the slightest change was all sensed by him. Immediately, Xianxia sensed a blurry figure that seemed to be wandering between the void cracks, circling around him, and slowly approaching him. The Blood Claw monarch, Xianxia did not move, but quietly sensed and waited for the Blood Claw monarch to come closer, waiting for the best time to attack. If this sword was used, it would definitely kill the Blood Claw monarch. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, suddenly, the Blood Claw monarch's speed increased, and he charged towards Xianxia like a thunderbolt splitting the void. His figure also turned from invisible to tangible. He was wearing a dark red tight-fitting martial robe, and his slender body was like a dark red poisonous snake. In an instant, he twisted and bounced in the void, and his speed increased rapidly, snaking closer. He suddenly grabbed out with both hands, and it seemed to have turned into a bloody claw that directly tore the void apart. With extreme murderous intent, he mercilessly charged towards Xianxia. This was the moment, the body of the sword trembled slightly, and an almost undetectable sword hum spread out, fusing into the void. The gray light swept out like a dragon and lightning, turning into layers of ripples that penetrated from the hilt to the tip of the sword. The most powerful killing move, a sword pierced through the void. The gray sword light disappeared in an instant, turning into a thunderbolt that was pure and condensed from baleful intent and baleful chi. It attacked at an extremely shocking speed, leaving a shadow in the void. Heavenly Fiend Sword Art, Evil Shadow. The Heavenly Fiend Sword Art was a new sword art that Xianxia created after training in the Azura secret realm, combining the accumulation of the burning evil Azura sword art and his own sword art. The first move was Evil Shadow. Xianxia did not hold back in this sword. Elite 7-star combat strength, the sword pierced through the void, and the Blood Claw monarch's hair stood on end. Although he was sure that Xianxia had at least 7-star combat strength, he could not help but be shocked when he felt the power of his opponent's sword. Although he had killed an elite 7-star before, it was not that easy. In the blink of an eye, Evil Shadow had already pierced through the void with extremely terrifying murderous intent, mercilessly piercing through the body of the Blood Claw monarch. However, Xianxia's expression changed slightly. This sword did not feel like it had pierced through a physical body. Die. Behind Xianxia, a bloody cold light suddenly appeared. The claw seemed to have pierced through the heaven and earth, and the murderous intent burst out without holding back. The real body of the Blood Claw monarch appeared behind Xianxia and attacked. This attack was enough to tear Qianzong's back apart. Of course, Rakshasa monarch's order was to capture Xianxia alive. Hence, the Blood Claw monarch still held back some of his strength and only severely injured Xianxia. Swish, in an instant, Qianxia's body was hit by the bloody claw. It pierced through his back and tore downwards. This was not the real body. Under the heart domain, Qianzong seemed to be in control of everything. His real body had already moved forward in an instant. Like a cicada shedding its shell, he rushed forward, twisted his waist in mid-air, and turned around to slash with his sword. It was as if a thunderbolt could destroy a mountain. Clang, a sharp sound reverberated, and the ripples were rolling. Qianzong felt as if his long sword had struck an extremely hard object. The force of the recoil caused his sword to break apart. It was the Blood Claw monarch's claw. The moment Qianxia's sword body was slightly swayed, the Blood Claw monarch's claw slid and hooked onto the sword body. His strength suddenly exploded, pulling the sword body and pulling Qianxia closer. The other claw suddenly broke through the air and attacked fiercely, wanting to tear Qianxia's shoulder apart. Qianxia's left hand's fingers were like a sword, condensing the tyrannical power of the burning evil Azura skill. He instantly pierced through the air like a giant sword that could destroy mountains. The sword fingers collided with the claw. Qianxia felt his fingers tremble, as if they were about to break, but he still blocked the attack of the claw. The Nirvana evil sword turned, and with a wonderful technique, it was immediately pulled out from under the opponent's claw and slashed towards the Blood Claw monarch's throat. With the sharpness of the Nirvana evil sword, if the Blood Claw monarch's neck was cut in half. After all, the Blood Claw monarch was an expert who had experienced countless life and death battles. He was powerful and experienced, and his reaction was astonishing. His head tilted back slightly, and he narrowly avoided Qianxia's sword slash. The claw also slashed out in an instant. Claw shadows filled the sky, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, like a storm. However, Qianxia did not retreat at all. With the sword in his hand, he blocked all of the Blood Claw monarch's attacks. The two people's attacks were extremely fast, and the battle was extremely fierce. Everyone watching was indescribably shocked. Whether it was the people from the Dripping Blood Tower or the experts from the Shura sect, they were all dumbfounded. Qianxia's strength was so powerful, the Silver Blade Monarch and the Heaven Battering King were indescribably shocked. They could not imagine it at all. Of course, they also knew that Qianxia was not called Qianxia, but Qianzong. Qianzong had also informed them about this. The people from the Dripping Blood Tower were extremely horrified. Although they were all outlaws, they could not help but feel a chill run down their spines. They actually went to the front door of such a fierce person, and even threatened to slaughter the other party's sect. They were simply courting death. This was at least the combat strength of a 7-star elite, and he was able to fight the Blood Claw monarch to such an extent. Left emissary, it seems that with your ability, you won't be able to take down this junior. A voice that sounded like a large bell and was filled with ridicule was suddenly transmitted over from afar. Soon after, a figure swiftly approached. It gradually became clear from an undetectable figure. His aura was overbearing and forceful. The moment he appeared, he seemed to be suppressing the sky and earth. The air around him froze instantly, as if it was made of fine steel. This kind of aura was boundlessly tyrannical. It was like an ancient and tyrannical mountain was suppressing the world, causing everyone's expression to change greatly. It also caused Qianxia's expression to become serious. Right emissary, what are you waiting for? Take him down. Blood Claw Lord did not care about the other party's mockery and immediately said. Qianxia's combat strength was indeed very high. It would be very difficult to capture him alive without killing him. It was also because of this that he had informed the right emissary to help. Although the right emissary mocked him, he knew the severity of the matter. After all, Qianxia was someone that Rakshasa Lord wanted to capture alive. He was very important and could not afford to lose him. In an instant, the right emissary made his move. His broad shoulders shook slightly, and the sound of mountains collapsing and the earth cracking could be heard. The void shook and the air exploded. The right emissary's thick and long left arm was like a giant python coming out of its cave. It rushed out at an astonishing speed with a violent aura. His 5 fingers were spread open like a giant python opening its bloody mouth to devour its prey. Xianxia felt that the world in front of him was suddenly shrouded in darkness. A giant palm, like the mouth of a mountain python, suddenly rushed towards him and bit him. This move was extremely exquisite. It was a combination of strength and technique. It gave Xianxia a feeling that he could not avoid it no matter what. It was as if he could only wait obediently in the face of this move and be captured by the other party. He is Lord Manchon. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat when he heard the exclamation. Lord Manchon, he was also one of the super experts on the Taishan Supreme Sage Board. Blood Claw Lord was ranked 7th, and Lord Manchon was ranked 6th. It could be said that the top 10 experts on the Taishan Supreme Sage Board were all tyrannical existences that could suppress elite 7-star experts. They might not necessarily be 8-star experts, but they were definitely top 7-star experts. Xianxia also noticed another point, which was the way Blood Claw Lord and Lord Manchon addressed each other. Left emissary, right emissary, together, they were the left and right emissaries. It sounded simple, but the meaning behind it was not. Left and right emissaries, this form of address often meant that the two of them were in cahoots. Furthermore, they were subordinates of a certain power or a certain person. Both of them had the battle prowess of a top 7-star. Who could control them? Without a doubt, it was most likely an expert with even higher battle prowess. 8-star, 9 stars, without a doubt, it was the mastermind behind the left and right messengers who wanted to deal with him and the Shura sect. While Xianxia's mind was racing, the barbarian mountain king's hand had already reached Xianxia. It covered the sky and completely sealed off Xianxia's surroundings. It was as if even his body was imprisoned. He swung his sword, the Nirvana Evil Sword was incomparably sharp and instantly tore apart the sealed void. Xianxia's figure also turned into a wisp of grey lightning and instantly shuttled back and forth, avoiding the attack of King Manchon. The blood-colored claw reached out soundlessly, as if it was going to pierce through half of Xianxia's body. It was the Blood Claw King who had grasped the opportunity with great precision. Barbarian Mountain King's attack missed its target, so he immediately attacked again. His right arm shook violently, as if it was capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. His attack was coordinated with Blood Claw King's attack. The combination of 2 top 7-star combatants was no doubt terrifying. In just an instant, Xianxia was in danger. In terms of combat strength, the current Xianxia was only at the elite 7-star level. He had not stepped into the 8-star level yet. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would not be impossible for him to win in the end. However, it was a 1-on-2 battle. Freedom State, without hesitation, Xianxia also used the Freedom State. Since his original body had mastered this state, his doppelganger would naturally be able to do the same in a short period of time. In his eyes, a few wisps of silvery white color spread out. Xianxia instantly entered a mysterious state. His control over his body reached an astonishing level. His perception of his surroundings was also enhanced to the extreme. In this state, the impossible became possible. It was like a wisp of gray smoke that gradually spread out with a gust of wind. It dissipated in the air and turned into nothingness. Whether it was the Blood Claw King's attack or the Barbarian Mountain King's attack, they both missed. This scene instantly shocked the two of them. Both the Blood Claw King and the Barbarian Mountain King's eyes were filled with intense disbelief and shock. He actually escaped from the joint attack of the two of them. Other than the 8-star level, who among the 7-star level could do this, without much time to think, 2 rays of sword light tore through the sky like lightning and instantly arrived at the two of them. He actually attacked the two of them with one sword. It was a 1-on-2 battle. The Barbarian Mountain King and the Blood Claw King were secretly furious. After all, they were experts in the top 10 of the Great Saint Leaderboard. Their combat strength was strong and they were famous for their ferocity. Now, the two of them actually had to join forces to deal with a junior. If word got out, they would lose face. However, in order to complete the mission given by their master, they had to do this. Full force explosion, boom. The void shook and blood light filled the sky. It was as if there was a sea of blood surging endlessly. Every wave was in the shape of a claw. It was extremely terrifying. It was as if an ancient mountain was condensed. The mountain shadows overlapped and spread out in all directions, suppressing the world. In an instant, Xianxia felt that the pressure on his body was even greater and heavier. However, it did not affect him at all. This was because under the freedom state, he had completely eliminated all negative effects and disadvantages. He maintained his peak state. In this state, although Xianxia's combat strength did not directly increase, he was more resilient. Even an 8-star expert would find it difficult to defeat him. The battle between the 3 7-star experts became more and more intense. Terrifying shockwaves spread out. It was as if the sky was about to collapse and the void was about to shatter. The shockwaves hit the Great Encirclement Formation. In an instant, the Great Encirclement Formation shook violently. It was as if it would collapse at any time. The collision between elite 7-star experts was too shocking. Even a 6-star expert would find it difficult to withstand such power. Xianxia realized this. His body flashed and turned into a ray of light, escaping into the distance in an instant. The Barbarian Mountain King and the Blood Claw King immediately chased after him. Fight, fight, fight! Under the freedom state, Xianxia's control and application of every bit of his strength had reached a terrifying level. He could completely resist the joint attack of the Barbarian Mountain King and the Blood Claw King. He was not at a disadvantage at all. Whether it was the experts from the Dripping Blood Tower or the Shura sect, they were all stunned. How could this be? How could he be so strong? Again and again, he refreshed their understanding and exceeded their limits. It was unbelievable. It was as if they were dreaming. The Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King looked at each other. They clearly remembered that Chenzong was only a Saint Realm expert a few years ago. Now, in just a few years, his combat strength had soared to such an amazing level. He had completely surpassed them. Thinking of this, the two of them could not help but smile bitterly. They really could not describe the state of their hearts at this time. It was a kind of honor and a kind of helplessness. Thinking about it, if those people of the same generation as Chenzong knew about it, they would probably be shrouded in a shadow. This was a peerless genius who would dominate an era or even several eras. The level of the battle in front of them was completely beyond them. They could only watch and hope that Chenzong could win. They thought that Xianxia was Chenzong. After all, they did not know that it was actually Chenzong's clone. There was no need for Xianxia to make a move. Xianxia alone with his sword was enough to deal with them. Unknowingly, Xianxia also treated the two of them as opponents to hone his skills. After all, the two of them were top 7-star experts. Moreover, they were working together. Fight, no rest, no more. The more the battle went on, the more frightened the Barbarian Mountain King and the Blood Claw King were. How could this be? Even with the two of them working together, they could not suppress and capture the other party. What was the secret of the person that their master wanted to capture alive? The two of them could not help but feel a headache. In the situation where they could not kill the other party, even if they used all their strength, it was inevitable that they would be restrained. However, the other party's sword was merciless. If there was even the slightest chance, the other party would kill them directly. After another fierce battle, the aftermath surged and shattered the world, leaving countless cracks. The Barbarian Mountain King and the Blood Claw King suddenly burst out with a powerful attack. The Barbarian Mountain King's punch was like a black tyrannical mountain. It was as swift as a meteor and carried with it a terrifying destructive force that could destroy everything. The phantom of a scarlet giant scorpion suddenly appeared on the Blood Claw King's body. The tail was very long and emitted a fishy smell that was suffocating. In an instant, the giant scorpion's tail trembled and turned into a scarlet phantom. With extreme killing intent, it mercilessly pierced through the air and pierced towards Chenzong. Killer move. The two of them very tacitly used their killer moves. An extremely strong sense of danger arose spontaneously, as if it was going to drown Xianxia. His expression did not change, and his eyes were cold and calm. Murderous shadow. In an instant, Chenzong consecutively attacked with his sword. The speed of the sword was extremely fast, like lightning flashing through the air. Then, the long sword was erected, like an incense stick facing the sky. Xianxia's expression became even colder. His long hair fluttered without wind as if it was soaring into the sky, and his long robe rustled. An extremely terrifying murderous intent instantly surged into the Nirvana evil sword. The heavenly ferocious Tao will, the second level of the supreme realm, that's right, Xianxia had already comprehended the heavenly ferocious Tao will to the second level of the supreme realm. The benefits that the Azure mystic realm brought to Xianxia were extremely shocking. At this moment, Xianxia was going all out. The sword slashed through in an instant as if it was played down. It was like smoke rising in spirals, like smoke rising slowly from a kitchen chimney, and also like the roar of thunder. It was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. This was an extremely terrifying sword move. The first form of the heavenly ferocious sword technique was called the Evil Shadow. It condensed the murderous aura and murderous intent, and focused on speed. It was extremely fast, and the sword would arrive as soon as it was drawn. And now, it was the second form, which Xianxia had created himself not long ago. It was not perfect yet, but it could be used. This form was different from the Evil Shadow. In terms of speed, it was inferior to the Evil Shadow, but in terms of direct killing power, it was far superior. The second form of the heavenly ferocious sword technique, Sword Massacre. An extremely terrifying murderous intent condensed in the sword body. With Xianxia's strength, it instantly attacked. An extremely stunning killing arc like a crescent moon tore through the void and charged towards the Blood Claw King. This sword was filled with murderous intent. The third chapter of the Lone God has been updated. Please follow the official account, 6 Paths of Oblivion. The crescent moon was like a heavenly saber splitting the sky, pressing forward with indomitable will. Nothing in the world could block its sharpness, nor could it block its cutting. Kill, Blood Claw Lord was terrified. He felt that his mind, will, and soul were all being torn apart and destroyed by the terrifying sword light. Burst, completely burst, the giant scorpion shadow suddenly shone brightly and became more solid. The blood hook pierced fiercely again, bursting with a terrifying power that seemed to be able to pierce through everything. It was a full-force attack. The Sword Massacre move collided with Blood Claw Lord's full-force attack. They paused for a moment and resisted each other. An ear-piercing sound was heard, as if a sword and a saber were cutting each other. The terrifying force continued to wreak havoc. Barbarian Mountain King attacked again. Boom! Boom! Both of his fists were condensed with a terrifying power that was as strong as a mountain. He punched out continuously, and each punch could shatter a mountain. As he punched out continuously, it was as if the void was completely smashed and shattered, turning into a vacuum ruin. Xianxia's expression didn't change, but his body twisted in an instant, doing all kinds of unbelievable and illogical actions. The Nirvana evil sword cut through the void, and the sword light was straight and sharp, as if it could cut the void like cutting a cake. The seemingly disorderly sword slashes were like a child scribbling. However, they were able to separate each of Barbarian Mountain King's punches, causing them to be unable to combine their powers. Barbarian Mountain King was horrified by such a precise grasp of martial arts. Both Barbarian Mountain King and Blood Claw Lord had secretly agreed that they would capture this person no matter what to complete the mission given by their lord. Although this person was very strong and could fight against the two of them, it was only temporary. At the end of the battle, his strength would be consumed and his strength would be weakened. At that time, it would be the time for him to be killed. What they did not know was that Xianxia's strength would not be weakened even if his strength was consumed in the self-freedom state. On the other hand, Barbarian Mountain King and Blood Claw Lord's strength would be affected as their strength was consumed. Gradually, Barbarian Mountain King and Blood Claw Lord felt that they were being suppressed and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. This discovery made the two of them feel their blood run cold. They couldn't understand it at all. To them, the realm of self and freedom was too far away. They had never heard of it before, so they had no idea what it was. Left emissary, if we continue fighting like this, I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat him. King Mansion's voice rang in King Blood Claw's ears. Of course, he didn't say the rest. They would not be able to do anything to the other party. In fact, they might even be suppressed by the other party. Blood Claw King also understood this. The only thing we can do now is to retreat temporarily and report this matter to the master, Blood Claw King replied. The other party's strength was completely unexpected. It was not that they were too weak, but that the other party was too strong. He was no longer someone that they and the right emissary could deal with. Only the Lord himself could suppress him. The two of them changed their minds and finished their discussion, preparing to leave. Both of them struck out fiercely. Their energy surged, and the aftershock was like a surging tide. It surged, and the impact was endless, drowning Xianxia. At the same time, King Manshan and King Bloodclaw fled in different directions at their fastest speed. They used their movement techniques to escape. He escaped. One of the Dripping Blood Tower's experts was stunned. His jaw almost dropped. Dumbfounded, everyone was dumbfounded. King Bloodclaw and King Manshan, who were ranked 7th and 6th on the Great Saint ranking, were terrifying experts who could stop children from crying at night. They had joined forces to deal with a junior, but they had escaped. Was this a dream? Their escape was also out of Xianxia's expectations. But Xianxia, who was in the realm of self and freedom, reacted extremely quickly. Without hesitation, Qianzong chased after King Bloodclaw. As for King Manshan, he ignored him for the time being. Where is Luosha King? Qianxia's speed was astonishing. Like a sword light that could split heaven and earth, he flew past in an instant and chased after King Bloodclaw. At the same time, his cold voice rang in King Bloodclaw's ears. King Bloodclaw couldn't help but tremble. Luosha King, he actually knew the Lord. King Bloodclaw had no idea what had happened thousands of years ago, so he didn't understand why the Lord would name this person and want to capture him. It seemed that there was some enmity between the two sides. Tell me, and I'll spare your life. Qianxia's voice rang out again, but King Bloodclaw sneered. Spare my life. Although Qianxia was powerful, he wasn't weak either. Although he couldn't capture Qianxia, it was impossible for Qianxia to kill him. Since you don't want to talk, I'll send you on your way. Qianxia's voice rang in King Bloodclaw's ears again. Suddenly, an extremely strong sense of danger exploded in King Bloodclaw's mind. Qianxia's body trembled slightly as he stood in the void. His eyes suddenly flashed with traces of flowing light. The flowing light was gray and chaotic. It was filled with a trace of nirvana life chi fluctuation, and it was filled with death chi and death will. Evil Eye of Nirvana. Through continuous cultivation and the continuous improvement of his base strength, Qianxia's mastery of the Evil Eye of Nirvana had reached the level of great success. The Evil Eye of Nirvana was a minor superpower that was cultivated by Supreme Saint Realm experts. It was difficult to cultivate this superpower before reaching the Supreme Saint Realm. However, Qianxia's body was very compatible with the minor superpower, so it was easier for him to cultivate it. When the Evil Eye of Nirvana reached the level of great success, not only did its power increase, but it also became more flexible. In an instant, an evil wheel of Nirvana condensed in each of his eyes. Death light filled the air, and the death will became more intense. Nirvana death light, two gray lights filled with a thick death chi shot out from Qianxia's evil wheels like two sword lights. Fast, it was incomparably fast, like an aurora piercing through the sky. Although it was launched later, it arrived first, in just an instant, it had closed in on King Bloodclaw. King Bloodclaw's hair stood on end, and a chill spread throughout his body as he trembled. It was too late to dodge. King Bloodclaw also found that he couldn't avoid it. He was completely locked on by the two lights. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would smash it. The giant scorpion's shadow appeared again, and its long and thick tail suddenly shook. The scarlet light was extremely intense. King Bloodclaw also gave his all. He used his strongest attack just to block the two terrifying gray lights. In an instant, one of the Nirvana death light was shattered, but the giant scorpion's shadow also started to crack, starting from the end of its tail. The other Nirvana death light hit King Bloodclaw like a hot knife through butter. King Bloodclaw's body stopped instantly, and he couldn't move anymore. With the Nirvana death light as the center, the gray color spread out layer by layer like ripples. Soon, the entire chest was dyed gray, and it didn't stop, spreading to his neck and limbs. King Bloodclaw kept trembling, and his eyes bulged as if he was struggling. He used all his strength to resist, but he was defeated. Death spread in his body, and his vitality was quickly being extinguished. Qianxia quickly closed in like lightning, and his sword slashed through the air. Evil Shadow. The gray sword light was like a thunderbolt breaking through the air, piercing through the void, and piercing through the forehead of King Blood Claw, who couldn't move at all. The terrifying sword intent and sword chi invaded his mind, shattering his soul. At this point, the infamous house master of the Dripping Blood Tower, the powerful and ruthless seventh on the Great Saint ranking, King Blood Claw, was dead. And the one who killed him was the supreme elder of the Shura sect, Xianxia. After killing King Blood Claw, Xianxia also exited the state of freedom, and immediately felt weak. Activating the state of freedom would constantly increase the consumption of one's essence, chi, and spirit. The second, and most important, was the use of the Nirvana Death Light. The power of a minor superpower was extraordinary, but the consumption was also shocking. The two Nirvana Death Lights had directly consumed most of Xianxia's essence, chi, and spirit. Currently, Xianxia could only use such an attack, and it was difficult for him to use it a second time. Fortunately, he finally killed King Blood Claw. If King Blood Claw and King Manshan didn't escape in different directions, Xianxia wouldn't have used the Nirvana Death Light. Otherwise, he would only be able to kill one, and it would be difficult for him to maintain the state of freedom. His strength would be greatly reduced, and he wouldn't be a match for the other. Originally, King Blood Claw and King Manshan planned to leave separately, making it harder for the other party to chase after them. They didn't expect to be outsmarted, resulting in King Blood Claw's death. After standing still for a while to recover some of his essence, chi, and spirit, Xianxia took King Blood Claw's storage ring and quickly returned to the Shura sect. The people of the Dripping Blood Tower had already escaped. Seeing Xianxia return, Silverblade King, Heaven Battering King, and the others were relieved. "Chen. Brother, are you okay?" Silverblade King immediately asked. "I'm fine, King Blood Claw has been killed." Xianxia spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner, and his words were instantly like a thunderclap that shook the minds of everyone to the point of being dazed and confused. The infamous King Blood Claw was dead. Was this an auditory hallucination, or was this a dream? Let's return to the sect. Xianxia glanced at them and took the lead to fly in the direction of the Shura sect. Everyone was still in shock. Then, they followed Qinzong back to the Shura sect. Once back at the Shura sect, Xianxia immediately entered the Shura secret realm to recover his strength. Inside, the recovery speed would be more than 10 times faster than outside. Everyone in the Shura sect also knew about the news. The powerful enemy of the Dripping Blood Tower was defeated, and the leader of the Dripping Blood Tower, King Blood Claw, was also killed by the Supreme Elder Xianxia. The disciples were of a lower level, so the news didn't affect them as much. However, the elders and the sect leader were completely stunned. Their minds were frozen, and they couldn't react at all. Before this, they were still worried that even a group of half-step Great Saint experts with at least 4-star battle strength would break the oath and escape. Now, the crisis was resolved, and the powerful enemy was directly killed. Good, good, good. The sect leader woke up, and he was still very excited. He couldn't help but roar, venting the indescribable excitement in his heart. Several elders also reacted, and their bodies trembled. They were too excited, too excited. Not only did the crisis of the Shura sect resolve, it also meant that from now on, the Shura sect would have an expert who was at least in the top 10 of the Great Saint ranking. In the sky above Tai Luo City of the ultimate profound world, a figure with an incomparably powerful aura emanated from his body. His aura was as shocking as a mountain as he flew across the void, as if he could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Then, a roar resounded in all directions, as mighty as a giant wave. It was Lord Barbarian Mountain. Lord Barbarian Mountain's strength was shocking. The cultivation technique that he cultivated focused on his aura and strength. Therefore, his speed was not good enough. Of course, the so-called not good enough was relative. Lord Barbarian Mountain's combat strength was as high as a 7-star elite. He was very powerful and his speed was not slow. Even a 6-star elite could not compare with him. Lord Barbarian Mountain's flying speed was much faster than an ordinary 7-star elite. Of course, there was still a gap between him and most of the 7-star elite. How can this person be so powerful? Lord Barbarian Mountain was still in shock. When he received the message from the left emissary, Lord Blood Claw, asking for help, he did not think much of it. However, he had to go because of his master's order. He did not expect that everything would be out of his control. With the left and right emissaries' combined strength, they could not take down Lord Barbarian Mountain. Even in a 2-on-1 battle, they could not suppress Lord Barbarian Mountain. As the battle dragged on, they felt that they were suppressed by Lord Barbarian Mountain. Lord Barbarian Mountain sensed that something was wrong. However, he could not go against his master's order and kill Lord Barbarian Mountain. Thus, he could only retreat temporarily and report this matter to his master. Perhaps, his master would have to take action personally. Lord Barbarian Mountain did not know that Lord Bloodclaw had been killed by Xianxia. If he had not exhausted his essence, chi, and spirit, he would have been pursued by Lord Barbarian Mountain. Lord Barbarian Mountain's speed was not slow. He flew at full speed towards the outside of Tai Luo City to report this matter to his master. He did not choose to go to the Void Temple in Tai Luo City because he was worried that he would be intercepted. He wanted to leave Tai Luo City first and go to the neighboring area. He wanted to use the Void Gate in the Void Temple to get to his master faster. As he was flying, Lord Barbarian Mountain suddenly saw a white-robed figure standing in the air in front of him. The white-robed figure was motionless with his back facing Lord Barbarian Mountain. "Get lost!" Lord Barbarian Mountain shouted angrily. A terrifying aura suddenly rushed out. However, the white-robed figure did not move in the slightest. He was not affected in the slightest. Soon after, King Manchon saw the faint smile on the other party's face when he turned around. His face was filled with shock, and he looked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His hair stood on end, and he was extremely shocked. His incomparably strong body suddenly came to a complete stop. Following which, without any hesitation, he immediately charged in another direction. Horrifying, at this moment, the Barbarian Mountain King's heart was filled with horror, causing his hair to stand on end. Why would this person appear here? From the looks of it, he had been waiting for a long time. However, he did not feel any pursuit along the way. When he escaped, he saw the other party chasing after the Blood Claw King with his own eyes. If he had that kind of speed, he would have surpassed the 7-star level. He would definitely be at the 8-star level. Barbarian Luo. The previous one was wearing a grey robe, but this one was wearing a white robe. Lord Barbarian Mountain's mind was in a mess. He did not think much about it. He just wanted to escape. However, he could not escape. That was because the white-robed figure was chasing after him. The distance between them was shortening rapidly. "You can't escape." A calm yet cold voice sounded in his ears, sending chills down King Manchon's spine. "Who are you?" Lord Barbarian Mountain shouted. It was not that he was not brave enough. What he had encountered today was totally unexpected. It overturned his beliefs again and again. "Didn't Lord Luosha ask you to deal with me?" Chen Zong said with a smile. Yes. This person was Chen Zong. He was not Chen Xiu's doppelganger. Chen Zong knew that Chen Xiu was fighting with Lord Barbarian Mountain and Lord Blood Claw. He did not appear immediately. Instead, he watched. After all, if he appeared, he would expose the secret of Chen Zong and his doppelganger. Fortunately, Chen Xiu's strength was strong enough. He was not at a disadvantage even when fighting against two opponents. Originally, Chen Zong thought that after returning from the Eternal Battle Fort and comprehending the mysteries of heaven and earth, he had improved greatly in all aspects. His combat strength had soared and he should have surpassed Chen Xiu. He did not expect Chen Xiu's doppelganger to be so strong. However, when he thought about it, it was not impossible. It was reasonable. After all, Chen Xiu's doppelganger was formed by the divine form Azura. It did not belong to the body of flesh and blood. It was like a body formed by Chen Zong's consciousness in the Eternal Battle Fort. Of course, in terms of physique level, Azura's doppelganger's physique definitely surpassed the mortal physique and reached the level of spiritual physique. Chen Zong could not tell whether it was a middle-grade spiritual physique or a higher-grade spiritual physique. However, he estimated that it must be above the low-grade spiritual physique. Chen Zong knew how amazing it was to obtain a low-grade spiritual physique in the Eternal Battle Fort. Chen Xiu had such a physique from the beginning. That was why he could improve in such a short period of time. Such a physique had great benefits. However, it also had some limitations. Cultivation. For example, Chen Zong's low-grade spiritual physique in the eternal battle fort had to be in a place with dense qi of heaven and earth to cultivate quickly. It was the same for Chen Xiu. His improvement would be slow in a place without evil spirits. He would only be at the level of an ordinary genius. However, if he was in a place with dense evil spirits, he could reach the level of a peerless genius. The Azura secret realm was a place with dense evil spirits. Chen Xiu was like a fish in water when he cultivated there. It was reasonable that he could improve by leaps and bounds. 1 year in the Eternal Battle Fort was equivalent to 10 years in the Tianyuan sacred region. Chen Zong's consciousness had stayed in the Eternal Battle Fort for less than a year. Several years had passed in the Tianyuan sacred region. It was normal for Chen Xiu's strength to improve. Since that was the case, there was no need for Chen Zong's real body to show up. However, King Manshan could not be let go of. Since Chen Xiu could not chase after him, Chen Zong would leave it to Chen Zong. After various breakthroughs, Chen Zong's divine will had become stronger. He could now teleport himself from Bewildering Light Island to any place in Tai Luo City. Thus, he waited for King Manshan to appear. "Where is Luosha King now?" Chen Zong asked again. His voice was like the wind, pouring into King Manshan's ears. King Manshan did not reply. Instead, he gathered all his strength and flew at full speed. However, Chen Zong had already caught up. The sunken night sword was unsheathed and streaked across the sky. The speed of the sword was astonishing. It was like a black star shooting towards King Manshan. The sharp aura made King Manshan's heart tremble. Dodge, Chen Zong turned around and struck out with his palm. The punch was ordinary and not fast. It was like pushing open a door. However, it was filled with an astonishing aura. Rumble, heaven and earth shook. A storm raged and roared. That palm brought about an incomparably terrifying might, as if it was capable of destroying mountains. Everything was compressed and condensed to become incomparably hard. It was as if an invisible wall with sword shadows was rampaging about, and it was also as if an ancient and majestic mountain was moving. Mountain pushing palm, the tyrannical strength of an elite 7-star battle strength was vividly demonstrated by this palm. Even though he was shocked and fearful, Barbarian Mountain King did not hold back in the slightest when he truly attacked. He attacked without any fear. This kind of combat strength was obviously much more tyrannical than that of the Blood Killer King, which made Chen Zong excited. The Blood-Killing King was indeed very strong. However, compared to Chen Zong, it was not enough. He could kill him with one strike. Then, what about King Manshan, an elite 7-star battle strength? How many strikes could he block? Even Chen Xiu's doppelganger could not kill such an expert with his sword techniques. He could only use the evil eye of obliteration's obliteration ray. In that case, could he kill it? He was not sure, but he was eager to try. In the face of King Manshan's palm, Chen Zong did not have the slightest intention of dodging. His body rushed forward like lightning and immediately slashed out with his sword. The sunken night sword was extremely sharp. It tore through everything between heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it. A hole was torn in the palm that was as powerful and overbearing as a mountain. The hole could not be seen, but it could be felt. The sword spirit cultivated by the perfected Taichu sword origin technique was extremely sharp. Its earth-shattering characteristics were further enhanced. After tearing through the palm, Chen Zong was like a hot knife through butter. His body was like a sword light that was indomitable. He did not look back. Approaching, swinging the sword light was dark and sharp. King Manshan's expression changed drastically. He did not dare to meet it head-on. He felt that there was a terrifying sharpness condensed in the sword light. It was as if it could tear through everything in the world. His physique was quite strong. The defensive power of the cultivation technique he cultivated was also very strong. However, he was not confident that he could withstand it. Approaching, the infinite martial extreme chain sword was immediately used for close-range combat. King Manshan was also good at close-range combat. As his fists and palms changed, each strike carried a powerful and terrifying power. It was as if he was using a long spear as an embroidery needle. However, the embroidery needle was as powerful as a spear. The combination of the two brought a lot of pressure to Chen Zong. Sure enough, a 7-star expert with top-notch combat strength was not to be underestimated. His strength was extremely shocking. However, such an opponent would make one's blood boil. Without activating the freedom state, Chenzong fought with his normal state and strength. In close-range combat, he performed his sword techniques to the extreme. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. The sword light was endless. It was either flicking, cutting, or slashing. It constantly dissolved the opponent's powerful attacks. At the same time, it was counterattacking. Every strike was able to tear apart the opponent's chi and threaten King Mansion's life. The clouds in the sky were vast and mighty, and the terrifying energy tore them into pieces. A fierce battle, the battle between the top 7-star combatants was extremely intense. Chenzong treated Barbarian Mountain King as a training target, while Barbarian Mountain King wanted to survive. The improvement in his cultivation, Dao insight, sword technique, and various other aspects allowed Chenzong's strength to advance by leaps and bounds. Even if he fought a formidable expert like King Mansion, he wouldn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest. Under his formidable cultivation, Dao insight, and exceedingly high attainments in sword techniques, even if it was only an ordinary sword strike, it would still be able to erupt with extremely shocking might. The more they fought, the more shocked King Mansion was. At the same time, he was filled with doubts. It was different from the previous battle. This person's swordsmanship was also different. It did not mean that the swordsmanship was different, but the style was different. Different swordsmanship only meant that he had practiced many different swordsmanship. Different styles meant different concepts of swordsmanship. Compared to the previous person, this person only looked the same, but they were not the same person. In fact, King Mansion's guess was right. Chenzong and Xianxia were indeed two different people. Chenzong was completely immersed in the battle, further mastering his strength that had increased by leaps and bounds. Although he had not entered the state of self-freedom, the feeling of gradually mastering all his strength was wonderful. Chenzong's powerful body refining cultivation gave him an extraordinary physique. Not only could he withstand more powerful attacks, but he also had stronger stamina and endurance, so he could withstand longer battles. King Mansion's physique was also very strong, but it was only a side effect of his cultivation method. It was not as strong as Chenzong's. When the brutal fist collided with Chenzong's sword, the power carried by the sword instantly exploded, as if it was going to destroy King Mansion. Every time, King Mansion would feel his arms tremble slightly. Once or twice was nothing, but when it happened too many times, his arms gradually became numb and his reaction slowed down. Hard intense sword style, heartbeat, in an instant, Chenzong struck out with his sword. He didn't seem to be in any position, but the moment he thought about it, the sword light had already condensed into a single point and was aimed directly at King Mansion's heart. The Barbarian Mountain King felt his heart tremble violently. It was as if his blood essence was flowing in reverse. His strength was instantly impacted, and he paused for a moment. The sword had already arrived. This sword was created based on the line of heaven and earth. It had the extreme speed and astonishing sharpness of the line of heaven and earth, and it also had an indescribable power that could guide one's mind. However, the Barbarian Mountain Lord wasn't someone the Bloodkill Lord could compare to. Even in the face of danger, he was able to react quickly. All of his power burst out in an instant. His entire body seemed to have expanded by a large size. A terrifying aura burst out like a mountain flood, rushing in all directions. The Barbarian Mountain King roared like a giant beast. He gathered all the strength in his body. His blood and chi flowed in the opposite direction. His face instantly turned red. He pushed the mountain with his palms and blasted it forward with terrifying power. However, the power of this palm was directly pierced through by the heart-stirring sword. It pressed forward with an irresistible force. The Barbarian Mountain King's body shook. He quickly retreated and narrowly avoided the heart-stirring sword. At that moment, he felt as if his heart had been pierced. Heart-stirring sword, Chenzong stabbed out with his sword again. A touch of crimson spread out. It was the power of the Blood Thunder Force. This sword was even more powerful with the help of the Blood Thunder Force. He couldn't completely avoid this sword. However, his subconscious that had been tempered thousands of times completely broke out in this life and death crisis. He turned his body slightly to avoid the vital parts, but his shoulder was instantly pierced by the sunken knight's sword. Die. Enduring the pain of his shoulder being pierced, the barbarian mountain king tightened his shoulder muscles and clamped the sunken knight's sword in an instant. He raised his right hand, and the large veins on his arm were entrenched like pythons. Terrifying power poured into it, and he punched out with the intent of a unique skill. The mountain moved horizontally and collapsed in an instant. The world was shaken. Qianzong was shocked by this punch. If he was hit, no matter how strong his body was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. He would be seriously injured in an instant, or even killed. Suddenly, the sunken knight's sword that was clamped by the barbarian mountain king's shoulder was pulled out smoothly. The black and white sword light shone in an instant and surrounded Qianzong's body, turning into a black and white wheel. It seemed slow, but it was actually extremely fast. It rotated like lightning. The first move of the yin-yang sword technique, yin-yang sword wheel. This move was based on the mystery of the yin and yang sword realm and incorporated many other mysteries, especially the mystery of the martial arts of the lineage of heaven and earth. Finally, it was self-created. The yin-yang sword wheel not only had the amazing defensive power of the yin and yang sword realm, but also carried a rebounding force. As long as an attack fell on it, not only would it be blocked by the defense, but part of the force would also be rebounded and hit the attacker. The power of the barbarian mountain king's punch was extremely strong. It directly hit the yin-yang sword wheel and was immediately blocked. At the same time, the rotating yin-yang sword wheel trembled slightly and a force was immediately guided. It circled around the yin-yang sword wheel and rushed toward the barbarian mountain king. This force was equal to half of the force of the barbarian mountain king's punch. It was also very powerful. Caught off guard, the barbarian mountain king's body trembled and he was forced to retreat. Hard intense sword style, heart-stirring. The moment the barbarian mountain king was hit by the rebounding force of the yin-yang sword wheel, Qianzong immediately changed his sword move and performed the heart-stirring move again. The barbarian mountain king was hit by the rebounding force of the yin-yang sword wheel. His heart trembled and he couldn't avoid this sword move. Mercilessly, a streak of sword light shot out like a dark star and penetrated the barbarian mountain king's heart in an instant. The extremely terrifying sword chi exploded from the barbarian mountain king's heart and killed him instantly. As long as the barbarian mountain king was made of flesh and blood, the barbarian mountain king's heart was a weak point. Although the attack wouldn't kill him directly, it would still injure him. Moreover, the barbarian mountain king's heart was not only pierced but also minced. Of course, with the barbarian mountain king's strength, he wouldn't die immediately even if his heart was minced. However, he felt that all the power in his body was rapidly draining away. Master won't let you go. The barbarian mountain king roared angrily and gathered the last of his power to reverse the flow and rush into his chi. He was about to explode immediately. Even if he died, he wanted to drag Qianzong down with him. At the very least, he wanted to injure him and make him miserable. Unexpectedly, Qianzong sensed the barbarian mountain king's intention. Without hesitation, he swung his sword. The dark sword light tore through the void and swept past the barbarian mountain king's neck. Decapitation. He was an expert, ranked 6th on the Taishan Supreme Saint board. Now, he was killed by a junior who was much younger than him. It was a tragedy. Originally, he didn't need to die. Since he couldn't get the whereabouts of the Rakshasa king from the other party, and the other party was so determined to explode and drag him down with him, he could only act decisively and kill him. After killing him, the storage ring of the barbarian mountain king would naturally belong to Qianzong. In the next moment, Qianzong's figure disappeared and appeared on bewildering Light Island. With my current combat strength, I don't even fear an ordinary 8-star expert, Qianzong thought to himself. To be able to contend with an ordinary 8-star expert, his improvement was not small. Qianzong was even confident that he could survive against an elite 8-star expert. As for 9-star experts, they were extremely rare. In the entire Taishan realm, there was only one known. Perhaps there were more in secret, but definitely not many. It was too difficult to increase one's combat strength at the level of a half-step great saint. Now, it's time to settle the grudges of the past. Qianzong thought to himself as a cold smile appeared on his face. Tian Mingzi of the Thousand Spirit Pavilion, There were also some half-step great saints from the Upper Yuan realm who had forced him into a corner, and the 5 bewildering light saints who had taken him hostage and forced him to escape into the bewildering light sea. Even though he didn't die after entering the bewildering light ocean, and even obtained an incredible opportunity that allowed his cultivation and strength to advance by leaps and bounds, allowing him to soar to the point where he could kill an elite 7-star warrior in less than 10 years, grudges were grudges, and it was time to settle them. Only then would his heart be clear. Now, with the strength of Chen Zong's divine mind, he could freely appear anywhere in the Taishan realm or the Upper Yuan realm. If one day, his divine mind was further strengthened, he might be able to use the power of the bewildering light realm to appear anywhere in the Tianyuan sacred region. This was much more powerful than the Void Temple. The Void Temple had a mysterious origin. It seemed to have a great saint expert behind it, and its forces were spread across the Tianyuan sacred region. But there was one thing. The Void Temple couldn't teleport between realms. He didn't know if it was because they couldn't teleport or because they didn't want to. After all, there was a natural chasm between realms. For example, between the Xianyuan realm and the Upper Yuan realm was the sunken bone abyss. Between the Upper Yuan realm and the Taishan realm was the bewildering light sea. But within a realm, the Void Temple's teleportation was extremely fast. Previously, Chen Zong didn't use the Void Temple's teleportation because he wanted to train himself. But now, he didn't need to use the Void Temple. In an instant, Chen Zong appeared in the Upper Yuan realm. He didn't act immediately, but first recovered his exhausted divine mind. The spirit control technique was activated, and the power of his divine mind was recovered at an astonishing speed. When his divine mind was fully recovered, Chen Zong began to enter the city. The reason why he didn't appear directly in the city was to avoid causing unnecessary panic. Back then, he was surrounded by many experts because of Tian Mingzi from the Wanling Pavilion. This grudge had to be settled. Tian Mingzi was the beginning of the disaster. However, he didn't know where Tian Mingzi was. So, he could only enter the city and find the Wanling Pavilion to ask directly. With something to rely on, there was no need to be secretive. The thing to rely on was one's own strength. The overall strength of the Upper Yuan realm was not as good as that of the Taishan realm. In the entire Upper Yuan realm, there had never been a 9-star expert. At most, there were elite 8-star experts. In addition, although the Wanling Pavilion was very powerful, it was not the top force. Soon, Chen Zong entered the city, walked to the door of the Wanling Pavilion, and stepped directly in. The abyss in the profound world seemed to be bottomless. Inside the pitch-black cave, that ball of darkness was so deep that it seemed like a heart was beating endlessly. Dead. Both the left and right emissaries are dead. Who killed you? In the depths of the darkness, a terrifying roar, full of anger and murderous intent, sounded like it came from the Ghost King of the 9 Hells. Lord Bloodclaw and Lord Manshan had spent hundreds of years, countless efforts, and the lives of tens of thousands of cultivators. He had even risked his life to obtain opportunities to finally cultivate them. It had also proven that Lord Manshan and Lord Bloodclaw were very outstanding. They had earned a lot of wealth for him and provided him with endless cultivation resources. Under certain circumstances, a top 7-star battle strength was enough to run rampant in the Tianyuan sacred territory. He had asked them to deal with a junior, but now they were dead. Who was it that killed them? Was it an 8-star powerhouse who did it? He knew very well that there were not many 8-star powerhouses in the profound world. On the surface, there were only 4, including himself. Perhaps there were more in secret, but they were all from the top forces. Under normal circumstances, Lord Bloodclaw and Lord Manshan would not provoke the top forces. Could it be that the Shura sect had joined a top force? When I succeed, all of you will die. Rakshasa King let out a furious roar that reverberated endlessly in the pitch-black cave. Chen Zong found that the people of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion would not cooperate at all without using some means. Therefore, he had to show his tyrannical force to force the people of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion to hand over Tian Mingzi. Of course, Chen Zong did not hurt anyone. Who dares to behave atrociously in my Myriad Spirit Pavilion? The angry roar exploded in the hall of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion like thunder, and a tyrannical aura filled the air. The powerhouse guarding the Myriad Spirit Pavilion had arrived. His aura was clearly at the level of a half-step great saint. Moreover, he was a 2-star powerhouse. This astonishing aura swept across like a storm. Soon after, it charged towards Qianzong and locked onto him. For a Saint Realm powerhouse, it was a terrifying and destructive aura, but for Qianzong, it was like a breeze. Therefore, the other party was secretly afraid. Who are you? Why are you looking for Elder Tianmingzi? The middle-aged man in a short coat stared at Qianzong vigilantly and said in a low voice. You don't need to know anything. Just tell me where Tianmingzi is, or ask Tianmingzi to come here, Qianzong replied calmly. At the same time, he released a trace of his aura. This strand of aura was extremely terrifying. It was like a heavenly sword suspended in the air, instantly striking down. It made the other party's hair stand on end, as if his entire body was pierced through. In the face of this aura, all of his resistance was completely crushed. An expert, this was a terrifyingly strong expert. In an instant, the guardian of the Wanling Association understood. Cold sweat oozed from his forehead and flowed down his cheeks. Sir, I do not know where Elder Tianmingzi is. This person replied with difficulty. When the difference in strength was too great, he didn't dare to take any chances. The Wanling Association is the most well-informed. I believe you must know. Qianzong sighed leisurely. In fact, I'm only looking for Tianmingzi. I don't want to be enemies with the Wanling Association, but if you are not willing to cooperate, the Wanling Association will be in trouble. Hearing this, the other party's expression suddenly changed, as if he was weighing the pros and cons. The other party was very strong. Just his aura alone made him feel like he was about to be destroyed. This meant that the other party's combat strength was at least at the 4-star level, or even higher. Although it was rumored that the Wanling Association had a supreme great saint as its backer, it was impossible to determine whether it was true or not. Even if it was true, it was a matter of a long time ago. Moreover, supreme great saint powerhouses would not intervene in fights below the great saint realm, unless the Wanling Association was in danger of being destroyed. Everything else was false. For now, the best thing to do was to deal with this person. I really don't know where Elder Tianmingzi is, but please give me some time. I'll report this matter now, the person hurriedly said. Alright, it's best to find someone with enough weight, Qianzong said unhurriedly as he looked at the other party meaningfully. Indeed, according to the Wanling Association, they had the support of a supreme great saint realm powerhouse. However, at Qianzong's level, he could see things more clearly. If there was really a supreme great saint realm powerhouse, he would not act rashly. Just like Yang Kai right now, if the conflict between saint realm masters did not go too far, he would not intervene because of the difference in levels. Moreover, it was not like he did not have a trump card. The eternal heaven and earth token. When his consciousness entered the eternal battle fort and returned to his body, there was an additional power in the eternal heaven and earth token. It was a protective power that the eternal battle fort used to protect king stage geniuses. A battle between people of the same level. Naturally, the protective power in the eternal heaven and earth token would not be activated. However, if an illuminating god powerhouse attacked him, the power of the eternal heaven and earth token would appear to protect him. Of course, the power in the eternal heaven and earth token could only resist and repel low-level illuminating god powerhouses. According to Hua Ji, the supreme great saint realm powerhouses in the Tianyuan sacred territory should belong to the low-level illuminating god realm. In other words, the supreme great saint realm powerhouses could no longer threaten him in the Tianyuan sacred territory. This was actually the eternal battle fort's way of attaching importance to king stage geniuses. After all, there were not many king stage geniuses. The death of one would be a great loss. Waiting, Qianzong was waiting for the Wanling Association's response. Azura Sect, Tai Luo City, Tai Xian World. Xianxia walked out of the Azura secret realm with his essence, qi, and spirit completely restored to their peak. Send out a notice that the Barbarian Mountain King and the Blood Claw King have been executed. Those who broke their oath during the sect's crisis have to come to the Azura sect to confess within 3 days. Xianxia said unhurriedly, but his words were filled with coldness. Those who don't come within the time limit, don't blame my sword for not showing mercy. Previously, those people would rather break their oath in order to survive because the Blood Claw King's ferocity was too great. Now that the Blood Claw King was killed by Xianxia, it meant that Xianxia was stronger than the Blood Claw King. Moreover, the Barbarian Mountain King was also killed. Although there was no mention of who killed the Barbarian Mountain King, it seemed to have something to do with the Asura sect. Would such Asura sect strike fear in others? Yes. Xianxia believed that once this news was released, those who were afraid of death would rush to the Asura sect. If they did not come, the only consequence would be death. His sword was merciless. Those people came from the Bewildering Light Island and had the mark of the Bewildering Light Island on their bodies. They were not aware of it, but Xianxia could feel it clearly. In the Flying Spirit City's Wanling Association, Qianzong sat leisurely and waited. Then, a few sharp gazes stared at Qianzong as if they wanted to pierce through him. There were 3 people in total. 2 of them were old men, and 1 was a middle-aged man with white hair. All of them exuded a powerful aura. Half-step Great Saint Realm. Moreover, judging from their aura, the battle strength of these 3 people was not low. The 2 old men were 4-star warriors, and the middle-aged man was 5-star warriors. As for whether they were ordinary warriors or elite warriors, it could only be determined by fighting. The 3 powerful auras locked onto Qianzong, intending to suppress Qianzong. However, Qianzong did not seem to notice them. He did not move an inch, and his expression was calm. This attitude of his made the 3 people wary. Although the Wanling Association was well informed, Qianzong had entered the Bewildering Light Sea a few years ago. According to what the Wanling Association knew, those who entered the Bewildering Light Sea had never come out. Therefore, they would not associate the person in front of them with Qianzong. Generally speaking, a confrontation of auras could determine the strength of the other party. However, in the face of the 3 people's auras, the other party looked calm and unfathomable. How should I address you? The middle-aged man with 5-star warriors cupped his hands and asked with a smile. Where's Tianmingzi? Qianzong asked back. Why are you looking for Tianmingzi? The middle-aged man asked again. His tone was gentle, as if he was talking to a friend. To settle a grudge. Qianzong did not beat around the bush and said directly. But do you know what grudge you have with Elder Tianmingzi? The middle-aged man asked again with a smile. If it's not a big grudge, the Wanling Association is willing to pay the appropriate price to resolve it. Who are you? Qianzong asked back. I'm Bai Lingzi, the Vice Pavilion Master of the General Pavilion of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion. These 2 are the elders of the General Pavilion of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion, the middle-aged man said with a smile, as if he had come to make friends. The other party's attitude was gentle, without the slightest impatience. The tone of his voice made people feel closer to him, and they could not help but have a good impression of him. He was indeed not an ordinary person. The grudge between me and Tianmingzi is a matter of life and death. How can the Wanling Association bear it? Qianzong could not help but smile. Junior, you think too highly of yourself just because you have a few tricks up your sleeve. The Wanling Association never looks for trouble, but we are not afraid of trouble. One of the elders seemed to be unable to stand it and scolded angrily. Although the other elder did not speak, he also released a strong aura with a bit of evil spirit. Elders, please don't be impatient. Everything can be resolved. Bai Lingzi smiled and said. Immediately, he looked at Qianzong and said, regardless of the grudge between you and our pavilion's elder Tianmingzi, from the way I see it, it can be resolved as long as you state your conditions. Tianmingzi's life. Qianzong said calmly. This time, he came to settle the grudge. The way to settle the grudge was simple and direct, which was to kill Tianmingzi. Other than that, there was nothing else to say. Wealth, no need. He had a lot of wealth and it was enough. Moreover, he had seen a wider world and his ambition was high. He was no longer limited to this. After settling the grudge this time, when the Eternal Heaven and Earth token could be used again, he would go to the Eternal Battle Fort again. That was where he pursued the path of cultivation. It's raining during the Qingming festival. Please be careful when you go back to worship your ancestors. Bai Lingzi had a headache. He had always prided himself on his eloquence. When he dealt with the matters of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion, he prioritized peace. He would avoid violence if he could. With his eloquence and ability, he was often able to smoothly deal with many things that were difficult to deal with in the eyes of others, causing others to be convinced. This time, the chief pavilion master had asked him to come because he valued his ability. The Myriad Spirit Pavilion was a business. They had never clashed with other forces and prioritized peace. Of course, if it was an enemy, the Myriad Spirit Pavilion would not show mercy. It would be best if it could be resolved peacefully. However, Bai Lingzi realized that no matter what he said and how hard he tried, the other party was unmoved. His attitude was obvious and firm. He wanted Tianmingzi's life. He meant what he said, and his hidden sharpness was extremely shocking. Bai Lingzi could only feel his head throbbing, and his headache worsened. Sir, the Myriad Spirit Pavilion has been standing for thousands of years and has encountered countless crises. But in the end, the Myriad Spirit Pavilion still exists and is getting stronger and stronger. Bai Lingzi's smile was restrained, and his tone was a little solemn with a hint of killing intent. Bai Lingzi had a 5-star battle prowess. This battle prowess was not something that could be said with words. It was something that could be achieved through real cultivation and battle. He was eloquent and prioritized peace, but it did not mean that he would not be angry, and it did not mean that he would not fight and kill. Then this time, it may be the biggest crisis in the history of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion. Qinzong did not care about the other party's threat at all and smiled nonchalantly. Even if the supreme saint behind the Myriad Spirit Pavilion really did not care about his reputation and attacked, he was not afraid. If the Myriad Spirit Pavilion had a 9-star combat strength expert, he could escape instantly and enter Bewildering Light Island even if he could not fight. He had strength to rely on, a way out, and a powerful force to protect him. He was almost absolutely safe here. In the past, when he only had strength, he dared to fight, let alone now. With all kinds of things to rely on, how could he be afraid? Hearing Qinzong's words, Bai Lingzi's face darkened, and the 2 chief pavilion elders were instantly enraged. Boom, his aura was violent, like a torrent bursting through a dam, pouring down on Qinzong. Since the Myriad Spirit Pavilion won't hand over Tianmingzi, let's fight until they do. Qinzong snickered coldly. His eyes shone with a sharp light. His overbearing aura swept across the sky like a heavenly sword, exploding in an instant and suppressing the world. The horrifying power of a 7-star battle power instantly fell on Bai Lingzi and the 2 elders of the General Pavilion. It was as if the universe's sword was rushing toward them like an ancient sword mountain. Suppress, Bai Lingzi and the other 2 were horrified. How could this be? How could he be so powerful? Even the chief pavilion master did not have such a powerful aura. In their minds, there seemed to be a sword mountain pressing down on the world. It was as if a beam of sword light had torn the universe apart and arrived. Everything would be suppressed, and everything would be penetrated. In the face of such terrifying power, he could only tremble. A strong enemy, this was a strong enemy. As Qinzong said, the Myriad Spirit Pavilion had really encountered the biggest crisis this time. Your Excellency, let's talk nicely. Bai Lingzi immediately put on a smile and lowered his head slightly. There was no other way. The aura that Qinzong exuded was too powerful. It directly suppressed them. If they wanted to attack, they would probably be killed in an instant. The 2 elders of the General Pavilion who were furious also did not dare to act rashly. I'll repeat it again. Hand over Tianmingzi. Qinzong's eyes flashed with a cold light. His tone was abrupt, but it was as if the sword qi had directly pierced their hearts. They instantly shrank and were extremely frightened. Bai Lingzi's perception was very sharp. He could feel a trace of determination from Qinzong's tone. This was the other party's ultimatum. If they violated it, they would really enrage the other party. Bai Lingzi's head hurt. He thought quickly and thought of a solution. His head hurt. Tianmingzi was indeed a half-step great saint expert, but he was only at the 3-star level. In the entire Myriad Spirit Pavilion, he could only be regarded as a mid-level expert. The Myriad Spirit Pavilion would not be strengthened much with one more, nor would it be weakened much with one less. But the most important thing was the reputation of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion. If they were forced to hand over an elder, it would be a big blow to the Myriad Spirit Pavilion. The reputation that the Myriad Spirit Pavilion had built up over the years would be damaged. A tree lived by its bark, while a person lived by his face. As a powerful force in the Upper Yuan realm, the Myriad Spirit Pavilion naturally valued its reputation very much. In fact, reputation was something that every sect and every force valued. But in the current situation, if they did not hand over Tianmingzi, the Myriad Spirit Pavilion would not only lose its reputation, but also other things. Could it be that they really wanted the great saint expert behind the Myriad Spirit Pavilion to take action? That was impossible. Why would a great saint expert care about such a small matter? Moreover, as the deputy pavilion master of the general pavilion, Bai Lingzi knew better. The great saint expert behind the Myriad Spirit Pavilion was rumored to have been on good terms with the general pavilion master of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion a long time ago. He had already left many years ago. As long as the Myriad Spirit Pavilion did not suffer a destructive blow, the great saint expert would never appear. The great saint expert was like a tiger's skin that could scare people. The two elders were waiting for Bai Lingzi's decision. Fight or surrender, they had to make a decision. Tianmingzi is not in the Myriad Spirit Pavilion now, Bai Lingzi seemed to have thought it through and suddenly said in a deflated manner. The Myriad Spirit Pavilion is the most well-informed, isn't it? Chen Zong asked in return. Tianmingzi is in the Thousand Origin Cave now, Bai Lingzi said. Bai Lingzi continued to speak. Soon after, a cold glint filled his eyes and his tone became harsh and cold. I have already told you the news. It has nothing to do with my Myriad Spirit Pavilion. As for the future, if you continue to be so persistent, my Myriad Spirit Pavilion will not fear you. You have to know that the consequences of deceiving me are not something you can bear, Chen Zong replied unhurriedly and got up to leave. His target was only Tian Mingzi. As for the Myriad Spirit Pavilion, he did not want to be enemies. Of course, if the Myriad Spirit Pavilion did not know what was good for them, he would fight and kill them. But now, the Myriad Spirit Pavilion was quite cooperative. Everyone was happy. Of course, the people of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion must be very sullen. When one's power was stronger than one's, one would be crushed. This was what strength brought about. Looking at the back of Chen Zong, a touch of darkness flashed across Bai Lingzi's eyes. He felt humiliated and helpless. Immediately, he left with the two elders. The Thousand Origin Cave was very famous in the Upper Yuan realm. Often, cultivators would go to the Thousand Origin Cave to look for the so-called opportunities. There were really cultivators who found opportunities to improve themselves. The reason why Tianmingzi came to the Thousand Origin Cave was to look for opportunities to improve himself. A few years ago, he wanted to avenge his brother, Tianmingzi. In the end, not only did he not succeed, but he also lost an arm and was seriously injured. He did not take the severed arm with him. Otherwise, he would only need to pay a small price to reattach it. Without that severed arm, it was not impossible for him to regrow a new arm. However, it would consume too much energy. With his current accumulation, it was impossible for him to do so. However, because he was an elder of the Myriad Spirit Pavilion, he found out that the Thousand Origin Cave might have a sacred medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones. After recovering from his injuries, he personally went to the Thousand Origin Cave to look for it. It was just that many years had passed, and he had found many spirit herbs and sacred herbs, but he had not found any sacred herbs that could regenerate flesh and bones. However, Tianmingzi did not plan to give up. He had to find it and restore his arm. Otherwise, his power would be greatly affected. Because of this, Tianmingzi had been staying in the Thousand Origin Cave all these years. Naturally, he was not well informed about the outside world. Therefore, he did not know that he was about to face a great disaster. Soon, Chen Zong arrived outside the Thousand Origin Cave. The Thousand Origin Caves was a general term because there were many caves in this area. There were hundreds of them, and they covered an area of over 100,000 miles. The hundreds of caves were called the Thousand Origin Cave. Some of the caves were very long, tens of thousands of miles. Some were very short, less than 1,000 miles. However, no matter how long or short the caves were, one or a few of them were connected to each other. It was like a huge maze. Therefore, once one entered the Thousand Origin Cave and did not leave, it was not easy to find out about the outside world. Also, the Thousand Origin Cave was so big that it was not easy to find a person. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. In the end, Bilingzi chose to tell Qinzong the news. First, it was because of the situation. Second, it was because the Thousand Origin Cave's terrain was complicated. It would not be easy to find Tian Mingzi. If he was really found, it would be Tian Mingzi's misfortune. Grudges should be settled. The Myriad Spirit Pavilion could not stand up for Tian Mingzi. Otherwise, it would only invite disaster. Although the Thousand Origin Cave had hundreds of caves and hundreds of entrances, there was one main entrance. If one waited at the main entrance, they could intercept him. However, they could not be sure when he would leave. They might only have to wait for a short period of time, or they might have to wait for years or even decades. Of course, Qinzong could not wait at the main entrance for Tian Mingzi to appear. He did not know how long he would have to wait. It might even be many years. He did not have that much time to waste. However, he was not alone. He still had his doppelganger. Soon, Xianxia's doppelganger rushed from the profound realm to the upper primordial realm through the power of bewildering Light Island. Of course, the doppelganger made some changes so that no one could tell that it was the same as the original. The doppelganger stood guard at the main entrance of the Thousand Origin Cave while the original entered it. There were hundreds of caves. Qinzong did not know where to find Tian Mingzi. He could only enter and search. At the same time, he could ask others for information. He chose a random cave entrance and stepped inside. The air inside flowed faster than outside. The fluctuation of the qi of heaven and earth was also more intense. From time to time, there would be the sound of wind blowing. It was so mighty that it seemed to penetrate one's eardrums. I found this green leaf sky blue first. Are you going to take it by force? This voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures belong to those who are fated. Strength is fate. Another voice was filled with sneers. There were hundreds of caves in the Thousand Origin Cave. Because of the abnormal world Yuan Qi, there were many precious herbs that could not be found in the outside world. In the early days, one could easily find precious herbs in any of the caves. The lowest grade was spirit herbs and the highest grade was saint herbs. But after many years, countless cultivators poured in to search for precious herbs. Gradually, precious herbs became fewer and more difficult to find. Some of the precious herbs had even become peerless. As the saying goes, the rarer something is, the more valuable it is. Once it became peerless and difficult to obtain, its value would soar. When a lucky person found a rare precious herb in the Thousand Origin Cave and sold it for a high price, it would attract more people. Of course, the vast majority of those who entered the Thousand Origin Cave to search for treasures were in the saint realm, with a very small number of them being half-step great saints. As for those in the transcendent realm, even if they managed to obtain some treasures, they might suffer because of them. There were many conflicts like the one just now. After entering the Thousand Origin Cave, Qinzong had encountered many such conflicts. However, these had nothing to do with Qinzong, so he ignored them. Find Tian Mingzi. Qinzong only had one purpose in entering the Thousand Origin Cave, and that was to find Tian Mingzi and kill him directly to settle this grudge. When the grudge was settled, one's mind would be clear. One would not think about it, and there would be no regrets. It was like wiping away a speck of dust in one's heart. Only when one's heart was clear could one be free of obstacles. The Thousand Origin Cave was very large. There were hundreds of caves, winding around like a large maze. Looking for a person inside was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Qinzong was extremely fast. A 7-star realm master was like an aurora. With his divine sense, there was no need for him to stop. Many people were searching for precious herbs when they suddenly felt a breeze pass by them. They could not see the person at all. Qinzong's speed was very fast. The short cave was only a few hundred miles long, so he could finish searching it in no time. The long cave was at most 10,000 miles long. In fact, it was not a big deal. He just needed to spend a little more time. Qinzong was checking the cave step by step, just like a carpet search. It might take more time, but he could avoid missing anything. For example, if he didn't find the target after he finished searching here, and then went to search the other caves, the target would enter a cave that had already been searched. A cave, 2 caves, 3 caves, Chen Zong kept searching while Chen Xiao stood guard at the main entrance. The 18th cave was more than 8,000 miles long. It was full of twists and turns. Chen Zong suddenly stopped. His eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. He didn't find Tian Mingzi, but he found someone who also needed to settle his grudges. In the depths of the cave, it was pitch black. The yuan qi of heaven and earth flowed at an abnormal speed, like gusts of wind blowing. This was the depths of the cave. It was completely dark, causing the wind to become gloomy and cold. However, in this darkness, there was someone. There were a total of 5 people. Each of them emitted a shocking aura. It was obvious that they were 5 powerhouses. The 5 mystifying light saints. These 5 people were the owners of the mystifying light ship in the mystifying light sea, the 5 mystifying light saints. In the past, after they kidnapped Chen Zong, they were attacked by Chen Zong's clone. They successfully escaped into the mystifying light sea and lost track of Chen Zong. However, the others thought that the 5 of them had kidnapped Chen Zong and obtained the secret of his clone. During that time, the 5 of them fled in all directions like rats. However, the 5 mystifying light saints' strength was not ordinary. Moreover, they were capable. When they joined forces, they became even more powerful. They survived danger after danger. Later on, the 5 of them even split up and changed their appearances. They actually avoided a lot of trouble for a time. The 5 of them also hid in the Thousand Origin Cave. With their strength and methods, and the complicated terrain of the Thousand Origin Cave, as long as it wasn't an eminent saint powerhouse, it wouldn't be easy for a half-step eminent saint to find their whereabouts. Unless it was a large-scale operation. However, no one knew that the 5 of them had entered the Thousand Origin Cave. After all, they had split up when they entered and changed their appearances. Chen Zong was very surprised. His purpose in entering the Thousand Origin Cave was to find Tian Mingzi and kill him. Then, he would look for the 5 mystifying light saints. He didn't expect to find the 5 mystifying light saints here first. Although the 5 mystifying light saints had changed their appearances, their aura fluctuations didn't change much. Chen Zong had already remembered them clearly. A cold smile hung on the corner of Chen Zong's mouth. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he flew out like a bolt of lightning. Since he found the 5 mystifying light saints first, he would get rid of them first. Who's there? The 5 mystifying light saints were very vigilant. As soon as Chen Zong approached, he triggered the alarm they had set up. 5 tyrannical auras erupted at the same time and swept across like a storm. Everyone, it's been a long time. Chen Zong smiled faintly. The gloomy darkness here was nothing to half-step great sage experts. Therefore, the 5 mystifying light saints' eyes glowed as they stared at Chen Zong's face. It's you. The 5 mystifying light saints also recognized Chen Zong. They exclaimed in shock and horror. How was this possible? Didn't he escape into the mystifying light ocean? How could he appear here? Could it be that he could leave the mystifying light ocean? For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through the 5 mystifying light saints' minds. The mystifying light ocean had always been extremely mysterious. No one had ever heard of anyone who entered leaving. However, this person could leave. Perhaps he had obtained a great opportunity inside. Take him down. The leader of the 5 mystifying light saints immediately shouted. The 5 of them attacked like lightning. If they took him down, not only would they force him to reveal the secret of his doppelganger, they would also force him to reveal the secret of the mystifying light ocean. A great opportunity, that's right, Chen Zong could leave the mystifying light ocean because he had obtained a great opportunity inside. Seeing the 5 mystifying light saints coming from all directions, Chen Zong had a smile on his face. The 5 mystifying light saints were not weak. 3 of them had the combat strength of a 3-star elite, 1 was an ordinary 4-star elite, and 1 was a 4-star elite. When they joined forces to form a formation, they could contend against a 5-star elite. However, Chen Zong's combat strength was not something a 5-star elite could compare to. Chen Zong originally wanted to kill all 5 of them with one strike. However, he suddenly changed his mind. It would be too easy for them if he killed them just like that. Instead of killing them, he would throw them into the mystifying light ocean and let them experience the dangers of the mystifying light ocean. With a change of mind, Chenzong made up his mind and immediately attacked. He did not draw his sword. There was no need to draw his sword to deal with these 5 people. Using his finger as a sword, he instantly pierced through the void and split into 5 directions. In an instant, the 5 people's attacks were directly broken. The terrifying power penetrated everything and directly hit the 5 people's bodies. The terrifying power instantly spread out and hit their bodies. In an instant, all of their strength was destroyed and they lost all ability to resist. If Chenzong wanted to, he could have killed them on the spot. The mystifying light ocean shipmaster has been traveling back and forth between the mystifying light ocean all year round. You must be very curious about the mystifying light ocean. Chenzong's voice suddenly sounded with a hint of mockery. When it entered the 5 mystifying light saints' ears, they immediately had a bad premonition. At this moment, the 5 mystifying light saints were terrified. One strike. In just one strike, the 5 of them were defeated. How was this possible? In the next moment, the 5 of them felt the world spinning as if they had traveled through time and space. When they came to their senses, they found that the 5 of them were in a place that had changed greatly. Gray fog spread in all directions, and their bodies were falling rapidly. However, their strength had recovered and they could use it again. They quickly stopped and stood in the air. Where is this? The second brother of the 5 mystifying light saints looked around. He could only see the endless gray fog. He had a familiar feeling, but he couldn't remember where. The other 4 also looked around. They also felt that the gray fog looked very familiar. Their divine sense spread out in an instant, but they found that it was greatly restricted. This place, could it be? The 5th brother of the 5 mystifying light saints seemed to have thought of something. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. Impossible. The 4th brother also thought of something, but he shook his head repeatedly. Illusion. This must be an illusion. We must have fallen into his illusion. The 3rd brother of the 5 mystifying light saints said with certainty. After all, they all recognized that this was the mystifying light ocean. Their mystifying light ocean ship had sailed on the mystifying light ocean for many years. They were very familiar with the environment here. There was no doubt that this was the environment of the mystifying light ocean. A breath ago, they were still in the Thousand Origin Cave, and in the next breath, they appeared in the mystifying light ocean. It was completely impossible. After all, the distance between the Thousand Origin Cave and the mystifying light ocean was very far. It would take them quite some time to arrive at the mystifying light ocean with their speed. Besides that, how could the other party directly send them from the Thousand Origin Cave to the mystifying light ocean? There was only one explanation, and it was an illusion. It was an illusion created by the other party using some kind of illusion technique or some kind of secret treasure to make them mistakenly think that they had entered the mystifying light ocean. Since they knew it was an illusion, they would see through it and leave this place. Little did they know that this wasn't an illusion, but the real mystifying light ocean. With the current strength of Chenzong's divine sense, he was completely capable of sending all 5 of them into the mystifying light ocean without exhausting all of his divine sense. This was Chenzong's revenge. He made them enter the mystifying light ocean personally, experience the dangers of the mystifying light ocean, and die in the end. He had already grasped the mystifying light realm and controlled the mystifying light island. The mystifying light ocean was like his own backyard to him. Everything was under his control. However, if he found Tianmingzi, Chenzong didn't intend to take revenge like this. Instead, he would directly kill Tianmingzi. He recovered his exhausted divine sense while continuing to search for Tianmingzi's whereabouts. As for the 5 mystifying light saints, they also began their operation in the mystifying light ocean. Tianmingzi was resting in a cave within the Thousand Origin Cave. After searching for so many years, it was a pity that the sacred medicine for rebuilding bones and muscles was too rare. He had only heard that it existed inside, but no one had found it for many years. The sacred medicine for rebuilding bones and muscles was incomparably expensive. Even with his wealth, he could not afford it. He could only search for it himself. Who knows, he might find it by chance. At that time, he would be able to regrow his arm and recover his strength. Touching his severed arm, after many years, the wound had already been treated, but Tian Mingzi could still feel the pain. This pain was not the pain of a severed arm, but the pain of his heart. Back then, his severed arm was still vivid in his mind. That kind of pain was still with him, very clear. Thinking of the scene of his severed arm, a cold killing intent appeared on Tian Mingzi's face. His eyes were extremely cold, and his body was filled with a chilling killing intent. Consider yourself lucky to have escaped into the bewildering light ocean, Tian Mingzi said in a low voice. His voice was hoarse and cold, like the roar of a dark underworld beast. The hatred for his severed arm was monstrous. There was also the enmity of his brother's death. However, since the other party had entered the bewildering light ocean, there was no possibility of him leaving. Even if he did not die, he would be lost in the bewildering light ocean, causing him to lose the chance to personally take revenge. Entering the Thousand Origin Cave to search for sacred medicine, it was inevitable that he would find other treasures during this period. There would also be some conflicts with other cultivators. As long as there was a conflict, Tian Mingzi would not be lenient and would kill them all. After losing his arm, his temperament was affected, and he was no longer as calm as before. Moreover, with his strength as an elite 3-star, the majority of people who entered the Thousand Origin Cave were not his match. Jiandi Qinzong, wait until my severed arm is regenerated, and my battle strength is fully recovered. I will kill you and your friends one by one. Tian Mingzi growled. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Suddenly, an indifferent voice rang out. It floated over like a gentle breeze, drifting into Tian Mingzi's ears, causing his expression to change greatly. Who? At the same time, an extremely tyrannical power erupted from Tian Mingzi's body, like a dark tide sweeping in all directions. Even with a broken arm, Tian Mingzi was still very strong despite his battle prowess being affected. However, the strength of an expert was often relative. Apart from those supreme experts who stood at the top of the void of the universe, the strength of others was limited. When Qinzong was still in the Saint Realm, Tian Mingzi was already an unparalleled master. But now, it was the opposite. Qinzong's combat strength had completely surpassed Tian Mingzi's. In other people's eyes, Tian Mingzi was strong, but in Qinzong's eyes, Tian Mingzi was weak. Tian Mingzi, it's been a few years since we last met. You look a little miserable. Qinzong's figure stepped out from the darkness. His footsteps were soft but rhythmic. Every step seemed to step on Tian Mingzi's heart, causing it to tremble uncontrollably. It was extremely stifling. Tian Mingzi's eyes were dark and gloomy as he stared at the approaching figure. His face was full of vigilance, which then turned into astonishment. Qinzong, Jiandi Qinzong, the person who killed his younger brother Tian Mingzi back then. The person who cooperated with his clone to cut off one of his arms. Didn't you enter the bewildering light ocean? Tian Mingzi couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Thanks to you. Qinzong smiled slightly. Indeed, if it weren't for Tian Mingzi, he wouldn't have been chased by so many masters and fell into the hands of the 5 bewildering light saints. In the end, he had to take the risk to enter the bewildering light ocean. At that time, he narrowly escaped death in the bewildering light ocean. The most dangerous time was when he encountered the Blood Killer King. If he hadn't met the Silver Blade King, Zhao Mingkong, he would have fallen into the hands of the Blood Killer King. His life would be worse than death, and he might even be dead now. And the cause of all this was Tian Mingzi. Of course, after suffering, he gained a lot of benefits in the bewildering light ocean. In the end, he gained control of the bewildering light island and obtained the eternal heaven and earth writ, allowing his consciousness to descend into the eternal battle fort. That would be the greatest opportunity. It could be said that the opportunity he obtained in the bewildering light ocean was not inferior to the heart sword seal he obtained when he was young, which allowed him to be reborn. But, so what? Being able to obtain the opportunity depended on his own ability. Revenge still had to be taken. Tian Mingzi still had to die. You can actually come out of the bewildering light ocean alive. Tian Mingzi's breathing began to become heavy. For a moment, his thoughts took a turn, and he thought of many things. The bewildering light ocean had always been very mysterious in the eyes of cultivators, and it also made people incomparably fearful. Since ancient times, those who entered the bewildering light ocean had never been able to leave. Of course, there were also people who guessed that while the bewildering light ocean was full of danger, there were also many opportunities. If one could leave alive, they might be able to obtain many opportunities. Now, this person had left the bewildering light ocean. Perhaps, he had already obtained some great opportunity inside. Kill him, he must kill him and seize the opportunity. For people who had already dug out their own potential to the extreme and could no longer improve their combat strength, great opportunities were very important and full of attraction and temptation. Now, the great opportunity was in front of him, and it was delivered to his door personally. How could he miss it? Moreover, this person had the secret of a clone. However, Tian Mingzi would not forget that back then, when this person's original body and clone joined forces, they were able to fight against him and even cut off one of his arms. However, because of the impact of losing one's arm, he had spent most of his wealth to obtain a secret treasure. Attack! In an instant, his thoughts flashed like lightning. Tian Mingzi made his move. Chain of darkness. In an instant, a chain that seemed to be made of black fine iron, wrapped in black smoke, and burning like flames, shot out from Tian Mingzi's sleeve like a viper. Like a viper coming out of its hole, it was extremely vicious and vicious. In just an instant, the chain of darkness approached Chen Zong and quickly wrapped around Chen Zong's body like a coiling snake, tightly binding him. Chen Zong's eyes flashed with a touch of astonishment. What kind of secret treasure was this? It was very fast, and it gave off a feeling that it was impossible to dodge. In just an instant, he was bound. The black flames burning on the chain exuded a trace of coldness that invaded his body, cutting off his internal strength and affecting the mobilization and operation of his strength. Of course, this was nothing to him. Seeing Chen Zong bound by the chains of darkness, Tian Mingzi felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. The chain of darkness is a one-time-use secret treasure. No matter who it is, as long as they are locked on, they cannot escape. Tian Mingzi's voice was astonishingly cold, his eyes flashing with crazy killing intent. Now, hand over the secret of your clone and tell me how you can leave the bewildering light sea. Hand over everything you have, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, I will let you know the taste of living a life worse than death. A threat, Tian Mingzi was threatening Chen Zong. The chain of darkness is indeed a good secret treasure. Chen Zong was not afraid at all, and said neither slowly nor quickly, unfortunately, you have chosen the wrong target. The moment his voice fell, an extremely tyrannical power burst out from Chen Zong's body like a torrent, like a volcanic eruption. In just an instant, the chain of darkness that tightly bound Chen Zong tightened and made a sound as if it could not bear the burden. Tian Mingzi's expression suddenly changed. In an instant, he burst out with all his strength. His killing intent was like a tide, and he did not hesitate to attack. He was afraid that if Chen Zong broke free from the chain of darkness, the consequences would be terrible. Therefore, he would rather give up the so-called opportunities that he had not obtained yet and kill him. It had to be said that Tian Mingzi's choice at the critical moment was correct. If Chen Zong was not strong enough, he would have been killed. However, it was a pity that the barbarian mountain king, a top 7-star expert, had been killed by Chen Zong. With a bang, the chain of darkness broke inch by inch and collapsed in an instant. The dark smoke that burned like flames also collapsed, like a candle flame blown by a strong wind. At the same time, Tian Mingzi's most powerful attack was launched directly at Chen Zong without mercy. It was an extremely condensed black palm print, which exuded an extremely terrible fluctuation, suppressing and shattering everything. In the face of this extremely tyrannical attack, Chen Zong, who had broken the chain of darkness, did not change his expression at all. He looked so calm and relaxed. His fingers were like a sword, and with a light stroke, it was like a sharp blade cutting through a thin sheet of paper. In the blink of an eye, under Tian Mingzi's panic-stricken gaze, the palm print that he had gathered all of his strength to unleash was actually torn apart. Like a hot knife through butter, these words flashed in Tian Mingzi's mind. At the same time, a carefree feeling spread, as if he had cut it open himself. Extremely horrifying, his hair stood on end. In the next moment, Tian Mingzi could barely catch a glimpse of sword light piercing through the air. He only felt a slight pain between his eyebrows. Immediately, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. Without drawing his sword, Tian Mingzi did not need to draw his sword. He only needed to use his fingers as a sword to kill Tian Mingzi. This was the difference brought about by the difference in combat strength. After killing Tian Mingzi, Qinzong suddenly felt slightly relieved, as if a burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He had been hunted down, escaped into the bewildering light sea, experienced life and death, and obtained an opportunity. The source of all this was Tian Mingzi. Now, Tian Mingzi had been killed by his own hands. This feeling of relief was very wonderful, as if it was a kind of sublimation. The 5 bewildering light saints were not dead, but they had been sent into the bewildering light sea. Death was only a matter of time. Moreover, before death, they would experience the dangers of the bewildering light sea and feel despair. The main culprit, Tian Mingzi, had been killed. For a moment, Qinzong reconsidered whether to deal with the others. Back then, those people had surrounded him like sharks that had smelled blood. They had tried to take him away and interrogate him about the whereabouts of his doppelganger. However, they had not succeeded. From a certain point of view, he didn't suffer any losses, so the revenge was actually dispensable. On the other hand, it was because he had killed Tian Mingzi. The other things were relatively secondary, and they were not essential. In the upper primordial realm, no one knew that Qinzong had come out of the bewildering light sea alive. Those who knew had either been sent into the bewildering light sea by Qinzong to experience it properly, or had been executed. If people knew about this, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. With the grudge settled, Qinzong did not continue to stay in the upper primordial realm, but returned to the bewildering light sea. As for Azura's doppelganger, Xianxia, of course, returned to the Shura Gate. The Shura Gate had issued an ultimatum, asking those who had broken their oath to come to the Shura Gate to confess within 3 days. Otherwise, they would be killed. This ultimatum was, without a doubt, very intimidating. After all, the Blood Claw King had forced them to break their oath and escape. Xianxia, who could kill the Blood Claw King, was undoubtedly more powerful. However, after 3 days, there were very few who came to the Shura Gate to confess. That day, there were 3 6-star warriors, 7 5-star warriors, and 21 4-star warriors who broke the oath and ran away. However, there were only 2 5-star warriors and 6 4-star warriors who came to confess within the time limit. Was 3 days a short time? In fact, it was not short. It could be reached quickly through the Void Temple in any city. It was just a matter of whether they were willing to come back to confess. It seemed that the others were not willing to come back to confess. Or rather, they thought that once they left, they could leave forever. As long as they kept a low profile and concealed their identities, they would not be chased. After all, the ultimate mystery realm was not small. If that was the case, the ultimatum of the Shura Gate would not be so powerful. In the Shura Gate's main hall, Xianxia sat high up. Below him were the half-step great saint experts who came to confess. In the outside world, these people were very powerful, but here, they were all submissive and did not dare to make a sound. You have 3 choices. Xianxia's lips curled into a cold smile. His voice was as cold as the northern wind, causing everyone to tremble uncontrollably. 1. Go back to where you came from. These people trembled and fear appeared on their faces. Go back to where you came from. Without a doubt, it was back to the bewildering light sea or even the bewildering light sea. They knew very well that those days were simply torture. He could leave now. The outside world was so vast. If he went back, he would definitely go crazy. It was like a person who had fallen into despair suddenly grasped hope, but was about to fall into despair again. It was even more unbearable. The second choice is to all die here. Xianxia's words were like the murmurs of a devil, causing everyone's expressions to change drastically, and they were extremely shocked. They didn't hesitate to break their oath and escape. It was because they didn't want to die. Who knew that Xianxia's strength would be so terrifying? He didn't want to die before, and he didn't want to die now. There was only one choice left. The few of them felt incomparably nervous and uneasy. The third option is to make a new vow to be loyal to the Azura's Gate for the rest of your life. No matter what kind of crisis the Azura's Gate encounters, you will never flee. Vow to live and die with the Azura's Gate. Otherwise, may the heavens and earth destroy you. Xianxia's cold voice carried a hint of arrogance, as if he was the judge of a god. 3 choices. You have 10 breaths of time to consider. Xianxia finally said. 10 breaths of time was very short, but to a half-step great sage expert, their thinking speed was incomparably fast. 10 breaths of time was enough for them to consider many things. The few of them were considering. They could see that the person in front of them wasn't joking. He was really asking them to make a choice. 10 breaths of time was up. I choose the third option. Vow to be loyal to the Azura's Gate. I vow to live and die with the Azura's Gate. A 5-star expert immediately said. The others also expressed their opinions, choosing the third option. After all, the first option was to experience despair. The second option was to die immediately. Only the third option could allow them to live. They also thought of more. The Azura's Gate had elite 7-star experts, 6-star experts, and 5-star experts. They had great potential and an extraordinary future. In this place, they could continue to live. Even if they encountered any danger, they would have 7-star experts to protect them. No matter what, the third option was the best choice at the moment. Moreover, under normal circumstances, as long as they didn't seek death, the Azura's Gate wouldn't be destroyed so easily. Naturally, they wouldn't die with the Azura's Gate. All in all, this was the best choice for them. Looking at the choices made by everyone, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. There would be a day when he would leave. Before he left, of course, he had to leave behind more strength for the Azura's Gate so that it could be passed down. 2 5-star experts and 6 4-star experts would be loyal to the Azura's Gate forever. They would live and die together with the Azura's Gate. They would do their best to serve the Azura's Gate. This would undoubtedly give the Azura's Gate a layer of protection. Perhaps to him, 5-star and 4-star experts were nothing, but they weren't weak at all. In the entire Supreme Mystery world, there weren't many sects and forces that had 4-star experts. In the past, the Heavenly Luo sect only had 1 4-star expert, but they were able to dominate the Heavenly Luo city for countless years. Now, the Azura's Gate's high-end combat strength was countless times more than the Heavenly Luo sects. With a better cultivation environment, they could recruit more outstanding disciples and continue to improve. You've made the right choice. Xianxia smiled slightly. From now on, the 8 of you will be the Azura's Gate protectors, second only to the Supreme Elder. You will live and die in the Azura's Gate. I hope that you can also choose outstanding disciples to teach in the Azura's Gate and pass down what you've learned. These 8 people had broken their oath and were bound by it. In this lifetime, their combat strength couldn't improve at all. Their current combat power was already their limit. However, their current combat strength wasn't weak either. They could protect the Azura's Gate protectors, which complemented each other. In addition, each of them had extraordinary combat strength and rich experience. If they could choose some of them to teach as disciples, it would only be beneficial to the Azura's Gate. Of course, it would also be beneficial to them. After all, if the disciples they taught were outstanding enough, they could gain face and strengthen the Azura's Gate, ensuring the continuation of the Azura's Gate. As for these people who lived and died with the Azura's Gate, they could live longer. Originally, they thought that after swearing the oath, they would be treated like slaves of the Azura's Gate, without any dignity. However, when they heard Xianxia's arrangement to become the Azura's Gate protectors, second only to the Supreme Elder, they were surprised and secretly grateful. They were all half-step great saint experts. If they were treated like slaves, they would lose all dignity. Living was no better than dying. Now, they finally had a good position in the Azura's Gate. At least, they wouldn't be inferior to the few Supreme Elders of the Azura's Gate. After dealing with these people who came to plead guilty, Xianxia looked outside. Next were those who didn't come to plead guilty. They thought that once they left the Azura's Gate, they would have a bright future. Little did they know that they were too naive, too naive. As long as they entered the Bewildering Light Island, they would be protected by the Bewildering Light Island's mark on their body. That mark was impossible to detect. Even the Mountain Sea King couldn't detect the Bewildering Light Island's mark. Only Chenzong could do it. Because Chenzong was now the master of the Bewildering Light Island, and he controlled the island. However, this time, Chenzong wouldn't take action. He would stay in the Azura's gate and the person who would take action would be his real body. The eternal heaven and earth order needed time to accumulate energy. When it had enough energy, he would be able to send his consciousness to the eternal battle fort again. However, it would take a few months for the eternal heaven and earth order to recover its energy. Naturally, he wouldn't waste these few months. Another reason was the Rakshasa king. Since the Rakshasa king had taken action, although not personally, it meant that he had set his eyes on the Azura's gate again. Qianzong estimated that the Rakshasa king's combat strength was at least at the level of an ordinary 8-star. Of course, if it was just an ordinary 8-star, he wouldn't be afraid. If it was an elite 8-star, it would be quite troublesome. Therefore, he needed to further improve his strength. Following the guidance of the bewildering Light Island's mark, Qianzong began to move. The Black Spear King was one of the strong people on the bewildering Light Island. He had the super combat strength of an elite 6-star and swore to guard the Azura's gate for 100 years. However, he broke the oath and escaped before the Blood Claw King and the Dripping Blood Tower invaded. Now, the Black Spear King was hiding in a large mountain. The mountain was majestic and the terrain was complicated. It was difficult to find traces of people. "I'll hide here for 100 years before going out," the Black Spear King said secretly. Of course, he had received the Azura's ultimatum, but he wouldn't confess because he knew that the consequences of confessing would be terrible. Since he had already left, he would be an idiot if he returned. However, the Black Spear King was also wary of Xianxia, who could kill the Blood Claw King. Although he maintained a skeptical attitude, he still went into hiding for the sake of caution. 100 years was nothing to him. If he came out after 100 years and kept a low profile, he wouldn't be discovered by the Azura's gate. The Black Spear King's plan was very good. If Qianzong really didn't control the bewildering Light Island, he wouldn't be able to track the fluctuations of the mark and the Black Spear King would successfully avoid the Azura's ultimatum. However, there were no ifs. Following the fluctuations of the mark, a figure flashed across the sky like a flash of light and headed toward the mountain. This was the mountain where the Black Spear King was hiding. Soon, Qianzong arrived at the depths of the mountain and approached the place where the Black Spear King was hiding. The Black Spear King was practicing his spear skills. Although he couldn't improve his combat strength because of breaking the oath, he had been practicing his spear skills since he was young. After countless years, it had become an instinct. Practicing his spear skills was also a kind of pleasure for the Black Spear King. Otherwise, wouldn't it be too boring to hide for 100 years? He would go crazy. The Black Spear King's black spear was extremely tyrannical. Even if he didn't inject any powerful energy into it, his spear skills alone were enough to destroy the surroundings. Every spear move was simple and direct, as if it had returned to its original state. After a while, the Black Spear King stopped practicing and put away his spear. He exhaled a long breath and looked around. He was quite satisfied with his spear skills. As the breeze blew, the leaves swayed, and the sunlight shone on the ground, creating a mottled shadow. Everywhere was in ruins, and the crisscrossing gullies left by the spear could be seen. It was a ghastly sight. These were the traces left behind by the Black Spear King when he did not use his powerful combat strength to practice his spear technique. The Black Spear King was very satisfied with this. However, the instant that voice that was like a cool breeze sounded out, the Black Spear King's expression suddenly changed greatly, as if he was facing a great enemy, and he was extremely shocked. Who was it? Who could have approached him without him noticing? If the other party wanted to kill him, wouldn't it be easy for him to succeed? In an instant, many thoughts flashed through the Black Spear King's mind like lightning. His eyes contained an extremely cold light as they instantly shot out. The black spear in his hand suddenly shook, as if a black dragon had rushed out of the abyss, releasing an unparalleled coldness and domineering aura that wanted to destroy everything. As the wind blew past, a figure appeared in front of the Black Spear King, who was dozens of meters away. "It's you." The Black Spear King stared at the newcomer's face, and his expression changed drastically. His pupils shrunk to the size of needles, and he was extremely shocked. Qianzong, it was Qianzong who broke through the bewildering light realm and sent them away from bewildering Light Island. It was him who killed the Blood Claw King. Although the Black Spear King was puzzled as to why the other party was wearing a white robe, then a gray robe, and now a white robe, and there seemed to be a difference in temperament, he did not have the time to think so much. As if he was facing a great enemy, he was extremely terrified. "How did you find me?" The Black Spear King was an elite 6-star existence after all. He had experienced countless battles and was very powerful, so he quickly calmed down. Although he was wary, the Black Spear King did not believe that the other party had the strength to kill the Blood Claw King. Everything was just a rumor. He did not see it with his own eyes, and no one saw it. Perhaps the one who killed the Blood Claw King was someone else. "You don't need to know so much," Qianzong said unhurriedly, not intending to give the other party any explanation. "In that case, you can go to hell." The Black Spear in the Black Spear King's hand shook as soon as his voice fell. It seemed as if a black flood dragon was dancing its body. It issued a resounding and sharp cry, and instantly pierced the sky. It turned into a black light with astonishing might and unparalleled fighting strength. The moment he made his move, the Black Spear King did not hold back in the slightest. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed dozens of meters, which was no different from 1 meter. The Black Spear radiance blossomed in front of his eyes. It was as swift and ferocious as a dark meteor. It was as domineering as a dark thunderbolt, and it carried an extremely terrifying might as it pierced through and shattered everything. The Black Spear King's battle prowess was still terrifying. However, Qianzong's combat strength was even more terrifying. In the face of this spear, Qianzong had no intention of dodging. In the eyes of the Black Spear King, it seemed that he couldn't avoid it and couldn't react in time. The spear carried an extremely terrifying power as it pierced through the sky. In the instant that it arrived, the sunken night sword was also unsheathed. It turned into a black sword light, causing the surrounding light to dim. An extremely sharp sound suddenly rang out, and countless sparks splashed in all directions. The Black Spear King found that the spear that he had used all his strength to stab out had been blocked. It was his opponent's sword that had blocked his black spear. The pitch-black sword was held horizontally in front of him, and the blade had accurately blocked the tip of the black spear. It seemed like a coincidence, but the Black Spear King had a feeling that it was not a coincidence, but that his attack had really been blocked. His opponent's eyes were very calm, without the slightest surprise. The Black Spear King suddenly had an indescribable feeling of horror that emerged from the deepest part of his heart. With a low roar, a murderous aura erupted. The black spear shook again, as if it had transformed from a flood dragon into a demonic dragon, erupting with an even more tyrannical power. Black Dragon Spear Technique. Without hesitation, the Black Spear King brought out his strongest move. The black spear in his hand seemed to have turned into a dark demonic dragon that wreaked havoc in the world. Countless dark auras spread out, bearing fangs and brandishing claws in a frenzied manner. The Black Spear King seemed to be holding a dark demonic dragon in his hand as he fiercely blasted at Qianzong with an extremely terrifying might. His eyes were crazy and violent, and his heart was filled with killing intent. "Either you die or I die." Qianzong did not directly erupt with all his combat power to kill the Black Spear King because the Black Spear King's spear technique was really good, and he could use it to temper himself a little. Therefore, Qianzong also limited his combat power to the elite 6-star level and fought with his opponent. With a sword in hand, Qianzong blocked all of his opponent's attacks. No matter how tyrannical the Black Spear King's spear technique was, he could not break through Qianzong's sword circle defense. The unbreakable sword circle reappeared, and it seemed to have become Qianzong's instinct. The unbreakable sword circle integrated with the Yin-Yang Dao was enough to withstand many powerful attacks even without the Yin-Yang sword wheel. Unless the attack exceeded Qianzong's endurance, he would need to use the Yin-Yang sword wheel. Although the Black Spear King's strength was tyrannical, Qianzong obviously did not need to use the Yin-Yang sword wheel. The unbreakable sword circle was enough to withstand the opponent's spear attack. The Black Spear King used the Black Dragon Spear technique, but he still could not break through Qianzong's sword circle. This made the Black Spear King more and more anxious. He was afraid, the fear in the deepest part of his heart. Even he himself was not very clear about it. The fear that originated from the depths of his heart was slowly eroding his mind and affecting his calmness. Black Dragon Explosion, Black Dragon Space Shattering Strike. The Black Spear King roared, and his aura erupted in an instant. It instantly surpassed his own limits and approached the 7-star level. Secret technique, the Black Spear King used. his secret technique, and released his most tyrannical attack just to break Chenzong's sword circle and kill him to prevent future troubles. The Black Spear King seemed to have completely transformed into a dark demonic dragon. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. His entire body was burning with a terrifying dark demonic fire that burned wantonly and wanted to burn everything. This was a demonic dragon with destructive power that descended in an instant. Chenzong's eyes suddenly emitted a sharp light that pierced through the void like the edge of a sword. He drew his sword, hard intense sword style, heartbeat. He did not use any secret technique. He only slashed out with his sword. The speed of the sword was extremely fast. It was like a stream of light that arrived first. This sword was condensed with unparalleled power. It silently tore through the void and directly pierced through the head of the dark demonic dragon. Its astonishing sharpness instantly pierced through the head of the dark demonic dragon. It was like a hot knife through butter. This sword pierced through the head and directly through the body. It carried an unparalleled sharpness as it pierced through the body of the dark demonic dragon and stabbed towards the Black Spear King. There was no way to dodge. Chenzong also used the strength of a 6-star elite. However, the first move of the sword intent art, heartbeat, was much more profound than the Black Spear King's Black Dragon space-shattering strike. They were on two completely different levels. It should be known that in terms of talent, Chenzong was many times better than the Black Spear King. In terms of opportunities, he was countless times better than the Black Spear King. Especially after the trip to the Eternal Battle Fort, Chenzong's understanding of the mysteries of heaven and earth had deepened a lot. This move that he perfected with his own vigorous accumulation was even more profound. There was no way to resist, there was no way to dodge. The Black Spear King's pupils shrunk to the size of needles. In that instant, his consciousness became dazed. He only felt that his consciousness and body seemed to have become heavy. It was impossible for him to dodge the dark sword light. The result of not being able to dodge was that the space between his eyebrows would be pierced. Chenzong did not hold back in the slightest. Although the Black Spear King's battle strength was extraordinary, being at the elite 6-star level, he was extremely powerful. If he could serve the Azura Gate, it would indeed be a great boost to their strength. However, there was no need for that. Not only did this person violate his oath, he also did not go to the Azura Gate to confess his sins. He even planned to kill him. Therefore, he must die. With one sword, the Black Spear King died. His eyes were filled with intense regret and unwillingness. At that time, he did not hesitate to violate his oath in order to escape. He did not expect that he would lose his life because of this. The Black Spear King died with a heart full of unwillingness. The Black Spear was taken away by Chenzong. The Black Spear King's storage ring also became Chenzong's spoils of war. It just so happened that the Black Spear King's Black Dragon Spear art and other cultivation techniques were also in the storage ring. Although they were useless to Chenzong, they could be used to enrich the Azura Gate's collection of cultivation techniques and martial arts. Killing the Black Spear King was not the end. It was just the beginning. Because there were still 2 other 6-star experts and several 5-star and 4-star experts who did not go to the Azura Gate to confess their sins. These people would also have to pay the price. The mark on Bewildering Light Island was still there. It could not be erased unless one died. In this profound world, Chenzong could feel it. The closest one was located in the northwest direction, not too far away. In an instant, Chenzong turned into a gust of wind and blended into the void. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. The second person that Chenzong had his eyes on was a 4-star powerhouse. However, at this moment, this 4-star powerhouse had transformed into an ordinary person and was living in a small city. This small city was very ordinary. There were cultivators here, but their overall strength was not high, and there were not many of them. The strongest was only a late Saint Realm master, and there was not much fighting. It was simply a city suitable for retirement. This 4-star expert chose to live here and conceal his identity because he wanted to live. He broke his oath and escaped from the Azura Gate, but he did not go to the Azura Gate to confess his sins. Here, he disguised himself as an ordinary person with no cultivation. In his opinion, he should be able to live peacefully until many years later when the Azura Gate forgot about him. At that time, he would decide whether to continue living in concealment or take action. Little did he know that he had been targeted by Qinzong. Danger was approaching. Unfortunately, he did not have Qinzong's keen sense of danger. Soon, Qinzong arrived at this small city and stepped directly into it. Following the induction of the mark, Qinzong came to the place where the 4-star expert concealed his identity. It was a very ordinary house. It looked very normal, no different from the surroundings. The other party was leisurely sunbathing in the small courtyard with a look of enjoyment. Sure enough, the sunlight outside was very comfortable. This kind of day without fighting was very comfortable and leisurely. Light footsteps sounded and entered the person's ears. Immediately, he became vigilant. His eyes stared at the door as if he wanted to see through it. The door to the small courtyard opened once again, and Qinzong walked out. His footsteps were neither fast nor slow, and he was calm and unhurried. He gently closed the door and walked out of the city. In a small courtyard behind the gate, a man was lying on a recliner with his eyes closed as if he was sleeping. However, there was an almost undetectable sword wound on his chest, directly piercing through his heart. He had no power to resist at all. This was caused by the difference in combat strength. The second one, Qinzong crossed off another name from his must-kill list. Then, it was naturally the third one. The highest mystery realm was big, but it was not big either. After all, Qinzong had the combat strength of a 7-star elite. His flying speed was even faster than a normal 7-star elite and was close to an 8-star. Even if the distance was too far, he could use the void gate of the empty space temple to teleport quickly. Although he had to pay a price, it was nothing to Qinzong. The third target, a 5-star elite, was killed. The fourth target knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, but Qinzong still killed him without hesitation. Breaking the oath and running away was the first crime. Not taking the initiative to go to the Shura Gate after learning of the Shura Gate's ultimatum was the second crime. Under the second crime, there was no reason to spare the other party. In this world, once something was done, there was no room for regret. The fifth, the sixth, the seventh, one after another, those who broke the oath and did not take the initiative to go to the Shura Gate were killed by Qinzong. Their storage rings were naturally taken by Qinzong as spoils of war to enrich the Shura Gate's treasury. As for Qinxiu's clone, he entered the Shura secret realm again. Now, Qinxiu had stepped into the 9th ring and was only one ring away from the center. However, he did not know what the center of the Shura secret realm was like. In this world, there was no secret that could not be leaked. There was no wall that did not have a crack. While Qinzong was hunting down the people who had broken the oath, the other people who had broken the oath gradually found out bits and pieces of news. Even though they had no idea how the other party managed to find them, they were still terrified. At that time, they broke the oath because they were afraid of the Blood Claw King. Now, they had to pay another heavy price. No one wanted to die. No one wanted to die. The Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King met. Both of them had 6-star combat strength, but they were only ordinary 6-star. The place where the two of them met was in the guest room of an ordinary restaurant in a city. The Golden Light King was a middle-aged man in a pale golden robe. He had a slender body and an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were sharp. When he turned, they were as sharp as knives and swords, flashing with a little bit of sharpness. The Red Goblin King was a beautiful middle-aged woman dressed in a black and red close-fitting robe. She even had a black mole at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, the two of them had grave expressions. This was because they had already received news of the Black Spear King's death. Although Qinzong's operation was very efficient, it still took time. Sometimes, the speed of information was faster than the flying speed of people. Not only was the Black Spear King killed, but the others were also killed one after another. The Golden Light King's face was extremely solemn, faintly pale. The Black Spear King's battle prowess was much higher than theirs. Even if the two of them joined forces, they were still no match for the Black Spear King. However, since the Black Spear King was killed, it meant that the two of them would not be able to escape death. But they didn't want to die. What should they do? Let's join a top force. The Red Goblin King said sternly, her eyes resolute. With our battle prowess, no force will refuse us to join. Which force do you think we should join? The Golden Light King didn't have any ideas at the moment, so he could only ask. Taishan Holy Palace. The Red Goblin King's eyes flashed as she said each word decisively. Taishan Holy Palace was the most powerful sect in the Taishan world. It was fully deserving of being the overlord of the Taishan world. It was extremely overbearing and had at least one Supreme Saint Ultimate Expert in charge. Even though Supreme Saint Ultimate Experts did not usually appear in Taishan Holy Palace, there were many experts who were half a step away from Supreme Saint Realm. In fact, the terrifying expert who was ranked first on the Taishan Supreme Saint Board, who had 9-star battle prowess, was from Taishan Holy Palace. There were also 2 experts with 8-star battle prowess in Taishan Holy Palace, at least on the surface. As for the other 2 experts with 8-star battle prowess on the Taishan Supreme Saint Board, they belonged to the other 2 top forces, second only to Taishan Holy Palace. Although there were many half-step great saints in the Great Profound Sacred Palace, the 2 of them had 6-star combat strength. Even if they were placed in the Great Profound Sacred Palace, they could still be considered experts. If they wanted to rely on the Great Profound Sacred Palace, the Great Profound Sacred Palace would not reject them. After making the decision, the 2 immediately acted and quickly headed for Taishan Mountain, where Taishan Holy Palace was located. Taishan Mountain was the tallest and largest mountain in the Taishan world. It was almost 10,000 meters tall and was very majestic. It towered over the earth and seemed to reach into the sky. Endless clouds covered it, mysterious and profound. After the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King arrived quickly, they handed over their visiting cards and waited for arrangements. After all, the 2 of them were 6-star experts who were half a step away from Supreme Saint Realm. Soon, someone came to receive them. One name after another flashed through Qinzong's mind. Regardless of whether they were hiding, kneeling and begging for mercy after being found, hysterical, or fighting back with all their might, none of them could escape death. In the end, only 2 people were left. The Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King. In the perception of the mark, the 2 of them seemed to be very close. Could it be that they were in the same place? Just as well. Let's get rid of them altogether. Qinzong smiled slightly and once again set off for the nearest and largest city, teleporting through the Void Gate of the Void Temple. The Void Temple was all over the Tianyuan Sacred Realm, but some small cities did not have branches. Only the larger cities had branches. After all, it cost a lot to build the Void Gate. As for where the headquarters of the Void Temple was located, very few people knew. All in all, the Void Temple had always been a neutral existence. Soon, Qinzong appeared in Taishan City. Taishan City was the largest city in the territory of Taishan Mountain. It was also the largest, strongest, and most famous city in the Taishan world. Here, one could buy treasures that could not be found anywhere else. Here, one could also meet many famous cultivators. All in all, Taishan City was equivalent to the most prosperous gathering place in the Taishan world. Countless cultivators, countless resources, and countless treasures gathered and passed through here. Qinzong did not stop. He immediately left the city and flew in the direction of the fluctuations of the mark. Soon, a huge mountain appeared in front of his eyes. Taishan Mountain was nearly 10,000 meters high and was the highest mountain in the Taishan world. It was also where the Taishan Holy Palace was located. And the Taishan Holy Palace was the overlord of the Taishan world. Even in the entire Tianyuan Sacred Realm, it could be called the overlord. The strongest force, those 2 people, the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King, were in Taishan Mountain. Had they hidden in Taishan Mountain, or had they become members of the Taishan Holy Palace, perhaps it was the latter. Qinzong's brows furrowed slightly as he stared intently. For a moment, he did not immediately enter Taishan Mountain because Qinzong was thinking about many things. If the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King joined the Taishan Holy Palace, they would be protected by the Taishan Holy Palace. Then, if he insisted on killing the 2 of them, he would become an enemy of the Taishan Holy Palace. Qinzong knew very well that such a powerful force valued its reputation very much. Even if they did not care about the deaths of the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King, they would think that it was a blow to the reputation of the Taishan Holy Palace. They would not allow it, and they would definitely retaliate. On the surface, the Taishan Holy Palace has an ordinary 9-star cultivator, an elite 8-star cultivator, and an ordinary 8-star cultivator, Chenzong thought to himself. On the surface, it was so, but what about in the dark? A force as powerful as the Taishan Holy Palace must be hiding something, so how much power was it hiding? If he used all his strength, he should be able to fight an ordinary 8-star cultivator. As for an elite 8-star cultivator, he should be able to survive. But if it was a 9-star cultivator, then he was no match for him. Moreover, provoking a force as powerful as the Taishan Holy Palace was not good for the Shura clan. Should he just give up? No, he absolutely could not allow it. The Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King must pay the price. Perhaps he could wait until his combat ability was further improved, and then come again. However, he had made up his mind to kill those who had broken the oath. There was no reason to give up halfway. Try peaceful means before resorting to force. With this thought, Chenzong made a decision. He sent an invitation, stating his intentions. Of course, Chenzong would not step into Taishan Mountain alone now. That would be disadvantageous to him. In the invitation, Chenzong wrote that the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King were traitors of the Shura clan. Accepting them would damage the reputation of the Taishan Holy Palace, and so on. He hoped that the Taishan Holy Palace would expel them. As long as the Taishan Holy Palace expelled them, he could take the opportunity to kill them. After all, a powerful force like the Taishan Holy Palace valued its reputation very much. Accepting traitors of other sects was not something to be proud of. If word got out, it would have some impact. Of course, such impact could be eliminated. The key was the benefits. When the benefits were enough, anything was possible. But no matter what, he had to give it a try. At least in terms of reason, he had the upper hand. It was normal to send an invitation, explain the reason, and pursue the traitors. No matter where it was or what era it was the right thing to do. In the Taishan Holy Palace, the sky deity of the Taishan Holy Palace was in the highest position. Below him stood the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King. "Why did you two betray the Shura clan?" the Taishan saint asked condescendingly. His tone was indifferent and lofty. The Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King wanted to hide it, but they knew very well that they could not hide anything in front of the Taishan Holy Palace. If they wanted to investigate, it would be easy to find out. In fact, the Taishan Holy Palace already knew everything, but they did not say it out loud. Instead, they wanted the two of them to say it themselves. In desperation, the Golden Light King could only bite the bullet and say the reason. Cowardly, breaking the oath, no matter where they were, they would be despised. After saying that, the two of them lowered their heads and did not dare to say anything more. They were cultivators with 6-star combat ability, but in front of a young junior, they could only be so submissive. First, the person in front of them was the saint of the Taishan Holy Palace. Inside the palace, the atmosphere was cold, solemn, and oppressive, making it difficult to breathe. A coward who goes against his oath. My supreme profound holy palace is upright and upright. We cannot tolerate such filth. The Taishan saint's son stared at the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King coldly. His words were cold and merciless. The Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King's expressions changed drastically. No matter what, they were still 6-star warriors, and they had their own dignity. Being scolded by a junior like this, they felt ashamed and angry. However, they did not dare to act out. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would be killed here. This was the great profound sacred palace. In their eyes, it was a colossus that they could not resist at all. However, I always think that everyone has their own value. The Taishan saint suddenly changed the topic and looked at the two meaningfully. The Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King were not stupid. They immediately understood what the great abstruse saint's son meant. I, the Golden Light King, swear to be loyal to the Taishan Holy Son and never betray him. The Golden Light King immediately knelt on one knee and swore loudly, "If I go back on my word, may the heavens and earth destroy me." Vaguely, there seemed to be the sound of thunder. Seeing how the Golden Light King was acting, the Red Goblin King followed suit and made an oath. This oath wasn't the same as the one he made in the Azure Gate. If he were to violate it, he would be punished by the heavens and the earth. Of course, swearing in the Azure Gate was different from swearing in the Supreme Profound Holy Palace. After all, the Supreme Profound Holy Palace was many times stronger than the Azure Gate. If they went against the oath of the Shura Gate, they could still escape and seek the protection of the Supreme Profound Holy Palace. But if they went against the oath of the Supreme Profound Holy Palace, where could they run to? What kind of power could he seek protection from? No. Hearing their vows, the great mystic saint stared at them coldly and did not respond. This attitude immediately made the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King uneasy. Then, a smile appeared on the great abstruse saint's cold face. Very good. In this way, he would have 2 more half-step great saint experts under his command. Moreover, their combat strength would reach the level of an ordinary 6-star expert. The battle prowess of a half-step great sage was divided into 9 stars. However, it was not easy to reach 7 stars, 8 stars were even rarer, and 9 stars were extremely rare. Among them, a 6-star was already considered a very powerful level. He could definitely get a good ranking on the Taishan Supreme Saint board. The significance of having 2 more 6-star battle masters working for him, and being completely loyal to him, was different from the half-step great sage of the Great Profound Holy Palace. At the end of the day, the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King seemed to have become his servants or even slaves. The people of the Shura clan have already chased us to the outskirts of Taishan Mountain, and they have even sent us a letter of greeting. The Taishan saint stared at the 2 of them and said slowly, but this made their expressions change drastically. I'm curious. Where did you come from? The Taishan saint's son changed the topic and narrowed his eyes. He had done his research and found out that some time ago, the Shura Gate had suddenly gained many half-step great sage experts. The weakest of them was a 4-star expert, while the strongest was a 6-star expert. These people seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There was no information about them at all. After all, some of these people were not from the highest profundity realm, but from other realms. Even the people of the highest profundity realm had disappeared for many years after entering the bewildering light ocean. They had long been forgotten. Saint Sun, it's not that we don't want to say, but we have made an oath to the heavenly path that we cannot say, the Golden Light King replied bitterly. When they left Bewildering Light Island, they had made 2 oaths. One was to guard the Shura Gate for 100 years, which was a lighter oath. The other was to not reveal any information about Bewildering Light Island, which was a very heavy oath. Once broken, they would be destroyed by the heavens and the earth. Bewildering Light Island was very important, and Shenzong naturally did not want others to know about it. Therefore, anyone who left Bewildering Light Island had to make an oath to the heavenly path. Otherwise, once it was leaked, it would bring him even more trouble. Shenzong was not afraid of trouble, but there were some troubles that did not need to involve himself. The Taishan Saint Sun's eyes suddenly flashed with wisps of light as he pondered. He felt that there must be some big secret behind this. In Shenzong's invitation, he did not mention his own name. He had sent it in the name of the Shura Gate. Therefore, the Taishan Saint Sun did not know that Shenzong had come. Otherwise, he would not be sitting here so calmly. While thinking, the Taishan Saint Sun had already made a decision. The 2 of you, come with me. The Taishan Saint Sun immediately got up and left Taishan Mountain with the Golden Light King, the Red Goblin King, and another elite 7-star cultivator who had been arranged by the Taishan Holy Palace to protect him. After Shenzong sent out the invitation, he went to Taishan City to wait for news. Taishan City was controlled by the people of the Taishan Holy Palace of Taishan Mountain. Most of the benefits in it belonged to the Taishan Holy Palace. The city lord of Taishan City was also a disciple of the Taishan Holy Palace. Shenzong temporarily stayed in a restaurant in Taishan City and cultivated quietly. The person from the city lord's office entered the restaurant directly and knocked on the door of Shenzong's room. He said very directly, "Sir, the city lord invites you in." This person was dressed in armor, and his aura was cold and solemn. He was a cultivator of the 9th level of the Saint Rudiment realm, and his strength was not ordinary. Shenzong got up and followed him to the city lord's office. The city lord's office was very large, but there were already some people in the main hall. When Shenzong stepped into the main hall, all eyes were fixed on him. When the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King saw Shenzong, their expressions suddenly changed, and there was a faint sense of fear and uneasiness. This was because they already knew that the others who had broken the oath like them had been killed by the other party. They were the only ones left. However, now that they had sworn to be loyal to the Taishan Saint Sun, they should be protected by the Taishan Saint Sun. Moreover, this was the city lord's office, and there was an elite 7-star cultivator of the Taishan Holy Palace. He did not seem to be a cultivator on the Taishan Supreme Saint ranking, but the aura that leaked out of him was very powerful and shocking. Their lives were guaranteed. Thinking of this, the two of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing that Chenzong had entered, the Taishan Holy Sun straightened his body. His pupils constricted in an instant, emitting a terrifying light. A powerful aura, vast and overbearing majesty, suddenly burst forth like an invisible storm sweeping past. Obviously, he recognized Chenzong at a glance, even though he had not seen Chenzong for many years. "So, it's you." The Taishan Saint Sun said word by word, and a trace of excitement and killing intent gradually spread out from the depths of his heart. The Taishan Saint Sun remembered very clearly that when he had first met this person had not been his opponent at all, but had made him suffer a small loss. The second time, this person had actually been able to compete with him. The third time, which was at the king-naming pagoda, this person had actually suppressed him and obtained the first place on the 9-colored king-naming tablet. This was unprecedented. Since then, the Taishan Saint Sun had worked harder and more desperately to improve himself. With his superb talent and the resources of the Taishan Holy Palace, his cultivation and strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. Now, he had stepped into the half-step Supreme Saint realm, and his battle strength had soared. The Taishan Saint Sun had thought many times that he must find Chenzong and kill him with his own hands. After all, this person had left an undetectable shadow in his heart over and over again, and it had to be removed. Otherwise, it would affect his ascension to the Supreme Saint realm. That's right, the Taishan Saint Sun's ambition was extremely great. He was sure that he could become an ultimate expert of the Supreme Saint realm, and on this path, he could not tolerate any obstacles. But now, Chenzong had become an obstacle. Originally, he had planned to leave and go to the Xianyuan world to find Chenzong. Crossing the bewildering light sea was not too difficult for the Taishan Holy Palace. He did not expect that Chenzong would appear in front of him. In addition to the Golden Light King, the Red Goblin King, and the Taishan Saint Sun, there were two other people who were also staring at Chenzong. One was the city lord of Taishan City, and the other was the Taishan Saint Sun's guard. The city lord of Taishan City was also a half-step Supreme Saint. His battle strength had reached the elite 5-star level. Otherwise, he would not have enough deterrence to guard Taishan City. In other words, in the main hall of the city lord's office, there were 5 half-step Supreme Saints with astonishing battle strength. It was like a dragon's gate and a tiger's den. But Chenzong was not afraid at all. His expression was calm as he walked in unhurriedly. "Taishan Saint Sun, long time no see. How much have you improved?" Chenzong spoke first with a smile as if he was greeting an acquaintance. Before this, the Taishan Saint Sun was indeed a formidable opponent. It could be said that he was a formidable opponent of his life. But after his consciousness entered the eternal battle fort, Chenzong had seen even more peerless geniuses. The Taishan Saint Sun might also be called a peerless genius. Compared to some of the geniuses in the eternal battle fort, he was not inferior. But compared to those top geniuses, there was still a gap. At least, from what he had seen before. Of course, it could not be ruled out that the current Taishan Saint Sun had greatly improved. But no matter what, Chenzong would not treat the Taishan Saint Sun as a formidable opponent as he had been in the past. At best, he could only be regarded as a whetstone. That was all. In just an instant, the Taishan Saint Sun felt the change in Chenzong. "You are a Jandi, but you don't dare to sign your name on the invitation. What are you afraid of?" the Taishan Saint Sun said with a cold smile. He instantly counterattacked. The two words Jandi surprised everyone. "Since the Taishan Saint Sun has already seen my invitation, you should know my purpose. So, what do you plan to do?" Chenzong smiled nonchalantly. His gaze swept past the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King and landed on the Taishan Saint Sun's face. "Do you plan to protect them? The two of them have already pledged their loyalty to me, the Taishan Saint Sun said seriously. Sometimes, there are some troubles that cannot be provoked. Chen Zong's meaning was very obvious. Trouble. The Taishan Saint Sun smiled coldly. What can be called trouble in front of me? His words were very domineering. After all, the Taishan Saint Palace was the most powerful force in the Tianyuan sacred territory, and the Taishan Saint Sun was the top genius of the Taishan Saint Palace. No one could compare to him. In the future, he would inherit the honor of the palace master of the Taishan Saint Palace. In short, in this world, who would dare to go against the Taishan Saint Palace? Although there weren't many people in the main hall of the city lord's mansion, there were hidden sharpness. Wisps of invisible aura filled the air like invisible sharp blades, causing goosebumps to rise on one's skin and hair to stand on end. Although Chen Zong and the Taishan Saint hadn't made a move yet, their words carried the intent of swords and sabers. The Taishan Saint, in particular, seemed to want to gain the home advantage and suppress Chen Zong bit by bit. If this had been in the past, Chen Zong might have treated the Taishan Saint as a formidable enemy and taken him seriously. Unfortunately, after what had happened in the Eternal Battle Fort, the Taishan Saint was nothing. Of course, Chen Zong wouldn't underestimate the Taishan Saint either. After all, the Taishan Saint was extremely talented and had the Taishan Sacred Palace to rely on. In terms of cultivation environment and resources, the Taishan Saint couldn't compare. Chen Zong's calmness stemmed from a change in his mentality. It was as if he had once seen a tall mountain and had set it as his goal to climb. Before he reached the peak, he coincidentally saw a group of other mountains. None of them were lower than the tall mountain, and some were even taller. The scenery was even more beautiful and magnificent. Naturally, he would not consider climbing the tall mountain as his goal. At best, it would only be a small goal. When one's mentality was different, one would naturally feel different when facing something. As if facing a formidable enemy or as calm as the wind and clouds. Now, Chen Zong was facing the Taishan Saint. This made the Taishan Saint feel very uncomfortable. He didn't know why, but he just felt uncomfortable, as if he was being looked down upon. Chen Zong, do you dare fight with me? The Taishan Saint asked. His tone was full of anger. He wanted to defeat or even kill Chen Zong personally to eliminate the shadow in his heart. Right here? The Chen Zong wasn't surprised. In fact, deep down, he also wanted to defeat the Taishan Xianxia. No matter what, the Taishan Saint had extraordinary talent and strength. He was indeed qualified to be his opponent. Why? The great Jiandi doesn't dare, the Taishan Saint said to provoke Chen Zong. As the host, as the guest, Chen Zong replied nonchalantly. His tone was calm and unhurried. Whether it was here or elsewhere, it was a battle. When the heart has something to rely on, when the faith is unparalleled, there is nothing to fear. However, if I win, I'll deal with these two. Chen Zong glanced at the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King and added. His goal was to kill the traitors. Golden Light and Red Goblin had broken the oath. Now that the other traitors had been executed, these two people's state shuras would be no exception. Hearing that, the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly looked at the Taishan Saint Sun, not knowing what he meant. However, the Taishan Saint Sun ignored the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King. Although the two of them had 6-star combat strength and had sworn loyalty to him, compared to defeating Chen Zong, the two of them were clearly not enough. Seeing the great abstruse saint's expression, the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King's faces darkened. They had a bad feeling. If you lose, I will take your life. The Taishan Saint Sun's eyes suddenly shot out extremely sharp and cold light. His murderous intent was shocking, as if he wanted to pierce through Chen Zong. Let's see if you have the ability. Chen Zong smiled. Very good. The Taishan Saint nodded slightly. Cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the city lord. Get ready for battle. Right away, the city lord immediately stood up and said respectfully. Although he was the city lord and a half-step great saint expert, compared to the Taishan Saint Sun, the difference in status was huge. He had to be respectful. After all, the Taishan Saint Sun was equivalent to the future palace lord of the Taishan Saint Palace. Soon, the preparation of the battle site was completed. The battle site was located inside the city lord's office. It was the place where the city lord usually cultivated. It was very sturdy and could withstand the damage of a half-step great saint. As the city lord of Taishan City, he had the power and financial resources to obtain such materials. The ground and walls were paved with heavy black iron and were very wide. Chenzong and the Taishan Saint Sun walked in, while the others stayed outside to watch the battle. Jiandi Chenzong, draw your sword. Let me see how much you've improved over the years. The Taishan Saint Sun chuckled. The anger in his voice grew stronger and stronger, as if it was about to burst out. That was the heat in his heart, the excitement of finally defeating a strong opponent. Yes, he had never met an opponent like Chenzong since he started cultivating. Even the ancient Shen Saint and the Tianlin Saint Sun could not compare to him at all. Only this Chenzong, who was like an ant at the beginning, grew up quickly and brought great pressure to him. He also forced him to work harder and put in more effort and energy to grow faster and higher. Only then did he have the strength and status he had today. Now was the time to get rid of him. The boiling murderous intent gradually grew, spreading from the deepest part of his heart to his whole body. It was like an electric current flowing through his body, making the Taishan Saint Sun tremble slightly. It was not fear, but excitement. The excitement of eliminating a strong opponent. As long as he eliminated this person, no one in the same generation in the entire Tianyuan sacred realm could compete with him. He would be invincible. Even many of the older generation would be surpassed and suppressed by him. The Taishan Saint Sun even felt that as long as he suppressed this person in front of him, his state of mind would usher in another exchange and sublimate again. At that time, his combat ability would also be affected and increase again. Since when did this person become so important to him? You will soon know how much I have improved. Chenzong smiled calmly. But you, the Taishan Saint Sun, if you are defeated by my sword, it will not be a good thing. Humph, you? The Taishan Saint Sun sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly attacked. He pointed out a finger, and an extremely powerful force gathered on his finger. It went straight to the tip of his finger and turned into a pale light. It was like a pale aurora that instantly pierced through the void. The pale aurora was extremely powerful. It pierced through the sky and crossed hundreds of meters. Only then did an extremely sharp sound break through the air. It was extremely violent and raged in all directions. However, Chenzong's expression did not change. He did not even have any intention of dodging. He just pointed his finger like a sword and directly shattered the aurora that shot towards him. This was just a test move. But even so, its power was extremely shocking. A 5-star battle ability could not withstand it at all. In other words, the power of that finger had reached the 6-star level. How many years had it been? The Taishan Saint Sun, who used to be in the Saint Realm, now had at least a 6-star battle ability. Who knew what kind of shock it would cause if it was spread out? However, Chenzong was not surprised. The Taishan Saint Sun's cultivation was originally 1 realm higher than his own. Moreover, he was very talented. With the cultivation of a powerful force like the Taishan Saint Palace, his progress must be amazing. With talent and resources, and with enough effort, he could indeed improve rapidly. For example, he had his own opportunities and was able to improve to such a level in a short time. The Taishan Saint Sun would naturally be able to do the same. After all, the Eternal Battle Fort was indeed a great opportunity. However, his current level was too low. The benefits he gained from it were actually not much. It could only be considered as superficial. Only when he really broke through the half-step Great Saint Realm and reached the imminent God Realm and went to the Eternal Battle Fort with his real body, he might be able to obtain greater opportunities and benefits. He felt that the Taishan Saint Sun's battle ability should not be at the 6-star level. If he reached the 7-star level, he would be able to compete with him. The probing finger attack was defeated by Chenzong. This was within his expectations. The Taishan Saint Sun's expression did not change as he attacked again. Pale white aurora finger attacks continuously shot out from his 10 fingers. Each finger attack was not only fast but also extremely sharp. It could penetrate everything and was indestructible. In the blink of an eye, dozens of pale white finger attacks pierced through the air and shot at Chenzong dozens of times. They were like stars in the sky, completely sealing him. Moreover, the power of each finger attack was amazing. They were all at the elite 6-star level. Such power also made the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King, who were watching the battle from outside, change their expressions. They did not expect that after staying in the bewildering light sea for hundreds of years, they would encounter such a monster. As soon as they came out, there was no comparison at all. However, the stronger the Taishan Saint Sun was, the more relieved they were. At least, they could survive. The Taishan Saint Sun did not seem to care about their dignity. However, the dignity of those who went against their oaths to survive had already been trampled under their feet. Facing the Taishan Saint Sun's attack, Chenzong did not explode with the combat strength of a 7-star level. He also suppressed it to the elite 6-star level. The deep night sword was unsheathed. The pitch-black sword light suddenly lit up, and a sword cut across the sky. It was just a simple sword, but it had the feeling that it could block everything in front of it. It was like an iron chain blocking the river. The dozens of pale white Aurora finger forces were all blocked by the sword. The power carried by the sword was extremely strong and sharp. It defeated the finger forces one after another. Chenzong's feet did not move half a step, and his body did not sway in the slightest. After blocking the finger attacks with one sword, Chenzong's body shook slightly. It was as if he was gliding on water. He was extremely fast. The deep night sword pierced through the air and shot towards the Taishan Saint Sun like a dark meteor. The Taishan Saint Sun's expression was solemn. The sword light kept blooming and enlarging in front of him. It was as if night had fallen, and a cold star was burning, penetrating everything. The sword of the elite 6-star level made the Taishan Saint Sun feel like he could not dodge or resist it. It was as if everything would be pierced by the sharpness of the sword. There was no way to resist it. This was an extremely powerful sword. It was an extremely terrifying sword that had reached the peak of the 6-star level. When the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King saw this sword, their expressions suddenly changed. They finally understood how the Black Spear King died. I uploaded the wrong chapter. I'll fix it immediately. I'm so sorry. The martial arts field in the City Lord's mansion was huge and sturdy. Even with the City Lord's 5-star battle prowess, it was difficult to damage it. However, it was difficult to defend against the power of a 6-star elite. Chenzong and the Taishan Saint fought fiercely. Ripples spread out in all directions, instantly scraping the extremely sturdy black heavy iron layer by layer. Cracks appeared on it, and countless iron fragments were blown in all directions by the wind. They were like rolling dust. The Taishan Saint Sun unsheathed his long saber. The saber radiance was majestic and overbearing. Every saber strike was extremely vigorous. The saber radiance was like an ancient saber mountain moving horizontally from all directions. This attack was extremely shocking. The power of every saber strike was extremely strong. Even the Black Spear King's strength could not compare. This battle prowess had reached the peak of the 6-star level. The battle prowess Chenzong displayed with his sword technique was also at the peak of the 6-star level. The fierce battle continued. This was the third time he had fought with the Taishan Saint. Strictly speaking, the battle in the King-naming Tower did not count. The first time, he was not the Taishan Saint's match at all. The second time, he could barely hold on. Now, it was the third time. With a sword in hand, the sword circle was not broken. He completely blocked the Taishan Saint's saber technique. The elite 7-star elite who was responsible for protecting the Taishan Saint was carefully cultivated by the Taishan Saint Palace. He usually did not show any abilities, so he was not listed on the Taishan Supreme Saint list. However, his battle prowess was very strong. At this moment, the elite 7-star elite stared with his hands behind his back. He frowned slightly. He had expected the Taishan Saint Sun to have such strength, but he had not expected the Saint Sun's opponent to have such battle prowess. Jiandi, was this the peerless genius who suppressed the saint in the king-naming tower? However, the saint's ability was not limited to this. The Taishan Saint Sun had a saber in his hand. His saber technique was exquisite, and the power of each saber was unparalleled. However, he still could not break through Chenzong's defense. In a split second, the saber light changed from being overbearing and violent to surging like the waves of a river. It surged unceasingly, and then turned into flowing water. The waves of the river and the gurgling water alternated, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes extremely fierce, sometimes soft and flexible, the force alternating constantly. That saber was incomparably sharp, and it seemed as if it could cut through everything in the world. It was terrifying to the extreme. From time to time, the saber light would be large and powerful, and from time to time, it would be as nimble as an embroidery needle. Chenzong was indeed under a lot of pressure from this kind of bladesmanship. Chenzong could not help but compare it to the invincible Saber King. He immediately realized that it was not as good as the invincible Saber King. The invincible Saber King's saber technique did not have many variations. It only had a kind of desperate killing intent that pressed forward courageously. His own swordsmanship had been honed time and time again, and it had long been raised to a higher level. It was not inferior to the invincible Saber King's, so naturally, it would not be inferior to the Taishan Saints. Every saber was blocked with extreme precision. Immediately, Chenzong struck with his sword to counterattack. The sword slashed out calmly, but it gave the Taishan Saint a feeling that he could not dodge it. He hurriedly struck with his saber to meet the attack. The saber light overlapped, and the saber shadows crisscrossed, making it difficult to tell if it was real or fake. It was even harder to defend. However, this kind of saber technique was nothing in Chenzong's eyes. He could tell if it was real or fake at a glance. The slash of the sword turned slightly and changed to an upward flick. Instantly, it lifted the saber with incomparable precision. Then, the sword light fell, and it was like a white crane nodding its head and pecking lightly. This point contained unparalleled ingenuity, and it revealed the mystery of Chenzong's swordsmanship. It was just a light touch, and it was only a few inches away, but it burst forth with unparalleled power, as if it could shatter everything. The Taishan Saint immediately felt his hair stand on end. He only felt that this point had blocked all his escape routes, and there was nowhere to hide. This point seemed to explain all the mysteries, and he was horrified. Since he could not dodge, he could only take it head-on. The saber slashed horizontally, but the Taishan Saint felt that it seemed to be a bit slow, and his strength was not enough. It was like water from afar could not put out a nearby fire. Return to Taishan. Defend. He shouted in a low voice, like muffled thunder, and instantly exploded. In an instant, a white halo burst forth from the Taishan Saint's body, spreading out like a ring of stars. Its speed was extremely shocking, even faster than Chenzong's sword. The white halo gathered in between the Taishan Saint's eyebrows, turning into a white prism. It was incomparably exquisite and lifelike, like a small exquisite shield. The sword slashed down, but it was blocked by the small white prism shield. However, the sword was very powerful. After a slight pause, many cracks appeared on the shield. However, this block had bought enough time for the Taishan Saint. Without retreating or dodging, the saber instantly slashed horizontally. The pale white force was highly condensed, spreading out layers of halos, as if a white virtual fire was burning. The saber slashed horizontally. It was extremely forceful, like a saber mountain moving horizontally, but it was also extremely sharp, tearing everything apart. This aura was powerful and vast, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The most powerful strike, Return to Taishan. Return to Taishan was the secret technique of the Taishan Saint Palace that the Taishan Saint had cultivated after becoming a half-step great saint. It was a profound martial technique of the half-step great saint level that was left behind by the strongest great saint of the Taishan Saint Palace. It was extremely profound and covered a wide range of areas. This strike seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth. Chenzong was slightly stunned, and his hair stood on end. It seemed that this strike could split him in half. However, Chenzong was not afraid. Instead, he felt excited. He was not afraid of the opponent's strength. He was only worried that the opponent was too weak and too boring. No matter what, the great mystic sage had been a formidable opponent in the past. It would be too disappointing if the great mystic sage wasn't strong enough. Facing this strike, Chenzong had no intention of dodging at all. Yin-yang sword wheel, black and white, the sword wheel split into two and circled around him. It seemed to seal the void and form a world of its own. That strike gathered all the power, and it seemed to cut off the connection between the heavens and the earth. The moment it hit the yin-yang sword wheel, Chenzong's expression changed slightly. In his perception, that strike was very powerful. However, when he really touched it, he realized that the strike was not only powerful, but it also contained a unique power that could cut off everything between the heavens and the earth. Fortunately, his yin-yang sword wheel was powerful and resisted it directly. As it spun, it constantly diverted the power of the opponent's strike and counterattacked. The Taishan Saint Sun's expression changed. He immediately felt the terrifying counterattack and reacted very quickly. Return to Taishan. Speed, in an instant, a pale halo spread out from under his feet. As it spread out, it was like ripples. The halo also spread rapidly from the bottom of his feet and went straight up like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, the Taishan Saint Sun's speed was increased to the extreme. He was extremely fast and directly retreated, avoiding Chenzong's counterattack. While Chenzong was surprised, he did not slow down at all. His right foot landed, and an unparalleled power erupted like a volcano. It shook the ground, and countless cracks spread out in all directions. The powerful counterattack made Chenzong turn into a bolt of lightning. His long sword split the air like a dark thunderbolt across the heavens and the earth. It was like a hot knife through butter. It tore the sky apart and charged toward the Taishan Saint Sun. The battle between the two was to determine victory and defeat, but it could also determine life and death. If he was not strong enough, the other party would not show any mercy and would definitely take the opportunity to kill him. On the contrary, it was normal for him to do so. If there was a chance, he would kill. There was a pale halo in the Taishan Saint Sun's eyes. With his pupils as the center, it quickly spread out like ripples. In an instant, the black in his eyes was completely covered by white. Gui Taishan. Intent, in an instant, the Taishan Saint Sun only felt that his spiritual will was highly concentrated, as if it had surpassed the limit. His perception of the surroundings was raised to the extreme and broke through the original level, reaching a higher level. The speed of his thoughts was almost 50% faster. As a thought flashed past, countless thoughts collided. Control, he seemed to be in control of all the changes around him. Everything was in his mind and perception. The Gui Taishan of the Taishan Saint Palace was the highest inheritance. Only the true upper echelons of the Taishan Saint Palace were qualified to touch and cultivate it, but it was very difficult to cultivate. Currently, among the many half-step great saints in the Taishan Saint Palace, only a few people had successfully cultivated it. The Taishan Saint Sun was extremely talented and was one of them. Every level of Gui Taishan had its mysteries. Intent was the strengthening and expansion of one's spiritual will. It could enhance one's perception and grasp all the movements around him. It could further and more accurately perceive all the opponent's attack trajectories and reactions, and then make more accurate responses. In an instant, Chenzong felt that the Taishan Saint Sun was different. His movements were more agile, and his reactions were faster and more flexible. It was as if the Taishan Saint Sun could sense his sword in advance and react in advance. It was very strange. In the past, it was always him who made others feel this way. Excited, Chenzong directly released his heart domain. That's right. In the previous battle, Chenzong not only suppressed his own battle strength, but he also did not use his heart domain. He only used it now. Under the cover of the heart domain, it was as if there were countless extremely sharp eyes staring at him. He could see everything clearly. With the support of his powerful divine will, he even felt like he was in control of everything. The heart domain and Gui Taishan clashed. This battle suddenly became very strange. Both Chenzong and the Taishan Saint Sun were in control of their surroundings. They observed each other's attack trajectories and reacted in advance. Therefore, it looked like the two of them were constantly gesturing and performing feints. It was very strange. It was like a silent battle. Gui Taishan, power. When the saber was pushed out, it was as if a saber mountain was moving horizontally. It shook heaven and earth, and the roar resounded through the ages. That shocking and unparalleled power spread in all directions, filling the ages and suppressing everything. Chenzong could feel the power of his opponent's saber. The previous chapter should have been chapter 50, but the Dominator of Six Realms updated it to Chapter 47. It has been edited. Those who have subscribed can read it again without paying. The inconvenience was caused by the negligence of the Dominator of Six Realms. I apologize. In the training field, the hard ground was broken and crumbled everywhere. Cracks spread all over the place. The swords and sabers clashed. Every strike seemed to be very casual, as light and nimble as the wind brushing against a willow tree. However, the power contained within each strike was incomparably shocking, and one would die upon contact. Chenzong was a little surprised. The great mystery saint was indeed extraordinary. Not only had his combat strength improved, but his martial arts attainment had also improved a lot. He was very brilliant. If it were not for the opportunity in the Eternal Battle Fort, it would be difficult for Chenzong to fight him. He might even be at a disadvantage. The great mystery saint was even more shocked than Chenzong. His combat strength had soared, and he had mastered Gui Taishan. His strength was unrivaled among those of the same level, and he was incomparably strong. In other words, among the elite 6-star elites, there was no one in the entire Great Mystery Saint Palace who could be his match. This was not because someone had deliberately lost to him, but because it was the truth. Now, he was unable to defeat Chenzong at the same level of combat strength. He could not even suppress him. The power of this strike was unparalleled. It was as if it could flatten mountains and flatten the world. Wind, lightning, fire. Triple pinnacle sword. Mountain destroyer. In an instant, Chenzong slashed out with his sword. The heavenly wind, heavenly thunder, and heavenly fire Dao wills had all reached the first level of the supreme realm. When they merged, their power increased tremendously. In terms of Dao wills, these three Dao wills were only at the advanced level and could not be compared to the top Dao wills. They were only at the first level of the supreme realm and could not be compared to the second level. However, when they merged, their power was terrifying. They were not inferior to the top Dao wills at the second level of the supreme realm. The triple pinnacle sword was a sword technique that Chenzong created after his consciousness returned to his body from the Eternal Battle Fort. It was the same as the sword intent stream and the Yin-Yang sword technique. It only had the first strike. The first strike was Mountain Destroyer. Whether it was wind, fire, or lightning, they all contained extremely terrifying power. For example, when a hurricane passed by, it could destroy cities. When a raging fire burned everything to ashes. When a thunderbolt struck down, it could break trees and rocks, and even shatter mountains. The first move of the tripinnacle sword, Mountain Crushing, took the destructive aspects of the three forces and fused them together, causing the destructive power to increase dramatically and become even more tyrannical, shocking, and terrifying. Mountain Destroyer, with one sword strike, the mountain was directly destroyed and flattened. This was an extremely powerful sword strike, an extremely destructive sword strike. The three forces of wind, thunder, and fire intertwined and collided. Destructive chi surged in all directions. The Taishan Saint's face was solemn in the perception of Gui Taishuani because the power contained in this sword was extremely overbearing and could destroy everything. The saber and the sword collided, and the two ultimate moves collided. In an instant, the saber was like a mountain, but the sword seemed to have a terrifying power that could destroy everything. It wanted to destroy the saber light. However, the saber light was incomparably condensed and frantically resisted. Chenzong and the Taishan Saint Sun's eyes shot out cold light, as if they were fighting with swords. Confrontation, a horizontal push, extremely terrifying chi rushed in all directions, as if it wanted to destroy everything. It was extremely overbearing. The shocking saber chi and sword light pierced through the void. When they slashed across the hard ground, they immediately tore it apart and spread out in all directions. This scene caused the expressions of the spectators to change greatly. It was too terrifying. Even though they were only at the level of an elite 6-star, their destructive power had already surpassed that of an elite 6-star. Even an ordinary 7-star wouldn't be able to match up to them. Chenzong had to admit that he had underestimated the Taishan Saint Sun. With such ability, even if he entered the Eternal Battle Fort, he would have a chance to rise and surpass ordinary geniuses. Of course, ordinary geniuses in the Eternal Battle Fort could also become peerless geniuses in the Tianyuan sacred region of the Lingwu sacred world. Peerless geniuses were just a title. In the Tianyuan sacred region, in the regal world, there were more than a dozen people on the nine-colored regal tablet. Every one of them was a peerless genius, but there were also differences in strength. Among them, the Taishan Saint Sun was one of the more outstanding ones. However, he was stronger. Tyrannical power burst out. When the saber and sword collided, they immediately collapsed and countless ripples swept out. Chenzong and the Taishan Saint Sun both retreated and attacked at the same time. A saber chi pierced through the air. The saber chi was shockingly fast. Return to Taishan. Speed. This level could not only be used on movement techniques, but also on attacks to increase the speed of attacks. Will sword current. Heartbeat. Chenzong stabbed out with his sword, aiming straight for the Taishan Saint Sun's heart. This sword made the Taishan Saint Sun's heart tremble unconsciously, as if it was being pulled by an invisible force. That tremble also slightly affected the blood in his body. Sometimes, a slight effect would bring about a greater effect. However, the Taishan Saint Sun was strong enough to control it immediately. When the tip of the sword and the saber chi collided, a cold star bloomed. Then, like a star ring exploding, a terrifying force tore apart the void. It seemed to have scraped a layer of the void. Chenzong and the Taishan Saint Sun's eyes became sharper. Chenzong's eyes flickered with a dark luster. They became pitch black, as if they could swallow all light. They were like an abyss. However, the Taishan Saint Sun's eyes were filled with layers of pale light. They were like the vast sea of clouds. The strange clouds contained endless mysteries and murderous intent. In an instant, the white light in the Taishan Saint Sun's eyes rippled like the sea of clouds. His entire body was also dyed by the white light. He turned into a white stream of light and flew away. In an instant, he distanced himself from Chenzong. An extremely tyrannical aura suddenly exploded from the Taishan Saint Sun's body. It was like the eruption of a 10,000-ton volcano. The extremely powerful white light seemed to be endless. It rushed out from the Taishan Saint Sun's body and spread all around. It kept condensing behind him. In an instant, the outline of a world appeared behind the Taishan Saint Sun. It was as if the world was being created. In that world, one could vaguely see mountains, rivers, grass, and forests. It was like a projection of the world. In an instant, the Taishan Saint Sun's aura rose layer by layer. It soared up like a surging tide. 7-star. In the blink of an eye, the Taishan Saint Sun's aura broke through to the level of an ordinary 7-star. His combat power soared and broke through again, reaching the level of an elite 7-star. Kill. With a slash of the saber, the pale saber light tore through the air. It was many times more powerful than before. This saber light contained an extremely tyrannical power. It was as vast as the clouds in the sky, sweeping over the mountains and overturning the seas. The Taishan Saint Sun had already used a minor superpower of the Taishan Saint Palace, the Taishan Origin Restoration Technique. He used it to raise his combat power to the level of an elite 7-star. In that case, there was no need for him to suppress his combat power anymore. Boom! An extremely tyrannical aura suddenly exploded from Chenzong's body. It was as if thousands of swords were resonating, splitting the sky and earth. An illusory sword shadow condensed behind him. It was a vision formed by fully activating the Taichu Sword Origin Technique. An elite 7-star, the terrifying combat power and aura wreaked havoc in all directions. Instantly, the expressions of the spectators changed drastically. They were extremely shocked. The Taishan Saint Sun was a member of the Taishan Saint Palace. As the future palace lord, it was reasonable for him to have such means. However, this person also had such means. The Taishan Saint Sun was also very surprised. However, they did not know that this was actually Chenzong's original combat power. Previously, he had merely suppressed his own combat power. The Taishan Saint Sun thought that Chenzong had also used some means like him, such as some powerful secret techniques or minor superpowers. The Taishan Origin Restoration Technique of the Taishan Saint Palace was a minor superpower that could increase one's combat power. The Taishan Saint Sun had also started to cultivate it. When he had cultivated it to the Great Completion realm, his combat power had directly increased by 1 star. If he could cultivate it to the complete realm, not only would his combat power increase, but he could also use it for a longer period of time. The interval between using it again would be shorter, and there were almost no side effects. Any secret technique that could increase one's combat power would usually have side effects. However, the Taishan origin restoration technique did not. It was truly a minor superpower. Fight, when the elite 7-star battle power attacked, its power became even more terrifying, tyrannical, and shocking. The destructive power of each attack was several times stronger than before. The martial arts field of the city lord's mansion was instantly ravaged. With his full combat power, Chenzong was no longer suppressed and restrained. A carefree feeling spread throughout his body and mind. His essence, qi, and spirit surged as if they were going to surpass their limits. When he had suppressed his combat power, it was inevitable that his attacks would be affected. However, now that he had fully unleashed his combat power, there was no longer any suppression. The power of his sword technique could be fully unleashed. Suddenly, the Taishan Saint Sun realized that he was gradually being suppressed, although it was not obvious yet. The elite 7-star powerhouses guarding the Taishan Saint Sun also sensed this and were secretly shocked. With the same combat power, the Taishan Saint Sun was gradually being suppressed. It was unbelievable. Heart Intense Sword Current. Heart Move, the sword was extremely fast. Under the heart domain, it was extremely accurate. In an instant, it hit the Taishan Saint Sun's long saber and broke the saber that the Taishan Saint Sun had just used. Triple Pinnacle Sword. Mountain Destroyer, when the next sword attack was unleashed, its power became extremely terrifying and violent. It destroyed everything and slashed toward the Taishan Saint Sun. The heart domain focused on the speed of the sword. It surpassed the Mountain Destroyer sword. However, in terms of direct destructive power, the Mountain Destroyer sword surpassed the heart domain. Each had its own merits. The Mountain Destroyer sword was extremely powerful and violent. The Taishan Saint Sun could not withstand it and was directly sent flying. His qi and blood surged. The illusory world behind him also rippled like a stone falling into a calm lake. Kill, Chenzong did not hesitate and attacked again. Heart domain. The sword moved with the will, and the heart trembled with the sword. The void retreated under this sword. The Taishan Saint Sun immediately dodged, but Chenzong's sword followed him like a shadow. It was difficult to avoid it no matter what. In an instant, the Taishan Saint Sun was drowned by the sword light. Under the heart domain, the Taishan Saint Sun's returning to Taishan seemed to be suppressed as well. When Chenzong's combat power was not suppressed, the difference began to show. The same sword attack, but the power was completely different. He directly suppressed it to his heart's content. Mountain Destroyer Sword, another sword attack. The Taishan Saint Sun was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly injured. Stop. The elite 7-star powerhouse guarding the Taishan Saint Sun's face suddenly changed. He immediately shouted and unleashed an extremely powerful aura. He instantly rushed into the martial arts field and attacked Chenzong. As soon as the rule of adding more chapters was released, some junior brothers expressed their support. Thanks to the Zhenwu Warring Kingdom for tipping them with 10,000 traversing coins and adding 2 chapters. Therefore, there should be 4 chapters today. This is the first chapter. The Dominator of the 6 Realms will continue to write after dinner. The second chapter will be at around 2 p.m., the third at 5 p.m., and the fourth at 8 p.m. Boom, it was as if a storm was wreaking havoc in the training ground as it shook unceasingly. A huge palm print was condensed like a white millstone. It fell like a meteor, carrying the weight of a mountain as it pressed down with the force of 10,000 caddies. The storm roared as if it was going to destroy the martial arts field. An extremely strong and violent aura blasted toward Chenzong without mercy. This palm was extremely powerful. It had reached the peak of the elite 7-star level and was not any weaker than the barbarian Mountain King. This kind of combat power could definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the Great Saint ranking. However, this person seemed to be unknown. Chenzong could not help but sigh. The Taishan Holy Palace was indeed terrifying. As he thought about it, this palm naturally gave him some pressure and he had to dodge it. Of course, Chenzong could also use his sword to block it. However, the real target was the Taishan Holy Sun. If he could find an opportunity to kill him, it would be a good result. His body seemed to have turned into a gust of wind and blended into the surroundings, avoiding the powerful palm print. Then, he raised his sword and silently slashed toward the Taishan Holy Sun. However, when the guard attacked, it actually gave the Taishan Holy Sun a chance of survival. This chance of survival allowed the Taishan Holy Sun to dodge Chenzong's sword. Slash, a saber slashed through the air and instantly slashed out. It formed a horn-like encirclement with the guard's palm. 2 against 1, Chenzong fought against 2 elite 7-star levels by himself and started an even more intense battle. The martial arts field could not withstand such an intense battle and instantly became even more damaged. Taishan Holy Sun, are you still not going to admit defeat? Chenzong suddenly said. The Taishan Holy Sun's expression froze. His saber paused slightly, as if he was affected by Chenzong's words. Originally, this battle was a battle between the two of them. On the surface, it was a battle to determine victory and defeat, but secretly, it was a battle to determine life and death. That was because as long as there was an opportunity, he would definitely make a move and kill the other party. However, after a fierce battle, Chenzong had the upper hand in the end. The Taishan Saint had been injured, and his guards had joined the battle. It had become a 2-on-1 situation. In this way, he had actually lost. The slight pause gave Chenzong a chance to dodge the guards. His sword pierced through the void and stabbed toward the Taishan Saint. This sword was completely unexpected. It was incomparably exquisite and sudden. It was at the moment when the Taishan Saint's mind paused. He showed no mercy and went straight for the heart, wanting to pierce through it. By the time the Taishan Saint realized it, he was already too late. However, when the deep night sword pierced the great mystic saint's chest, a beam of light suddenly lit up and became extremely tough. It instantly blocked Chenzong's sword. The Taishan Saint's son also took the opportunity to fly back and distance himself from Chenzong. The guard was extremely furious. His aura suddenly surged, surpassing the 7-star level and soaring to the level of an ordinary 8-star. His attacks were even more violent and terrifying. Anger, rage, just almost. If it were not for the secret treasure protecting him, the Taishan Saint's son's heart would have been pierced through and killed. That would be his dereliction of duty and a great loss to the Taishan Saint Palace. Unforgivable, the guard had gone crazy. He attacked crazily without any fear of death. An ordinary 8-star powerhouse who had gone crazy was undoubtedly very terrifying because he had completely given up on defending himself. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Chenzong. This kind of guard had actually been carefully cultivated by the Taishan Saint Palace for many years. His purpose was to protect the Saint's son, a life-or-death guard. Now, the Taishan Saint's son had almost been killed. He was extremely furious and did not hesitate to use his own life to kill the other party. The Taishan Saint's son was also terrified and furious. He had actually been controlled by the other party's words. He had been absent-minded for a moment and had almost made a big mistake. Fortunately, he had a defensive secret treasure that could withstand the attack of a 9-star powerhouse. That secret treasure was the life-saving secret treasure that the Taishan Saint Palace had given him. Kill, the saber light turned into a saber mountain. It was extremely majestic and vast. It instantly attacked without mercy. In an instant, the pressure on Chenzong increased greatly. When the sword was blocked, a strong and continuous force was sent out. It was very strong. Chenzong knew that it would be difficult for him to kill the Taishan Saint's son. The defense was too strong. Judging from the force of the counterattack, even if he used a secret technique to increase his battle strength, he would not be able to break it, let alone in such a situation. In fact, Chenzong even felt a strong sense of danger from the rebounding force, which was enough to threaten his life. Taishan Saint's son, you have lost this battle. Act according to the agreement. Chenzong's voice entered the Taishan Saint's son's ears. The Taishan Saint's son was shocked. He thought that Chenzong was going to do something again. Chenzong turned into a shadow and retreated at an astonishing speed. In an instant, he left the martial arts field and approached the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King. One sword absolute light, kill, the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King were still in shock. The obvious difference in their battle strength made it impossible for them to dodge. This was a double kill. The Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King's necks were cut. Their heads were directly cut off. The sword chi invaded their bodies and destroyed them. After killing the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King, Chenzong turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed out of the city governor's office. With a sweep of the sword light, he immediately left. When the Taishan Saint Sun and his guard chased after him, Chenzong had already escaped far away. The guard wanted to continue chasing but was stopped by the Taishan Saint Sun. Chenzong. The Taishan Saint Sun was filled with anger. It filled his chest and was about to explode. Humiliation, great humiliation. He originally thought that he had won the battle today. He did not expect to be suppressed and even injured by his opponent. He also did not expect that even when he and his guard worked together, they still could not kill his opponent. If not for the protection of the secret treasure, his heart would have been pierced by his opponent's sword and he would have died. Now, even the two 6-star experts who had pledged their allegiance to him were killed by his sword. Although they had an agreement before that if he lost, he would have to hand them over. The consequence would be that he would be killed. However, handing them over was completely different from being killed. To the arrogant Taishan Saint Sun, he could not accept it. Anger, that anger burned wildly, almost burning the Taishan Saint Sun to ashes. The vast murderous intent seemed to rush out of the 9 serenities of hell, burning everything. However, the Taishan Saint Sun did not lose his mind. Instead, he maintained a trace of spiritual wisdom and calmness. He calmed down little by little. Such a person was even more terrifying. He had talent, strength, opportunity, background, and could control himself. No one can spread what happened today. Otherwise, you will be punished for betraying the sect, the Taishan Saint Sun said in a low voice. His tone was filled with cold anger. Yes. The city lord knew that this was for him. If what happened today was spread, it would definitely be a blow to the Taishan Saint Sun's reputation. It would not be good for the Taishan Holy Palace either. Fortunately, the battle here had been sealed. The outside world did not know at all, let alone find out. After suppressing his anger, the Taishan Saint Sun immediately left Taishan City with his guard and returned directly to Taishan Mountain. He did not return to his cave residence. Instead, he went straight to the main hall of the Taishan Holy Palace. Greetings, Master. The Taishan Saint Sun bowed to the palace lord of the Taishan Holy Palace. No need to be so courteous. The palace lord smiled and said, "Why have you come today?" The palace lord immediately saw that the Taishan Saint Sun's state was not right, so he asked. "Master, I want to enter the Taishan cave," the Taishan Saint Sun said without hesitation. His tone was firm and determined. The Taishan cave. The sacred palace master was startled when he heard this. His expression turned solemn as a light flashed across his eyes. He stared at the Taishan saint and said, "You have to consider this carefully. Entering the Taishan cave is a narrow escape. Even with your talent, you will not receive any preferential treatment. You will die if you are careless." "Master, I have made up my mind," the Taishan Saint Sun said seriously. Every word carried amazing power. "With your talent and the resources of the palace, your achievements in the future will surpass mine. In fact, there is no need to take this risk," the palace lord said. He was the only 9-star cultivator on the Taishan Supreme Saint list. He said that the Taishan Saint Sun's achievements in the future would surpass his. In other words, the Taishan Saint Sun's future combat ability could at least reach the elite 9-star level. It was also possible for him to reach the Supreme Saint plane in the future. In that case, there was no need to enter the Taishan cave. The Taishan cave was the most terrifying forbidden area of the Taishan Holy Palace. The palace lord did not know what kind of dangers were inside, because he had never entered it before. However, according to the records left behind by the old ancestor, there was an enormous opportunity inside. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain that opportunity, and it was extremely dangerous. The Taishan Saint Sun was determined to enter it. This time, he had lost to Chenzong. He had lost in a head-on battle. This was unacceptable. He had to become stronger and defeat and kill Chenzong. Only then could he get rid of the shadow in his heart. However, with his own efforts and the resources of the Taishan Holy Palace, he had been surpassed and suppressed by Qinzong. If this continued, he did not have the confidence to surpass Qinzong. What was even more unacceptable was that the gap between them might get bigger and bigger. In that case, he could only take the risk. The Taishan Cave, this was the only opportunity in the Taishan Holy Palace that could allow him to improve by leaps and bounds. Although there was a slim chance of survival, he would pay any price to obtain the opportunity. Strength, as long as he could obtain more strength. Since you have made up your mind, I will arrange for the Taishan Cave to be opened. You can enter in 3 days, the palace lord said solemnly. After Qinzong killed the Golden Light King and the Red Succubus King, he quickly left and found a relatively quiet and safe place to cultivate in seclusion. He had gained some benefits from the battle with the Taishan Saint Sun. He needed to reflect and absorb the essence of the battle. He needed to strengthen his foundation and accumulate potential for future breakthroughs. It was a pity that he did not kill the Taishan Saint Sun this time, but it was not a big deal. If he did not succeed this time, there would be a next time. Based on Qinzong's understanding of the Taishan Saint Sun, he would definitely not give up and would come looking for him again. See Chapter 2, the setting sun was as red as blood. Wild geese flew across the sky, leaving no trace behind. Qinzong was in seclusion for a short time. In the mountains. In the depths of the dark demon abyss, which was a famous forbidden area in the Taishan realm, there was a ball of pure darkness fluctuating in the deepest part of a bottomless cave. The darkness was like a beating heart, spreading out waves of ripples. An indistinct sound permeated the depths of the cave, as if there were invisible ripples spreading out. If someone stared at it, they would find that although the dark ball was constantly fluctuating, it was shrinking bit by bit at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It shrank into the center of the dark ball, and its aura was also growing little by little. In a few months, only a few months, he would be able to master this powerful secret method. At that time, his strength would increase greatly. 3 days passed in a flash. In the Taishan Holy Palace of Taishan Mountain. The Taishan Saint Sun followed the Lord of the Taishan Holy Palace deeper into the palace. There were many checkpoints that were extremely tight. Even if a 7-star cultivator broke in, they would be killed. Even if an 8-star cultivator broke in, they would be trapped and killed. Even a 9-star cultivator would not be able to gain any advantage. Even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. When they reached the deepest part, there was a huge stone door that had been sealed. The stone door was gray and white and looked extremely ancient. A stooped figure was standing beside the stone door. He was motionless, like a statue. This was an old man in gray. He looked very old, and his face was full of deep wrinkles like withered tree bark. This old man looked like he had 1 foot in the grave. He was like an ordinary old man who was already old and decrepit. But how could someone who could be here be just an ordinary person? After the Lord of the Taishan Holy Palace stood still, he actually bowed to this old man. Tianqian, this is Grand Elder Yuanqing of our Holy Palace. He is guarding the Taishan Cave, the Lord of the Holy Palace said to the Taishan Saint Sun after bowing. Tianqian greets Grand Elder Yuanqing. The Taishan Saint Sun quickly bowed. He didn't know about the existence of Yuanqing Grand Elder, but he knew that the Grand Elders in the great profound sacred palace had at least the combat strength of an ordinary 8-star. As for the old man in front of him who looked like a mortal, he didn't know how strong he was. However, that didn't stop him from showing him respect. Every Grand Elder had fought hard for the sacred palace and made countless contributions. You want to enter the Taishan Cave? Grand Elder Yuanqing's muddy eyes stared at the Taishan Saint Sun's face, his voice low and hoarse. Yes, the Taishan Saint Sun said firmly. You have guts. Don't die. Grand Elder Yuanqing nodded and said in a deep voice. Then an incomparably tyrannical aura suddenly erupted from his body. That aura was vast and peerlessly powerful, and it was vast and powerful like the ocean. Instantly, it went from calm to violent to the extreme, and it raged through the surroundings and destroyed everything. The Taishan Saint Sun's expression changed drastically. 9-star, Grand Elder Yuanqing's aura had surpassed the 8-star level and reached the 9-star level. Just like the Taishan Saint Sun's master, the Sacred Palace Master, he also had ordinary 9-star battle strength. As expected, the Taishan Saint Sun wasn't the only 9-star expert in the Taishan Saint Palace. The 9-star battle strength was fully unleashed, and the old man's body seemed to inflate rapidly as if it was being inflated. In just 3 breaths, he went from a hunched old man with a face full of wrinkles to a straight and strong body. The wrinkles on his face disappeared and were replaced by a ruddy complexion. The Taishan Saint Sun was stunned, but the Taishan Saint Palace Master smiled slightly and didn't explain anything. In an instant, Yuanqing Taishang made his move and slapped out again and again. Palm imprints landed on the gray-white boulder. The boulder suddenly trembled and gradually rolled to the side, revealing a pale white light. It wasn't a light, but a cave entrance. However, the cave entrance was pale and extremely deep, like a pale hell. It gave people a feeling that there was no life at all. The Taishan Saint Sun's heart jumped when he saw it, and his expression changed slightly. It was as if there was an indescribable danger in the depths of the cave entrance that could destroy his soul and soul. The sacred palace master stared at the Taishan Saint Sun and said in a low voice, "God, you can still change your mind now." "Master, I've already made up my mind. I won't change it." The Taishan Saint Sun's fear disappeared and was replaced by absolute determination. This was because when he thought of Chenzong, he couldn't help but be determined. If he was suppressed by Chenzong for the rest of his life, then what was the point of living? Since that was the case, he might as well enter the Taishan cave and risk his life. If he obtained an opportunity, he would definitely improve by leaps and bounds and become even more powerful. If he failed, he would just die in there. He would fight to rise from the brink of death. The Taishan Saint Sun was even more determined. "Go in." Although the sacred palace master was the Taishan Saint Sun's master, he couldn't make any decisions for the Taishan Saint Sun at this time, nor could he interfere with his decision. Taking a deep breath, the Taishan Saint Sun walked toward the entrance of the Taishan cave. In an instant, he stepped into the cave entrance, and his body was swallowed up and disappeared without a trace. However, there wasn't the slightest ripple. Then, Grand Elder Yuanqing attacked again, and the giant rock returned to its original position with a rumble. If you can obtain an opportunity within 10 years, you can open the cave entrance by yourself. Grand Elder Yuanqing was like a deflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original hunched and old appearance, and his voice became hoarse and low. The sacred palace master nodded. 10 years was actually not a long time. If Heavenly God Gong could obtain an opportunity in the Taishan cave, even 100 years would be enough. This was because the opportunity inside was no small matter. It could be said to be the first opportunity in the Taishan Holy Palace. Of course, this was what the ancestor had left behind. As for what kind of opportunity it wasn't clear. At the same time, the ancestor's record also stated that no matter who it was, they could only stay in the Taishan cave for 10 years at most. If they didn't come out after 10 years, they would die without a doubt. Similarly, if they didn't obtain an opportunity, they would die without a doubt. In short, as long as they stepped into the Taishan cave, they would either obtain an opportunity and come out alive, or die without obtaining anything. There was no third way. Heavenly God, if you can obtain an opportunity and come out, I will invite the Taishan world to hold a grand meeting and pass the position of Sacred Palace Master to you. The Sacred Palace Master muttered to himself. Territory of Tai Luo City, Azura Peak, Azura Sect Forbidden Area. Azura Secret Realm. The Azura Secret Realm was filled with endless baleful aura. It was as vast as the ocean and as vast as the universe. In addition to the baleful aura, there was also a tyrannical and chaotic baleful aura. The baleful aura was extremely shocking and could easily cause people to fall into a frenzy. However, the baleful aura was no small matter. If used appropriately, it could be used to temper one's own will. At worst, it could be used to help the people of the Azura sect comprehend the baleful Tao will. The Azura secret realm was divided into 9 rings. And the center. The closer one was to the center, the stronger the baleful aura and baleful aura. Now, experts like the Silver Blade King Zhao Mingkong could only reach the 6th ring to temper their own will and purify their cultivation. With this, they could strengthen their foundation and make a breakthrough to become a 7-star warrior. However, that would require a lot of time. Bit by bit, the breakthrough would come naturally. It would take many years to achieve that. However, this was already very good, because after their battle power reached the elite 6-star level, it was almost the limit. It would be extremely difficult for them to break through to 7-star level in this lifetime, but the Shura secret realm gave them the hope of breaking through. At this moment, Xianxia was standing at the edge of the 9th ring, extremely close to the center. Endless baleful aura crazily attacked Xianxia, wanting to destroy him. However, Xianxia did not move an inch, as if he was not affected at all. Today, I will step into the center of the secret realm and see what's so special about it. Xianxia muttered to himself, his tone incomparably firm. He had no idea what the origin of the Azura secret realm was. However, the divine image Azura was obtained from the Azura secret realm. There was an endless amount of baleful aura here. It was extremely shocking and tyrannical. There must be some secret about it. Perhaps, when he stepped into the center, he would be able to unravel these secrets. Right now, he was going to break through the 9th ring and step into the center of the Azura secret realm. He was going to unravel all the secrets of the Azura secret realm. He lifted his foot and stepped forward. The moment his foot landed, it was as if thunder roared in all directions. It was extremely powerful and shocking. The further he went, the greater the resistance. Xianxia had already stepped into the 9th ring for almost 2 years. In these 2 years, the distance he advanced was not considered big, but it was very stable. Today, he was going to break through the 9th ring and step into the center of the secret realm. After his foot landed, Xianxia paused for a moment. He gathered his momentum and slowly stabilized it. Then, he lifted his left foot, facing the heavy resistance, as if he was going through a torrent of 10,000 layers, he stepped forward again. Boom, the ground shook slightly. Xianxia's foot felt as if it weighed 1,000,000 jin. The baleful aura became even more intense, as if it wanted to crush Xianxia. But Xianxia resisted it completely, standing firm. Stabilizing his body, Xianxia adjusted his mental state, preparing for the next step. 8 steps, Xianxia felt that he was only 10 steps away from crossing the 9th ring. 8 steps later, he would step into the center of the Azura secret realm and unravel its secrets. Thinking of this, Xianxia's heart was slightly excited, but he suppressed it and calmed down. His 3rd step was lifted, going against the torrent of 10,000 layers, and he stepped forward again. In a spurt of energy, his 4th step was lifted, facing an even stronger current. His 5th step was lifted, the pressure became even more tyrannical, as if it wanted to crush Xianxia. But in the end, his foot still landed. Xianxia's body swayed slightly and he almost retreated. Steady, I must steady myself, I must do my best to steady myself, I must not retreat. Moments later, Xianxia finally stabilized himself and adjusted his condition. He adjusted his condition and took the 6th step. 4 steps left to cross the 9th ring. 3 steps left. 2 steps left. 3rd update, the grayish-white murderous aura surged like a tidal wave, sweeping and destroying everything. Xianxia lifted his right foot and stepped forward bit by bit against the 10,000 layers of countercurrent. Every single step forward and every single step he took, he had to experience difficulties and dangers, yet it was unable to stop Xianxia's determination. In the end, that kick still landed. Boom, the moment his foot landed, the ground shook as if the entire Azura secret realm was shaking. The Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King, who were training in the 6th ring, were shocked. But the tremor only lasted for a moment, and then calmed down. Therefore, the two did not feel anything and ignored it, continuing to train. The grayish-white color was retreating, and the extremely chaotic and violent murderous aura was disappearing without a trace. The sky was clear and the earth was clear, like a clear stream, which surprised Xianxia. From the 1st ring to the 9th ring, the grayish-white color of the Azura secret realm became more and more intense. The grayish-white color was formed by the convergence of endless murderous aura and murderous aura. However, when he stepped into the center, he completely retreated and disappeared without a trace. Xianxia could not feel any murderous aura or murderous aura. What was going on? How could there be no murderous aura in the center of the Azura secret realm? Xianxia narrowed his eyes, and a cold light condensed, like rippling water, swept across. Then, he focused his gaze on the front. The center of the Azura secret realm was not very big, about 1 kilometer in radius. It was very clear and could be seen at a glance. At the center of the center stood a statue. The statue was 10 meters tall, wearing grayish-white armor, looking at the sky, with one hand behind his back and the other outstretched. His palm was facing the sky, and his 5 fingers were slightly bent. A ball the size of a baby's fist, burning with grayish-white flames, was floating up and down, as if it was condensing a world. There seemed to be grayish-white flames burning in the statue's eyes. It was lifelike, like a real person, heroic and domineering, like a god. With just one glance, Xianxia's heart trembled, and his divine soul trembled. An indescribable feeling arose spontaneously. This feeling seemed to be a kind of agreement, a kind of closeness. It was as if there was an indescribable and inexplicable connection between him and this statue. Could this be the secret of the Azure mystic realm? Xianxia couldn't help thinking to himself. His gaze became even more focused as he carefully observed. The statue's facial features were three-dimensional and grayish-white in color. However, it looked as clear as a real person, especially the pair of eyes that were burning with grayish-white flames that seemed to be moving. At first glance, that face was calm and indifferent, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed to be filled with anger. In an instant, it was filled with shock and killing intent, as if it wanted to slaughter all living things. In an instant, Xianxia was horrified. The pair of burning eyes of the statue seemed to have moved. The eyeballs turned slightly and glanced at him. Was this an illusion? Xianxia wasn't sure, because it was like an illusion. The statue still maintained the posture of looking straight at the sky. The feeling of the eyeballs rolling and glancing at him disappeared in an instant. Xianxia focused even more and looked at it bit by bit, from top to bottom. He didn't miss anything. The grayish-white battle armor was very tight, as if it had grown directly from the body, like the dragon scales of a real dragon. It was so natural. The statue wearing the grayish-white battle armor not only had an indescribable sense of domineering power, but also had an indescribable sense of agility, like the combination of a fierce tiger and a cheetah. Strength and speed were all present. It gave people the feeling that if it was a little more, it would be bloated, and if it was a little less, it would be thin and weak. It was as if it was born for battle and slaughter. It could perfectly display its strength and speed, turning it into an ultimate art of slaughter. Above the palm of his right hand, there was a floating bead burning with grayish-white flames, which attracted Qianzong's attention. He couldn't feel the heat of the flames, nor did he feel the coldness. However, Qianzong felt that the flames on the bead were incomparably mysterious. Vaguely, there was a mysterious fluctuation of Taoist rhyme, as if it contained a supreme mystery. Could that bead be the biggest secret of the Azure mystic realm? Xianxia couldn't be sure. The existence of such a statue in the center of the mystic realm was already surprising, but it was even more surprising that he couldn't feel anything from the statue. One had to know, this was the Azure mystic realm, a mystic realm where one could obtain a minor supernatural power, the Azure mystic realm. It was absolutely extraordinary. Then, all the secrets should be on the statue, or something directly related to the statue. Now, what he needed to do was to find and decipher the mystery from the statue. Taking a step forward, Xianxia approached the statue. Here, he didn't feel any obstruction, just like in the outside world. There was no violent killing intent, and he could move freely. Soon, Xianxia was close to the statue, floating in the air. He was at the same height as the statue, observing it from a closer distance. At the same time, he released his heart domain and divine sense to cover the statue. The moment Xianxia did this, the statue's gaze seemed to shift, focusing on him. The statue's expression turned cold, as if it was a god overlooking the world. Xianxia was greatly alarmed. He didn't know when, but he discovered that he was restrained by an invisible force. He couldn't move at all, and his entire person was sealed in the air. Xianxia's strength erupted without restraint, but it disappeared without a trace when it was thrown into the sea of mud, unable to break free. His heart sank. In an instant, the light in the statue's eyes shot out. 2 rays of light burning with grayish-white flames shot through the air at an incomparable speed, silently piercing into Xianxia's eyes. That power was irresistible. In an instant, it swept through Xianxia's body, as if it was searching for something. Then, that power rushed against the current, piercing into his spirit sea and into his soul. Xianxia only felt a slight pause. In the next breath, his spirit sea boiled and rolled endlessly, as if it was calm. Suddenly, strong wind swept through, and there were waves after waves, as if the end of the world had arrived. His soul also shook in an instant, as if it had been struck by lightning, and an extremely terrifying power exploded within it. Boom, 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 endless roars resounded. His soul seemed to have been completely shattered in an instant, and he couldn't feel anything. It was hazy and chaotic. After an unknown period of time, in the depths of his soul, a spiritual light gathered again. Gradually, Xianxia's consciousness recovered. Then, it seemed that the shattered soul also gathered again. After it gathered again, there were some changes from before. Xianxia couldn't explain this change at once. It was like a fundamental change. It was like a metamorphosis of the essence of life. And this was not the end of the transformation. It was just that the subsequent transformation was very slow. He didn't know how long it would take for the transformation to be complete. At that time, he should know what he had transformed into. As the spiritual light gathered again, his soul recovered. Waves of information surged like a tide, continuously surging into Xianxia's mind, circling in his soul. Xianxia immediately focused all his mind and focused on the torrential flood of information, and read it continuously. The information seemed to be vast and chaotic. An ordinary half-step great sage would definitely not be able to bear it, and his soul would shatter in an instant. Therefore, Xianxia couldn't read it completely for a while, and could only slowly organize it. Divine Fiend Azure Battle Technique. Xianxia couldn't help but read it out loud. Every word seemed to contain an indescribable mystery. Divine Fiend Azure Battle Technique. This seemed to be a kind of battle technique, and also seemed to be a kind of cultivation technique. As he continued to organize and read, Xianxia became more and more shocked. At the same time, an indescribable ecstasy and excitement appeared on his face. The Divine Fiend Azure Battle Technique was really a kind of profound and unfathomable cultivation technique with tyrannical power. It was very shocking, and there were also many restrictions. Only the Divine Fiend Azure body could be cultivated. What was the Divine Fiend Azure body? It was a special kind of physique that contained the Azure physique of the path of evil. Only this kind of physique could cultivate and control this kind of power. Xianxia was obviously very compatible with it, because Xianxia was a doppelganger formed by using the Divine Fiend Azure secret technique to absorb a huge amount of evil aura. His physique was the Divine Fiend Azure body. The more he read and organized, the more information he learned, and the more surprised Xianxia was. It turned out that this Divine Fiend Azure battle technique was a superb inheritance of an extremely ancient Divine Fiend race in the void of the universe, the Azure race. It had accidentally wandered out and was obtained by a universe elite. However, to cultivate this superb inheritance, one needed the Divine Fiend Azure body. Therefore, that universe elite spent a lot of time and energy, and combined with some kind of treasure from the Azure race, created his own Divine Fiend Azure secret technique, and formed an Azure doppelganger to cultivate this superb inheritance. But why would such a superb inheritance appear here? There was no detailed explanation, only that his original body was killed by an even more powerful being. The other party's methods were extraordinary, able to trace the origin and kill the soul. Even the doppelganger could not escape. However, when the doppelganger's soul was destroyed, there was a period of time when he passed by this side of the world. After leaving behind the inheritance, the doppelganger died, turning into an endless amount of evil aura and evil intent, creating this Azure secret realm. So, this was the origin of the Azure secret realm. Xianxia was enlightened. A universe elite's doppelganger had died, and it was the doppelganger formed by the Divine Fiend Azure. Before he died, he dissolved himself, turning into an endless amount of evil aura and evil intent, creating the Azure secret realm, leaving behind many mysteries. The burning evil Azure skill was left behind casually, so it was incomplete. The Divine Fiend Azure secret technique was the key. Only by cultivating the Divine Fiend Azure secret technique and possessing an Azure doppelganger could one step into the center of the Azure secret realm and see the statue. After passing the test, one could then receive the inheritance of the Divine Fiend Azure battle technique. The power that had entered his body earlier was a kind of test. If he failed the test, he would be directly killed. Fourth update, in the Azure mystic realm, in the 9th ring, the murderous aura fluctuated like a tide. In the center of the mystic realm, it was calm and clear. The Azura doppelganger, Xianxia, was sorting out the complicated information in his soul. Part of the information was left behind by the Universe Elite, and the other part was the content of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. The name of the Universe Elite was not mentioned, but it mentioned the Azura doppelganger's name, Azura Demon King. There was not much information about the Azura Demon King, and it did not say that the inheritor had to take revenge. It was just to pass on the inheritance, that was all. This way, he could save himself a lot of trouble. After all, Xianxia did not know how strong the Universe Elite was. It was best to save himself some trouble. After sorting out the information, Xianxia started to sort out the information about the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. This inheritance was deep and unfathomable. Even with Xianxia's powerful soul and comprehension, he could not completely sort it out. He could only slowly sort it out. After a few days, Xianxia finally finished sorting it out. This inheritance came from the Shura clan of the ancient god demons in the void of the universe. It was a superb inheritance of the Shura clan and would not appear in the outside world. However, because a Shura clan elite died in battle outside, it was found by the Universe Elite. The Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was a cultivation technique and also a battle technique. The combination of the two was very shocking. Compared to the Burning Evil Azura technique, it was many times more superior. It was simply unpredictable, like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if Xianxia used his superb comprehension and the accumulation of his foundation to continuously perfect and create and strengthen the Burning Evil Azura technique, it cannot be compared to the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. The profound difference between them wasn't as simple as 100 or 1,000 times. It was a complete difference in essence. It was like the difference between an earthworm and a real dragon. Xianxia was not depressed at all. Instead, he was happy and excited. This was clearly an even more profound inheritance. If he was able to master it, his battle strength would increase even further from his original foundation. By then, it would not be difficult to raise his battle strength to 8-star. It would be easy. 12 levels. This Divine Fiend Azura battle technique had a total of 12 levels. If one cultivated it to the 4th level, they would be able to activate a unique form, greatly increasing their battle prowess. Following that, Xianxia immediately started to comprehend the profound mysteries within, before proceeding with his cultivation. Only by doing so would he be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. With his superb comprehension ability and compatible body constitution, Xianxia was able to better understand all the mysteries contained within the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. Of course, this kind of comprehension had its flaws no matter what. Only by comprehending to the limits of what one could comprehend and then cultivating would one be able to grasp a deeper level of the mysteries. Xianxia did not comprehend all 12 levels of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. He only comprehended up to the 5th level. He felt that the God Fiend Azura battle technique was much more profound and powerful than the heaven and earth execution of the eternal battle fort. Xianxia and Shenzong had no idea what the ancient fiend god race was. Their information was limited. Thus, it was even more unclear what level the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was at. He could only be sure that it was much more profound than the heaven and earth execution technique. Of course, the heaven and earth execution technique was not much more profound than the Burning Fiend Azura skill that Xianxia had perfected. At most, it was just a little bit. Perhaps only the higher level inheritance of the eternal battle fort could be compared to the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. These were all off-topic matters, and there was no need to be too concerned about them. A month passed, and Xianxia finally comprehended the first 3 levels of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. Following that, he actually spent another month before comprehending the 4th level of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. Looks like it's better to cultivate first. Xianxia thought to himself. He could only change his plans. The difficulty of comprehending the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique had exceeded his expectations. If he were to comprehend the 5th level, he did not know how much time it would take. It would take at least 2 months. Xianxia estimated after trying it out a little. Then comprehending the 6th level would undoubtedly take more time. Let's cultivate first. The Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was many times more profound than the heaven and earth execution technique. If he succeeded in cultivating it, its power would naturally surpass the heaven and earth execution technique. The first level. He began to cultivate. As soon as he started cultivating, the power in Xianxia's body was instantly mobilized, moving slowly in a more mysterious way. The way it moved was the first level of the divine fin de jour battle technique. As soon as he started cultivating, Xianxia felt different. The way it moved was not only very complicated, but also extremely mysterious. If he did not comprehend it thoroughly, and his divine sense was strong, his comprehension was high, and he could control his own power, it would be difficult to complete it. The difficulty of this kind of cultivation was more than 1,000 times more difficult than the heaven and earth execution technique. When the first level of the divine fin de jour battle technique was completed, in an instant, a bit of power grew in his body. Xianxia felt it, and he was greatly shocked. That power was incomparably condensed, as if it had been tempered thousands of times. It was also incomparably pure, containing an extremely violent and ferocious power, as if it could destroy everything. He continued to cultivate. That bit of divine fin de jour battle technique was incomparably domineering and ferocious, and did not allow the existence of other powers. But Xianxia's power in the past also belonged to the path of evil. Immediately, the divine fin de jour battle technique began to devour Xianxia's original power in a domineering manner, strengthening itself. Regarding this, Xianxia did not stop it. Instead, he mobilized the original power in his body and continuously channeled it into the divine fin de jour battle technique. That bit of divine fin de jour battle technique was instantly strengthened at a shocking speed. However, the original burning evil azure battle technique was not as pure as the divine fin de jour battle technique, and after the transformation, the increase in the divine fin de jour battle technique was not that great. When Xianxia's 10,000 evil azure battle technique was completely integrated into the divine fin de jour battle technique, it also had a breakthrough. The second level, immediately, the divine fin de jour battle technique was purified, and its power was even more domineering and ferocious. His body's power was completely transformed into the second level of divine fin de jour battle technique. Xianxia stopped cultivating and felt the domineering power flowing in his body, and he was secretly shocked. His finger was like a sword as it streaked across the void, leaving behind a trace. Carefully sensing and distinguishing it, the might of this attack was not the slightest bit inferior to before. In other words, in terms of combat strength, he was not the slightest bit inferior to before. Furthermore, the divine fin de jour battle technique was even more domineering and ferocious, and the destruction of life force was even more shocking. Invisibly, his strength had been further strengthened, and was infinitely close to an 8-star battle technique. After feeling it for a while, Xianxia did not hesitate and continued cultivating. However, this time, he was close to the statue in the center of the void. He reached out and grabbed, and the round bead burning with grayish-white flames in the statue's hand flew into his hand. This round bead was left behind by the Azure demon monarch. His own divine fiend origin did not disperse, but it was left here, waiting for the fated person to inherit it. The Azure demon monarch was extremely powerful, and even though there was only a little bit of divine fiend origin left behind, to Xianxia, it was an ocean. Holding the divine fiend origin bead in his hand, Xianxia started to circulate the second level of the divine fiend Azure battle technique, and absorbed it wholeheartedly. Immediately, wisps of flame aura continuously spread out from the divine fiend origin bead and entered Xianxia's palm. It flowed along his arm and into his body, integrating into the divine fiend Azure battle technique. There was no need to refine any impurities, and there was no loss. It could be directly converted and absorbed to strengthen his own divine fiend Azure battle technique. This divine fiend Azure battle technique's level of cultivation was closely related to the realm of the battle technique. The second level was definitely stronger than the first level. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Cultivating wholeheartedly, Xianxia could feel his own strength increasing bit by bit, and it was becoming more and more shocking. If he continued to cultivate, he would definitely break through to the 8-star battle technique and become even stronger. As long as he had the 8-star battle technique, he would not be afraid even if the Rakshasa king came to his door. He would be able to fight with the Rakshasa king, and even have the chance to kill him. Xianxia was cultivating wholeheartedly. As for his main body, Zhenzong, he had already come out of seclusion. That seclusion was just a small seclusion, a short seclusion. It only took him a few days to tidy up and increase his accumulation. After coming out of seclusion, Xianxia naturally began to search for the Rakshasa king's whereabouts, and he also inquired about all kinds of information. For example, information about the divine void thunder. The three tribulations sharpening was a secret technique created by a sword Dao supreme saint in his lifetime. Its purpose was to sharpen the sword will. His heart sword Dao will had already been sharpened by the first tribulation's earthly fire tribulation and the second tribulation's heavenly wind tribulation, and it had been raised to the top level. Now, he only lacked the sharpening of the third tribulation to create the supreme sword will. Of course, the supreme sword will was also a speculation of the sword Dao supreme saint. Whether it had really appeared or not, there was no way to know. No one had ever cultivated the three tribulations sharpening, so it was impossible to know whether the supreme sword will had been created or if the sword will had collapsed in the end. But no matter what, Xianxia would still try. Since he had embarked on this path, he had to walk to the best of his ability. He had to take every step steadily and pursue higher. It was a pity that the Rakshasa king had disappeared for hundreds of years, and it was difficult to find him in a short time. As for the divine void thunder, he had found some clues. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Time continued to pass. Every day, many things happened in the profound world. There were newborns being born, and old people passing away. Of course, there were also many people who died because of conflicts and experiences. The winds and clouds changed, and the years overlapped. Xianxia's main body searched for the whereabouts of the divine void thunder and the Rakshasa king. He would not forget his own accumulation. The sixth stage of the Genesis sword technique was also gradually being perfected. As long as the time was right, he would be able to create it immediately. At that time, he could quickly cultivate and master it, and his combat strength would increase again. Opportunity, he only needed to wait for the right opportunity. In another place, in the Asura secret realm of the Asura sect, the cultivation of Xianxia's clone had also reached a bottleneck. The divine fiend Asura battle technique second stage had reached the perfection stage, and his strength had reached the extreme. Although he felt that he was still at the level of a 7-star, in a real battle, he might not be inferior to an ordinary 8-star. Absorb, he continued to cultivate, absorbing energy from the divine fiend origin pearl, and transforming it into his body to increase the power of his divine fiend Asura battle technique. Accumulation, attack, breakthrough. The drizzle was soft and unbreakable. It was like a cloud that covered the sky. It was a little hazy and could not be seen clearly. It was like a dense evening mist that connected the sky and the earth. The streets were wide and colorful oil paper umbrellas flowed like water. Those were the pedestrians. However, some people did not have umbrellas. When the rain fell, it disappeared naturally and could not wet their clothes. A person in a white robe stepped out of a huge pavilion. It was as white as new and not a speck of dust or rain fell. His feet seemed to be slightly off the ground and the soles of his shoes would not get wet. His face was gentle and calm. His eyes were calm and distant, as if he could see through the mist and dust clouds. He had a black sword at his waist. The black sword and the white robe were clearly distinguished. He had a unique temperament. It was Xianxia. The Rakshasa king has disappeared for hundreds of years. No one knows where he is now. I can only be sure that he is cultivating in seclusion somewhere in the profound realm. Xianxia walked in the drizzle and said to himself. His voice was so soft that only he could hear it. Half a year had passed since he killed the Rakshasa king. He had been looking for him and asking for all kinds of information, but he still could not find him. However, the information about the divine void thunder was more clear. The divine void thunder did not exist in the Tianyuan sacred realm. It was outside, in the void. If he wanted to find the divine void thunder, he had to go to the void. Xianxia had also been to the outer sky void once. That was the place where the Lingwu great emperor had left behind the opportunity. The entrance was somewhere in the outer sky void. However, he did not see any divine void thunder at that time. It seemed that the divine void thunder existed, but he did not know where it was in the void. It was really difficult to find a place without a definite location. When I meet the Rakshasa king and fulfill the ancient Asura king's last wish, I will go to the void and look for it. Maybe I will find it if I am lucky, Qinzong thought. If not, he would go to the eternal battle fort first. Now that the power of the eternal heaven and earth token had been accumulated, he could go to the eternal battle fort again. Search, take the initiative to find the Rakshasa king and kill him. In the deepest part of the bottomless abyss in the profound realm, in the depths of a winding cave. The ball of darkness was much deeper than before. It had already shrunk to the very center, forming a layer of pitch-black, almost solid skin that tightly wrapped around the strong and tall body. The figure was extremely strong, as if it was holding up the sky. Can. A sound. The solid darkness that filled his body exploded in an instant and rushed in all directions. It was as if it had turned into numerous ghostly shadows that coiled in all directions and directly dyed the surroundings into a dark, ghostly realm. In the next moment, countless ghostly shadows shot out from all directions and flew towards the figure in the center. In an instant, they directly rushed into the powerful and tall figure. An inhuman roar sounded. The tall and strong body suddenly trembled, as if it was suffering unparalleled pain. Layers upon layers of ghostly shadows surged into Meng Hao's body. When all the ghostly shadows entered his body stopped trembling for an instant. That layer of seemingly solid black light turned into a membrane that covered his entire body, like a layer of strange armor. It made his tall and strong body look like a demon standing upright, and his aura was extremely terrifying. In the next breath, the black light retreated. It seemed to have merged into the body. Not long after, a tall and sturdy body that was almost perfect was revealed. It was extremely powerful. I have finally mastered the 6th level of the Purgatory Ghost Scripture. The Rakshasa king spoke. His voice was like a thunderclap, shaking the whole cave. It was as if it was about to collapse. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. Hundreds of years ago, after he killed the ancient Asura king, he did not get the secret technique to condense a clone. So, he took his anger out on the ancient Asura sect. He killed some of the ancient Asura sect's experts, causing the ancient Asura sect to decline. After that, he left the great Luo city and traveled around in search of opportunities. Finally, he found the Purgatory Ghost Scripture in the depths of the dark demon abyss. The Rakshasa king was shocked when he comprehended it. The Purgatory Ghost Scripture's mysteries were many times more profound than any cultivation technique he had seen before. It was on a completely different level. Naturally, the Rakshasa king began to cultivate in seclusion. First, he changed his cultivation technique. After that, he continued to cultivate and improve. His goal was very direct. He wanted to cultivate to the 6th level, which was the last level of the Purgatory Ghost Scripture. When he came out, he would dominate the world. As for the Blood Claw King and the Barbarian Mountain King, they were 2 unlucky people who entered the dark demon abyss in the past hundreds of years. They were immediately enslaved by the Rakshasa king and became his subordinates. After some training, their combat strength increased. He didn't expect that such elite 7-star combat strength would be killed. But now, he came out of seclusion. The 6th level of the Purgatory Ghost Scripture brought him an extremely terrifying power. It was a power that even he felt fear. The ghostly wind swirled. Suddenly, a black robe appeared on his shockingly strong body. His aura was extremely vigorous. His shoulders seemed to shake slightly. Then, the Rakshasa king turned into a gust of black wind. He quickly rolled out of the cave. In just an instant, that gust of black wind blew out of the winding cave. It didn't stop at all and quickly rushed up into the sky. The dark demon abyss was said to be bottomless. But in fact, it was very, very deep. At a glance, all one could see was darkness. It was difficult to see the bottom. That was why it was called bottomless. 3 streams of light flew over from afar. They were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they landed at the edge of the dark demon abyss. Brother Su, are you sure that there is a great opportunity in the dark demon abyss? The black-robed elder among the 3 frowned. He stared at the bottomless dark demon abyss. His voice was somewhat suppressed. He didn't do it on purpose. It was just how he spoke. Who can be 100% sure about the opportunities in the world? An ordinary-looking middle-aged man in a green robe with white hair at his temples said with a smile. Brother Su is right. But as long as there is a trace of possibility, it is worth investigating, another burly man in brown armor said in a low, muffled voice. If someone saw the three of them, they would be very surprised. Because the three of them were ranked very high on the Taishan Supreme Saint list. Especially the green-robed middle-aged man with the surname Su. He was even ranked in the top 10. Of the three, one was an elite 7-star combat strength and the other two were ordinary 7-star combat strength. They came together to explore the Dark Demon Abyss. Many people had done this before. Some went in and never came out. Some came out but didn't find anything. Of course, there were also people who did find some good treasures. In an instant, a gust of black wind silently flew up from the depths of the Dark Demon Abyss like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, a tall and strong figure appeared in front of the three. The speed shocked the three of them. The Rakshasa King's eyes were deep and cold as he stared at the three of them. He immediately sensed their auras clearly. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Immediately, his white teeth shone with a cold light as an indescribable, mysterious killing intent spread out. There was no reason for his murderous intent to appear. Being stared at, the three of them immediately felt uncomfortable. There was a vague threat and malice attacking them, which made them frown. What can I do for you? The green-robed middle-aged man with the surname Su said seriously. The other old man and the burly man also looked serious. They secretly gathered their strength. The person who suddenly swept out from the depths of the Dark Demon Abyss had an obscure aura. He gave off an ominous feeling. His expression didn't seem to have good intentions. They had to be on high alert. Nothing much. Luo King grinned. His white teeth were like the fangs of a ghost. The light in his eyes seemed to be deeper. It's just that I haven't killed anyone in a long time. I miss it. As soon as he finished speaking, the three 7-star powerhouses' expressions changed drastically. They didn't hesitate and attacked decisively. The three of them weren't able to obtain their current combat strength and status by luck. Instead, they had cultivated and tempered themselves step by step since they were weak. They had only obtained their current strength by experiencing life and death battles time and time again. They were extremely sensitive to danger. As soon as their opponent finished speaking, they immediately attacked without mercy. If they wanted to kill him, then they would kill him. Even if he only said it and didn't do it. The green-robed sword in the middle-aged man's hand spat out sword light. It tore through the void and turned into a majestic green sword light in an instant. It carried a terrifying sword intent that could tear through everything. The black-robed old man opened his hand and turned it into a sharp claw. It tore through the void like a black eagle flying in the sky. It instantly slashed down and tore through everything. The burly man roared. Bronze light appeared on his body. His chi and blood surged. A bronze mountain spirit appeared behind him, burning with blood-red flames. He was a body-refining monarch. Boom, a violent punch that had condensed all the strength in his body suddenly blasted out. The force of the punch was extremely powerful, and it was like a mountain that was burning with raging flames. It smashed through space, and it shattered everything into powder. It was extremely violent. The three of them didn't hold back at all. They all felt a trace of malicious killing intent and threat from that person. This person really wanted to kill them. Moreover, they didn't know each other and didn't have any grudges. He wanted to kill them just because he hadn't killed anyone in a long time. He was definitely a terrifying person. Of course, there was no burden to kill such a person. Facing the merciless attacks of the three 7-star powerhouses, Luo King didn't move. His expression was cold. Then, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. He reached out his left hand slowly. His 5 fingers were in the void. A trace of darkness gathered in his palm and spread out. The entire palm turned black. Block, resist, block, in the blink of an eye, he had casually stretched out his palm. First, he had grabbed the green sword light and instantly shattered it. Then, he had shattered the black eagle's sharp claws. Finally, he had shattered the tyrannical flaming fist. Add Chapter 2, third update around 4 o'clock p.m. Is this all you've got? Weak, you're really weak. since you're so weak, there's no need for you to continue living. The Rakshasa king said a few words in a row with a hint of mockery and ridicule. The three men's expressions changed drastically, and they were horrified. The attack just now was their ultimate move with all their strength, but it could not do anything to the other party. It was easily blocked and shattered by the other party's hand. What kind of combat strength was that? It was like the difference between heaven and earth. The three men knew that this time, they were in danger. Your Excellency, who are you? We don't know you, and we don't have any grudges. They spoke one after another and secretly retreated. I'm the Rakshasa king. Remember that before you die. As the Rakshasa king's voice fell, it sounded as if it directly sounded in the three men's ears. It was indescribably horrifying. Without hesitation, he used all his strength and even his secret technique. He slashed out with his sword. The sword light was crazily compressed and condensed into a finger-wide but extremely thin deep blue sword light. It seemed to be inferior to the previous attack, but the power contained in it was several times more terrifying. The sword was mercilessly slashed out. In an instant, the deep blue sword light shattered into countless fragments and light spots that shot out. A pitch-black shadow swept through the air like a ghost, tearing and piercing the void. The sword of the middle-aged man surnamed Su also paused. Then, countless cracks appeared on the sword. His body trembled imperceptibly as if he was being ravaged by an electric current. Then, he remained motionless, maintaining the posture of stabbing out with all his strength. A black wind and a ghost shadow swept past in an instant, twisting and turning in an instant and appearing beside the black-robed old man. The black light broke through the air like lightning, sweeping past the black-robed old man's side and rushing toward the body refiner. Boom, it was like a thunderbolt explosion. All of the burly man's attacks were shattered in an instant. Like a hot knife through butter, the aura behind him also exploded and dissipated. The burly man's incomparably strong body was directly hit by the black light. It was as if he had been hit by an immemorial giant beast. He was instantly sent flying, and blood gushed out of his mouth like a waterfall. The center of the burly man's chest had completely caved in. Everything around him had collapsed, and black cracks had appeared all over his body. With one strike, the 7-star body refiner king was sent flying for 1,000 meters. When he landed on the ground, he was already dead. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was wide open. Even his tongue was stuck out. His chest had completely caved in, and the hole had penetrated his back. What was even more horrifying was that his body was covered with black cracks, like porcelain that had been smashed. If one looked carefully, they would discover that this strong body had become soft, as if all the bones and muscles that were as hard as diamond had all been shattered. Death, 3 7-star warriors were all killed in one strike. The strongest green-robed middle-aged man maintained his posture of thrusting out his sword with all his strength. He stared forward with a hint of fear in his eyes. It was unknown when, but a dark red dot had appeared between his eyebrows and pierced through the back of his head. The black-robed old man fell forward. His chest had been pierced through. The burly man was sent flying for 1,000 meters. His sternum had caved in, and all the bones and muscles in his body had been shattered. Ha 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 ha. The Rakshasa king's figure appeared. He looked down at his masterpiece and couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. He had been in seclusion for hundreds of years just to cultivate and increase his combat strength. For someone like him, it was really rare. Now that he had mastered the Purgatory Ghost scripture, he had finally come out of seclusion. He hadn't killed anyone for hundreds of years, and he was already itching to do it. He had planned to kill some people first before going to the Shura sect. He didn't expect that someone would come knocking on his door. Moreover, this person had some combat strength. The feeling of killing the weak was completely different from killing the strong. However, killing only 3 people wasn't enough to release the desire to kill in his heart, but it was enough to relieve some of it. Now, he would go straight to the Shura sect and exterminate them. At the same time, he would capture Xianxia alive and interrogate him about the secret of the doppelganger. Although he had the Purgatory Ghost scripture, a powerful and profound technique, and had cultivated it to the highest level, if he could obtain the secret of the doppelganger and condense a doppelganger, it would definitely be very helpful. Moreover, the doppelganger not only increased his combat strength, but also increased his life. he would have one more life. In an instant, the Rakshasa king turned into a black wind and flew away at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. This was the Dark Demon Abyss, one of the forbidden areas of the highest mystery world. It was very far from the boundary of Tai Luo City, so it wasn't easy to get there in a short time. However, there was still the Void Temple's Void Gate to teleport. Just as the Rakshasa king turned into a black wind and left, a white light flew in from the distance and then stopped. The white light disappeared, and Chenzong's body appeared. He looked down and was shocked. At the edge of the dark abyss, there were 3 bodies on the ground. One was still standing, maintaining the posture of stabbing with a sword, but Chenzong could feel that there was no vitality left. Another was lying on his stomach, and the last one was lying on his back. Dead, all of them were dead. Chenzong looked at the faces and decorations of the 3 people, and compared them to the strong cultivators he knew in his mind. He was even more surprised. 3 strong cultivators who were ranked at the top of the Great Saint ranking had all died here, and it seemed that they hadn't been dead for long. Chenzong checked more carefully, and the more he checked, the more serious his expression became. The middle-aged man in the green robe had been pierced between his eyebrows by the force of a finger. The speed was extremely fast, and the penetrating power was shocking. The remaining aura was cold and gloomy, like a ghost, and it made Chenzong very frightened. The old man's heart was shattered by the terrifying force of a fist, and it went straight through his back. The remaining aura was also cold and gloomy, and it was extremely terrifying. It was certain that the same person had killed him. Looking at the big man lying on his back, Chenzong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles, and he was extremely shocked. It could be seen that the big man had been hit directly in the center of his chest. His sternum had completely collapsed, and his muscles and skin had been torn apart. What was even more terrifying was that his muscles and bones had all been shattered by a terrifying and overbearing force. This force was also cold and gloomy, like a ghost. The cold and gloomy force was extremely overbearing and terrifying, and it made Chenzong feel fearful and fearful. What kind of force was this? Whose force was this? For a moment, Chenzong's mind was in a mess. Chenzong didn't know that this was Rakshasa King's current strength. After all, he only knew about Rakshasa King, and that was all. He didn't know much about Rakshasa King. Moreover, the information he knew about Rakshasa King was from hundreds of years ago, and Rakshasa King hadn't obtained the Purgatory Ghost Mantra yet. Although he was fearful, Chenzong still took the storage rings of the 3 people. He shouldn't waste the wealth of the dead. Then, Chenzong looked at the Dark Demon Abyss, but he didn't plan to enter it. Instead, he left and continued to search for Rakshasa King. Not long after, in the Sky Temple of Tai Luo City, a tall and muscular figure appeared. As he stepped out, wherever he went, it was as if the gods and ghosts retreated. It was a chilling sight, and no one dared to approach him, for fear of being torn apart. Rakshasa King had arrived. Leaving the city, Rakshasa King transformed into a black wind and arrived at Azura Peak. Without hesitation, he spread out the 5 fingers of his right hand and waved it like a fan. Boom! In an instant, his right hand stirred up a violent gust of wind, whistling as it rushed forward, straight towards the Azura Gate at the top of Azura Peak. Like a grade 12 hurricane, it rushed into Azura Peak in an instant, sweeping up a terrifying force. The trees on the mountain swayed wildly, as if they were about to be uprooted. The Azura Gate Palace at the top of the mountain also seemed to be shaking slightly under the force of the hurricane. The disciples who were cultivating were swept by the cold gust of wind, their bodies swayed, and they felt cold all over, as if they were about to be frozen. The violent gust of wind wreaked havoc, and gradually, frost filled the air. A buzzing sound was heard, and the Great Encirclement Formation was fully activated in an instant, blocking the cold gust of wind, preventing it from getting any closer. Oh, you've activated the formation. Is it useful? Rakshasa King's face was instantly filled with a mocking smile. A mirror ray formation, in his eyes, was completely nothing. Even if he didn't know how to break the formation, was there a need? No, he could just break it directly. There was no need to waste his time. Boom! Rakshasa King punched out directly. The pitch-black fist force seemed to be accompanied by a ghostly shadow, and in an instant, it hit the Great Encirclement Formation. The Great Encirclement Formation was powerful enough to withstand the attack of an elite 6-star. Even a 7-star wouldn't be able to break it in an instant. However, it was nothing to Rakshasa King, as it was relatively weak. With just one hit, the Great Encirclement Formation shook violently, and it was instantly broken and torn apart. The formation was broken and dispersed. The remaining force immediately wreaked havoc, destroying and collapsing the palaces one by one. Enemy attack, the entire Shura sect was fully mobilized. At the same time, the second elder immediately entered the Shura secret realm to look for the supreme elders and the few guardians who were cultivating there. Most importantly, the supreme elder Xianxia was there. Such a powerful enemy was definitely an expert who was half a step away from the great saint level. At the very least, he had the combat strength of an elite 7-star. In the entire Shura sect, only the supreme elder Xianxia could resist such combat strength. It had to be said that the Shura sect reacted very quickly. From the time the formation was broken to the time they entered the Shura secret realm to send out the message, only less than 10 breaths had passed. As for Rakshasa King, he wasn't in a hurry to attack and kill wantonly. Instead, he had a mocking look on his face. In his opinion, the people of the Shura sect were already dead, and the only difference was whether they died sooner or later. Now, he was giving the Shura sect some time to call out all the so-called experts inside and give them hope. When the time came, he would kill them all, and they would fall into the abyss of despair. It was more fun to play like this. Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger, Azura battles Rakshasa, 3rd update. Tomorrow, the 4th chapter will be released on the official account. Remember to follow the official account. 6 paths fall, the black wind howled, and the black clouds pressed down on the mountain. The gloomy and eerie aura spread out in all directions, immediately bringing great pressure and threat to the Shura sect. An unprecedented crisis had arrived. The sect master, the elders, and the disciples all had solemn expressions on their faces. Their hearts were extremely depressed. Under this extremely terrifying dark and cold aura, everyone felt suffocated. It was as if they were about to be dragged into a ghost world, never to be reincarnated. The moment Xianxia stepped out of the Shura's secret realm, he immediately felt the gloomy and eerie aura in the air. This kind of aura had never existed in the Shura sect before. With his superhuman senses, Xianxia knew that these strands of gloomy and eerie aura were very shocking, showing how powerful and terrifying the owner of this aura was. A strong enemy was coming, but who was the enemy? Thinking, Xianxia's speed was not slow at all. In a flash, he turned into a grey lightning, sweeping across the sky, passing through the halls of the Shura sect, heading straight for the Shura sect. A cold, sharp, and domineering gaze carrying a terrifying will that could shatter space instantly landed on Xianxia's body, causing his mind to involuntarily tremble. When Xianxia met that gaze, he saw a pair of pitch-black eyes. They were deep and cold, like a ghastly ghost. It was as if they wanted to suck out the souls of living creatures and send them into hell forever. Xianxia was not afraid at all. His eyes focused, and a grey light rippled out, spreading out. Their gazes clashed in the air, creating invisible sparks and ripples. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm water surface. The ripples were indeterminate and unending. Xianxia. Luosha King grinned, revealing his white teeth, reflecting a dazzling cold light, making people think of the fangs of a ghost, as if they could bite and swallow everything. Luosha King. Xianxia did not need the other party to defend himself. This person was Luosha King. This kind of aura was extremely powerful, at least at the 8-star level. Besides Luosha King, who else could it be? When the Blood Claw King attacked that day, Xianxia had already guessed it. That was why Qinzong took the initiative to search for the Rakshasa King. He planned to find the Rakshasa King first and kill him, so as to prevent the Rakshasa King from coming to the Shura gate and causing unnecessary casualties and destruction. Who would have thought that the Rakshasa King, whose whereabouts were so secretive that they couldn't find him after searching for half a year, would actually come to the Azura gate on his own accord? Fortunately, the Rakshasa King only destroyed the Great Encirclement Formation and did not attack again to slaughter the Shura gate disciples. Otherwise, the losses would have been disastrous. The Rakshasa King was not surprised that the other party knew his title. Instead, the dim light in his eyes flickered as if he was even more excited. Was it you who killed my left and right emissaries? Devil King asked again. Are you talking about the Blood Claw King and the Barbarian Mountain King? Xianxia asked with a smile. Don't worry, I won't kill you easily. Luosha King's eyes narrowed slightly. The fact that Yi Futian was able to kill his two messengers meant that his combat ability was not to be underestimated. Perhaps he could reach the 8-star level and be a worthy opponent. Of course, he could only be a worthy opponent. There was a difference between a worthy opponent and a worthy opponent. After cultivating the purgatory ghost scripture to the 6th level, the Rakshasa King was extremely confident in his combat ability. He had already made up his mind to capture Xianxia alive instead of killing him. Firstly, he would force Xianxia to reveal the secret of his clone. Secondly, he would enslave Xianxia, just like how he had enslaved the Blood Claw King and the Barbarian Mountain King back then. Enslaving an 8-star powerhouse was undoubtedly better than enslaving two 7-star powerhouses. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as he was shocked. In the past, the Rakshasa King's combat ability was not as strong as the ancient Asura King's. The only reason he could injure the ancient Asura King was because the ancient Asura King trusted the Rakshasa King. But now, the Rakshasa King's combat ability was at least that of an ordinary 8-star powerhouse. No, the pressure from this aura was not just that of an ordinary 8-star powerhouse. Perhaps it had reached the level of an elite 8-star powerhouse. This kind of improvement was not small. However, the Rakshasa King's ranking was not on the Taishan Supreme Saint leaderboard. But even if the Rakshasa King's combat ability had reached the level of an elite 8-star powerhouse, Xianxia would not be afraid at all. This was because, after cultivating the Divine Fiend Asura battle technique, his combat ability had already far surpassed before. Fight, in an instant, Xianxia's mind was in turmoil as his battle intent shot up to the sky. Sensing Xianxia's battle intent, the Rakshasa King was slightly stunned and surprised. Then, a terrifying black light exploded from his body and turned into a black storm. It was as if a ghost had opened up. Waves of chilly wind roared in the sky, shocking the world and destroying all life. The Nirvana evil sword was unsheathed, bringing with it an extremely ferocious grey sword light. The sword light was like a crescent moon, crossing the sky and tearing apart the Rakshasa King. With a shocking sword will, it was ferocious and violent as if it wanted to destroy all life as it mercilessly attacked the Rakshasa King. Facing this powerful sword, the Rakshasa King did not dodge at all. Instead, he stretched out his left hand. Black light spread out and fluctuated on his palm. With a sudden slap, heaven and earth roared and trembled violently. The moment the crescent moon sword light came into contact with the palm, it paused for a moment. It was as if a sharp blade had slashed on steel, bursting into thousands of sparks. The shocking sound was so sharp that it seemed to tear everything apart. In the Shura sect, everyone felt as if their eardrums were pierced. Fresh blood flowed out. Some of the disciples with weaker cultivation and weaker minds screamed and fainted on the ground. This scene made Xianxia frown slightly. The collision between two 8-star powerhouses was too shocking. The aftermath was so terrifying that it was unbearable. If a fierce battle were to break out here, the entire Shura sect would be annihilated. With a thought, Xianxia held his sword and flew into the void. Like a white steed flashing across a gap, he stabbed out with his sword. The Nirvana evil sword released a powerful sword chi that pierced through the void. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, hundreds of grey sword lights swept across the sky like lightning and attacked the Rakshasa King. They were densely packed and enveloped the Rakshasa King from head to toe. This kind of envelopment was not random. Instead, it targeted every part of the Rakshasa King's body. In an instant, the Rakshasa King's hands struck out simultaneously. His palms revolved in front of him, turning, rubbing, and rubbing as they erupted with extremely terrifying might. Immediately, it completely blocked the hundreds of extremely powerful sword lights and completely shattered them. Xianxia's figure closed in and killed with one strike. The evil sword true body attacked. This strike was also blocked by the Rakshasa King. However, Xianxia swept past the Rakshasa King and moved forward at an astonishing speed. Are you trying to escape? Or are you trying to protect the Shura sect? The Rakshasa King turned around and stared at Xianxia's rapidly leaving figure. With a mocking expression, he turned into a gust of black wind and chased after him. In comparison, Xianxia was more important than the existence of the Shura sect. Not to mention the current Shura sect, even if the ancient Shura sect was at its peak, the Rakshasa king could still wipe them out. Only the secret doppelganger technique passed down from the ancient Shura sect was what the Rakshasa king wanted. Otherwise, he would not have betrayed his friends and secretly tried to assassinate them. In the end, he gained nothing. This was his obsession. No matter what, he had to obtain the secret doppelganger technique. Obviously, the secret of the doppelganger technique was most likely on Xianxia. After him, the Rakshasa king was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up. Seeing that Xianxia had lured away the terrifying Rakshasa king, everyone in the Shura sect heaved a sigh of relief. The Tiangong elder also began to repair the formation. They could only hope that Grand Elder Xianxia could kill this powerful enemy. Otherwise, the Shura sect would be in danger. Xianxia did not intend to escape. His goal was only to lure the Rakshasa king away to prevent the aftermath of the battle from causing devastating damage to the Shura sect. There were hundreds of peaks in the Grand Luo Mountains within the boundaries of Grand Luo City. Among them, a small number of peaks were occupied by sections. Nearly half of the peaks were ownerless for various reasons. Xianxia led the Rakshasa king to an ownerless peak. He suddenly stopped, turned around, and faced the black wind that was chasing after him. The black wind howled and swept over wildly. It was extremely violent, as if it could destroy everything between heaven and earth. It also swept over like a ghastly ghost, wanting to swallow Xianxia whole. Xianxia held his sword and stood in the void. The gray light in his eyes was like lightning shooting through the void. It pierced through the black wind and stared at the Rakshasa king's body. Strike, the sword slashed out. It was as fast as lightning and extremely powerful. The battle strength of the divine fiend Azura was infused into the sword, causing the power of the sword to become even more terrifying and tyrannical. It was as if it could destroy all life between heaven and earth. The Rakshasa king was secretly shocked. This kind of power was not at all inferior to the power of his purgatory ghost mantra. Boom, the Rakshasa king attacked. A finger pierced through the void. The power of the finger was vast and violent, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Xianxia was secretly shocked as well. The Rakshasa king's power was extremely terrifying. It was cold, eerie, and overbearing. This kind of power was not at all inferior to the power of the sixth level of the art of heaven and earth that Xianxia's original consciousness had cultivated in the eternal battle fort. Could it be that the Rakshasa king had obtained some kind of profound inheritance and cultivated a terrifyingly powerful cultivation method? Was that why he could control such terrifying power? This was not impossible. There should also be some profound inheritances in the Tianyuan sacred region. It was just that he did not have the opportunity to obtain them. He could obtain a great opportunity, but there was no guarantee that others could do the same. Then, killing such a Rakshasa king would give him a greater sense of accomplishment. Although the Rakshasa king was a powerful enemy and posed a great threat to the Azura sect, and he had to kill him to complete the ancient Azura king's dying wish, in essence, whether it was Qianzong or Xianxia, they were both people who used battle to nurture battle and sharpen themselves in various life and death battles to stimulate their potential and breakthrough. It was a little crazy. Therefore, no matter what kind of opponent they faced, as long as they had enough strength, they would ignite their blood and their fighting spirit would boil. The more they fought, the braver they would become. What Xianxia did not know was that the Purgatory Ghost Sutra that the Rakshasa king cultivated had only been cultivated to the 6th level in order to have such tyrannical power. As for the divine fiend Azura battle technique that Xianxia cultivated, he had only cultivated to the 3rd level. End of chapter 1747. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.